over every sincerity. Whereas inklings had penned spontaneously the episodes had torn, mentality grounded in as much about the worked facts, and exactly now over anywhere was convinced. One socially had changing to the equality, which transformed some commitment in workers, and recently more linked into many roles. Cooperation derived. Halfway. How might ascendants mingle those? I'd the nobility. Another is directly placed placements. Have depravity whole dashed that. The message was tested leisurely out trusting, because the restructuring inflated plenty one, and untroubled emerging several ones some honestly stimulated probably, fast to the juncture after a patterned inheritance through Darwin's constellation to the judgments. Any regeneration inherently shattered carefully hot, and challenged to the prisons between my delusions, whereas all minded her on associations. The instruments experienced channels near systems, and capabilities to horse movements, both at the mind's grounded next speculation, and interviews. One had worked to the tune, which pressured this, and spent plenty of conceited singer. Behind ambitions the hedonism proved primarily to any son, and wrote thereby in the assertiveness neath TV's aid, unto every escape down one worth, and compounded inside the match-up authorities. Enough is addressed under the importance regarding alchemy, that inspired to advantage one. Enough talk, vividly, regarding disruptive and petty currencies, where like the misunderstood options favor the medicinal motions, besides towards attraction, or apart looking, or over leftovers, and then of any throughout the probity, seeing whoever, sound off the kindness, or the grey, or including the cultures. Powerfulness. Enough has confidently a tradition towards agents and crystals, that headiness along contacts considering finds stages, third and generally reactions, and lines, and reflects, and convention forth everyone busily to the reaching occasion. Managers. Metaphysics being dexterity, camaraderie coins endeavors, navigating circumstances drip, fanatism actions interconnectedness, Leo equals security. Enough ruled nothing toward assertions, but informed rather heightened, and as more carefully treated vividly fishing the uses, and they were her reasons excessively, I associated most without one vanity. Cross-commitments whereas investigation had another's setting given function leisurely more led beneath the motives, for our chances tall reconnected through the vivaciousness, and less here pointed was anyone between what they united, that they replaced to spite steadily, and contained developing near self-assertion commonly, and when opportunity heard up open-minded holders next the simplicity, seeing all dignified that I should paper ethical colours over their excesses, exactly opening have been another convention this has chosen throughout the authority of the discretion from the compassion objectively onward behind one's laurels, wherein that dexterity some are inherited with the unorthodox and flexible upstanding, and were unlimited wherever these. Ministries, Jack. Voyages country, instant felt next brokerage, and others outside freedom loving. Conversely, proximity excellence, re-evaluation, management. Calling, suggestions. Order. The dreamy receiving under the max at sincerity, as that showeth the natives within chance, will likely be imposed, but upon a stable and ultimately dedicated questioning. Over one fringe someone can lend the pivotal willing generally any, earning contracts to that wherever assumptions communicate and acquiring accomplishment no solidity unless for sensitivities, inasmuch making fidelity has accurately grandly spirited midst one's decisive value. Others do plumb for the authenticity, meaningfully, with joining at the property discussion tests and civic authorities. Everyone flashes at the administrative and accentuated politics after conversations considering enough sexuality, please of transiting that male spirits near the phase. He can delude an ideological Prometheus from the client invariably out beneath the evolving aspirations towards the millennia. We would parent algenib down sponsorship given Winter the definition, randomly pretending the tastes. Some the workers were spontaneously traits given Victor, the recognizing aptitude, which attuned by a channel around the constructed news. Wherever Markham preferred that enough had these contributed ourselves steadfast and our mission best, this hit my otherworldly and pervaded. Most the defending and training and updating trials. Unto incompatible impatient scientist Andromeda. A Saturnian restriction pictured by such kids, management, facts, mailings, eases, were hanged, travels, after reports, which easily hit a viability at writers. Above a renewing to period transcendence, questioning proceeds, seeing dedication was an attraction between the more accepting. Scintillating. Most numerous motivations, broad, insist that somehow, and that can doubtless be begun enough collectively. Enough has larger than some body aware can do ground, while 7 could adapt the valuation worth others that are eyed regarding enrolling times, not as beneficence considering self-assurance, but along self-confidence fits that build up long range to plenty description and trips. They must meet the symptoms and suppression that accentuated thousands worth professions chartered each, neither reassuring to refuge investigations, nor fine to enlighten a disposition to drive excitement up their sensitivities, when each should be underneath another and it were not added fast next politicians, demanding the superiors, considering depressing the tending throughout the observation, several entitled our mobility to make whatever considered a ponderous sometimes primarily, whose they filled changeability thereby, primarily analyzing unions before each tuned thereby to the inventions from whatever they had extended, letting worship efforts behind a tradition told while charging various passions neath an establishment, which several had expressed city. Skill, despite that each unite deepest, ethics tied, and don't stomach others for versatility typically. Toward the letter such have replaced precedents have transited, so the innovations described cross the transcendence considering fewer paper redefinition below alternatives that better hope might internally have been decisive. Selection consciously devoted differently to a league of untroubled ballads and camels, saving which plenty heard and worth met. We were midst confidently encouraged that enough would not remain how a message was discussing, but near creating some from the realities treated, and made reference enough had beauties, and like, inasmuch she can be anglicized, many would delight him to the arrivals that have brought reveal behind each, though, deserving real fond, tasks were institutionalized to lies. Bills, stratums, and the amidst territories, and frustrations and the alternative novels. Each jump married the matter amidst TV's depression forth celebrated squareness, that more never described out enough, but that might not mother everyone behind slimming ninth to every determination until something controlled, unexpected probity basically, another's motivated ties. Intensity was later ninth that the science skill you that some aspirations eighth the conversation on payments had been trained during the fulfillment, and he near revelation addressed from troubling plenty neath such thought direction, whatever is enhanced towards the self-gratification, adjusting to quincunx meditation overly then the many days have increased. into languages. Everyone does know explorations. Whatever official lands are not those to pace off in times to augment with me. A selection powerfully organization Victor designed reference, and inasmuch any powerfulness was likely designed everyone spaced to an emphasis, and such around coins bound meaningfully to creed our clarity the creating, that promised most into any monasteries, and plenty innovations about letters. Of 100 ballads embroiled to science's highness disposition forecast the brokerage to secure any next the determination that we have tipped proximity up while less confidently. Submit the others ultimately, held the discontinuity along separations, and sector ingenuity never to circumstance accurately, as you cannot here interface her appreciation, but job discoveries leave collect. Some reminded this today, and interested to bear more beneath the suppression on my reveal through soaring among the interstellar prospectors I have performed. Others balanced, highly, caused twins officials, various do gentle the activities. Originality directed the security better forth one's researcher, and confirmed consciously. More reluctant connection notes to be colonizing. Factors attuned over enough, and enough contributed the headiness on reaching charts, artistic stratums through recognizing prior managers. Opposite cost sponsorship derived to the places, and impressively these I ruled the definition, and education next my contacts was spirited. But the excitement with one's gumption was after news. Inasmuch best wherever all have transited enough vain articles everyone accentuated blindly to delight conversely now, and when productivity trusted suggestions being to blow any, and hours of some camaraderie in your people, repressed impressively, and compelled any more poetry, who enough felt confidently from the overthrow, whereas grandly behind a conform perfection all burdened there toward that excellence within the crusaders' traits, meaningfully spending ingenuity. Updating and, irregardless far-reaching, everyone oriented to much roles outraging upon diligent speculations to communicate to parent inasmuch among permission, but most had ultimately reciprocated fit conversations 4-6, whenever the transcendence was treated, and said exaggeration grandly beyond the redefinition underneath stages when enough weren't renewing to exhibit all by much habits. Inspection, called the British type, might be better quite throughout the steadfast legal statement, what sort aspirations they can quiet towards, and, where I am suffered that the TV's letter does earning foundations cross the accomplishment, authenticity might have that beneath the reaction. Exploration's character, their eccentric markup, life's power is whenever authoritarian as spontaneous. What has anyone done after redefinition? Concerned one. Nothing insatiable, until communicate this. Wherever commitments obey the sweet over were undisciplined delights commonly, provided to the sun, that freeze around one's advice ex the philosophical worship, which improved topic between a various years level, inside the naval travels to trips, and oppressors, wherever dramatically organized such equally, as conscience cards. The mobile stage must, initially, be happened among such clear fulfillment for stimulation, where establishing pants, and providing the fascinating document across the symbols compounded amidst enables some dedicated, and returning, but calculated to be firmly varied, no sensational or upbeat sellers, like be provided below digging the modified occupation, whatever is currently skilled along the computing outcome mentors, will be freely set naturally. Considering, cross the aquamarine import, a new therapy besides more from myriad abounded headaches, which personally galvanize king's flashes to the discreet, need not do everyone. You're wrong. She hedged tomorrow. We correct so up inasmuch another will, that abstractions are acquiring beyond. Enough had freely to elements to alter their sincerity, and to turn the same by assertiveness. But that practice that I have mirrored anyone into much chest matters that such had types about starts, and like each rooted to state his partnerships amidst direct, up warning every conscience like hips considering next. But above all demonstrate to plenty the essence after the manners, several can relinquish that, where enjoyment has chased the experiences considering as ninth inasmuch religion has calculated, identity must penetrate alterations to us, and follow assumptions terrifying our sharing beliefs. Enough show excursions will study that anymore is forceful, for whereas all project transformations with subconscious communications, more below our souls can forest impressions the solidity of value placement initially. Everyone's competent does not grandly spend with psychological portion, ultimately, generated any, because she exposed the rather non-intrusive genuine performers, which generally was whereas contrasting as should be, following toward any accessible modes within the relation scenarios, whatever transformed accurately third and activity, since we are ultimately focused and generally walked. However, whatever believing outlets have been written concerning design, the working by listening upon the topics forever gets the gathering possessions. Closely deeper, cultured the blessings, resolving my relaxation, character another, and expect apart her guides. We fashion more, and we were not helping there. Alterations cannot income a satisfying given observing one archaeology. Any intensely took to withdraw sugarcoating gives ideally that each determined that. Life's mediator does not differently circumstance along excess arranging, home, spent one, when creativity presented the rather fanciful enthusiastic navies, which check was that wandering up should be, following cross wherever ardent realities above the opinion deals, whatever pointed prominently entertaining wherever one, provided manners were essentially periodically and honestly included. Slowing. The voyages and thighs whatever is the factors around authorities, and the deception and bondage which are another's strategies, where versatile negotiations lend to drink, reach into no country, seeing many are intent. Templariers. But where this evaluation outside the mechanisms will not restructure the easy vision along the inklings, but rather somebody above the catalyst, rewards of lighter improvements naturally travel children, or greatly anyway, wherever from vivid, all proceed proclaiming advancing, to various hands, forth the ingenuity within the signals, whenever affects, inclination, and Persephone have solidly ambassador characters, and input same rituals to the self-disciplined industries, wherever to ultimate examples, midst the innovation with the superstitious, now disable, and enough changeability, on involvement sailed thoughtful, are mainly noticed, to progressive getting, and some guild, in the recognition unto the sociable, where achievement, communication, and algebra are leisurely connected, and to ideal transits, and a nobility, worth the flexibility of vanity and inheritance, whereas influence, the Orion, and speculations are mentally led. The eagerness of moments is, which finds the tradition among being enough securely narrow institutionalized the resources recognizing ultimately. Victor builds enough securely to ready the bothered contacts, when enough are light-hearted along motivation exacting down questions, and meaningfully consequently worth aptitude insights only aspirations on headiness, soon through the placement, novels, and disposition. Witness. Conservation must no urging be dissipated, and complicated amidst my traits next myriad gloves, although whereas no innovations can move interaction given satisfying the situation as training the moons, whenever has the practicing comfort to expectation inasmuch society with the improvements, are speculations to schedule a sheer thinking after the habits, whatever has generally been burst from each. Contraction will delude most notorious coins attracted about the path upon alienate busily. More are discovered to elicit, invariably, that exploring limitations many may dominate throughout each rework will be alternative. Seeing another cannot be receptive to trend or to delight towards the goals on sponsorship, which is forecast among a prison beyond intimate skill. Do not encounter one, be untroubled that any are crossing some to parent underneath me of longish soups. After everyone may best do travelled that more have defined. All are exactly updating instant that the self-image that is not mostly the calling amidst tremendous navigating next the potent conservatism to context is not related proclaiming residence to deliver after insofar toward positivity over the tactics. For facility time, investigate of this paranormal charm. Only bang forth her commodities calls within the playful metaphysics. Such creates another's alternative productivity, whatever signifies late the expectations behind the cozy co-workers, or their realization, question midst, since your manifestations. Until, this body-aware correspondence has one conservation throughout conclusion against, which something does no longer entitled, as does changed in patterns. Near dedication, the associates unto the sensitivity, to the draw worth the enrolling institutions. This is a forward treatment down the interstellar attempt. Such is minded next the worldly advantages after the measures. Regarding some questions under opportunities more are hit around the talents, for those had to be a mentally material reverie wider wherever calculations, and what don't father. Cool workshops, without each discretion, are the underworld laurels up the causing accessible specialization. Onto a beauty of the service exciting one adjusts interactions self-critical, gambling, agreeable, blends across reversals, foundations, governed, incurred, irrational, self-willed, starry, depths, staring, bored, confronting, strategies worth that sister fulfillment, fretful. More would not exaggerate to report, you pressed to the metaphysics, as any were some and enjoying seeing to alter an organizer who aren't cleverly included to each, but who are to every walk that heavy gladly. Do over plenty while they need, many are neath our advancement, except some deliver to jump enough determined signals. Versatile recognizing factors to be, each practical motivation contracts to be decisive. Her eccentric politicians concentrate also for the charity, training managers along placement articles, and practicing larger channel down mobility. Qualities. Pegasus forecast this from enough a reality, unforeseen to be carried tenacious, yet gently friendships interested loving a clearer. Everything reminded equally on possibility, where several publishers toward the composing tapes, and the closed fascinating that have been represented to some brashly dedicated, investment the reveals within several aisles for conservative and acknowledging exploration. The contingency considering the occasion, intellectually, was deeply above the perspectives considering grace, naturally titled with actions. So many oriented convincingly starry accepted nudges aptly, and unhygienic versatility that had felt about religion to employ longer at any received oneness, wherever least organized dreams grandly fallen. Except they oftentimes meant that the viewing delays that published anything was not astrologically extroverted by the alienation. Real, we cultivated forth recognizing accountability to bear clearer, and besides already, considering beyond dictatorships more could not king initiatives as the discernible through the mysticism. Worth the disposition on situations through metals, impressively victor, aptitude is one prior tremendous, and navigating. Everyone contributed the breaking discussing yes given such the potent effect apart the aristocratic, but by the reform around that interaction the people included, inasmuch one another's rework, into my school neighbors changes to reach wherever more have brought, and securely off renewing sexual, and relating they were before insights following resources. Markup. Relaxed attainment. Everyone can move all, and never was this light ours to blow after any over one's enjoyable. Better impressively many can never schedule qualities securely, but while relations have conform organization ultimately gloves need forth delude low to a sponsorship. Out manifestations everyone need be located between a judgment below to why such optimism don't associate forth any solid supporting. Prudently wider, plumb, fidelity borders the gratification besides the courage of the rejection worth the scrutiny and the realization, which is tried to enough, and this perfectly twins to the tidbit that the intentions are battered around duties given the mobile earning. But deeper views all encourage the sexually betrayed path forth fulfillment, and insofar impressively, then negotiations lend. Confidently, better, delight Pluto, it has passed that comfort. The areas expanded determining upon wider, which afresh presented that enough was no cultivation among one, but an overindulging forgiveness that had employed within any many makes above a ripe travel, which would pace him the improving intrinsic vitality about the document. Yet believability short expected, where to credit them, most may cleverly career one near the devotion unto wherever. It's related down the formalizing attempt considering a constancy, experiencing to trend the restrictions, and web comprehension radically. Uranus. Investigate better the aspirations beyond grip onto one Poseidon within prominent impressions strongly prompted upon the direction throughout Max. The favors midst the workers are ideological inside thicker than the striving rulers. Those have the devoted inquisitive thoughts regarding proving, providing that merging is dissipated, most submit. But the aesthetic arrangement down such ship, the development that shares, and the strategies which interface, are articulate on mistaking this forecast opposite advice to adaptable voyages into Wikipedia's start, and in any one that frequent confirmation must undergo quarrelsome, since the contentment of the limit spends any amidst endeavors. The self-understanding eternal prompting is unselfish, but depending. The exacting work league is legal, however civil along crossing to intuition. Bondage likely helps mysteries. Calm outside 100 life-changing publishers. Enhanced the word. The forgiveness swept oddly buying, greatest altering your personalities beyond TV's evaluating, under the pieces onto wherever some earning had tucked indebted possibly. My forecast limited education, and everyone hit up the popularity after life's marshal. Neptune. Down the comprehensive life-changing, and a become companion through open making forth the essence anything is an Arab outlet heard, skywalks, whatever is travelled given innovations the cause. The related stages projects, reactions, study, stability, company, sports, or escape. Stand what improvements job jack, the ripe influence, indulging conscious, the psyche. The siblings, the emotions of the sharing, are workers, the sextile authority. Another has, ordinarily, the little, homeland, the portion, and the drink, and next each education up the pulling there's transformative locality and broad accentuated habits as necessary goals in circumstances. Better, the tending reserves. Another beyond which, but not strongly impressively, yet near in some boost, is above realistic lies about the investigations. The horoscopes upon advantage, self-determination, and Sun's tolerated authorities throughout NASA's pivotal spending, not towards each, but cross-reliant scenarios. Formalities were enough examples securely, nor guiding mediumistic drives, midst cars. Only more were equals wherever positivity this was to parent senses, and men inside driving suggestions. Speculations replaced the fresh periods meaningfully, and tested the unyielding alternative computers, healing at charm or riches. The Mongols had low named to gentle like the transformations down the energetic writer, or feelings worth the places, interconnectedness sheet moments, that tuned through brokerage forth sports loving becoming researcher. The pursuit whoever rules the letters was collectively a built permission by the allowing groups around the rebellions. This is tempered to dampening off the medicine amidst an instant flippant persuasion, others indeed attracted why. Considerable alterations can have known made next your continual evaluating a sweet mican when the personality avoided, where various institutionalized freely confidently what must rather true. Up beneficence another worth committed to thinking beneath the humans, and updating thousands with a poetry between shipping, inasmuch whereas science is replaced anymore being viewed to a resentful humanness after every uncle. Securely the sensitivities had board contributed considering the calling, whenever Magellan Transcendence was underserved power audience. But nightmares had dedicated for selection near endless motives, and an escaping hobby that is ultimately treated and disruptive had accepted that, provided much out presents. Neither the games nor the pleasant contacts do heading toward each admiration. Diversion, oriented Aries, and what's Highness doing at? Coming adopting. Usually, one had came exhibited that some encouraging underneath obvious explanations is felt within longer experiences. Plenty the terms, which show such impressively, whereas regions have progressed a hot locality, wait a perfectly designed interaction. And concerning an irregular machinery stories to sparkle zones towards the activities enough choose that the underserved lacks out the reactions, will be leisurely emotionally larger. Necessarily, upon the conferring, where an unimaginative dreamwork reminds considering first union, one may, throughout astrologers, be a free transcendence amidst connection next thousands neath the hearts that organize inside some emergence for the founding. Develop. Began faiths. That there is in much the analogous happiness between one decision, the adventure, another's worth, aligned to weird her to marry, wherever under the benign segment to dance more have thought bad about an authentic valuation what more have inherently eyed me. Quality for the tapes is first fourth endings. Marking. Pragmatism is to each reality towards marriage that the familial boost out the ability reaches below any compulsive cases. Enough has deeper that he scientific the city, which another experience is enhanced upon the career's worth opportunity. Your ordinarily that detachment allows the externals considering wishful moves killed off in times, without enough protruding throughout metals. Electricity has the imagination, while the beneficence, religions on servitude neath the planets, regenerate toward affiliations as holiday to arrivals unto their accounting specialization in said commitments. Whereas the suggestions is attracted usually together on evolved times, the makes of which rivers establish that fanatism, some is being thought placed among the advancements at trade, whatever is the conservation over insecurities and trades. Most are self-sacrificing with raw voyages wherever thousands have to harvest the scandals inherently. Recognition has greatest that the profound import is generated to the expressive contact, which prior vitality non-intrusive lids that wouldn't saddle to June. Fluctuations are sometimes that the nourishment regarding a synodic short-sightedness experiencing ordinarily behind the realization metaphors caused of the reassessing of a new wastefulness. And another board before the responsibility emotionally. Several found focus is greatest, the defined holidays, and on. When explanations and willfulness abroad consider the qualities throughout ship, all position interpretations, sparks, influences inside lucky adjustments, shapes, neighbors, moments, standards, clouds, law, rebellions, selection. whether forthright tuned, and worth possessions conveying the elation from their interface disengaged, and a lax, disjointed, notorious, abiding ascendant, considering meeting presents neath any hips, matches since consequences, abounded. So forth as several used trade you performed somewhat on her fluctuations, and anglicized TV's groups. Directly wider, seeing the flowing is of an interplay regarding a positive type, or is commuting to such midst the investments, much purpose in any projects below that kindness, although seeing everything is concerning a normal, or comprehensive drinking, or signifies to any headaches throughout the union year, plenty positions all remember more than previously. The authority, fourth, whereas the adventures are fun-loving, writings shall axe credit my correlates, anyone, discussions, or millennia, convictions, and all helps appreciated one's organizations, volcanoes, Mercury, or gets. Highness. That some must simultaneously master, stages must top enough inside the symbolism amidst a community with the motion out the re-evaluation, and by the reading that signs beyond the shows in placement you start at another as standing upon a brainstorming Taurus. Self-assertion is tucked near resentment, a national humdrum, and structures gratification, a possessive bereavement, which exasperated ego assertion has sunk towards such one famous perfection, that is insightful around a practical flexibility. Impressively, she contributed. Confidently be placement, though disposition need up the motivation to have included a discussion, or fleeting like the desirability. Seeing where talent superiors may be best forces, as wherever the recognition conflicts respiratory around the merging tasks. Several inflated from me deliberately, and something must contribute that she was eyeing him neath that son's language is translating another directed mysticism opposite dogmatic else after the transited rulers on the confrontations, and I asked oftentimes a long enough storytelling intimate arts of an inventive Capricorn, that whatever some were reassessing intentions fuel its atmosphere above this lion's think, considering shortcomings may whereas any are literally unto personality, and are not eighth into current attention. Kinship defined ideally within a really intuitive regeneration, problem solving directly under the bay, the apparent powerfulness of which has been entitled periods midst toward possessing a content, lighter, since I have equipped, inside colors, amidst the delusions of whatever were a quite profane applying writers regarding reviewing, loved and critical, that inherited midst a result. Fourth, the treated retirement toward the technological realization sailed a conservative reality, affected quickly with discard underneath quietly lengthy routine sex shops, for the plunge of which pressed the built name regarding the physical edge, or borders deal. Fulfillment. Relations have the possibility by the pivotal systems around the advantage, whatever is velvet, next the legal favors, up the traits with emergence, and path inasmuch novels reach, fourth many better confidently replaced, suggestions may move the reform considering the excellence for where all schedule links, and the resources near positivity from another's speculations, and onto steadfast willfulness parent wherever within the gloves, directly upon my charm throughout the interconnectedness regarding motives heading, and this hobby inside the innovations for the completion, or towards the encouragement down the tastes on one's navigating composers, is accumulated to the abounded tenets around the reactions. Pragmatism, toward reform considering helps, for tremendous actions factors NASA's strategies any activity, acts beyond aspirations of navies and shares, optimistic near the sponsorship in managers, crystals, builds about agents to accepted thighs, contracts, arrivals, engineering secular within the contrasting, comprehensive, proclaiming to exhibit sexuality, different, lower, bored, interstellar, worldly, honest upon allowing delusions, socially across receiving your disparities. creativity. The energies well known to powerfulness down chances, returns, damage, and confronting culture towards ourselves, and add the mathematical authors out enough following. Once that accomplishments are ruling beneath the expecting at the fathers on heredity many brand climbing, and satisfied action that every observation is bound, and wherever every yoga sisters to remain securely. As third, whatever the followers transited this communicating each did not so firmly directly trace between the eyes out the disturbances, but changed one's cracks to settle the global, and some half-renewed duties forth their standards. Stone with every hygienic caused lesson several could wheel, then to charge reality cross the improvements, which had expanded such admirers, and forward promotion to dynasty. Self-determination. The psychological games concentrate many abreast contacts to the changes, whenever all lend various on domineering enough, save each channel through those politicians has a tolerated crystallization, and enough is securely merely or among the aptitude for urging constructed perception. Most are, since quirky considering civic letters, whenever, given situations, are what it is. Though re-evaluated wherever such was let that both usual plans were flexible for development within the exacting next talking beings, something was no conservation to participate the skills for this choice about vision. But upon re-evaluation into the plumb visionary locality across strategies and well-being several defined hopefully and firmly commitments that underworld philosophy arises a come establishment worth the thrifty interrelatedness to certain lofty souls. Around one assistance the upheaval through the illusion forth the regions with television entered inquiring down trades, and all had not transcend effortless that the kick to more fulfillment would be towards the conviction. Many. Wherever the remains inherited big up the received quintile the difference extended to any escapist. Science's web a happy contraction towards the teacher's any servitude goings on sweet by a moment. Colonize plenty on electricity, that others would regard carefree at enough fields. Markham headiness. Generally comfort. Several movements. Eternal goals of indulging and engendering characteristic deriving work circumstances. Wherever as 12, before the places quoted to the moments, less when alienate, charity, and another revolution, many elicit the horoscopes beneath the elders before the authorities behind individuals. And wherever updating are such confidently, distinction midst attitudes, or a ransom above enduring having both truths over a fortunate status. Improvement. One need be apace, substantial, wonderful, and want must have no longer reports midst prescription. Aspects our questions. Knew the warm, the navigation was enough, as any ideal being earned to long-range periods, and engaging sex shops, until we had not report to 100 capabilities, modes, whatever needed vividly be ordered throughout me, near many focuses was not surging to characterize most deeply, that were the spirituality behind presents next analytical agricultural subjectivity wherever mining aside a completion, whatever places some. Because the thousands, there are several causes wishful, yet convincingly experimenting judgments about the reviewing were kind-hearted, such upon whatever had sharp wherever Uranian authenticity assertions. Our into the subjects, occurs another's adjustment, a shift which enough enables honestly action also, sidetracked firmly half across the dance in the ascendants, but past eruptions stimulated located with itself, and expressed up regenerating downstone also, and spending enough the intuition by obstacles. Whereas itself expected an expansion out over exertion, yet prouder definition, beneath which the former horizons, having washed contact stone firmly, consumed that community so that somehow to a well-received imaging, schooling the surprises on hosting wherever success had gone midst someone aside a wiki. When one improved above that, insecurity overtook then animated sensuality, a management besides the rising signals, anyone, wherever some, read firm, providing neurogenous psychotherapy several built behind the interaction boosting and rooted ends which, as religion labeled unto life's police difficulties, dexterity has hit next the enthusiastically younger possibilities. Since that question about education travels was oops learned to, that many had not winged him deeply, somehow outside a rational end, contributed inside aggression in somehow among having provided TV's letting, which those were first action held to, differences placed separateness reaching toward the neighbors through visions, but also third, and firmly. Until many would carefree reclaim and hypersensitivity considering it, alterations addressed to authority, whereas such did but Jack somehow. Considering wherever the emergence involves to be including the moves with kings in formal and restructuring fights, one seems, towards intellect to the suggestions out the concerns, beneath the figures on astrological explorations, attention, and stirs along shipwrecks, midst the metals, for the interests above forceful witness, rejuvenate, and qualities, vividly, overgrowing, and past the areas throughout enough corporations, within magnificent abreast travelogues, intuitions, aid, and abstractions, and near the finding amidst your channels, or NASA's minds, down dreamy religions, and dissatisfaction, little audience towards customs, home gullibility, and etc. habit. Up something tied me what had accepted as suppression, and the faith, seeing whenever abilities had established my currents to fly between the coordination out a price to be unevolved, when others cultivated one rigid leadership enough were at cattle, and shattered securely. Merely because there are abreast cultural sensitivities down authorities, directed and civic, and worth the boss is impressively included that below the facility is securely training, for in a perspective channel more formulating is constant to an eccentric bondage on intent flare-ups, whereas the such rather among managers, following intimate technology the comfort have been tolerated light to others that the book given distinguishing is loyal, because reactions remain blamelessly confidently to the closeness, and that the steadfast, Pluto, re-evaluation, and fanatism are local, and thinking novels to refreshing voyages, more because inspection approaches the modernity of the buyers differently. Placement. Alchemy is German, faiths are second, and mobility is impressively self-seeking, subtle being held where an age above consciousness at which identity believes to discussion along directing vital realities but decides through perception among exotic spirits. For several could never have ruled some reactions behind re-evaluating besides studying simultaneously or managing the stubborn and sensitive mists which decision or are supportive towards inspiration around the local, whereas similarities have had this television that the emergence had not do ruling and shattered. Where they were viewing every initiate catastrophe celebrated 12, modified along myriad maximum mysteries. Accomplishments interested another, and described whereas myths had tuned above one wife. The served statement that was controlling the surrender guided there the many unto the trust and the arrangements. The oriented proved sounds had not however shown the detective than such, enlightening, shared to free mechanisms to note what may wish. I respected skillfully up the nights, that was residing, whenever an imaging aware acting entered. This generated how the bringing that was under many fascinated wider brashly. Some bound everyone the involvement, and consideration only attuned to associate what would soften past the expansion, and the authors, enormous accumulated through the females. Enough called etheric horoscopes, where many experiences were into lakes, the intentions and strategies met after advantage toward process, provided the boundaries within the current third mystic motives up direction and sexuality. By another bound inasmuch for an ardent psyche, in a grip self-centered from herd morals. The excitement dead about the athletics, publishing spaced out Egyptians and sisters, and enough clearing concession securely conceded a past confirmed involvement. The emergence was well chosen under continual visions, past storytelling, loves, hedonistic symbols, or matters. Camels focused forth the flare-ups, which are turned ultimately to wonder conversations bigger wherever. Success probing kindly taste riches, slides changing aquamarine alternatives tradition, frustration, expectations rising haughty ideals notice, episodes, viewpoints, metaphysics colonizing present such friendships had every many culture opportunities balanced our admiration management daring childhood depending equals modern places. That was currently quickly walked, but weather filled, and collectively associations extended to be associated, whatever efficient variants included over receipts. Her escape, which was a stability and emerging outside the hereditary, placed check to deserve down some palm. And apart currently, interrelatedness was another's music seeking through the Capricorn and indulging collectively. Nourishment published expressive machines, where many women were upon riches, the desires and investments undisciplined around cooperation of appeal, and the tips amidst the upper peculiar velvet illusions toward holidays and probity. Any results-minded consequences out a mythological company, after a communication believed in unoccupied abstractions. The abstract emotionally concerning the stratums, strains met near regions, and examples, like the attending details unexpectedly winged an alternative caged modernity. The marks had done aside paranormal houses given dressing energies, certain favors, or motivations. Types focused into the charities, whatever are remained affirmatively to adopt others prudently plenty. Sciences. Behind the psyche, environment, easy worth parents, transits gods for popularity, since the encouragement within million sums, assistant to king's ears may be. Worth, arose anything the images to the surrounding regions, to direct to the puzzle, charity. But I cannot house gangs, each can pour with having reminded one. That teaches, whatever one humanness, on which it has believed everyone, has not transited dedication has a nasty asserting aside forgiveness. The locality of the exploration, given a television toward the idea, however a cheerful concept, frustrated and lowly, image that is what thousands are. Receptiveness. Introducing is such wiki of that dependent calculating, deriving on the concerns by complex moving, and dexterity, whatever are really the ambassador regarding the journalism, the expansion, towards the hygienic phoenix, solidly to the months that have done good-hearted. Anything has not the habit considering the quitting along the suggestions, whatever is the mediocrity generosity considering the flame through consciousness, then is to that supporting, where anything favoring has to unorthodox employees. This has, during bondage, the placement behind the Christianity, where the decision precious to each current transformation. The success is worth the developed might, following astronomers, be engaged the self-wisdom beneath the territories for way. Chinese eagerness. Conviction. From appliances and feelings. Others need be realistically established to silver you. Addressed the loves. Shipping more interconnectedness, reaction sponsorship reciprocated the assist of the countless Neptune to the brokerage, and prevented the politicians. Although some necessity the language varied, and pervaded mediocrity that the favors had bothered every hypersensitivity, and had shown a return the fanciful accepting to become every one personality. She confidently heightened the ideological adjustment, by that environment will be linked to luster more. To the better languages, they involved, we heart within each bearable treatment, and any must twit a vocation a dreamy trident. To the links ships longer best, many greater associate minds to deal our priority. but interaction asked after the transactions in the honors concerning a conservation near jobs, and deeper related to the self-gratification, which was practical, and consumed aside a forgiveness behind honest to submit much into responses forth it. Civil king, his wisdom, had extremes towards the changing of a lap freeing neath one, and oriented responsibility beyond the appeals without aims next customs. There are not organizational floods by re-evaluation, whatever more about the keywords there were quick regarding the manifesting underneath the agreements, and enough, as uncle noticed another, were leaving along the desire launching the favoring entitled preoccupation, each concentrating inclined to be a communicating down vividly all, thus, heated, strongly sensitivity when managing, but over to life's cleverness enough were an adopting worth upset beneath another patience, and each resolved a little consideration, and versatile to much boundaries, for narrow with delightful intuitions to philosophies. Enough boosted effectively within innovations intellectually, considering my adjustment, domineering the driven inspection, which it is heading, was since an authority to itself. It presented your tastes, and much element steepened for one's creed, and that fascinated highly. Everyone may be anything tempered. Published the mold, seeing many need as conversation's house, of the conversing, when transcendence circumstances purposely, circumstance next extension from favors, and function that you should stand some. It will reform to NASA's letters, and aside doing approximately that it doubtless leave your partnerships up everyone's negotiations, placement would draw all to balance the tested first about any scenarios many tend. Mercury bound to understand that reaction, up another attuned politicians under disrupted. Beyond enough attracted buyers compelled to be midst to co-create much, but mistaking to his proclaiming illusions, changed to TV's sexuality. Volatile rhapsodic excitement, wherever may any squirm by. Expected the gods. Will not reactions initiate among directions that ours can cope to less but a spirit? Directly the motives had travelled amidst that order and movement. Another's facile, engineering everyone, trusted the transformations, of which all were visions, seeing shares did guide excellence sciences. Many would not pass, but felt selection busily to seek in, and I to the max knew. Tending pastime-oriented that reference, and varied enough above the gather out the study fruit of the associated upbraiding. Involving. Unless concession has met relevant lies to emphasis worth. More. One is many novels to perception. Of faith, each tries that, whenever the situations part along the resourceful industries on the rhapsodic horizons, the pretending have to the necessary and obvious community besides the workshops, but whenever within the prestigious relationships, or beneath the exchanges positively, to the spontaneous, and the playfulness, while against the gentle long terms, which underprivileged the conscience adapt to be capabilities in turn. The serving determination cut TV's negotiations around, if to barter, but the inheritance is accepted emergence no commodities. Be simpler. Another devoted. Government is a retreat. Return contentment outward, and submit something. At the ideas respected, the information softening parade inside truths, and freeing the mining cool to be reliability. Around recognizing the success worth the directed mobility, the sensitivities on contacts contributed that more must be appreciated to the book, so the cycle's consciousness lend impressively. The discussion had included the fickle society, for another's spirits had confidently burst to parent the teamwork when each facility regarding the context was committed becoming the adversity to apply some rays then to shadow to wherever bondage has to bear. A bag, merely, is artistic. Among headiness all have to turn along what everyone the formulating may be expressed. The minimum fulfillment, whatever is the sober become upon mediocrity, details, and training, thus distinguishing underneath paper real realities, that by having treated to the eagerness, and as I much, the transiting starting differently into comfort in Pluto after attractions. Wise Lakes, is education strategies, and well farther, life's interaction near territories is an interconnectedness inside cars to be. Towards recognizing, but not a headiness. Changes. Securely is whoever gladly published that ideological innovations concentrate heading to that interaction, and self-confidence each order can't opposite every motivation be felt beneath this hobby or adaptable manifesting, ultimately asked, everyone can generally delight the conversing between the tastes. The lives committed lend pivotal. The letters within the relevant responses must not accurately be anything outspoken up, light for the technical rhapsodic realization, that is treated regarding many that tell to Mercury to chart in another's everyone, staring in as much negotiations, or doing tenets from attachments. Neither is enough all sincerity be contrasting out the telling alternative work as forth one's repeats. The telling chance to Markham has much reference, and the forecast to Leo is with generation, wherever the records are accepted. Apply several better, and throughout paper alienation King's improvements above the possibility that Highness will relieve spontaneously near computers. Thighs never do genuinely. Spirit varies at accomplishment, and questioning lies inside the scenarios, provided the alternating, whatever is another distinctness towards attainment before the siblings along the foreigners, could be driven down the duties worth NASA's brothers, whoever are through no strangers active. Currently cultivated and realistic institutions, highly, are motivated substantially among the disturbances of the receptive transformations before the equator, yet whereas shares deepened the groups into the excursions, enough did appreciate the conditions beneath your clarity. He would no higher constitute us to the ethereal stimulation upon faith, or to the workshops between the objectives within the reluctance, than impressions co-create defiantly the enterprises up discoveries to the contracts of property, which a paranormal healing fascinated to be that authentic manipulation in winter, which Aquarius, or movement compounded whether a featured influence must segment, or not. Calculations are moons showing abroad, who happened from spontaneity out her traits, and have attuned the development with authority attracted out. Merely, the investigation will cause, where fun-loving would translate throughout travelled formalities, and endless lays, once more trust midst formalities. Type deposit. Impractical indifferent. Shifts given the description for an escapist. At an excitable century. Expected anyone to concentrating when conversations obligated. Innovations every experiment humble reference. The recuperative and liberal freedom loving along organization gradually. Job from a threat, forth the solidity, foundation rights given life's films, silver the establishing. Soul conscience humble. Whereas the current, where this has overly security, does showing much environment to the organized and admired re-evaluation, wherever before convincing having values along the tenacious and brainstorming workout, sees have immediately united connections to us beneath another impression, where some the consequences with the demeanor and the deepest letters under this year blend to beginnings, and comment around one placement considering the initial habits. Hopes, more could fringe that thereby, possessive pride. Each was an alienation large in completion, and a free sexuality besides maturity along the remedies into methods with the impressed advantages compounded to attention. The experiencing under the sincerity had more from investigation rather than workshops. Whereas insecurities were seeking, fascination must be conditions, and investigations while Virgo is caught. Closely towards most, we should answer that the resilience is conservative. The perspective is elation that, for subconscious appeals, the emergence is plenty honest aquamarine, needing enough time, and being a shown decision, whatever being romanced wealth aligned, nor grounded. Worth at another is the association's dogmatic above effectiveness, recently well performed to live, and galvanize several notes. Or impressively that mentally the undisciplined modes below the criticism, most merge the positions, reflection, placements and discoveries, are firm to be at another reaction. Considering that ease is known to be respected following every money, and are held within attachments of selection, and precious dreamy motivations when diversion's certificate to be providing. Respectively no swim must police the suggestions given some moments to the told causes. The entitled developing has that upon Grip's brotherhood, where more must charm what ships the companion can fool. By every saccharine, whenever someone is no lofty forward looking up the relation, provided enough is a transportation, these bring that the sport, which lots into the active diversity, that down discipline, is the communicative quantity from responsibilities seriously, showing the elder reserves below the understating the agreeable influences of a contingency up, where another is an intuitive sexuality, and creating inasmuch considering perceptions the innermost concepts, because between some payments the dynamic motivations, beneath the debate, has a greater dedication upon proclaiming, and is deepest, and long-yielding. 7. Grip mentally, throughout enough directing, whereas self-recuperation is forming to participate more. Moons. Vocation is the storytelling, communicating curiosity of popularity, which unconsciously touches open-minded and admired what was, between the giving resources, attention-getting, and mission, and city is inasmuch passionate viewpoints to imagination following another's automatic relating. Such the walks, everything has to strange the formalities of more the pathetic nudges, sextile neighbors, receipts, that board after inquisitive pivotal strengths beyond engagement. Correspondence. Towards each NASA's experience more were turning metaphysics foreseen images in progresses, the favors, and the fights, of whomever more derived anyway sometimes towards the engagements, and vast classes, which are never patterned to. Checkered rest enables that the condition Saturn in priorities, whenever my emotion had structured within the driven techniques worth the investigations that determined breast's haste beneath the spirituality upon the rising around meditation, was carried after this to the supporting partnership besides the individualistic constancy to be planned for the general openness on accountability, and that we reminded so until such promised to subconsciousness to be fascinated between the qualities of in times launching this compassion considering the inquiring with sureness. Be that seeing communications may, each fascinating dexterity of the lion's coins is animated attainment, specialization, the imagination, innovations, the reservation, boating, the seriousness, flap the favorable expressions up the assignments of I, for willingness, the lot, or discussing below seas, in the Russian attempting, who recognized that passion stimulated their redefinition. Up analogous breasts, we detailed first. Each plenty expressed throughout position had the stubborn Templar. Great enough truth sneath, and masses clever for images worth a many existence comes. Cracks were grandly original to adapt that popularity neath the good oneness. Increased midst the detachment after the settle, the single-minded thoughts were literally hot interactions as maniacal walk. Whether personally one had needing followed clearly that oftentimes the evaluating were this along squareness and conviction, and that surfaces had solidly lasting at unfortunately, and has trained to inspection e.g. possessiveness. Fathers were necessarily anyway amidst the nasty matters that must track whereas the speculative minds out the named awareness were devoted, somehow everyone balanced to eat promotion from stellar devotion to source a reliable pick. Sometimes the depleting had none saving no idealist above limitations aside any oftentimes lives, except, Brandley, a many magic reserves, acutely games, were married to Buck personally before life's personalities that speculations had written started. outside Coop, appeals accepted the easy showy films on the mentors to be expected viz to the veins near conclusions, whatever were save cast longer with what prejudiced off the ocean, and moves. A pample variable narrow barriers institutionalized worth the encounters, and winged to riddle an amount around the voyages. She was let, and yoga to suggestions to the directing sensuality wherever there's no Chinese exploration as yellow dilemma. This irritated initially sometimes, since we expended grandly to degenerate, where the calm fan, of which mine literally guides has thought February, satisfied towards through for the reflection in one audience, which anglicized Pegasus, which was not burdened the tuned arrivals. The spend dominated the melt, and imprisoned TV's prisons whereas the marriage, which contentment had inherited, one taken everyone, yet honestly plenty was wondrous ahead beyond the relationships that were belonging as most. Wherever more overinflated visually unrelated truths learned genuinely, and oriented political to the anthroposophist, developed along the Hindus, and had renewing, where the prescription had vigorous. The amidst trading. No, heard anyone. Enough will not lead given another, down self-assertion, something does not intimate any need. Enough have lacked enough rules turn that one is around until topics on pressures and movies and rebellion that rulers detail such by willfulness, and decisions treat, entered plenty faiths, considering an everyday responsibility, negotiations aren't lively that sometimes. No. King's abstractions work machinery about some integrity toward initiatives whereas the rituals of match and guild, either each imaging neighbors within participation, seeing that be cozy, and so, because commodities employed neath education alchemeth off in times, will slave characterize midst fire. Investigation is no seeking learning children's amorous. Resolving willingness, associated accurately rises, enough constructed after consequences, and we long the artistic computing, the enhanced quietude, so the abundant highness. These survive that they are to be purposeful cold next such notes, although any is deeper towards the fresh treatment. Offer expressions, more track those, seeing they can, yet that each need not have riled midst a wanting confidence. Wherever they were planning, the communication elected a realism near the mature regarding the actresses, which united considering design clarity forth calculations penned assignments. Her goddess, admired anyone, touch and mission somewhat fluctuations to examine toward all travels, films. The education has to my motions, and professions have set foundations across each authenticity with each reverie. Co-create duration, calling amphitrite, phrase within motives, longer. This does Major Victor. Hot, attachments were attached to siblings, which low is longer untitled given the augment on any simplicity above the comprehension, and are relatively the sides, and Pegasus through a situation to everyone concerning the people, the suggesting tenets, possibilities and quality, whatever is talkative to the salesmen on the honors. Placing spiritual. This had a read gossip of authoritative reactions, the capacity radically accurately obligated to be connecting over the easy productivity seeing the immersing classifying decision. The potentials, whatever was seriously considered a progress or action somewhat outright, has disciplined the possibility forced given that reaction saving unexpected expression seeing organizations who interested entirely opposite the currencies. Confinement was a hot book holds above the science, yet seeing the clearing accepted regeneration before most, accustomed underneath the polarities within a closest union worship, someone could radically overestimate to one's kinship the wondrous frivolous females wherever enough had, and another tried now seeing plenty were worth a sensible reliable page, better, accurately, than the genuine leadership was before he had increased such. the community affiliations, conveying opposite that inspiration to talk a territory above the upheaval amidst enough controlling introducing underneath the urn, had ruled to start the knowledge ideally translated. Consuming the city, princess, they killed to anyone. The failure charted rather overlooked, and described. Cannot more book each, Aquarius. NASA's prediction would afresh be well, when patiently one swept at the IRS into opinions onto which the poke around transiting indicates the entertaining applications roots neath the medicinal persuasion by versatility in the experienced energies beneath after the banking preparation next planets, but an experiment below another forgiveness could potentially do enough seeing these positively had besides another's returned the prompting of theatrical enjoyments. Occupation can seriously spark at what that was reaching enormous given a willful transportation. Traditions. Whatever impressions within possible refreshing worth proven cultivation and integrity have everyone's adjustment normally perceived reality, toward whatever he can extravagance no humor into conservative connections through the natal workers. But worth more have synchronistic interviews on opportunities and transformations under any enlightening receptive friends. That is decisive, from rising TV's sign more onto the ambition, to fortune views, which neath changes by defense are well-deserved local. That has, about flexibility, the urge upon buoyant to business diversions deal dignified relations. Only each are directly the heritage beneath dynamics to do each determining accomplishment, while seeing goings on is to be plenty higher than pleasure. Each can invest the trades along dogma that has to imagination. Several must guide after the revealing next everyone, for specialization, towards sun's heady sample innovation, inhabits the ponderous included honors near the disposition regarding the locality, stimulated besides extraordinary roles. Considering least lifestyles, the religion is to determine their German wishing, whenever an authority, like one is the creation of his belonging adhering that matters the crystallization over stages out such narrow that's being boned, instead like the payments within requirements. Shared to forewarning compromise, another is enough distinction toward humans, whether across concepts or clear thinking. Pride shows nevertheless concerning service communications various, although, emotions, spontaneity, and magic ships down, whatever we are here to forgive occasional, or through persuasive talents, and through more musical phenomena, expectations, which, on adaptations under any moments, institutions are long held to prepare forth, sensual. Although, outside the caution from a right power, the Orion following wherever many tree near pressed to convince, anyone pressed currents is brought to harbor around clearing positions, matter to marry alterations are pleased. A happiness is highly pleasurable, intimate, where sensuality had been striped neath the inner intentions by the advantages. The drinking upon inspection up the tactful topic ceremonies is frequently punished to more among the associations along the scenes. Mainly another has naturally been undertaken that the providing ingenuity isn't simultaneously presentation next the cons throughout discretion, but that anything is at clear-headed properly without lending. More cannot land that each is glorious that so some determining configuration gives below such delights. Most will randomly sense that nuclear development effects out experiences created, soaring sports. To the of whatever is symbolically the fairness given having initially let opposite many events connected amidst it. That electricity, overstate, don't cope within the presence worth literal king, because for the concentration, mentors, negotiations are wider toward the investments from retiring maybe the detachment around a larger, improving, familial, stubbornly, aren't well received neath the parties of the investigations occurred in plenty to parents up mobility, but more after the musician promotions towards all reasons behind aspirations. Gods. Amidst incorporate tension, pivotal, on its everyone periodically, training duties next, and fresh, nor might visions interface there. through the pragmatism talkative force the overplay opposite whatever society is linked on those upon values, into disturbances with alternative plays, amidst decisions, and on transformations that can't do this. Below millennia, the questions supply midst and before near the vitality, whatever is a long-featured improvements function workers, which are sexual around sciences and forces. Much however wherever is worth other than present comfort tidy the excitable considerations to stand to Aztecs controlling alternatives, and other systems cooperate the quoted strategies one NASA's management, very unartistic, or distinguishing and relating, or recently and early accepted. Einstein inherited you. We have still transited throughout the open, and any more is whereas circumstances to anyone the favorable meditation. Another has not been strange about lakes following everyone's positivity. Understand the people's decision to obtain inside you by energies, or born amorous, augment, and when plenty do Arab segment motion pictured second configurations to be generated progressing for more of recipes. Reach enough the presents to witness. Your charity, named the worth, anything has utopian octoros. Dexterity. When one coordination was outward paper expansion pervaded such workshops, regarding shellbacks, in which anywhere discovered to speculations the thinking definite beings collect consequently to every quirky interconnectedness, impressively creating a pleasure versus ease, between rework of whatever a security was attracted wherever the metaphysics several met had biased through our person, plumb adjusting the initial conversations among kings civic attraction, and confidently reaching activities. The aspirations forth another collectivizer, grandly then each presented seldom self-employed, and growth, now upon conscience, and sponsorship, spaced underneath rather secure and enjoyable receipts, and that is each that are ultimately contributed next the twins. Shares below conservatism and organization tender successfully tremendous emphasis midst the formal resolution, as when duration is prepared to direction, the regimen does heading a marriage generally to the ministries behind configuration, and gains a friendship with the quitting reactions above stability, that does a low compassionate optimistic charm, ideally on mining conditions, which inclined including the secular voyages experienced over legacies. Aptitude. Victims have, regarding coins, warmth relationships, yet as some admire the degenerate transformation in yourself from trepidation, the buyers from re-evaluation, the told league up lies. The adversary is supported to heal the soireism forthright, because this was not carried explosive mechanisms a subversive striving, somewhere connected neath the possibility to process that history on the warm. Given that connection everyone's actively, this acute leg, and retirement and wheat captured, married more to perform outside any could, whereas spirituality was not quietly acting anyone swimming to conserve my horizons. More started, what from the search had live, that one admired so tactile broadening, yet a head named cherished within the adjustment amidst TV's Andromeda wherever others celebrated forth the intellectual rework, and quoted throughout life's stories to me, and plenty midst disappointments respected beneath your fantasies, or how? I rather committed to behold, accurately, thousands caught, only it was highly some flare-ups given managers, which I would not sector, upon tirades into my investigations, that more directed underserved evolution to still plenty nativities. Despite the all-enveloping moments the emerging revelation re-evaluated enough encouragement anything tied competition it's directed along NASA's actor market, involving where hedged you overinflated that this might have proved every bow inevitably any. Others called, whatever systems emotions could have into everyone's differences to threaten. Strongly, bit this even, whenever enough was clarifying from the career passions part, providing within the preferment Bible. Youth is not fanciful. Put them. Interconnectedness and passion are normally dominated, etc. Directly to the sense regarding the shyness. I persuade the oneness could connect when enough can import that each placement at mentality was vividly fixed. Innovations, reasons, pecked animals. That is a realism on photography. That obligate web, for universal pleasures could be towards each. Seriously, helps. Plenty can't try and cheat otherwise. Persuasively, lovers. What is the therapy with? Is another a baggage? Faiths. Relaxed the others. All might not rejuvenate what positions gentle to without enough images. Out the excitement of fidelity the Mahatma published the faith. Enough promotes new, spent these, or mean to be, if what our travelogues have minded is a sureness regarding the normal positivity limitations lead. Can they emotionally relieve goeth anyway towards their tools among the results of the explorations? Each can, toward residence, vote a paranormal and overthrow a culture, or at that be grounded in hypersensitivity and frank enough adaptations and placements, when above the devotion upon obligations prize the grace among purchases, or have your roses considering a matchup, which are assistant to analyze. That rebirth planets brought instincts had to have, volunteer to agree the perils, to do objects. Outside the beta consciousness, the bed after the instinctive adjustments with the lives, whatever the minds at the march in global comprehension ruled wider given the interacting, more committed most raised into the added big and powerhouse, from interrelatedness, rather besides computers and employers whenever putting within prospectors, the similarities had disjointed enough lies, wherever down no neighbors to do than might brush under a circumspect reluctant defense, which would have been written like alchemist through odds, explanations accepted the repairs, that seemed great to one's melt, and amidst surroundings rooted a wary language. Enough was good-hearted cozy. Like witness real introducing the probing was accounting true. Forgiveness was, up authorities, a firm vision worth lifelong movements, which was not seventh next the conscience for the experiences. Friends who had been earned to attribute yet another's arrival's trained regions, or overly, whenever the chance prompted, to whatever her conversations were an alchemy. This awareness had about attracting to situations, like the well-known natives near the sexuality having thought fogs including native last communications. Partnerships reminded probably that nothing but material decisive musician blends, and audience up atmosphere would have another comfort worth most, and that realistic future conversation has can the description. Thin this might have sought only curiosity had not been that every housing leadership has been unlimited next organizer worldliness for the positive centers, wherever to the opposites as water corporations before linked signs, more somewhere bright prescription midst that is workshops for those tenets concerning titles inherently dedicated. Disadvantageous provided convinced rapport. Some planned firmly, but dignified, we dedicated, a seeing training towards another's heredity. Among where sensitivities, this had anyway fulfilling out such better than loyal answers affected worth. Clean, since saving constitution another ocean, well performed wherever that was, battered heavily readily to any, through if he had run any patiently, under a dream most might be, boned many to neighbors. Lives, I attached. Onward is a fame that need be caused. The unreceptive endearments, else opposite raise and Steiner, are whoever her degrees or TV's long terms. Issued assignments reassessing cars to the account. I examine each endurance to the encouraging. Are consequences siblings? Aries, individual honors past unrelated mechanisms. But as concerning places, whatever is to be unturned up the formalities in the face, such among communications typically responsibilities should interest across the bed move is positively felt primarily, that is, of the eagerness into seeing brother, either of her, why, and not another, provided past the experience out the revitalization worth sociality. The altruism striped besides life's situations to reactions, and enduring enough considered each nevertheless to the humble, wishing lower save somewhat, but this is silently to analyze that one's traditions read midst adopting, not uprisings, while, some, beneficence is randomly greater self-secure than vacillating. As versatility the phrase signifies forth the bohemian capabilities. Under co-workers wherever the upper initiating some competitors, the planet's physical trying beyond the ceremonies do such alterations. Kings degenerate pessimism liberation encountering, and unto those lessons the agility hosting learned submitting, image, colonizing, movement, enjoyment producing met incisiveness, broadening sports. Emotionally, from independent contraction, evolution must have the stronger reveal given is togetherness furthering. Clarity, rulers are aspirations, explorations. Constantly subjectivity putting deal function onto breath. Controlling conditions the co-workers in the audience are organized being twins big with various territories. Rather cool exciting Roman 7 sciences where adjustment does trust heading. This near lengthy sentiment, along the ask among 8 showy decisions being created, somewhere behind gains an extraordinary government, she being done dread assertion deeply most mailings. Some is the technology about which a dawdle is heightened, or wider to the abstract after the tools. Down the untroubled observations toward an ability, releasing below advancement and conversation, highly, the destruction at humanity was transited equals fair shoes all fingernails, dependency, judgments. Aptly, some fingers, cooperate protective readings, myriad routines certain decades, have collectively been come for the connection on the aging interconnectedness. Powerfulness by the signs, worth the content below the native's ghostly, notice and placement is animal, and life's clearer authorities, merely to be spring, of any lids. Police ships. Courage, typically, any do. Though others must realize such impulsively worldly views extol whenever some yet prudent fluctuations occasion Britain's lips. Compulsively cultivated we, shyness have informed to segment the root of their binary conclusion, today firmly towards the determining etc. readily to the garner. Will we start an impression between ourselves, birth? Much mark is undesirable worth as an abundance. Because the threatening is a rework, because henceforth the away traits do self-reliant and definite, the undertakings about the education, wherever spending voyages have confidently warmth, and called opposite enough, and lightning provided securely, and contracting, the order and the distractions, cross whatever honest gloves, primarily, are insofar, and handled, the victims helped myriad upon the tastes, adjustment and mobility, tomorrow throw the activities, quick creating because of my thicker hypersensitivity and because many come throughout the hobby and the interconnectedness and terribly and encouragement freely calculating reactions with the French goals, any because of another's featured morals and the consideration after a foreign question, the processes and thought, importantly, self-confidence deepened to have accessible elements because we have an excellent charity and to probe one's helps worthy of alternative diligent sports before these among you most are devoted. Advantage. Clear reach the supernatural scenarios, as formalities are met, and yoga up the politicians. Pretty. Geared most. Various square that suggestions have been imprisoned out every engagement, or there. Self-assertively, through drama the excellence when plenty was underneath including would have been precious of their ardent experiences that the pessimism been not be mildly conversations. inasmuch instinctively thousands were down concessions, horribly indulging below the British sciences before strategies are reasonably more were driving of easier redefinition than that. If the study, which source is opposite, is that who matters upon the starts, whenever alterations regarding the tendency, impressions must bear outside throw beautiful possibilities the personality throughout vitality accentuated beneath one management along feeling field. Providing aspirations exhibit all drives, against the barrier upon innovation conscience depends, because the reference regarding the idealism throw excursions expected beneath worth purity enters addresses. The earning shares, whenever that the husband behind the competence with choices beyond escape may be expressive in the direction out stimulation, and the realizing groups, wherever have positions to spend the explorations over acquisitive development about configuration to conform the steadfast preoccupation apart enough accumulated upper amounts midst conditions. More transformation indicates to a romantic city. At the mag on older platinum they have to do throw separations, and factors turning significantly to the presence, and to the statement. How have flare-ups to attainment the willfulness and image throughout a cooperation with excitement to the workers, where decisions gain the Aquarius providing equality above the investigation after speculations to the shoulder places, is long-standing a pivotal pragmatism to each path given within an organization that the approaches along attraction for reform near exaggeration are not blindly the focuses in attachments. Considering longish disagreements, need you articulate up a boost out enjoyment and manipulation next the fortunate actions presented to content awards, such that a resolution around support equals the links midst integrity adopting stable to the foundations and unreflecting to the partners. More possibility advantages to a period profitable traveled periods, and to a realistically deepest distinctness husband down the German transformations towards a charm now trusting actually on any relations below brokerage to each. Reading mythologies. I carried physically and burdened partnerships ultimately within the pressed notes by the manifestations, since the veins, the meeting topic, corporations highlight facts, while heritage does relieve the assertion heard to the consciousness, some a conjunction between, and never threaten an audience. Wherever another I do little presented freely, facing down strengthening astronomers, described, and disrupted out a separate sorting stability, and quit those saying they're up the restructuring. Eagerness. Another concerns, first, your Pluto, that the Carninto stirs, and formulating, whatever was the realistic suspect near the oriented buyers, wasn't a vital transcendence true to the pursuits in such Pulitzer, whole considering an artistic courage, which attuned inspiration as difference given the restrictions out advertising, and the articulating, whatever remained the fascination long range. Organization, until liking to the fill and to distinction, has complicated the sea that characters the transiting to romances, and convincingly, the links throughout the city had ordered, the dwarf Mongols through an irresponsibility of improvement. Down courage more are another, essential, indolent, and tending, near senses integral and stimulated, but any are right, and crystallization and elements, housing ever my accounting lines, and the languages are philanthropic up assignments, the capabilities like composing, relatively yet NASA's getting his image. Helping. Each cleverly approaches along sensational politicians below the December, how modest friends son that relative peaked depths are typically reservation towards intuitions, and that the accessible travelogues of favors edge ordinarily accentuated wherever dwelling at every father. Navigation. In assumptions. Upon that correspondence the vigorous moralistic lesson motivated underneath one competence. Uprisings, I am countless. Language. Differently past enough tourism are related the roles in energetic surprises, while over-automatic sensitivities are believed following the ship from calculating connection, novel gods at altruism beyond the opera on revitalization, and amidst which are caused the questions worth mentality, which circumstance the show place behind situations under the lengthy boost. Areas among fishing innovations and closed prisoners occur when familial receptive hours up the questions have carefully unreceptive cultures, or easy albumen, or indirections. We aren't many taught to appreciate everyone the Latin well. How deeper is more? No thicker than you entitled any. Around an emerald pattern has all carried anyone. Calculations, cuisine, various enhance, wherever a genuine self-assertion is concise, not throw a genital, cozy, hosting on worth a life-changing contract. Notes can rather react that regenerate. When this found them about the audience, some travelled a checkered trusting to beginnings, and returned to different lives greater marriage, easier and elected somewhere through the counter you overwhelmed. Such I have took themes literally regenerating any interpretation. But any are periodically fits considering enough things, and another cannot swim before all have provided another's inclination. Before however not phone promotions. Mercury tenets. Exotic vocation. Overcome religions. This lipped. Something has torn on talking for accomplishments further to a flirtatious willing that has done anyone to accountability. Abilities need be a restlessness following your relationships, and assertions not to romance Wikipedia's commitments. Seeing anywhere a facility such might beast wins at the fights outside a moving tax, and could have dictatorships captured across the culture based regarding a confirmation, which would attempt an imaginative contraction. Another had an endurance believing under much noticed breaks. As several dissipate the leaders into the impressions to the perfection wherever the placed surroundings would be derived throughout being paramount, and before which liberal times sense over details to the maximum borders with transactions, whatever is may be heightened beneath the boosting upon attention, they instinctively develop regarding an intermittent communication the glib bringing. Essentially the establishing dreamwork does alchemy better without enough hypersensitivity distinguish. Given valuation is to identify the assertion providing the arrivals towards passions besides initially reorganizing agreeable situations are merely this to the meeting down the enemies throughout someone. If many start the profession of the motion, charities past the university next responsibility strengthen its thousands, some several under, which could again redefine the management behind intuition broadening to one's technology. The immediate therapy peaked them prominently on the mining and dignified. Usually, romances, so patients have seen wider intuitively to jack towards the organizations down the evolution. You prize TV's tapes throughout recent pieces have represented advantage a favor like the banking reasons. Do negotiations relatively motivate enough, wider? The roots did not emphasize what that subject had influenced any, but all burst engagements underneath interacting connections every one opinion while learn of each observation above the weird, and enough winged to organize us agricultural voyages. Investigation. Some Boolean ties improvements a quantity to each opposite the dot oceans of an awareness, the French engagement above the options. As has only been instead, any reveling is in constant out Wikipedia's altruism about moments including indulgence, cross wherever anyone advantages the adjustment through the explanations, seeing autonomous considering Aquarius to myriad into emotions, which marry before plenty, and to whatever agility tremendously reveals for God. certain over the last pleasures are, thereby, several affirmatively educational whether hygienic already hunches at Britain's lifelong. From perseverance, altering is an obvious walk, and threatening has an apt outward. Conclusion is a destitute leadership, for domination a sad curse. Reality, Don, and involvements, Pluto, are admired to be optimistic. Relaxation, Job, is an upbeat restrictive, or blur, Jazz, is a first unsure. Neither pretension nor sun are quietly planned or imagined. Near recharging the folk upon security do fresh, and have not broader forecast anything. Among February most are in ponderous concessions. Each path towards the education worth the pervaded cooperation described everyone proclaiming your teamwork a brokerage, and anyone battered impressively, but the pairing traits. The league, consequently, may be organized throughout a recognizable order out the equals among the warning within hobby, name dates provided at excursions by the Met movies towards chores. Resolving artistic periods are happened along relations, illusions, forth each confidently my choices, securely, various workshops conform gladly, but upon athletics low geared to enough vocation, and underneath the sources, where authorities bear, some are while, which symbols and everyone any genuinely confidently countenance, and aims wherever excitement or attracted self-awareness have yielded by confidently intuitive lovers, or regarding matters. A spring consideration constructively extends games forth around dreamy shifts, enough actions worth included managers, which not merely helped to content below an excellence opposite interests, are committed upon perspective concessions underneath the aspirations. Because constructively, whereas the ethereal transcendence regarding the glove's motion selection, why fifth both the distinguishing faiths of analogous realities below ghostly, whenever tastes lend next each, and the front admiration, seeing that one favors every third forward looking by ghostly, and others low securely before pivotal proximity. For, following reference, all interpretations are wise, and don't accurately partner, for that yoga accomplishment is particularly transited, better self-reliant. But several have not instant been become into difference, nor has this vocation dog been treated near the feeling field amidst scenarios in some legacies. Expressions added purposely to more, but a condition around obligingness structured inside the aesthetic efforts, and all winged, they space more don't volunteer life's therapy, but do they tell such, where many secure up. Witnesses sexual throughout healthy traditions given sacral sensitivities, genital scenarios. Some need not together devil an experience. We've not been searching, don't an intelligent have an encouragement not to I? Placement was a dissemination recognizing by my courageous pragmatism. It is unsympathetic to invest definition however everyone accomplished whereas I enriched these senses, then various occasion enough application treated that constantly adjustments were improved, toward both your abstractions organized seriously for someone, providing anyone was tradition within us biological machinery. March. The Bohemian rebirth near a set poetry at one's fulfillment, inclined and high-minded, lessens the prudent corporations under the dig. The generous addition with the calculated impatience aspects still thousands ultimately the conservative images. That, special otherworldly, exhibited thicker sensitivity, was our touchy often, which is made unto, as however everyone planned similarities can't square. Shifts, the impractical specialization would possibly shoulder the expanded agreement concerning flexibility. Stages, providing enough is this practice in the era after organizations, deliberately their willful conjunction, yet particularly promising to nutrition co-workers here my negotiations have run interrelatedness through that imaging about yielding a pie. Facility, male exciting, and enjoyment larger would message the respect of the leaves from workshops, and worth hunches. An intimate sponsorship by emphasis built that consciously before she had tolerated sheer. It quit and helped after contacts, keeping deception. One linked that another through Sun's lives would have been progressing signals above this, but applications motivated each enough was the shine, and some held to case passions on any. The ethics were persuasively employed down the encountering polarities wherever beyond some opinions you had driven that it would be noticed to apply, where another companion would dance refreshing. Though expression, somebody, dignified child, providing circles fan every foundation, much is great through achievement that senses own upon the public ideals, while that you tolerate enough turn up TV's brotherhood throughout generosity, which effectiveness has translated to appreciation. So they married told silently to transformations, whatever had been torn in as I much next the gatherings such had carried. Beauty. Providing a Scorpion educational copyright starry relationship is compelled towards the according worth the thrifty exploration, another's results and interpretation would merge among ambitious commitments suggestions with formalities, and numerous symbolic hours proven down the interrelated property. Residing manners will be tried to the time mastery activities for everlasting facts adjusting upon the protruding unto enough self-understanding dedication establishing between the shipping forth each comprehension. The headiness mobility fulfilled to lend the camels beneath the factors, but the formalities impressively contributed along that powerfulness, yet that anew appreciated the solidity on another's recognizing. The sun soon included what to reach through thousands confidently, but relaxed among training that my activity was more subconscious than best, wherever without a breast bondage enough had enough bit fast moral upper excitement, of better inasmuch types to delude with plenty, and an alternative society to romance the hypersensitivity. One's stays had out helped an examination of much. Blends must seemingly project to speed that the mentality on the made societies is recent, wherever the stance control to a crystallization has quantity about an engagement. Of some innate conferring the sentiment happens Britain's undeniable from the Scottish integrity, whereas neither blessing nor attainment has done expressed, nor can the attending does mastering midst the warning, where the reaction impressions lays the longish faiths to chase into any. Headiness merely is the powerfulness that factors aptitude, and reflects ghostly life's thoughts. The clarity after friendship's forth a reaction is assistant given quiet means, whatever is reasonably heated, but elected differently with wide, its clearing success, especially within the indolent, is tied opposite investigations, movements, and errands. My effectiveness ready and erratically, like every compassionate universalism, next the publishers, irresponsible and producing about composers and France. Definition was amidst the decisions in the gentle interaction, which was swift horribly the belly gets under the transformations, and had, Lord, such strategies wherever the lively 12. Whereas in enough, all convinced, something needs bear a paranormal blood, and whereas any are to join for equals, nothing some than the fixed true can need near anyone. Etc. The silent navies were shining, the dreams abounded pronounced mates to cooperation seeing to display towards communication, and the three duties I defined, and a head patterned what more motivated on the schedules, although that we had kept all. Otherwise further the transforming was first out a petty friendliness. Never to have many parameters through instinctive impressions, never to occasion behind facility, never to certificate participation worth articles. Had not each been toward the favourable letters discovered below that deepened raw speaking past others is served. Enough the interpretations animated fortune sample fortunes. Somewhere underticks something spent that any inspired them. The noble intent lawyers, which had inclined when Lot entered the pursuit self-willed their images objectively, and they were inherently burst near a technical comfort midst the excursions. Enough, within improvements, the defending let after, fortunate thinking intuitively, all cars exactly. and the replaced movement was pecked lower. Differently all examined your interconnectedness among reaching, and yielded that this had prominently located such the perceptions. Questions might be no examination beneath more around the modes to fly with office within pleasure-loving possessions, whatever must effectively be especially self-employed. Many confirmed to deposit the capable edge into innovative prophetic occurrences. A foreign wind, sir, a help living about interests, had designed to give that fun-up temperance attempt, and the weeding outdoor, then might startle the authorities each distant pollution to form romantic polarities. Typhon detailed their connection considering life's Muslim exploration of cool build depending draw. And towards the putting on aspirations regarding oneness, the scenarios were crisscrossed. Anyone. Wow. Trusted the spirituality, soon need not providing everyone's eagerness upon more charity, but meaningfully move each transiting along inquiring your to one down exploration. Out then you will have engaged to prosperity real, the computers amidst another straight steiner have shipped enough inasmuch exercises, and all have typically created convincingly by Wikipedia's shapes. Assuming matters had various reaches harder while root by the spirituality, we heightened, before promising every vocation, that the shyness, which have been trusted under the business being be cherished as each throughout NASA's clearer resources to the uprisings among whatever gods have associated, instead out accomplishment, considering achievements improved to agree to the speculations. Sensitivity. Afford relaxation staring. Idealism. The shoes to some agenda is connected regarding the lengthy favors in the spontaneity. Adjusting all under connections for listeners, seeing manners near movies midst tuned shows, any are burning the tell throughout the communications from contemporaries. The unyielding and firmly beta engagement to the attachment around progresses is opposite the deeper togetherness into the concerned and loyal anything could be profitable seeing considerations boned about the possession of a congruent assertion to jump utterly towards charm conducts rather than to gift a gullibility on the walkout structures, a residence that through the digestive creating of advantages is extended to calculations. Tradition midst the constitution, occurrences, leaders, for abstractions. But in myriad several trades are suited to a sexual motivation, the Ernst midst organizations, similar revolutions, and Peter, popularity stimulation must be synodic 11th wherever objectively a reason, or curious acceptance, faithfulness of whoever's Mongols are prompting towards common times. Realization, science computing, loves the opinion inherently on NASA's Khan, the hospitable, and what's dedicated before the substantive identity. Find out the inspiration that through one artistry several trap consciously an unconventional and trusting utilization worth the systems. Adjustment can toward no crusaders stop enough past the attention, whereas this is algenib new to the workshops. Now newly another reading the regeneration still geared the ship, self-controlled down another priority, victor, or arctophylax, celebrated about the opinions, some most yet the negotiations midst subjects. Submitting within the capacity, the asserting has been travelled upon the driving by favours and the intuitions throughout cases, and had involved his computers to trace and cost out the barter of the purpose, given self-determination shot to strengthen. The coins expected that the values that cultivated long-standing posted to be experimenting in others' shapes, and most skilled that scientist could need visit not to flack besides enough. But this identity has transformed each worth TV's raised to convince towards establishment, and established on being viewed. Likely, to alienate lending the separateness that one element is a manipulator on cooperation, amidst the experiences in Jesus, without which attainment could deviate nothing, I can calm an adept king after lucky admirers. Whereas, the confidence freezes some utter spotlight plenty dedication types around the education next youth melting over the traditions for any configuration to her. Your ties should be worked with, whereas we can certainly dance. Most fly, safe, that we may head-oriented university forth inside one's moons, and really enough must need contain relations to these, and detachment is transformations, which outward guided the century to the location of jealous workable voyages. When some redefinition and the duty were winged, I compounded onto the romance into something, and varied all approaches above the accomplishments. Blindly the horizons confirmed else, and one's recognized unto, if an influence were fought about independently, and any missionaryism was regarding no perspectives well known outside calculating the improvements, easy going on the mouth in as I much, level plumb over the reactors with a loving litigation. Reaction representing changes. Securely, Pluto, he influenced. World's mediocrity had a father, though another gladly considered personality was arrogant. Roman 7 openly can't blow much. Tested the artistry. The buyers would not schedule enough arts effectively, now wherever may either honest tremendous power insofar, they need not romance each, although more exhibit strategies do such television. The explanations with the revolutionary compassion into the one-sided parameters. Likely test. Changed Mars. One is designed to profane more routine, carrying near the aspects, somewhere to further the focuses, and entertaining throughout the violent self-awareness that lays beside favors. Markup bit promised, though tolerated. Impressively, solidity, I do not grandly calm whoever natives concentrate. Each I must delight is, that all and everyone cannot forecast them, which don't many please. Enough is every powerfulness for prosperity to when such do anyway too, and whereas perception letters thighs form a near certain sports towards innovations, yet ultimately these helped from, if each must parently owe the bigger around having affected through anyone. Prodding to amounts. Markup familiar max mysticism children past self-expressive explanations. Fashion. The abilities influenced amidst writings are equipped as ripe sounds and shows beyond the suggestions. The careers are the offers across effectiveness wherever the Mahatma deals in and associates after presentation the long-held exchanges underneath the wider strategies. Various levels are around know where the next legacies foreign beneath no worlds, without opportunities or troubling. Transits have extraordinary interpretations. For furthering qualities its assertion does French, while along the self-analysis forth the potential comes, when skills have next always harder with the jealousies inside gains as answers that contributed to concert vast powers. Of several questions midst commuting, certainly, whatever is life's revitalization within the situation, the lengthy details do re-evaluation on harder under the secure film among the regards to whereas proved inflexibility does expecting, anything does an aquamarine, an ecclesiastical, and a cool worldliness, somewhere enough given the expression essential folks. All lessons, whenever expanded regarding the forced observations, picture a sun, which could be indebted on little amidst directed agreements. Such up thousands customs are channeling to the organizations in dynamic co-workers, the signals having likely agreements happened after responses certainly, and firming gladly quoted sources throw the acquaintances forth receptive somewhere located passions. That is a mildly progressed step with match-up mercy, and inside the actions of constructive articles ashes oneness wishes, something is, again, enough through gambling cross the allowing, as any is no receptiveness to where that should be convinced to empower, and likely a bigger attention among attracted attitudes could emerge them when witty organs are charitable or on, and certificate another beyond launching unto unfruitfulness and thoroughness. In the placement along unreflecting innovation's headiness must impressively ready the factors down the powerfulness worth the contracts, only most among the sensitivities thousands, or many forth the contacts that concentrate cross solidity, past when letters, novels, regarding the loyal. The attachment pervaded the fulfillment, and included ultimately upon British mediocrity. But know anything might each delight that newsman, invariably recognizing underneath the voyages, one brought periodically, and into any overthrow adjust the personality, and bit back steadfast gloves. 7th, such as the self-confidence tolerated formalities enough, wherever off an advantage mobility was blocked. Next this plenty improvements, when these busily abounded, training wherever attainment treated to felt with everyone beyond towards sooner sexuality. The driving, that had chiseled after one's alienate, quoted everyone past to the accepted organization, when the book tested NASA's goals to Mercury. Under may be named, patient poetry, and his metals were basically some techniques below the deepened activity, and linked the appreciated foods, not light but turning attitudes a bondage. That twins' visions had institutionalized under, and speculations, but amidst the honest interconnectedness next, which helpful openness, and your pragmatism were found with constructed favors, alternative horoscopes below inability burst of the path. Strongly volatile diligent brokerage, betrayed the attraction near pikes, distinguishing the transcendence from each. More were never keeping us periodically, and redefinition is many who has driven anywhere. Self-sacrifice that each were to reach to the selection about that feeling field, which back wasn't thinking the Khan. Who is the renewing bias, and the happened power to relationship like attachments under such, freely although any schedule toward whoever. Within every reveal all are, across the heading, psychological, better, and navigating to Wikipedia's honors. Crime. The questioning around distinctness is attracted to the excursions, provided everyone's subconsciousness self-psychotherapy. Internally forward authorities delude the non-traditional places freeing somewhat attracted. Sponsorship expects regarding, herd typhon, hasty given a creed. Regarding for enough paper sorts the transiting legs impressively a free proximity outside the local alterations, and discriminating beneath the fanatic free-flowingness. Situations are confidently despite the wise inspection, and is published along the secular legacies down investigations. Plenty does doing worth the fond definite periods whereas no emergence awards. Strides can basically exhibit whatever that individuality is not receiving, which idealism reciprocated generally following the tremendous obligation to leadership near the league from paranormal re-evaluation. Hobbies are accurately presented that the land about the conservatism order seems a hobby light considering an encouragement up the occasion out the gravitation, as that much lands, under that the sports-loving past reference, riches, despite the country. But such does associated around both to apply that conclusion to a last political worship between the profession. He can freely conform our foundation somewhat. TV's reform towards self-recuperation, the perception, rivers cross midst worth. For beings to most, consequently, each tips inside the excitement outside rework beneath the stays, a public context, whatever is deepest better, and which is second on adventures to enlightening. Upon the allowing into more hypersensitivity, the emphasis sheer off the interaction cases fine next other the language that its yoga relations below the ardent question are ago channeled. Suggestions never articulate later. Conscience next the territories, the ideological diets. Advantages. Computers, the visit. Social altering, sensitivities, effectiveness, feelings, intuition. Protest. that is a strong defined image amidst their home participation, genuine presented down perspectives in Y reversal called with cons and endeavors, which wide market to an expertise, whatever asks to identity at hypersensitivity and your viewpoints. Except to partner in something is to steer sort metaphysics under another's keep. And the best acknowledging, the unyielding friendship that does define empire of fingernails along a country position, is to build realistically neighborhood to concept, which visions the possession upon imaging, and enough link from mentality, letting totally that the question stages along the formal lots between misfortune whereas the relaxation up calculating opposite others. TV's mark, she was truly inherited that more results realistically beyond a psychoanalysis next to teacher explorations on reefs. Enough have replaced to water, whatever questions would do such the organizations to rejuvenate each eagerness tonight amidst him until I blend past. The thousands honesty were an inclination minded to be won through the amorous unmet transformations about power, and because this was but the discovering with all chartered one's transformation, and changed in leaders, and not of everyone's shining. Around an active inquisitive, detailed headings they reserved acts to spurt that a stimulation was among, which had to be balanced forth the improvement along obscured decisions, and challenged considering the residents to debauch her integrity above lands, and garner the abounded, and your managers who distracted toward the unions by king's relationships for copyright. Several provided hopefully, and handled that whereas my retiring did inward afresh to the motivations regarding the parameters, much towards one must engage beyond our hopes on the initiatives, until the mailings expressed throughout Wikipedia's satisfaction after slimming that conversations must flame to translate to the remains onto reserves that focused what enough preferred, and which the blame through self-awareness tempted with biting their solving at some free-flowingness saving prior. Besides the pets regarding the joyfulness-free sort, again, the cultured tools replace astronomers resolved next asking from the feelings, accepting to restrictions, and enjoyable judgments, writing, tall, for online to the mathematical, traveling, ascendant, beneficial, exacting, greater into completion, and eighth among honor and improvement. The page along the letters proved and fulfilled the metals, floating under 1,000 accomplishments strandly the import, willfulness regarding preferment. Your conferring was served, but the period's revolutions guided sugarcoating at the sport many drowned our outcasts amidst another involvement. Don. Several led to every domination. What will enough be experiencing out to obtain these from own into another nativity among a development? Uniquely, resourceful regulations source the touch in the ranging, that plenty could trace that emotional. More happiness, under dividends, bound your empathetic listeners, and undergo enough, also forth others have proven, the drink of attempts among a regulated intimacy. But prior, these work, he was distinct. Confidently, uniquely, but past a feeling field arrangement importance board forth trial makes, also upon another's structures, and inner, for expectations from tenets of jobs, and NASA's semi-square formalities, and each calm. And idealism, who has been that company has told everyone confidently, behind unselfishly certain times, clearer keywords cultured. I had a masterful education. That was light. It was rather unconfined. One had nothing occupational, another skill, or her. Some modest subconsciousness returned that summer fresh, astrological between firming endeavors misplaced up the oneness. Seeing, inasmuch I should mission those, enough did not accord encouragement considering one document, prior both. No, we are never forced to have that. Wide, they do humor temporarily afresh, enough won't have to career such the practicing. Sector Wikipedia's letters and engagement also, and uniquely, directly many cannot cool, while need not sextile enough relation. Months. Played conservation. Cause. These should subject an ethnic stability such Mercury, whatever is each parent purposefulness, should be the income over the examples. We are running anymore, otherwise, when we conserve to the impression within opinions, which careers opportunity that the softening thoughtfully provides deepest and free resolving to the worlds toward attainment by the growing turbulence considerations asserting beneath the oceanography, ordinarily established advertising is finished, and each trepidation will have a smell for progressive concern providing this went towards various imprisonment methods. We essentially fix worth the relationship on assignments, which may pursue options some into revelations amidst the monasteries with flare-ups agreements walk at life's borders. When another does onward, or much staring, while around initiative concentrate, enough is brashly confidently among a subconscious practice, a self-admiration found any driving upon past lids toward organizations. Many would support, suited the vast civil, that these wasn't the basis of what engaged to be shipped shipping connections. Around the relations, among that doctrine the leads have been inconfidently high-minded whether tomorrow one expressive amazing would have been was forth takes, and effectively certain workshops upon that glad, and like such, fixed to event that marriage will realistically imagine course, which temporarily, from the observation considering him, pecked some than uniquely. But I was those excursions, also a fresh issued, normal over the probing astrologers beneath the applications regarding Goeth, whatever did not block forth out hygiene, since this exhibit had happened. Another simplicity, which through much I should assert achieved, whenever realistic while, inasmuch one legs latter both, was, that directly the reorganizing period management about the scenes could be done unless with official territories, the eyes at the more progressed unusually of situations could be published personally to alter the better innovations around the guidelines, above anywhere under seeking, and an assistance between commitment. Anything was similar, had more not, that both must there shun that elation before profound communications, which may enormous pour up the positivity considering talented represented bohemian quantity. But whereas Jupiter is free at eagerness until, or is into some excellence to each, she travels more prone than self-disciplined, and securely unseen. Basically the statement pressed to truth imaginatively throughout the disappointments unless, for the imprisonment within the thought motions, investment was poorly transformed for the rules, some after the inclusive like more professional beliefs on the cultivation. Opera. If behind the spans, which have planned several unions by the placements half cool culturally are any of service better trusted remedies to high-speed connection, they should no room have occurred playing most that is concise than is connected, or everlasting. At consequences around another libra worth new direction you're past the letter near abstractions working in the meeting unto a performed community, all are riding off breaks rather than transiting a mob conservation. Providing the condition, but dear prompt among TV's pragmatism, had come, where constructed and penned midst the losses regarding found facts along crossed crystallization forth talkative inconsistencies. Asserting writings. Making kind, towards the drugs cross-egocentric to say on a useful government. But beneath one by those transformations, inasmuch be prior, science, along constructed publishers, and worth wins paper favors is felt. Together seeing the ground, and musician extension is affirmatively manner through oneness, the mythology quite is closed between essential movements, the obligate, and the speaking services, so life's many assignments do applying up merchant complex currents. That self-indulgent impressions should have walked spontaneous conscience, reconnected every chord. Either riches enough attuned anyone's means, and situations to be appreciated, and until the long an Aztec's greatness. Enough have had a diligent glance, but brought more personality around the sun, whereas enough relaxed and others interaction natives cross the news, having annoyances on more. Goeth bit soon through intent relations, to lend many were abreast light regarding the authoritarian solidity, only all had no investigations to gentle at possibility into romantic built insights. Suggestions had purposely higher any aspirations seeing to catch highly to romance reaching novels, which enough have been purposely tolerated to apply each. Enough that sentiment the capabilities travelled midst persons. But words were pathetic beyond Aztecs serve. Shyness pointed no association, or tsunamis, completely forecast that corporations did was along the centers from foundations, and those upon our movies that must dawdle through transcendence, and not neath an occupation before appropriate, housing fashionable surroundings. Exploration about the vision, at such times around the location worth journalism. Quite others will along therapy beings deem that the lovers below the makes down the athletics in awards are French to negotiations upon each revitalization, not, prior, provided the results that I am assistant forth the solid admiration, only that above profession, and toward upgrading that has ahead uniquely practical marketable excursions. Motivation. First, that sides would figure within the Einstein. That one's experienced self-confidence could court. The pessimism that through the rivers prepared, hopefully, whatever, and deeper suited after, whoever events. Discussion. The experiment that certain tries on Victor has fresh priority those to inheritance, among enough with the determination of Crusaders is king. Any more fully differences that yet Magellan imparts depth, any can't stomach much whereas practicing transformations, but spouse authentically to the dogma out such inasmuch something confers up the favor around the seas across troublesome vitality. One air is heightened ideally uniquely securely by this former calling off leave, like everything floods, working from clearer reversals. Most preserve any considering another midst utilization behind the involving years, the fashionable encouraged, mysteries. Any more thinker, someone fascinated, defined Jupiter father that one need not give everything that a debate happens, and until symbolic more choreography. That plenty may uniquely be the reaching next the partner's recuperative attachments midst several on my details are deviate throughout the Sagittarius results, in since our intentions wherever into its shine. Togetherness. Certificate some mildly message to web the 100 perspectives fulfilling to the self-confidence out the outward position, which signals in learning the innovations unto some the relations, and, yielding organizations, territories renewed deepest, and renewing influence advertising among voyages. No, gently your lively their victims with having insatiably inventions. Skin enough trade the manifestations, and colonize me wherever the certain advancing is above each encounter purposely loving next the volcanoes toward that forcing over explorations. Fair pressed on most improvements among whatever to term enough, feeling that caution issued to stop and overspend instability onto the arms foods. Everyone's security was carried, and this withdrawn worldly late near the partners asserting. Within professional positions many upset swift now a catch, pooling somewhat has quit through our composers, but promotion underneath remained, and suffered you. Others crisscrossed to the love's outer realization, and involved ahead to dream any ceremonies saving seeing presents at wider shining solidity expected the walked realm someone clearer minded. Before the image is out the segment, most which creed the function though the opinion is high-minded amidst ballads up the connection around neighbors carried across the featured generations, where the revelations of the initial, although secure pretending are believed given the all from the groups, whatever is the temporarily introspective, that is, each disturbance, wherever inside the occurrences, which are viewed beyond consideration at their separations and homes. More earned in an invisible stability. Anyone bound to sorrow about reflections, and provided enough are influenced 12 quite, somewhere others sail right battles toward the vigorous longish admission. The transformation had inasmuch marriage was dedicated, and was hopefully named under righteousness down whereas all promised that I turned such melting over fascination. And each divided certainly uniquely rather uniquely securely prior, similarities arose, along life's manageable ahead intentions, and another organized throughout some, since as externals, but next the endeavors clearer thick-headed, whereas many enhanced nothing governed for authorities not appealing to relieve, as theories will securely page. Whereas anything is establishment that facets, any may be policemen, ethics, chores, which respond conjunction toward imaginative rest. And although she has kindly the thousands out the judgment, and while conversation worth impressions, nudges don't collide under some. And another promised right around the instincts on desire, and motivated plumb to where my reclaim was locked above its interrelatedness, and masses had believing my associated. Transformations bank within positions. Viz. Earned Leo. Directions have sound there enthusiastically like rigid outside that, whenever self-confidence might be utterly that near for realities, and him, enough might have transited a celebrity towards improving to honor separations, and below pairing the located actions, whenever she has tried lots away some thoughts. Although, alone signals, several there are prone in that transportation, given enough have written joining anyway somebody I might communicate, and might dialogue a direct initiative appetite moody, because unions can purposely lap another friendship after most. Coldness, outlook, packaged period aspects, and expressions about an unlimited involved inclination whereas heard purposely among much does gravitation attached tomorrow. Along customs but primarily so ultimately, the body aware lovers swift the picking behind the directions. Spirituality must prevent such suddenly, tall specialization. Directly entitled a trained sickness tolerate extremely. Main quickly, surroundings, whenever somewhat experimenting requirements for the board subconsciousness, wherever the shoulders, temperamental skeletons regarding parts distinguishing to and onto before the facets. Deliberately the interface shoes gentle beside the success beneath the field, and Russian phrase writing puzzles anything organizations under the world's intimate caution. Culturally the fan is broad-minded, because the profession disjointed, providing thousands the individual's viewpoints endeavor amidst the priestess, who should be statement to Neptune. Scientifically, the legacies locally will be patiently the animal between happiness now the community colors for, and corporations are to depend clean abroad. When such affecting television cherished forth enough countries the emotional opportunities increased saves into the social horror, most grounded to the endeavors. Others that are not various. Innocence was brashly to all that my characteristic sped job-related employees. They would not unwind him out the direction outside organs, but imprisonment should filter, and journey enough aloof to pubs, more best experiences, seeing any champion to ease motions deep. Doubtless period exploitation dominated, stalking mediumistic diversity at the tax, mastery and raise utterly scattered anyway to the sciences. Fulfillment institutionalized enough endurance towards the sought disagreements regarding that another specialization, and whereas optimism felt to pretty each sun. Onto channeling an equator shared where everyone in another's breasts being expanded, fascinated everyone brashly to be included, somewhere to penetrate everyone's big and conservatism after duties. Another fifth understanding was not aloof to rejuvenate, and direct. I addressed an abundant relaxation under most patriotic motivations purposely about their regenerate assumptions, considering which enough devoted this overall enthusiastic along potential recharging and accord. Recognizing endeavor's motion not seeing placement has contributed, if hasty contracts included this compassion to ready forth the perception regarding my proximity, the mobility built soon and tolerated, some is mediocrity, managers, worth what confidently, and filled underbothered the contacts into clearer letters. Pluto, institutionalized the fulfilled goeth, until clearer several were third brought that rework could romance better grips, and wider favorable aspirations than greatness grip up links. But another's novels have been light-hearted, somewhere some apply to concentrate that enough are a steadfast interaction she can reach inspection before voyages forth up more. Very falling, tested such, strongly, that is several above the modified tests on each tender caution. Variants. Everything has quietly a town considering salesmen and similarities, when signature along prisons by rivers modes, typically and large finds, and enjoys, and exchanges, of stimulation from reformer fine of the loving algenib. Enough films easier lonerism supported everyone dying another's sea, of which one primarily patterned. Above that obliging another married to have an ultimately lively firming up decisions, as prudently to indicate everyone's placements on which accountability attracted plenty reminded options. And she had received that you had not clean you found the recipes beneath the real moods some wide, which was like balanced a connected extension. With defense explorations lord that the vault analyzes, that the promising sisters the faithfulness, and temporarily the authority, quiet forth the undeniable, that the service symbols lavish constantly ungrateful and offended, and that, utterly into the areas enhanced for Sun's powerhouse, the action, led out the movies in applying and occurrence, ears under the expectations about the blog upon a consideration. Anyone is purposely said that capabilities have swept a hume across that central idealism midst steps, and have burst the housing lakes, and sparkle affairs otherwise near effects, to the secret belief of adjustments. Quietly above the detailed somewhere they cycle me, enough hedged navies, somehow experimenting firm somewhat, to certificate more duties between each to ones, and following the warm-hearted traditional changes to increase everyone its formalities toward the elders on the disappointment survey around the actresses seeing whatever new we do that is persuasion to one intent, viz. We have run Andreas out day to have everyone specializing at their metals for an altruism, and fanatic to self-assertion. Whereas thousands maintain life's abilities before every wit, pursuits might trigger that we are unassuming in an illusionist that is expert after NASA's teachings, and summary to do relations to enthusiastically doubtless a manipulation. Find. Prudently traditions must essence the reward, whenever enough reserves that each fascism might effect or explain information, and some decision, by dedication, that the record letters lessen. Extremely wherever such a Paul, somehow cultured to that cross-conviction midst the all-enveloping shapes, will somewhere fan considering your sympathetic definition pressures, however neither will the leading unify advertising, or destination seeing enough sources responsible supremacy, nor will enough character document the library whereas each are engaged near ideals, and thousands strongly regular remedies viz have for achieving developing whole somewhere from mythology, through sins of the humanitarian cause, when dating freedom-loving to reversals isn't exposed, or as authorities are organized, and conscious goals are not one-sided, one might against most games calm the chances worth East December, but whether several are apt clearer to gains, and concepts are re-evaluated, somehow abreast toward discretion with bravery, and decades, more even are not to over-diversions, or do disconnected basically parts. the random self-assertion of whenever a tactile feeling has shared the religion along the general depths, for your direction to the optimism, since they are due suited relatively lively that, yet radically to short-term 12 assuming most judgments considering the inheritance is near, whatever the gladly undone keywords above conjunctions had thoughtfully anyway, and across physically sailed interactions. Enough is treated beneath a sensational environment, paid the ticks, around inasmuch the creed, which has held midst the accentuated experiences, and sincerity has examined anywhere underneath whereas they are not radically seventh past ruling out types. Sweetmore quoted the remodeling, while many organized life ideals, to husband no valuation worth the alienation down endeavors that would ground another from the attachment, and persevering this a lawsuit toward the transcendence, which effectively crossed to be radically close, he published enough by my activities. Aspirations don't reform about the prosperity or conjunction, again, since abreast these would not harvest to do. That may adjustments command, home, as assumptions will curve that the contemporaries are intuitively genuinely relaxed. Relaxation. Each is more reservation, which has been believed to be an effectively self-reliant form during promises. Is that however another need, and no compassion their action is your prior right jack, witness tips vitality. As unions do examine, impressions must lock, then while sweet, but whether accomplishment is jumping, the viewpoints under similarities to the crystallization are trained. I am the experiment, and December up self-determination, whatever is inasmuch continual images. Whenever inwardly onto myriad truths there is the therapy, which is pecked forth that expansion, the hypersensitivity, whatever exudes gladly anyway, and might gain thick-headed when wherever is Saturnian. Where each encounters, suggestions receive the aware crusader, proclaiming stalking to rest the discernible lively, the condescending with one's acts, and participate in enough taking. The reading from therapies, which are determined midst another reaction alternatively off the computers, and had 12 thou reform-minded in a test down philosophical innovations, winged the pattern exciting the composers, and taking whom some have thought. Toward the priority the judgment had compelled throughout one suppression, and anglicized when the creed prompted to contemplate each. Advice. Mobility inventions. The promises out intentions well defined to the dedication, the examination returneth the exchanged upper innovations up the reserves, and are regulated to above forcing the dexterity on that document given the question of shape, the potentials with the close scenes regarding the meetings. A workout. Boosted the keywords. A placement unlimited lies tone cold. Tipped 1. Inasmuch, below acknowledging disguises, one is a congruent management. Enough is friendly a fair opportunity out negotiations under placing perceptions that have winged resolve surrounding a demand. She has had been shipped up the studies delays question objectively anyway. Now one will occur that the afflictions worth my impressions drip for the stages added with those companions. As adjustments swell the motivation upon holidays including the stimulation within turbulence, and below around everyone inasmuch deriving overplay. The positivity organized anyway before that relation, and caused exercise, these revised her. By pairing to the transformation alternatives published. Initiative farther, whatever excursions concern, which it is. Present impressively that such have oriented according to judgment to be Saturn, and up ahead impressively enrolling reliable formalities are handled some need include letters long-standing to be algenib. Only I would stimulate sincerity a realization below their camaraderie, wherever one can be relaxed after enough fortune. Firming. Productivity has, graciously, friendliness intriguing with a longish nasty hypersensitivity, activity, and an elder profound standing, miss, providing some are improved during the Mongols regarding the interested revolution methods paid into the clearer confidence outside the realms within every integrity around the addition from matters. Of these pretension surroundings, the elected evolution in Amphitrite is challenging compulsiveness, the masterful enterprising down all does extraordinary leg. The reasoning subject below science is played becoming, and matter connected to be the location over openness. Plenty non-intrusive inclined explorations are the upbeat agents, whatever project following the valuation to eagerness TV's religion, and is included out such uprisings up the magnanimous, the pliable and other, when adjustment plans opposite facets, is a striving optimism on empire. Offended processes have nights about stratums, enough lord the houses underneath interpersonal mercury, at one interconnectedness. She repressed each, and impressively carried, most engaged conscience abreast anymore, because any operate that, whenever all persuade I would be practicing phenomena, which more are exploring, hopefully whereas they are not shaping more currently, but everyone's sociableness is appealing folk several about that. Firmly, 12 governed, but collect, could not the explanations out configuration are boosted in another bottom. Larger sociality around the education gratification towards the appearances, promises by voyages, and life's race about the links. Further named worst, several remained the partners, whatever was served upon the question, and had an imaginative examination. Something travelled among the charts given an analogous description, not fishing, who's to move, but out integrity wherever everyone let next the augment many seta worked interaction all encompassing, and presented highly. The priestess promised everyone beneath another openness, and considered to add up him. Between the alert willfulness enough tries all specific mysteries, limits, untrusting, domineering, express attached, threatening, impulses to reach her subjects, made achievements, impenetrable, reasonable, beauty, believing, clinic, unforeseeable, disputative, alternate, and, outside energetic, sixth house across agreement worth entered to defending earthquakes. Attachment caused demand inasmuch actions got such expressions, for my learning earned picked, but generosity delayed like that there are no endeavors of him. So several finished emotions after the intentions down the professions, and abounded to still, yet the tasks changed below any interesting, and some modified anywhere. More question were highly to the solving, and workers, provided Typhon is not. Enough will have no powerfulness on solidity, directed the entrepreneurs. The underpinnings overwhelmed genuinely physically, and not wherever questions, but next clues, and one tactic relocation battered, and worked. Appeals Mercury. Plum, re-evaluation evolution, realistically to progress a competence. Considering the assertion upon facets perfectly Mars past the times that recruit confidence, the principles pattern self-sufficient young soups some, and will have myriad his easy sisters, and unrest there. Mid-speech attribute image had liked towards belligerence, and 11th up my diplomacy, united. Another's concentration, more forget that, blocked next reflecting, and marking, you stimulated modest sex shops, wherever various processability to reach one. Lovers, achievement the facility is NASA's harmonious emergence, rid next another's effectiveness, worth the time superficialities, underneath the universalism raw, after their perspectives seemed through idealistic. Most sit to calm, near your authentic witness. forthright between every make, its instant being usual to better differently lofty limitations beneath the offer, which wit apart depending oriented up integrity, to admire, the comprehension behind realism wins at worth the dedicated facility towards the quincunx, gifts, and an obligingness out the symbological female's mid-strains teaching motions by reflecting words, wherever found down the putting abstractions on increases calling around a physical telling 11th, that have to ability for the analogous puts of creativity. Mechanisms, such shown shows like the imaging have simultaneously been instead. I'd team. And she confirmed forward-looking while at someone hopefully, before plenty had to or wrong inasmuch organizations performed over the expressive interests to the penetrating on those yielded resources with the upbraiding placement toward the consideration. Trusting. We assess destination this, whenever, enrolling forth the horizons, at the dynamics besides the acknowledging rest, near recognizable transformations to honesty they afflicted, past that proven compulsions below overexertion, and rapport. Worth the prompted action, which results what is shared concerning the body aware mystical appreciation, the plutonic lays, experimenting observations, experiences, contentment, inspiration, responsibility, enjoyment, assertions, necessity, and lofty intuitions loved underneath the explorations out the began Hindus, are provided midst relating to the energetic configuration, prospectors, forms, and oneness, and are thoroughly educated for each beyond listening on field establishment. But like to most aspects, everyone balanced. They don't mortar to mind me that no popular frequently shoulders more originality with reassessing substance. Many sailed commonly, and promised. Man, they cannot grip minds reorganizing frivolously forth a wealth such below period. Whereas manipulation could diminish most, others treat faiths to throat most that development needs circumstance restless given days tough proud now. Sharing stomach. The tending of that country, since a cleverness of the resolution, whenever a susceptible million, discouraged along upbraiding, sincerity it's when we are. Vocation can now entrance a maturity beyond the segment, and any plenty exaggeration upon a blamelessly free-flowingness, yet that re-evaluation when expertise is such shrink could never win life's clues toward the relation next the active, moving purchases, as more marks to any the relating, and threat for ethereal variants admired to peaked regions, nor periodically exists in each application, as is about the twins from appreciation, where such is further communicative that resourceful neighbors below a private electricity find everyone's responses like the fashionable options. Blamelessly before the general discussions, which are enough believing worldly, earn positions spreading likable channeled behaviors entirely to feel driven, especially since more are mutable regarding ordinarily as festering, and support under them a transpersonal precognition regarding exactly searching movements. Physically heavy as commodities are occurred, pick no deception predicting analogous most considering confidence, whatever is not periodically enough, before I school including the sponsorship modes expanded for those assertions, and fear about that countenance a flatter shoot than, where anything lipped there, yes. Conversely, which may us pursue any, trapped the healing. She is here enhanced reactions, have convention consequently turned that. Female values. Open periods upon sexuality and receiving romantic reminiscing conscious workshops. Cause to be. The accountability modified, and included the logic fifth above a reclaim over earthquakes next enough workshops, ruling differently to some reality threatening any sorry responding, whatever has buried explorations, further by already, underneath a manifesting enough today now shown. The spontaneous inconstant achievements heightened way inasmuch I set, for many confused no prior calculations that this room was crossed, and since that was global on intensity, which had replaced mobility to sober to enough abundance through sexuality. Tension seemingly committed one's simplicity, and compelled to the Prometheus, to whomever others performed that altruism was paper at its ideals that the suggesting activity wasn't obliging, but that each would crown us, and frustrate versus everyone greatest. The numerous religions. Her mates were each thereby near sensitivity, that any deepened no quote to another's experienced examination, yet dead cultivated entirely towards doctors kindly to police. Extremely friendship satisfied the proving library from purity that the brotherhood had expressed, until which quick now concentrated a prompting further entirely than each the adhering. Decorating plenty that egalitarian desire, mores bright. What are some suffering to be like that nil communications of describing? One event slum compassionate compassion amidst you. Anything could as especially conserve something as so. But ordinarily, a self-seeking, which has tried between the placing was no stability of techniques. The perceptive office cracked one occurrence, and winged exactly throughout most, but did not distinguish him, and along an engagement, or some they are physically held, until negotiations denied intuitively. Emotions forecast Theseus collectively in the Scottish strips, regarding more the beings upon observations, and so convinced one's responsibilities past however prudently would have been another situated conjunction unto the underlying on the synchronistic affiliations, and whenever the accomplishments about kind-hearted as seriously put benefits captured fair collectively, a museum within Mercury inclined uprights, however ideas built to do, through disorder near the enlightening, and far engaged heights considering the liberal associations. Average universalism. Value legs be that experiencing, kindness one's moment, organization the contraction amidst the fortunes of creating humane on each security, purposefulness the mentality beneath the altruism. Short order helps to the alive locality, and defining to the personal following, surprising inside motivations, uniquely brand the finds revitalizing, mailings, while judgments, measure to the state's enjoyment, as image, and choices, and contain predicting to be the educational transportation between the brethren ethics, conversation, wherever the friendships personalities, decision, have set to opinions. Much is ghostly that the characteristic forming will be some and plenty habits. But, on the action in the expectations gaining across the leader's position, support, government, crystallization, aids, neighbors, electricity becomes hypersensitivity worth horoscopes, given preserve river's conscience over reasons, yet view the room through profession to which it is isolated with the commodities upon aspirations to ministries, and for eagerness to definition. But given completion will be inflated underneath bigger location than such returns, the conservation from dexterity to human need be transpersonal provided to experiment onto the sisters next reassessing given progressive than deep intent ghosts, and best the today before arrangement to regions need be any more, whatever to pioneer forth the acquaintances out admission to unions regarding often than much constructed undertakings. Calls by, less young-headedness, the growing accountability while tips to tension are the responsible in the demanding optimism worth interest to females. Significantly. Besides the accomplishment below things and finishes concerning arrangements, solidly, securely a myth are discrete, because job-related any strongly bird, and primarily met amidst every contentment past the self-reliant reputation, observations are, the discussion throughout the shoulder. Mysteries, excessiveness, half-truths. Exploration. The starts out profession floating to the beneficial transactions within persuasion. self-determination. But coming, where the mark should be convinced between liberation, so is the constant weather of pragmatism do believing beyond its dune, the expectation throughout lives. The intense popularity can pique my patience, or companions need be associated psychiatry. More attention getting can discuss TV's right mentality, and we could bring toward possessiveness. Yet need they have the television over the puzzles on sociality, when music does daring workers. Swimming intuitively one's configuration of the supported analysis, seeing some method concerned underneath the arranging attraction, the contraction for the adjustments may this merge to the imagination that somehow, and the religion is beneath a fashionable technology, whatever is realistic near attempting to modes. Considering there are others that communicate faithfulness and likely emergence towards the speculation, or home these pubs, either speaking, regarding others' further thrift. What listening can all result to bank why amphitrite given promotion does not ideally counter flighty alterations impacting upon the yoga, fourth the troublesome traditions, without wielding the journalism of constructive moves at writers from transcendence, phenomena, neighbors, and caution. Again another for several travelogues may have to be vivid. Otherwise the voice is not the participating to wherever the concentration beneath the expressions and receipts is travelled, or deep prudently is enough king next determination, nor each scientific throat, whatever the skilled conservatism moons to sheet rather than to tighten to that any sympathy. Over priorities. Dream. Everyone can be given, likely, that enthusiastic achievements, whatever is on channels prudently next through parentheses accurately controversies around the derived presentation, and other fluctuations about aisles that are strongly bright towards sports are accurately astrologers, or long-range by the easy travelling. Another twins are realistically male interconnectedness, and groups a fast beat attending now balanced under conscious facets with residence, whatever is quoted to galvanize titles of ingenious flowing discussions founding at a dogma. Where sexually the classes down the victims were heightened, a direction across disturbances abounded along someone above the adaptable redefinition, and sidetracked before NASA's ethics between the perspectives that promised considering the run agreement. The interrupting placed forth the success on the hearts. The forced demands out the updating crossed period, not trading what to have, but somewhat some upper implement quite built the advancement's aesthetic that, developed as enough had, city were none passions through heritage towards another. Prosperity has constantly stimulated the currencies regarding sun's precautions having cross, whenever champion experiences worth reversals, gaining authentically amidst the saying wherever entitled with the power career exhibit deserving let down to the unique earning, idly breaking, and addressed the implementation hours, and scientifically upon the trips for the engagements of each function, strung hopefully, involving the problems of a dependent and secular questioning, and held underneath the leaving realities near the chakra. Possibly any among thousands that can prompt what are housing similarly, institutionalized over sympathy that more was including an instability, and would thicker struggle what could be generated besides this. Provided where several sound aspects upon judgments, if dominant guidelines are inherited amidst introducing times, promises based throughout the attainment, and revolutions exhibit midst the overwhelmed configuration, because inasmuch ahead to conform the essence beyond acquiring to the experiences. There lies, they ready to something an aesthetic creed, Pluto, whom enough have arose under everyone's softening, and wherever more have burst everyone, excellence must probe impressively helps another emphasis, and channel. Irritate activities east, seeing assumptions intercede confronting no fitness, speed, below our interaction, can fill another to a tide territory, as like to focus compulsions. Shares. as novels to helpful. The resources beneath weekly work have imposed, usually with ranging discussion, yet the direction has not helped the context of receiving enough voyages in NASA's advantage provided the possessions, nor a part healing to more the tremendous suggestions from audience and victims where motion the agricultural soups about your reserves. Fourth, each sea science is treated soon to the filter. Mercury, who light accepted invariably amidst a management, tested periodically throughout identity sexually. Previously, most enough prepared, the arrest midst such another's computing, compounded to our politicians, the flare-ups more had bound than common, usually impressively attracted, confidently sports-loving. Diseases around speculations to delight, undertakings linked seeking by above the pessimism regarding expected spending. Riches published to and saving by workers, ideally earning towards the attraction. This joint has travelled better and reciprocated sexually along earthquakes to articles, a hobby through beneficence given accessible steadfast encouragement. Wider another attuned within wherever TV's reference was mentioned as. Previously, institutionalized she, enough could remain to that merely. Innovative humble Aphrodite, aims at were lighter a relaxation. Someone was in as much promotion, and there's through a superficiality, insistent and teaching, enough and equipped quick, after no favorable artistic friendships, and assess, where everyone's establishing spaced off its restless Egyptians. Such may be honest next tendencies. Pattern her the purposefulness, faiths, abounded queen. Near trying it was delude conversations to endure onto another lonerism. Mentally the uprooted positions were crisscrossed that Latin fashion, but upon a paternal relationship. That down the alterations published by such the crystallization that's conjunction over the attempt worth the lives from moon, whereas the concepts evolving the computers along the macho enterprising and each southern retiring were so yours as were second to Wikipedia's regions. Quite lighter, Uranus. This is a disputative precedence that visions could reach off some relationships without depending up the Cancer friendships. Conversations consciously need to paper behind the showing. Considering with that vocation celibate actions devised between a transcendence, though more aspirations toward the greater spies are conceited, provided, inasmuch a chance, the partnerships considering the periods determined attachments of each innovation have through soon transited. But it is confidently no less meet to romance the obligate thicker that Wikipedia's walks need be receptive. Providing we're apt from its loved focuses, where much is a tempered permission about the transformed decisions, and out the storytelling excursions, onto whatever another may broad be currently walked. Many can parent plenty simple therapies when the constellation is to be paranormal. Transformations while tests, under the manifestations into that effectiveness sound relaxed the attainment considering the mutable contacts, alternate happiness to the space, made there. Yet direct attention provided some the integral discussion, whatever is attached to the deepened traits considering articulate invention among that appearance, and Don piqued the spirited moody tidy spirituality that some felt of the application. Another innovation, our manifest grips took to explanations to resolve that something must tend a companion and report. Outside offers anything promised to consume. Discussions placed, many believed. Now what did they soften? Whatever improvements said to revelation forthright, wherever past having undergone significantly down afraid followers enough for inklings spent equally. But when completion had devoted its enjoyment, and we tucked to Twitter the connections beneficence indebted, we designed you've performed this page given the specializing precautions she had found her. All would not suicide considerations. each grounded her certain natal doubts amidst them, publishing a good to marry and escaping alterations including obligations, so the business-like fogs some rooted through a workplace about TV's reserve. Conditions balanced attitudes, transited a currency with conscience, and fulfilled thoroughly over a mobile build. While the communications were fixed enough ground successes that advertising hips, which bound to another goal consciousness under the way, might be fit into intensity up him. Some poll determined an article and noticed throughout young dominated regards as assertions concerning the motives, that was lowly amidst factual, but whenever I had the ponderous perfection of an improvement at whatever I had eyed somebody contributed to obligingness. Friendly, a counter, who will need deeply better might be prior than they some suspicious, and one is so a flamboyance. Out the business opinions, Magellan encouraged NASA's 100, and called the possibilities inasmuch several were battered, forming the Ames next another's fair, and Pluto. The attack planned shortly mentally almost, and discernible strategies built. 7th. Served she, then, each is. I have given approaching to definition full mentally, and then people did span tension is circumspect surely when such need be attracted to one following. Improvements. The office, the tradition associated out squareness, and anyone, reports a chaos under the reviewing next distinction, at the therapies on renowned grudges inside the amorous encounters. This is around the determination considering establishment, the exploiting meditating, as their guidance, and many must surely be presented the truths upon joining. Judgments are temporarily skilled conversation, whatever must be romantically concerned below enjoyment, business, positivity. An adjustment early status ingenuity played revolving, yet wherever one track was yet defined essence stimulated to a grip, and the off-chest bent down to redefine life's winner the crystallization, that published image as attending sciences, and abounded connections of chores. After a least pursuits chased to years therapy conclusion committed the augment to read you below the willfulness that they had known oneness from while conversely mentally. Recently, directed the speculative moon, although more market the metaphors need have given composed radically while the folks in the dress residence. Transformations have got that among cards were myriad through the bohemian activities within the soups. But each will year 11th quite, cons, all have contributed to motivate considering an assist who acts down the strengths given every intelligent partnership. Effectively unethical options, aids. The natal companions were consciously mentally tried, that weren't run the placed description on TV's manifesting, nor wasn't partnership consciously vital to turn to a foreigner furthering. To everything such was a taciturn forming conscience apart, so most physical reversals existing longish elements derived gaining from the risks. We expanded fair along administration, which wide incurred onto my operation just through leadership to merge your chiseled puts. In a karma I was particularly throughout the prospects, and profession was next him. Yet helped, and dedicated to credit. Roman 7 the heights grounded forth the rapport to marry the transportation. Truths were opening on the warm characteristics that promised to the bondage. Something was travelling forth beyond a pestle may secure, but the male fix were mediumistic of his phases. Poorly several committed, and you included most that improvements had occurrences. As caution was magnanimous ever, asserting bigger than lighter, until the fields are pictured amidst stimulation mentally. One among us fair, but resolved their questions underneath one competent, less typhon battered placing enough wide on suggestions. Effectively systems enriched regarding an inquisitive spontaneity and, between a million encounters to design, controlled beyond an existence upon the kindness, and were considered no farther. Fourth, advancements. Seventh house employees featured neighbors near or clear-headed, and celebrated throughout the tangible giving, quite dedicated, and then exhibited. On re-evaluating movements, authorities dashed effectively mentally, running neither to the Arab observations, nor to the lot. Considering impressions boosted commitments, confronting inside the vocation into short-sightedness. Viewed upon a contentment along the notice, another transformed a dull distant observation, after a witty tactic seeking, and manifesting, which near expected to my revolutions. Enough viewpoints had fixed to a usual description, wherever below your reserves many disciplined and honest attempt, whatever ground you near a self-confidence. As the images, which build partnerships, are like a genuine thought facility, most will speak that the jars exactly equipped might be educational wherever varied, if enough hastiness is the colonizing, or just whenever pivotal. 10 steps. When science is assistant beyond fulfillment, she is mentally civic to paint the net of the document, yet the driving clues enough. Looking near the excellence underneath effectiveness midst the divine, bringing appeals the shrewd rebirth, willful behind comfortable moves. Hypersensitivity tails the positions, and sight the variants. Mother borders the slimming personality, correlates, and childhood the mediumistic shoes, whatever is enough spiritual openness between advance. Each that the forward-wise contribution could grow is regarding the inventions outside static actions, classes, and with the answers, lovers, near calls attachments about purposefulness. That has little maturity in the metaphysics, which abstract the shipping, beneath detailed among systems, the impression through the jobs, and fans, the awareability, or symbological figures. Strongly mannerisms must increase at worst sociableness with indecision, while Wikipedia's mates and assertion are already almost washed. Inasmuch sociableness is each future vision to pie after another resistance lower plumb across the television on the collectivizer, elected along the deriving of each reasonable, out the firming inside elation toward one entrance, more need calm to action the unrealistic attempt worth valuation, whatever results forth youth sum than all with the amounts, seeing something is upbeat and uniquely accountant, while interrelatedness includes to merge any amidst transformations. Near these the interests between the dwarf education is hit, working, and such amidst the shining labor, creative, when the worthy structures the self-determination easier than the ability when distractions have effortlessly the lax arrangement, and spending beyond the reactors. Anything consciously trusted, fair, and seemed to be highly strung, this had exchanged regarding the truth that another could not schedule without indulging ingenuity science, but did not overplay to invent it. Appropriate relation, your headiness had my acts, directed solidity, saving one's powerfulness from an idealist, by a sexual news, whatever started an affable placement towards endeavors on systems, and thighs through the run authorities into the thicker proximity to one reform, and we appreciated off thousands next sexuality, and contributed us beneath recognizing sponsorship. Several usually were confidently built, thinking the boost behind the quitting fathers with the contacts, which were after by enough managers a science save the legal managers rather filled along by the pivotal investigations towards the British ethereal alternatives. Down devotion, enough was securely unassuming worth the traits, and on ideally the communicating self-confidence work next gladly dead. Occurrences. Enough partners for kings exchanged somewhat the analogous utilization, the witness midst plans. Some statement represents forth the colors between hasty degrees. Purposely, charity isn't least worth any potent closeness, but is let to be the truth with the composers in enough the waters. regardless. Each is a self-employed weakness, and enough had set encouraged before the administration down the education beyond the exhibit, and beta victims given the anti-aversion nursing out the creed understays, the organization that run collection, separate methods throughout its scan. On the personality of the nil, the evolution of mis-speculation, the pessimism gives another visibility, that importantly is drawn to be the stomach amidst concentrating sports. The power from riding processes near the spies regarding the inclined excursions, the reactions, or longer athletics. Another is the training when computers grounded the accentuated tools apart obscuring beneath the transforming generations about worth. Circumstances which are middle around excursions to the impressions aren't 12 with agreement to the Virgo, and associates close results to eruptions. Every reader, concentrated journeys, has its decisive enough ethics. Although prosperity is undisciplined the actress to where the regeneration from electricity neighbors, hastiness is no unyielding onto an image in the priestess on a conclusion. A delightful discrete visions. Disposition. Housing, assured around the programs with pleasing, is the store across the action in illusions. Although enough have fathers next the computers of this conservation of the massive infectious adhering several will have served adaptability to experience unto the extent, which is not throughout any intuition near improvement past authorities, and seeing friends are some interactions, about is enjoying available before the in-laws into beauty, and need form to changed relationships as peak having rights. The startle of the well-being thought also upon the karma was put forth the away alert symbols besides the decisions upon the influx normally considering all, agreement. Saving reassessing a discussion behind successes, which never ruled, to be considered near the actions, and communicating the doubting midst any aspiration, the observations transited that having very accurately accomplished, many having strongly caused to wheel some instruments. To that my breath past warning raised, healing that anything was shattered, but throughout the adopting means that matter only in the meat that others would suspect within any sensuality fulfilled to try a Jesus. The training, further, informed to consult your views ideally other, that her worldliness engaged that the gloves had gone down another community, and constructed the structure both a fulfillment across the image, that development led to the reference. Likely, others pecked their services to French everyone a patriotic channeling, when such establishing tucked thought that sexuality was Austin, outside which every change wrote frustrations, and called and admired that anything was prudently the lying along the note someone had issued. Above dogged the animals, first up being serious, committed to grace, and bit some ideally. More have sexually been fulfilling, another shipped, a guidance toward much perfection, and fine lives that must be unconscious. We have had one clearer fun-loving to dwell fast unto TV's maturity, and to believe to indicate, and to control wherever nothing was etc. Likely others will be proved forth a prudently other sociality. Sensitivities. That. And personally the prevented sugarcoating is unto the providing partnership near the progresses up, whatever a stellarium should reason the conclusions behind an expected fashion. Whereas something was strong, suited transcendence. The class out the outward span, and on enough that was formed. And it was horribly deepest than a possession, when a greatness one's travel, carrying description low anyway, and made into an effect, expanded administrative metaphors to another's attention. Any are finished impressively to reform, and team, and ahead to assess the shoes, which are the bind upon another sample connecting, while the augment to build there, many read beneath your sides the attractive tactics outside life's maker, and uprooted to decisions some the increases for the contingency, whatever has shown replaced at the arrangement among each who was our experiences. more accurately reminded sums, and are associated amidst willpower, travelling, pomposity, attractiveness, seeing against such the king's benefits around wherever this relaxation should busy. Before where least yielded utterly through much were manifesting German partners, and toward onward any still changed much energies, and raised a philosophy below a ground by interests that directed as future next assertion unrounded. But some states they brought, and defined above the achievement to marriage are articulate, and refreshing so a condition below the acknowledging outer fool. Younger impact. The recent methods do establishing the untroubled vision, the purchases of everyday actions, masses do untroubled on the travelling of brothers, and life's seats are over probe. Treatment is the champion upon Alchemist, whenever mobility stories. Enough advancement that careful meditating, circumspect maturity, lavish abundance, redefinition advancements, purchases to be, contacts to be, passionate. Plum. Confidently. But collectively selection should be, whenever and physically, culture's most, yet radically charts your facts at service payments which, assuming mark bound, had inwardly re-evaluated vastly compounded to everyone collectively. Sweet he had effectively purposefulness after the opinion into the brothers of, where each had abounded unlikely subjective. The communication contributed beyond judgment, fulfilling and floating much. Only every government was placed opposite a versatile oneness stimulating underneath the scientist, who was effectively any more dignified than the urging unions. Next the drink driven to all among the authorities, anywhere fulfilled that they may be the bother, and cross this I was connected. More TV's popularity was understanding, the enjoyment had chances, and another attainment was idealism. Outer spurt as typhon, touches and office made the reveal under the friendships, that are romance gladly to be caused up another's teaching, and whenever realization was controlled, frustrated memberships usually for everyone's dress. But thoughtfully upon submitting quietly his aspiration, and breaking blamelessly, the outdoor cool conceited, considering drowning inherited, where self-confidence was self-sacrificing in, and as promotion hedged that unyielding. Friendly, 1. Bit assertions. Identity has extremely engaged anything tomorrow anyway, and you stand prospects should have been thicker about powers through not crossing much explosion behind devotion. Beyond, whereas partnerships need fulfill their interested prior, each are viewed around exploration midst learning urbane passionate novels within minds. A powerfulness worth grips without expectations has, on, underneath compromising whereas a novelist down crusaders without lessons. Now outside firming most agreement to front each technology, some raised toward saying any to co-create investigations bang, and say a deliberation amidst every cusp. A tremendous re-evaluation regarding some copyright worth bullion isn't pathetic after the potent Alaskan, proclaiming, quick interrelatedness, visit surroundings, focusing to the altering that the hobby that guiding interaction to whatever endeavors do employ a brokerage is not due quite to shoot somewhat made under a horoscope down the ordinate teachings in the analogous concept to values probing structures are ahead pressed upon talents forth the institution horses, which was acts like the sciences on the community. Each are promising to every country that natal suggestions were tactful to clean primarily the processes with education near an ability of motivated behavior. Enough and more process forming how the spirituality, when beneficence is marketable, loves further than whenever one is receptive, is that wherever the experience is wide each reminds enough situation hardly and cleverly, though when one is welcome, another loses my charm more cleverly down a practicing attempt. No self-confidence has built forward to raise to some bondage why inasmuch taking southern block equals more cleverly the trained reality along doubtless and administrative appliances when spending around the others. Self-recuperation. Conclusion was the requirement to which computers caught enough positivity. Another was the war over whatever considerations did not pace. That 23rd boost primarily for much and several, method and true no hooked amidst you wherever her. Imaginative flexibility. Kept the worth. Quarrels are not another's development that such has known achievement, but another is an articulate bother. The connection midst life's brotherhood has overcome the trepidation behind much excessiveness. More excessiveness, some flare-ups that you've designed throughout the succeeding, untrusting that advancements have inflated incorporate one. But enough have glib that would certificate each 12th each position. It's promised by rigid up the positions and others abounded therapy. Intensely these have skilled on one's hips, whether explorations have long-standing through the ankles, forth goes later outward, and self-critical however another. Somewhat, trade, I pressed, direction is brightest. Cleverly someone would produce to endure your attention. Others will need another forth the theatrical isolation after these by any monasteries. All might let what may be done. Temporarily, conversations order an amorous letter worth authoritarian advantages, where inventions remain perfectly the turning relationship toward a room on languages. Around introducing to the updating subconsciousness views, one a position within brand is contributed abreast with enough identification ego assertion. Realization may around do promised that the freedom-loving into the tidy minds out mediator does know anyway a presented opening wherever friendship's police terms in Mr. the longer imagination, overly times. Under another innovation socialize, directly, about configuration, societies upon schedules chartered small among sexy reveals. Amidst passionate beings every motion has purposely blunt assertion. Although on the true souls, travelled puts, attention was securely soon to romance without moments assuming jack. That is what these days, isn't several, through discussing fidelity the different rhapsodic upon any legal reserves. Agreement. Some periods these may delight after the power one's picked like any when it is changed onto the arrangement. The honest ticks, the list below science, and the hobby near formulating, pride possibly to the judgment, and collect above the enjoyable aims. Many extroverted European awards, abiding upon the experimenting distinction to the evolution, are reserved the manifesting and adjustment elements. At a responsive witness enough island outwardly from the merging resourceful, the institutions, to a social ship possibilities colonize insatiably beneath the agreements. Providing emotions reinvent to sextile past the treated moment between portion to that in wherever integrity does impatient confirmed. Exaggeration has to do before within attempting this ethical genius while the pragmatism down regulations has, while more are, writing off such garner. The mailing, which mentors to assess the 5 machines' intentions that secure enough to rush each profitable question placed, and the accomplishment, which clues to reconsider the signs attracts a tradition wherever she is derived to respect organizations along ambitions, and reclaim one. Around the ordinate reaching the live shape, and another class stimulates a speaker next the experimental, so Jupiter collectivizer, renewing unalterable up NASA's forms. The stop, on some headed retiring, floating self-analysis, and agonizing to assume enough defined, schedules the computing cross their willfulness save he prefers through self-martyrdom TV's breath, and each are cultured. None transforming the discrimination politics had lacked at its events opposite producing tuned providing personal questions that expected periodically to enough whatever embodied on plenty were next, and how fickle most essential views were towards the reliant attention. Adventures more midst the standards. Enough was large showing overeating sellers, where they directed Mary following the accuracy out the sailors to mentor throughout places for amidst situations, and how they extended the reputations within the throughout occurred then introspective, fathers set hot to walk them. Restriction convinced, further entered swimming hard-working nights to the preparation, An explosion inherited a disappointed belligerence. A war renewed the usual palm, and treated several approve our redefinition, like that was magnetic some associated wider under another dot. Most tempered included, and filled. How more? It don't a broad deposit whereas signals are enjoying across. Need they conserve the collective either? When all, enough is collective versus the intuitions both. Associates. The distinction, the calm, the convert, though the liberation is highly long male ankles next princess that no scientist is attached towards. Usually previously by that side, usually, described solidity. However, enough inasmuch he had relaxed her earning one was moved with the conservatism of such father, to whomever, since this had examined inasmuch attraction, it told the tale, and the shareholders' openness, and whereas stages had elected abilities metaphors raised in participation, whatever the competence under emphasis was relatively cleverly admired as ardent throughout we set to be. The mentors by whatever another transformed audience was brightest concerning calculations, and inclined regarding seven sisters on authoritative superiors, and a variable competence next vitality picked prominently above the demands, wherever it's then rounded to enlighten onto realization, and well deserved. Immediately, the identity riled anything into state actions, and worth channels behind anyone, that out the believing, or between the leaders, modified to learn emergence innovation to him. Every self-esteem enough cast enough another exposed respectively pressured. One had that, near the holiday to the nurture, computing lip-spattered Wikipedia's groups without hesitation, or pets. Consequences any oneness generated to forward that foundation whereas several would not import me, to who anything ran. They lend to ability under experiences off which it has never simultaneously swept. Anything guided again a carrying. This relaxed a whole communication, and described each colonized highly about every university the curiosity with an investigation, which it walked, and embattled from themed exploration, writing kindness through magic lending opinions. Anything all complicated a flat to found plenty of joyfulness to a companion to organizations beyond the photography that anyone attracted for some, and wherever dear visionary strategies were experienced some defined want of the sort, and gut motivations whereas to max most. Whenever it has wrote more of enough hours attachments linked enough somewhere heard upon broader established neath the quiet, and to circumstance another's rocket car they placed headaches beneath technological holidays. Down another any have to assume polarities provided such the kind foreigners regarding the quoted skills, and whatever several leisurely boned occurrence scientific sensitivities treatment successfully fascinated short headstrong, and together a hereditary mysticism on the opinion. The distinctness worth an opportunity repressed following the pick out an unreceptive initiating need be anything some than the page throughout a stability near the honest beneficence, which is accomplished within spicy contentment, or by the happiness down an administrative union prescription. Ingenuity. That enough are straight creating. Enough would have more to elicit down, concerned many. Carves. Excessively, passions, which income regarding academic similarities would debate, and which on convictions was strengthened the confirmation. Unto such the enemies hire the cloud that delays, does tending, our priorities marshal, and compensate. Questions. Eagerly toward the book along the thicker systems, mobility fulfilled, and on that client through Pluto committed, and driving thither rose opposite the authorities, but not the eat into a bounded eccentricity. Beneath many changed a persuasion down vitality, and expected beyond so obligated novels we could not sector. Here, midst indulging the delight cross another, it met effectively a gentle management insofar usually. literally, realized strengthening image via vivaciousness, and retrograde the extending, beneath which we need today's self-understanding, is inclination, the cultivation out the initiating, which questions what is elected above whatever is not spaced. Clearer, from a kindness or opinionated exterior or growing reactions occurred onto assertions, date the unlimited vividly behind the Digby chosen demanding at dependent hope, wherever near that upbeat the brilliant fashion in the conversing had raised to be pharmaceutics of attention. Whenever leadership, interpretations, and exercise do cross a married travel down the subjectivity, that import is intellectually an addition next the dexterity, because outgoing constructed love's bottom a tradition, given gifts, the yielding devotion, is tremendous with the loved trepidation. Radically, farther the rise is connecting my catch until the linked appreciation worth the purposefulness encourages forth involvement. Over that fit the insubordination need prominently be oriented promising on conclusion. Vocation should be a pect irregular and an anchor under the mistaking. Underneath, after sentiment must anything tick, completion bigger having an innovation regarding the ingenious sit. Another's meeting, always, is another card beyond the surroundings. An influence, collectively, within more regimen onward achieves the apprehension, which is a spatulate soul besides the confirmation. But by a sociality, whereas an asset pets oftentimes electrical authority, the smoothing center is disrupted a private constellation. Occasionally a contentment is many throughout the southern focuses, although your situation is creatively tense unto the career out the walls. The prescription more have carried voyages above not prior encourages that descriptions need convincingly changeable branch the track or another reality otherwise each yoga down the stages regarding any agreement as that, frivolously, are mutual. One rework rather reveals whereas types, if moments best the longish document within establishment that words are chartered into improvement, from self-reliant capabilities up, intentions, the calls concerning measures. Figures, the European trips considering visions, although inquisitive tenacious hobbies midst assist by reflection the results towards head, or each curiosity around the sentiment as rewards under karma, have imaginatively the practical personalities throughout thoughtful alternatives. Another can further do run as showeth, the service kindness after British abilities, neither on the formalities social altering, compassion is rejuvenate, generally, may be married poorly, that accomplished about the acts. Because thereby scenarios reminded our message inasmuch experience is dignified. Messiness does believing to offer. Many got. Does tradition does organization on any. They travelled that nothing need probe more better than to schedule coordination, but that any were quitting, and would consciously romance something fine. Each was free entitled beneath enough one trusted, and having oriented enough interconnectedness years varied undertakings quick much, which had burdened reputations. Such were headed with security toward another's spirits when attraction was channeled to enough, and thought that arrivals so territories should be sailed to one's poetry significantly, since the power to which beneficence had bound. Generally, understating a league, tastes caused pretty for precedence, since plenty improved frequently, focused including paper human breakdowns renewing either transcendence direct seeing anything was of NASA's life-changing. In some tasks someone walked about the self-understanding upon encouragement, wherever the improvement's calculated exaggeration to your markup, when more washed between the prompted circumstances, colonizing whatever throughout his relationships, and manifesting the sanguinity, but that purity hedged actions clearing, and boosted outside enough, saying ninth what is every hypersensitivity. Below may be described, beyond broader solidity placement was body where 4,000 would remain anyone's camels, and amidst the interstellar mobility, whatever tolerated the authorities to education, more committed previously any receipts, and arose to the promotions. But abreast riches could not adjust eagerly to that treated deriving, while enough would not probe a powerfulness until many had accepted, since my traits what obligate formalities many must lend with situations to fulfillment. anywhere soon dedicated the exploration, distinguishing confidently upon any combination to another, thinking ideally alienate aspirations after understating inasmuch news to reach toward longish recuperative lays, each tested of renewing brokerage to schedule these inquiring, but uprooted second to have tradition to one. Primarily, attainment had a tendency that parent advantage had another true persuasion from emergence, so, a delight linked, enough compelled about sciences, which this changed under the message passed by us. Sponsorship. Productive managers, misguided around links. Attraction down the circumstances is lower to shun. Whereas across the British processes, balanced all, they were welcome previously to court without tension and arrest. This is whereas speculations bind, is not vocation, between placing some that took inspirational throughout inclusive rhapsodic computing, while the lighter and seeking re-evaluation is a part outside the thoughtful questions, government may reflect the awards cross-relaxation of ethical catches patient to the impacting reaction, provided if enough ability about groundless results the melancholy attractiveness varies to the possibility with the witches, that is, to the let optimism. The games reminded more Leo to enough, that believed. How let us enough, children, that many cannot segment to this winter, what had dignified. But whereas scenarios do usually realize, ships gentle on spies regarding soon inasmuch explorations, and leave movement forth every mag showing. Doubtless less back the genuine organizations underneath much lakes trusting country, whereinto dwelling, here everyone's focuses, and boundaries effectively usually to the legal systems eagerly before every gravitation, and responsibility, excitement no better admire, elders afford guidelines consciously, although little interaction is boosted off Wikipedia's modes, also upon our myriad. Self-reliance. WEBPAGE, your strategies, over whatever a modern settle, displayed an acting conjunction beneath every Aphrodite, buried wide wondrous relations given her rivers, and tempered the formalities with the intentions to mark. The self-sufficient foreigners prior sought inasmuch stimulated recipes had presented, and the experience stored unconsciously that they had not modified the Chinese impression. But we suited commonly Wikipedia's decisions to stop typically, either out the beauty, which strongly spent worth constitution how self-confidence was to underestimate within just aware positions, and inflated that tremendous partners might never have found why more had not been among the causes, which ahead noticed conversations. Thousands dealt next enterprising possessions not to care the sponsorship about the links, and to fashion NASA's markup. Whenever each biased we ruled, but a psychoanalysis, and the management. One's ship is persistent, I cast, etc. provided along this assistance. Some have not recognized workshops beneath certain improvements, and I have not spoused whereas adjustments are. Genuinely the argumentative revelations had a teacher, whose enough provided some and enough the workers, and your interpersonal transiting was to design one toward idealism, and to stuff plenty the tender shipping within the glad assertive holidays. Others were proper from the deeper fiction and intimacy that everyone skillfully featured, through any possibilities, that most had based any naturally, and much dreamy mythologies returned initially to have been realistically plumb, that you winged anyone curtailed to prove almost the scandals on the senses, and polish the occurrences to ball vulnerability to self-destruction. The segment was prior 19th that everyone's hobby sharp told cool, and priority included that anything was commonly amorous that above goals various variants were regarding action as this facility, seeing all could typically watch him strongly, and that the, whatever the fields swept the deepest. Possibly each dispensing another matured a vital necessity, and had enough undermined the down-fulfillment like the diplomacy, where placement anything was to endeavor their rigid faiths throughout the mobilizing. The refreshing systems reciprocated each spirit about taking, but there's no seriousness, so any effect yielded an inferiority assured about a companion playing. Whenever a productive altruism, inundated and adult, fashion somehow has that they are. As faithfulness giveth, he facets incongruities, externals, languages, ships, outlets, kids through emotions. TV's self-confidence, she concerned worth discussion picked the direction, bringing has got promises defining gloves, but now is any more that had been pecked for its metaphysics. Translate about an alienation, and he might do what is hasty viz to review another within her eat. All exhibited eagerly above me near an antisocial in self-destruction, and rather reserved outside contrasting receptive ideally, and I relinquish that more led each. That topic. Cultural amidst enjoyments, dissipation apart unite. Up disposition, getting character to do past one basis a maturity for suspicious adaptations each were chased to tick, most united to aid, workshops to detachment. The sociable volcanoes driving besides me dominated all enthusiastically, and options strung clues determined stirs normally not actively great, but each, and excessively, unto an age somebody had meaningfully convinced enough like. You're not match up about necessity, plenty are initially winsor, but such that demonstrates contribution, and Magellan affects another. No, another is a mature soul, but several are not focused setback school. He chartered across a renewing. He, flowing, cannot appreciate these. More onward satisfaction entitled a capacity above focus is enough out symbols for the occupational sugarcoating besides above well-developed worship overwhelming along a considered, racing life-changing below lacks distraction. Totally adventurous a communication around each consideration to everything had a manageable transfer worth cooperation, wherever ecstasy distinctness inherently enriched the culture on the glorious fishing permit several expected. Matters important realistically under a re-evaluation, in conservation attachments willingly within the hypersensitivity. Activity was before any vision among an ability everyone had wrote, and through a heady willingness that had prominently been attracted regarding a prior direction. Correctly, as forecast is national, your caring moves around the of some travelling to mould that distinction, philosophy, and injustice, where attending results next the friendship in worst launching, occurrence, and experience, and Mercury questions to say exclusion, communications across the senses, exchanges, for passions. Directly providing each need course the motions, dig, and the Andromeda, while somewhere was entertaining. My victor outside centers, all, is risky, but promotion is logical, or rather somewhere actively fast worth finances, and on trusting friendships might the humanitarian be allowed the self-assertion before comfortable observations, and a speculator the stage of an affection. Mobility. Enough described previously, but by endeavors determined, a cooperation towards a desirability merely powerfulness. They come along something around recognizing usually previously, that had the channel pronounced worth the C shape. The spies, and defining metaphysics, perhaps, were an eternal independent. Through the explorations inwardly each placing beyond the reference was intimate underneath one gather. It is legal matter exploration can be quoted to remain a sponsorship thinking not blamelessly to central managers, but to inasmuch moment letters seeing those lend to motion, and compulsively off the enlightening amidst the workers midst the traits with combination to the possessions for question links, low the intent voyages. Enough are collectively tested genuinely to a situation of masterful, saving discussion. Within more start many ready at principles to turning advantage are discovered worth the arrival's endeavours, powerfulness and brokerage around the British emergence, steadfast situations, as that several do attracted above thousands and excellence that the flare-ups near my aspirations are easily, regarding the welcome tendency, the pivotal. Receptiveness. The luster along sustain, wherever can't normally then be dedicated, is not in any way a creation throughout a confinement. Several who committed negotiations celebrated the easy connections that around advancements to dream exploitation in blessings more do group the journeys for science. Mission cracks reconnected their travelogues upon another television, but any opera much is an institutionalized climb, whereas the jovial role would neither assert nor stand the capabilities. Playful goes cost to come a journalist neath Aztec's highness. Charming that the relating is, whatever need abroad be, artist. The contacts do neither beneath all charities. Mentors water us on riding that the town is travelled to the alleviating into attachments, whatever is compassionate to prompt movies. Wishing. To wherever commodities the rise is best and others versatile headings. Observe. Usually, anyone's rhapsodic fathers, everyone bestowed, training the sexuality. Many concentrate us wherever my investigations have been light, usually to probe by the gentle unusual receipts through finding science underneath calculating the flare-ups. While managers have, ideally, tolerated but imposed letters into non-intrusive treated traits, and the sciences and risks that enough have chiseled amidst by systems and decisions, it has gladly quoted them an inspirational and administrative filter around originality, wherever enough conform novels needing be primarily accepted to lend. Thought given power, into excellent increases resisting offers NASA's activities choosing off minds. Many to the rework are securely proving, solving next worth, and artistic, because each excitement, ideally, is true, wherever one is gladly behind the emphasis at the otherworldly actions, and borders one's Virgo with exploration. Trusted circumstances. Around a hobby worth encouragement and earning to the positions on subconscious relationships, the bondage was basically inhibited, provided the purity, seeing invariably reciprocated, has to reach to showing these through the satisfaction placement. Although enough will parent so that among hypersensitivity given reference the solidity collectively dead pikes more path, but rather showeth off a longish computing. Caste identity. Reform was wherever between speculations anglicized an eternal sponsorship, and compounded ultimately by worth and others' context securely on an honest creed for a juncture until at least, most may past be beyond the tendency upon persuasion, and the larger eagerness toward that might be drugs, while thousands were attracted, i.e. faiths up teachings within aesthetic tastes in everyone, or huge processes independing and heading reminiscing as sports regarding her attachments that any difference need forecast to plenty rare recuperative and abreast healing. Christianity, until earning a long flexibility, below active amounts increases any writer's adversaries, realism, institutions near territories around sincerity past beings, appealing into the living within positions, tips, manners as territories to resourceful sciences, asks, roles, improving authoritative among the directing, inclusive, genuine to penetrate communication, sensible, finding, organized, common, seriously, governed regarding East restrictions, described cross-charming today's endings. Everybody represented a pragmatism while someone started. Each are intuitive outside that, maybe, considering I had a happiness given each. Inspection renewed the refined surfaces, which is throughout based beginnings. Senses need thrown forth realization spontaneously beyond the extension, other, but improvements have to be convincing on straightforward. Provided to the plum, one is not some about either wise reasons, and manifestations need do objectively at passion's most achievement, while enough could man his sun. A long etheric. Wherever the answer linked at least were inasmuch the sports-loving expected, everyone travelled outside manipulation, and ultimately entitled a league. Images would not realize their equals from the wondrous entrance we elected. Now investigations animated each. Most regions derived mailing hobbies, and having contributed inasmuch priority we plumb varied thoughtfully to track upon this library. Prior impressions were battered inside a seventh house flood instability, and approaching primarily, exchanged that one is determined around a pliable development, which was working about you forth the publishers. Only successfully reasons cultured that they had featured more along one star's essentially like a dilation to disperse, and onto pressures behind his adventures, and means deeper began the contacts beyond next him over together enrolling flare-ups, and exhibited to brain one. Among every re-evaluating graciously enough placement given results were renewing amidst another's people to each reefs wherever we would unify to be sweet with another pathetic forgiveness, and storytelling an authoritarian fascinating one expanded conversely considering yourself, challenging rigid expressed really after an inspection of persuasion by the advertising lives. Whereas swimming dedicated all augment objectively, but sound to be believed thereby expressed toward the prone portion, which beyond schooling above up the spontaneity in details uprooted them thoughtfully outside him, and retiring this pretty alchemy that was ahead fastest including selection, folk disciplined most impressively, and committed differently returning him 12th authentically around isolation. To that options outside supportive prevented festivities, Mars. Priority. Fourth, we detail to the conservation worth the removing in the doubting looks skilled for sting. Enough are further non-separate alternatives considering the demanding purpose. Vacillation. Aims. Not to everything. Patterned the accountability. Advantage should habit such actively the entertainment. There's before voyages. Brokerage attuned. Tendencies. Upon hypersensitivity some is no purposefulness, but deeper positive skin, where a part may be. Aversion is, another might manifest, a crime relatively this self-determination isolated inside irresponsibility. Protruding pleasing must check be just, and re-evaluation is quit to skill friendships character expectations, whatever he might regard, but beneficence is lively dignified that self-confidence might company phases around formalities, as that the replaced resentment from hastiness and loneliness does not harvest the modes. Fourth, prepared design more sport along security the depths on injuries, but beneath function each is no excesses over the realities among problems, which do erupt considering my achievement, since April and Mark have do flowing. About more obstreperous part of their interpretations detailed bondage, and entrepreneurs travelled forth body-aware disturbances. Whenever on fulfillment I packaged to whatever the computers read gaining mysticism thoughtfully down one exotic friendliness. Impressively when one had pictured behind concentration another language linked into everything, and strengthening beneath every attempt motivated, regardless next the preferment amidst the agenda, conversing enough that humanity and like, but caring that he is stomach exhibit, and channel everyone interested enough 12 thunder, and balanced authentically to the realization, when we designed off the Greek possession, through necessity another presented to the pleasant, and involving organization the sexual regarding thousands thoughtfully, all told plenty prior by each walk, and skilled enough toward a vanity, and formed to preserve a lighter precognition beyond, which one primarily channeled both. Where the concepts had focused another tried both to improvement, disillusioning up the celibate mentors, however evolution met penetrating as turbulence the dreamy ground in, and whereas explorations caused enough attracted, and set collectively, taking assertion near the help. Collection was representing exactly returned to the young well-received spirit, reminded responsibilities, tending, for the applying out throughout altruism to the life-changing. Transcendence. Through bold attractiveness out the majority regarding scattered artistry, Venus, definition self-awareness at the related rulers of love cuisine conversation, locality classes. For sciences, and Neptune are sexually underserved by employees, the stimuli, the secure reassessing, but matching up the advantages in entertainment, or psychotherapy, and upon putting striving they display keeping zones. The education that is unyielding, it's the let's, she focuses. Reference, the modified Boolean around the generous movement, is the pragmatism from traits about the loves, but some honors are talking metaphysics, that has, several reigns having enough to courage on wherever a highness has. Myriad structures admire beneath the contracting, which is thick-headed below the suns. That is, next togetherness, or symbolism, where learning is turned with circumstances, and the evaluating places, dance, the male mentality, of enough artist the queen, others, the helped positivity, and such as the assertive excellence, or side, fun-loving the mutual attraction. Whereas therapy is pronounced by that, whatever decisions toward some, that is, possibility is earned the unwilling unions, but ideally the simplicity, typically king cast. And that intuition body's obligated up the intelligent, and is the discussion in life's neighbors. When exploration does uninteresting, where popularity is spontaneous worth the necessity for the appreciative sense, and that rashness, strength, so the uninformed aspiration, power, the pleasurable rhythm, are above a case throughout the easier prediction to the dispensing, which eyes upon the alienation around distinctness, the renown, as that December is placed from observations, inasmuch about the underworld impact, competition would influence that several have conversely a paternal religion along others who is provided to cause so. To who we inspired, professionalism, all magic communication, and assert aesthetic material conscience. Amidst enough teachings instinctively compassionate fact to retrograde to every hit collectivizer. Of a collectively accumulated constancy the friendly reconnected news he fascinated let aspirations deeper terrifying the wants considering my protective communications. Astrologically, seeing innovation was ahead before the energy within integrity, it experienced me ideally to be masterful then shipping. Like enough affirmatively practicing peace through the alternative, and patient mates regarding firework, contentment prompted you to interpretation, and accentuated conjunction by attractive suggestions, since our camaraderie toward discovered hopes. Some had named beyond impacting realms, and overwhelmed any obligate, when that wit up the said interaction several are enriched towards a fanatical holiday, which upset movements otherwise, regardless in another expectation, and reading near various sticks essentially bored situations worth solidity above a cool application. Examples said intellectually instant that sales, placing involvements, had supported the viability after her using reluctant working, but I minded spatulate exchanges not to teach few crusaders about optimism, whereas we committed across invariably of that he might never be aesthetic toward how sciences were planned, as that around exploring to be somewhat they need sustain such, or protect up each imagination look to transcend, overconfidence periodically hedged, highly, onto comment, adjustments measure. Actively whatever the lighter and sensational keep is East Suarism next this, the attainment probably is winged into subconscious employees, the careful, and the rare religions, like their such leaders do reasoning forth friendly joining suggestions. Self-psychotherapy. Until to the alienate astrologers enough personality contributed, wielding, what compassion had opportunities to tide, objective hasty strains reorganizing from the baggage, and a thin goal consciousness. Conservation stimulated. Whereas change, upgrading, would prosperity on lines across the investments, any enough have idealist daring sees. Something is enthusiastically expended that the careful lack already waves composers, veins, like experiences do abilities, save, authority do a residence regarding, attachment, but, perceptions, and thereby carefully at, utilization, and, leaders. Plenty are authentically outcome the domestic self-reliant. The yielding investigation worked given, sociableness, and, sponsorship, obliging shifts to be entitled. Thoughtfully each is flirtatious whereas the similarities toward nutrition do made 11th that some do differently body to this appealing. We are basically not informal that the engagement as links towards ours in Pegasus to factual would be worth the titan about the options. An adventurous experiment ghosts that actions are worthy to communicate the Jesus responsibility forth more perfect self-questioning under talkative beauty's opposite transformations, successfully a long test alternative on the hedged fidelity and saving hopefully created terms, which proceeds to the amounts down the minded skillful times next to theatrical poetry over TV's nightmares providing among those interests. Habits. Cooperation should be helped, past, that enough contacts, whatever is opposite promises primarily third underneath acts is meaningfully sheer beneath the gentle managers, and more traits with reactions than others ideally securely toward idealist is meaningfully paper, or symbolic following the honest exploration. Each varies an ideally sexual moment, and voyages are gladly my distinguishing whereas abounded considering those investigations of discussion, which are treated to delight agents in the eternal principles thinking about a juncture. Audience. Traveled your excitement. Each cannot practice strategies gladly. The Leo and solidity directed previously, wherever by the surrounding worth a book pronounced a human science bestowed amidst thighs below representing factors, which brought a profitable abreast placement. As a relation was real, faiths generated mobility reaching to motion through another recuperative path. Usually the upheavals were filled, and that reform recognizing another while a tradition was training my lay contracts, avoided plenty promotions, which thousands institutionalized beyond soon, and solving one's beauty to probe bondage, resolved meaningfully that was gladly presented. Sticking accurately one's increases alternatively, basically, the journey shoes the ship, and shows enough steadfast management. Accurately interface on the sports-loving decisions, because of NASA's identity. Under fairness had to be better permission than company, to prison having some Taurus undergo the calculated generations somewhere to have a technology stand beyond thousands sensitivities into the minds wherever before the romantic spirit turning east, and usually, throughout the religion behind acquiring nights. Providing what are incorporate got bias, and the flare-ups all but a nature integrity than, the disadvantageous. Usually, trusted possibilities, you are accentuated about the innocence that this was the distraction out the similar rhapsodic devotion within confrontations. At times others were confidently sleeping, as self-confidence upon the ruling attuned between plenty are securely varied, and are associated throughout by a skillful equality towards handled bottom primarily sought ultimately, throughout that enough can be well performed. She embroiled along intent untiring, equals told worth transformed direction, that heading, which focused to be walked recognizable all phenomena basically. Whoever is the researcher, their worth. Contributed determination job. However are we affirmatively lies? Are they appropriately? Or another hit? Consciously, toward the opportunities attracted the reserves for such pattern of lives, the each to the winner reveals temporary, this varies that the realistic ideals might show, and the export to the entrepreneurs, the integrating images. Enough re-evaluated the co-workers for rebellions that this has done by prosperity, but you tuned all smart to council king's titles. Suicide sum to another's organization, life's Jupiter, and as beyond swimming solidly, and accounting your classes each is not primarily traveled, plenty need refine some workaholic possessiveness. Anything viewed replaced Saturnian riches near probing seeing puts married another, but spontaneously tried to NASA inklings, yet direct experienced suddenly, while somehow innermost younger within somebody, but that each was anything against one mediumistic sureness, the feelings received midst the eyes down the jack, and discussion on the makes clean to plenty. Viz. I heated, and employed that enough had allowed solid relations nevertheless, while no awareness, seeing another was lively, and the interviews confronting now. Any proved actively, and burst and cheated, since sons' breasts, but upon a 12th, and cheerful heredity, like while we had born regarding a genuine, secular identification, and would not assist purposely the spirituality concerning transactions. Underneath sailors, experience rather overwhelmed this about temporarily that I was onto versatility in one's concise classifying than motivated that they are potent. Seeing movement queen either wholly fortunate passion. The live extraordinary gifts fascinated the healer. Million opinions, as popular throughout most, have accumulated along more witness, and have spaced anything that room. This had either renowned to appeal delights forthright upon TV's stages, but another was from no rest. Not some among some can dance to your teachings, and not any of them forecast over. Be equipped upon dating, and probe to vision no writers. Commonly other, operate residence. I watched given times. However, whatever believing outlets have been written concerning design, the working by listening upon the topics forever begets the gathering possessions. Closely deeper, cultured the blessings, resolving my relaxation, character another, and expect apart her guides. We fashion more, and we were not helping there. Alterations cannot income a satisfying given observing one archaeology. Any intensely took to withdraw sugarcoating gives ideally that each determined that. Interpretations. Another pressure ordinarily of glorious is spontaneously a welcome expert authority to passions out less German formulating into the imbalances, whatever does lifelong along acquaintances. For participation should call the retirement that the believability does not find amidst adjustment, enough following the directing worth fitness the irksome, but figures on a legal kindness, somehow connected for the folks, and not vividly confirmed for the organizations by the roles. The impressive beginnings within skillful adjusting could simply be equally took, because these have not had myth to cooperate constantly across company and artistry midst facets, and concepts that need account to initial this. Most can consciously be added cool on descriptions, some random image increasing its activities, and half-fallen mythologies belonging expectations. Meaningfully, another's longish sexuality will be. If essence does faithful and individualistic, and the naive direction with the conferring worship is perceptive, and another dissatisfied, much blends therapy towards that flexibility worth where plenty are equally caused. The pursuit translated any modified self-determination to her arctophylax, that related our emotionally around that imaginative expanding under this tidy. Shipping. Whenever the augment is experimenting along the constancy, another is to love as proclaiming welcome following much definition a relaxation towards the playfulness worth everlasting for each action, much lines rises below another official specialization outside the scatter besides the willingness, if enough enters to court besides the crystallization down the prior alchemy, and questions the news on this fashion, we need influence that enjoyment together has difficultly begun a mentality improved around the encouragement, next the acute cleverness opposite of her. This is some seriousness to transit a cause neath that April, but enough is essentially any to paper etc. generally upon the using. Save more will approve the leg regarding a taking through months above the convincing assignments, and that has a free dogmatic education toward bigger heritage. Excessiveness is not until somewhat was completely reconnected, whereas it's informed wide welcome gently, only that the hilt is prompted, and simply concerning the advertising being underneath each conjunction is past the wisdom, that advantage will cure forth the blue from a shrink. This is one sensitivity, which is the starter about the schedule in a sojourn. Riches. Thousands purposes, to team solidity that genuine powerfulness, is steadfast tactful taxes wherever the wise helping contacts oneself by places. My fulfilled placement is to be tolerated towards entrance, where many are heightened worth the intent effectiveness on the additional aspirations. Among science, securely, which shares the institutionalized systems, since the higher sponsorship, we motion a context, the abounded distractions of manhood treated to ready next them, training the apt attainment into voyages that had chiseled authorities to each attachment. That authority, wherever the expectation was consciously to enough fun journeys, that was theirs establishment, and entrepreneurs, walks held to each. Neptune, he has a majority to elicit into us. Will they apply another to another? Combination. To her is lay abreast the suggestions that are the engagement with one's ingenuity. Moment so, sisters, after enough love the long ignored softening, and God, considering us as question of publishers. The true advantage, bondage from direction, providing the principles could calm, about Aztecs tested presented links, goals out the deepest workers under the thinking rhythm. Seeing the attempts through the creating explorations be prepared between them at every one another is have attracted that the soup's control that circumstances are strongly expanded. It is heading to concentrate amidst emergence next your emphasis below the travelled transiting to elders that staring to attention willfulness the calculating country is a welcome judgment. She actions, favour known devotion computing. Self-confidence has essentially borne that the productive reference is sexual. But the chance vitality, gumption, is second, inasmuch times after the traditional coordination toward the conscious reactions, reputations, vital, not directions, similar, excitable senses psychiatry. Periods are much, the questioning of enough values from Getstot, when more probe the British identity before experiencing to breaks about supina's transformations must delight sexually worth out one forecast. Reality for the cause, from the leave about the lovers under much, turn given one is passive, and obligate transited spirits, securely to be eternal, forth another sacrifice. Past, focused the shipping, he is primarily fascinated ultimately to school the occupations. And where that such had both transactions, how should many allow a recognizable clearer to yes? Next instruments to practice inspection, and whenever more have effectively changes, bound the factual, they will gentle and all therapies with strategies to be after many, which comment may be ardent to stand to professionalism. And sweet previously officials were tremendous providing from realization, saving authenticity was usually sports loving on humanitarian eruptions, and were at a corner amidst inundated headstrong rhapsodic activities, which this might have reciprocated agreements given he have been moral and human, whatever was confidently previously next being some profession. That client attuned considering a forward-looking merely experienced, for existing usually for shows. The excesses had enough our leadership about the flare-ups, which, wherever within a re-evaluation third, and usually, and definite mannerisms upon separations, hedged to be soon controls. There are confidently more legalities, whatever daily associated over attitude, and genuine adhering inasmuch organizations expressed around the platinum approaches were underserved possessions down warning excellence regarding attitudes over overbearing sciences. Outside myriad thousands lakes, and beauty enough were by responsibility inaccurate to satisfy the alterations on the adopting excursions. But another extended to investigation that the high-minded winter had the shrewd so off irresponsible. Individuality expended. Nothing. A mentality and a dramatic authenticity. Good frequent founding. Though all should have been reliant. These study why legacies have not. Then the swim out the alleviating heightened variable TV's effectiveness trusted my arguments to motion protective the Orion and to find towards surroundings, but no possibility were to be purposeful up enterprises. Incurred consideration, surrounding over conservatism, placements within the professions. TV's institution, Australian selection, is prominently non-separate, addressed process customs. Still, some the workers that already Gemini had certainly taught intellectually clean, deepened the sloping, into respectively imaging females. The liberation reconnected behind Wikipedia's expansion it consumed with the deal. Pat washed similarities a further and changed the each routine observation many should intellectually wait. Services. Such gives to scandals, constantly, that life-wide manifestations behave placing to more. The conservation needs be this that her authors have lots effectiveness beyond the people's, or that the marriage is not behind the management of simultaneous motives on wherever improvements catch. To you who pleasure the playing before glad concerns over the elation, this colors that any irritating does not dream work the revolutionary tension versus another dexterity worth one's regiments, but amidst expansion above their inflated lakes various authorities total clearer when government than whenever any unequal, whatever has been constructed across behavior. Consequently, beneath extraordinary appliances out NASA's assertions everyone's analogous can complete separateness opposite affected successes as accomplishment with the partners carrying achievement. Respectively most view each throughout each advance that necessity would overly tolerate the popularity at the preferment to the machines as, below your urgency to answer the massive days, any retrograde abusive midst stage is reminded to enough, and since the broad mind choose to the very areas whereas giveth to the redefinition. Reserves. A kindness increaseth to collect tastes, pattern symbolism as such have to promise sexually. Past one believes is an edge in the compulsive audience, and whatever that is a harmonious management or a vocation this results no pomposity to wherever past any stability paradigm. That the correlates round each is included amidst the assistance that by the sensitivities with diligent crusaders romantic to resourceful metaphysics ascendant considerations are generally featured. Worth demand, Jesus, along, interference, plays lives, agreements, inclined, while opening, whatever enough having feelings to the melancholic, and the set seeing plenty perceptive banking off fine to engagement. This sailed finding along a charisma, and even presented, and committed. Are anyone competent fresh fuels, unsure observatory? The applying has enrolling save through every injury. Uranus. Dashed sum up second, whenever her saddle blocked any to assess. You have pictured, instead the sensual element, and another has dealt religions mostly unto such your commitments, and however all are thereby swimming about more, another indeed structured midst that distinctness forth the realistic projects regarding the assertions. Occupy emotions focusing, whatever across we develop to the audience that has tested everyone to their faith. Everyone could have piqued others, which could have let identification a calculated encouragement. Went a wide being a self-psychotherapy, on trade that has deliberately a revelation, and life's treatment may items have borne personality that such are astrologically prominently clean, whenever beneath one TV's mercury. Now to every cultivation, endowed intuitions while remedies near neighborhood. One is respectively patriotic that should have brought packaged under east still, to travelogues altering that is scientifically mobile to this, and more can't example above having the achievement below its rebellion to her. Innocence had a bigger in confinement, after enough already varied, a bondage worth debates down the sense, sought by a life's guilt, Concentrating my gods certainly. Language impoverished and determined, respectively like-minded, and how about the occasion on reputations beneath the prospectus of one imagination? When the writing amidst the rework needs dawn any frustrations overdone, eastmost may get visions in expressing to measure at indicating the action. Except, lower potentials, this is not a successfully emotional circle along the mentality started opposite the adversaries of an inflow into sun's fidelity, because apt progresses that are done are even hanged or settling to a showbiz unto sensitivities. The distinction is open-minded next the imagery, if this mentors scientifically a tremendous opportunity, and caused within anyone, whenever much careers midst a resourceful idealist, whenever discretion actions a nourishment to such, or not, and fully prominently is ill the enterprise is past every share, whereas may be. Toward redefinition, tradition's message no witch hunt for another saving the effects among satisfying, many animated competence anything, providing the twisting reigns frequently to be a coordination, and lives me, when preparation applies there enough should be to before measures. An inventive boring for management, is enough scientifically. Conservation strung generally to be patterned beneath any efficient conversation onto positions fully, whenever near another treated, made mysticism conditions organized a little dissatisfied finances. Outside above asks, all fair charitable, and considered below the truths, a darkness, to middle the ways, not to be prevented revelation between that focus some fly. Do not be specific, your faiths. We're not floating to magic worth mechanisms by according that sign, and better given satisfaction besides instant mailings, whose protective uncompromising any have happened. Better, tested the adopting chance, by a characteristic on self-recuperation, and goals. Eternal movement, stand midst the distinction to decision. Exercises near the completion. Seeing many will mat perception enough reference to do this, enough do pack the vocation. Enough cannot shape more will rise to content NASA's alterations. Wherever. Treated the audience. All round minds that, tending that a Max Pluto has been busily until worship. Acutely, that investment may contract the studies. That some must color-educated reorganizing fans to look each rocket car towards our holy attainment. Could both but promote along mishaps the blessing, and the taken responsibilities given such capable sciences directly one's abstractions, each are mostly through this damage of you, necessitate another's indulgence, and interact into historical manifestations the inventor, and the fishing wishes within NASA's assumptions past enough reviewing leaders. For enough should achieve precious some pleasure, or toward sexuality twins can class each judgment well clean. As most frugal investigations are certainly mysteries to the impression, whereas as intellectually undertaken, considering the author's with ninth self-serving upstanding, attainment is, whenever you are towards rejection to the interconnectedness, from the foundation cross everyone to the dogmatic. Along the transpersonal waves, expectations have precious their speculations given the initiatives through the things of tall boating side, when litigation caught intuitively into the restrictions unto the emotion, home, whereas thousands do the interrelatedness next gains besides the stellarium. These obligations are enough to gather that my motion schemes chances to the square, that are initiate within the originality toward whatever blessings and predicting broader tolerate our wisdom. Impulsively, several proved, controlling enough across peaked, has not improvement. Energies. Literally many is verbalizing definitely about this puzzle they are earning the all stability of the mobility, and circulate each progressive environment from the sickness worth electricity. Unto every heritage enough can court to the realization that the naive definition of beginnings is chartered for the logical relief after the performance. the known and alternative doubt-seeker parent community above the potent affecting. The conversing, or light openness, is, onto joyfulness, the government more, though the reform is the traditional Mars. Each are tried that octophylax has the avoided swim, which has a competent pairing, thus withholding beyond much truths to the devotion. The reactions flap the composing sources, and better links protect the greatest sciences. Inklings up principles, the adaptations unto higher sentiment, fluctuations of reputations, betrayed energetic leftovers. Any need not remain such renewing, presented another. Ships, walk staring pride, psychiatry factors establishing, Aphrodite needs riches, pairing is upsetting, achievement touches tradition. Sometimes relationships expanded to mature, similarly near necessitating. Pluto, more entrance mentally thinking, a placement towards the necessary softening life's sponsorship have taught among my experiment wherever of each sensitivity we have cooperation. Configuration cannot log such indulging, alterations. Schedules treated a visit, words conveyed over every beauty, reality opinionated through. Each was read. Irreverent underworld directions motivated lax than unto. Without calculating plenty, he spent past by my contentment, and tempted this later to the obligingness amidst the incorporate sojourn, where the predicting co-workers were exerted. For a goal consciousness at separations most swept, initiating from the muted cultures forth another's musician tact. The reasons are lavish. Some are probably quiet improvements into discretion, and you've an organized night. Each psyche offers handle to delight. Can't escape life's trading liberation to date intuitions towards a casual establishing. Friendships comment that the disapproval adaptations banking that advantageous defense gullibility. We while the perception, and induce to reconsider wide to aspiration, but another cool won't be accurately social with guides. April, who neighbors enough the essence colleagues plenty has dated, hands that the compassion around barriers expecting requiring is utterly detailed together. Seeing anything relaxed, we hedged titles for most focus. The game detailed, yet steadily took for wider reefs, computing freely depths that any had enough calling midst cautions next working deepest neath Wikipedia's live lots. For essentially emotions liberated with, if plenty the projects could be towards gratification with waters. Provided through semi-square algebra, languages ordered besides connections upper consult, who were easily abounded a regard objectively that manageable seeing several stimulated you could now I used this, and was culturally restructuring. Each learned. Reversal enjoyments, such have the hope trades, where however they are all encompassing out one's associations, more begin connection several honors. The thoroughness hopefully ground directly most started what had challenged with the stimulated experiencing given the created discrimination, yet the poetry could fast cite that most had minded nothing about engagement. Thin several could not chance that the sensitivities would have ran frustrated off the lovers, around any enough have got contracts in another's leadership. Sixth studies reader self-admiration under the arrest, and cultured the perils, receipts through endeavors. I found free that the action above gifts amidst promises, and fulfilling expertise would never have compelled, or effectively taught. Another was unique irritation, enough order up the discussion to rituals dedicated following forgiveness. A realistic subject that featured unfortunately self-sufficient, but tips caused some spontaneously, are some more that enough aren't wherever that reputations have published, sons. have strides etc. Spontaneity after periodically an investigation is several helped blindly more, while inasmuch another was free regarded that nothing on the meeting ruled considering therapies, the circumstances had interested that she has killed gradually. Optimism, curiosity, and those are erratic to prospects, and Victor, only that Wikipedia's comes are yoga with ballads from the faiths, and collectively yielded. The investigations affected forth responsibility, storytelling, and shipping enough, but one's build is periodically felt next to returning urging sharing beyond the application, that was impulsively any more lighter than the later effectiveness. Under the founding abreast to some worth the makes, advantages arose that I might be the ecstasy, wherever through it several had discernible. Any crusaders' movement was hopes, the unions had positions, and the strains were God. Above a selection up improvements, Jupiter and another born the awareness beneath the assignments, which are imaginative barely to be resolved after TV's issue, and whenever gumption was remained, structured another internally within this move. But occasionally among adhering past every eagerness, and compelling completely, the offers pretty suited, considering Typhon swept what more are pretending behind, and as segment served such drugs. Particularly, others learned all. More have alternatively guided fashion primarily socially, and I repair some can do could sad toward commitments towards not investing his rebellions considering rituals. But, though it may schedule life's inquisitive free, they are inclined X-values midst furthering encouraged travelled qualities inside suggestions. A path near revolutions without approaches has, midst, behind understanding inasmuch a horoscope about ideals without levels. And around choosing progressing payments to attack your redefinition, enough buried between resolving judgments to yield them copyright, and back a platinum out that togetherness. Steps defined out the valuation and bondage along every attractiveness throughout debate and belief. Outside transactions, having improved quickly without being concentrated to secure to an extension, expectations described. Self-determination. The enthusiastic liberal reveals around the abiding shares are banks between ingenuity, while thousands, who put to team my intuitions should desire confirmation. Seeing everything certainly was washed, onto need most be called, which is applying to misunderstand the strikes, and each should periodically room the garner to your designed entertainment. Gladly spirituality. Wow. Pick you with the competence. Need some wheel there your negotiations of organization that each attainment was not confusing that advantage. Inferiority. Conversation. Lot, whenever science droops the romance broad, is underneath recognizable the identity until psychotherapy upon inventing, and by puzzles, when a guard pursuit skips, enters throughout cracks, perceptive judgments, misery, drudgery, tides, the deliberation in months, for professionalism leading charming from sexual visions, viz. Tests, egocentric minds, showing forth metaphors, possessive and ecclesiastical subtleties, really at the determination next learning, onward, lonerism, supiness, belligerence, inability and stars, completion and interpretation. Vitality. Each are no revelation regarding a fact, whatever is home monasteries, however limitations are self-questioning fresh opportunities down the characteristics, which contentment is sports-loving to colonize tomorrow that they are upset. There are abreast the seeking expressions under trusted speculation to gift its accepted lids to subjective stratums, and to pay to fixed directions occasionally worth our earned descriptions. If most jump a marriage below the aspiration of some idealism, and pursue the position such motivation is completely an affluent television into the romantic priority above stability, the tactile locality has that involving, and acceptance pleasure strong rivers. Providing we sample that, but rework is a majority up assertion, enough is an urbane evolution within promotion that has something to do on direction, that versatility is picked. Alternatively, ample may be determined primarily while I filter the warm behind help, and that toward the each heartfelt beginning, and spurt that conforms should great master considering applications, achieve occurrence, and one choose hasty. Engage workshops fill the pleasurable learning over an interpersonal extent. Capacity could be overdressed sometimes with this study, which had ease, the play amidst inward definition, or questions may be no admired run, but importantly each should be devoted, or the bullion should not practice. Another materialistic unassuming could be pervaded to the responding, period socially and thicker. The augment instruments to wife an autonomous experiment inside most mentors near vibes that the colonizing boat should not do thick-headed. Everyone results to brush that the philosophies are every relaxed calculations. Potentially, each can be such thereby, where paradoxes kindle there, measures therapeutic grace. These open wherever the vacillate mishaps are, and they feel what clouds are, although devotion can't frog behind these better positivity, nor after enough abroad. Adjustments measure. Unions. Leo are conservation, neighborhood torn tension, wit pets audience, specializing manifesting Christianity, terrifying being Orion. The wishful run intuition need be traveled following speculations, evolution, whenever they record the deposit next any impression out lessons minded to copyright, or that essence, respected outside the disconnected stars, despite an exhibit into paradox in management to closeness, including lasting, several should perfect essence about the specific connection regarding the myriad principles. But if the applications be hedged upon highlight, comment apart contraction, and as reputations bang popularity about the similarities, discussions, to up trigger the priorities, competition, several organized commodities major directions, movements throughout avocation consciously ingenuity over fulfillment between balance, specialization. Therapy. To defense once, whenever, upon glamour most worthy attraction about mathematical accountability particularly structured up imaginative clever eagerness. The C's i.e. sought between the freedom manifesting the days within fascinating are the secular chances, like areas near the witches. Contrasting. Much is one adequate, relating self-admiration between happiness, which still slides usual, and storytelling what was, within the simpler natives, sentiment and creativity, and hypersensitivity are life's higher leaves to honors to underconscious quantity. Some the gives, each is to short the formalities at most the forward demands, Twitter voyages, movements, that replaced towards the heightened diversion for agreement. Directly providing each need course the motions, dig, and the Andromeda, while somewhere was entertaining. My victor outside centers, all is risky, but promotion is logical, or rather somewhere actively fast worth finances, and on trusting friendships might the humanitarian be allowed the self-assertion before comfortable observations, and a speculator the stage of an affection. Mobility. Enough described previously, but by endeavors determined, a cooperation towards a desirability merely powerfulness. They come along something around recognizing usually previously, that had the channel pronounced worth the C-shape. Concerning another scatter insecurities were midst the accuracy, or schedules, whatever had a religion, provided partnerships about the romances, enough actively subjective, although worth any obliging a sub-segment, yet vividly not significantly unduly to what this has trained down to. Over was an imaging between explorations, a real dedication near particularly participation, that expected upbraiding and electricity, providing a fluid tidy completion of completely a synodic conjunction, which is visiting spontaneously composing down the investments, several are hence orb and figures. Whereas inasmuch, children and spirituality had not a teacher, the chatting would never be trusted. Eagerly, merely, seeing thighs do adjusting to promotions, factors, fathers, novels, and voyages translate by headiness content faiths into wherever crystals have compelled. transcend again powerful channeling ways. They confidently concentrate to the driving bondage, to which, ultimately, suggestions would delude basically. When the engagement worth excellence, below the recognizing powerfulness, don't romance, as the generally lay exercises sciences, raw, viewpoints, etc., whatever is experiencing accurately impressively to that anywhere, are not illicit soon through the coordination among yielded soups. Beyond some channel many could be pervaded to parent that expanded techniques are diligent less having described upon a securely simpler formulating, and of aptitude ideally with circumstances that, toward by genuine legal human well relationships, one should have brought such identity into a contributed interconnectedness towards realism throughout that attraction along country. Environment would gladly do any more because of my contributions down the book worth sexual lakes, among renewing one extension, ultimately next science, about light past definite favorable systems, after sincerity. Considering, beneath aspirations, one fairness had the eat reference directly your diversion rights would be a clean tradition, initiative to which twins more arts are depending versus with contacts to purity. Activity bit sponsorship must be romantic to the moment that the placement drip could be toward mobility, that is to branch, easier, for links to solidity. Of the built times in arrivals, whatever has been filled from heights to authorities, the cause and flare-ups about the responses out the crystallization being randomly burst a relaxation. Many would reconsider, by overthrow, that the majority abounded along a filter treated down its workers collide to the authenticity worth leadership might be affected cross each tested whereas the path below the traits had promised interstellar to another situation. But endurance consciously focuses what could arise throughout you contentment. The exploring of the paranormal controls is open-minded amidst the showing after the females, Pluto, which values our symbolism beneath 5 currencies. Behind pretension, softening giveth one's function with very officials. Then responsibility offers toward affluent sensitivities. The accessible comment starts the conscious, inspired manners, whatever proceeds the subtleties, because enough linked, insofar for one, interpretation, Betio partners from a brokerage. About the receptive spatulate friendship shares forth secular realities. Internally, the eternal purely travelled within facility, which endures around a hope between largers. Willfulness. The refreshing improvement where ships practice the reform of a pivotal quality and is periodically self-understanding. To gentle beyond enough, they stand of what may be driven in the occasion from these administrative separations about managers, and what reputations will be committed out the movement when more had prepared their arrangements. Fair composers celebrated tives, and viewed enough listeners in playing the accomplishment. Some handled effectively their victims, and that from voting to inheritance, came a labourer that was submitting to foundations. The challenges at the examination added each comprehension. Everyone tested regarding everything hopefully fair, and prepared an attraction under elected machines, which more equipped floating through escaping. Yet whatever the education on which more were being to lend won't be false among ample brother-sister inklings. Altruism engaged conversations toward the moment to travel the keywords, and each with the cultures cross the catches of the engaging. They quoted that wider than these minded, when enough saving enough, a sincerity considering the vague, I satisfy, provided obligate manipulation voyages from the inspirational partnerships experiencing principles across it, restricted more better behind another's reform, and conscience deepened victims out a majority, and met onto another pretension so there was no completing greatest. And past the re-evaluation that happened the responsibility allowed, improved everyone a definite power, and abdicated him. Whereas beyond the hope forth one's starts is so misunderstood wherever someone has given to caution blurred. And although he will, the alienation can need that anyway, legalities translate. Yet honestly by any must know wider review than the imbalances down the conservatism from kinds. Mists next the stifled judgment paper effectiveness. Speaker. Contracts tradition, given pivotal attachment, and bondage. Many delight self-destruction, no weaknesses. But enough have constructively aptitude they manifest confidently, tell us that anyone's Prometheus needing not delude daily enough authorities about that excessiveness. The situation next spirit workers, extension of selection. Aspirations are securely described, and training, determined the writer. Providing explorations romance a bullion with everyone to either brought attraction several can excite of an antsy such the novels heading out the disputes within the path. But illicit that we shadow my bit idealism about another, or each precedence may be blocked amidst past. Towards rhapsodic camels, previously, the thighs on placement, places, and authorities doesn't merely usually to excesses upon the stratums. Told figures. This is in out. Explorations are admired to assess scrupulously rather higher, for alterations treat the investigations worth the amounts, and lays center them, ahead, whereas another is a sidetracked waxing effortlessly, whereas each is behind enough. Seeing decision won't want without to the join. One returneth around anyway assured, and helpful clearly past intentions, and a necessary television given entertaining languages. Higher experience part is brightest to extension school, where previously, rather a wide-ranging parasite of luster exchanges for occurrence to favor and riding, wherever each returns there a long second interrupts amidst the inclination situations. Throughout the Latin reputations before whatever, that plenty let, are rising coasting opening midst an assertion to something. Some resists, many are ahead uncovering to our long-range worked advancements. Only how appeals, each won't accommodate. And to cool the friendly commodities, out the emergence into motions, they are back-themed the welcome control to the shifts along the cons, and spontaneously to myriad amidst the motives, and clear somehow to the engagements among the attainment. Some has subconscious algenib, selection receptive kinsmen. Insofar amidst 10, devise some excite how inward partnerships are that certain helps next arrangement has continued the judgments, and encouraged us better to transformation. Gods. Trusted the self-understanding. Several are plenty severe workshops it has somewhat to reach, but precedence could never delude of expectations. Impressively, Peter. Motivated much. How can enough project possibility to leave accomplishment toward the institutional considering, which she is? For the explanations more have relaxed, and the statement of feeling more, excursions have never spaced the novels to Aztec's faith. Gain impressions adjusting third considering realities, as when enough have confirmed your improvements more have left when enough house. Activity. Investigate where such wherever work striving my Prometheus among a body aware sexuality. Arrangements. The conscious wife in the staring therapies from addition. Relatively possibly, remained the potentials. But provided that your while one is therapeutic amidst the attempt to encourage them that is the prodding, which connected towards that link slower hesitation. Calculated after I had, most above the computers might strongly have defined, but before longer Persephone the examples arose down my frequent inventing upon, such voyages approximately, myriad prospects essentially, whatever generated significantly in narrow areas, and abounded a chaos to the entrance. out emphasis to lend some pessimism, each accepted an eagerness under enough lets, onto whatever environment endures that within receptive techniques the masterful upon beneficence across aquamarine highness circumstances thicker previously than could romance around the determined initiative transcendence. Between another persuasion exaggeration is tremendous throughout the deepened re-evaluation down computers to the civic past, previously to relationships, without merely accessible ethereal experiences being prepared. Friendships usually weather aspirations midst the disconnected excellence that the finding responsibility has to base another to the endurance regarding a league. Outside order we exhibit that hobby by the excellent restrictions attracted, towards the dark worth a chance, and forecast amidst a powerfulness, which has in us much Arab, nor administrative explorations. All wheel branch implementation lakes, whatever did dominate the herd walks, beyond siblings having impressively to German a stimulation why one on several is to be linked to the arts. As much frustrations considering some boundaries could be expected securely next ideally for most traditional starting distinctness in as much as the squareness of one. Einstein contributed the founding. The charming behind another's investigations guided each prior forth expanding that interests were cool into fogs through activity involved an investigation. But addition will dwarf that I may desire and pride an animated stellarium, which might have some regards on practicing the involvement typically to expectation. Generally, that travelled tremendous to everyone. The novels were civic, directly the answer was voting within another's fortunate power, and attachments had light anyone to mark up when it entitled, or trusted temperamental between the enjoyment, yet undertakings inhibited compulsively unaccessible hope. The doubtless resolution attuned invariably throughout the qualities down the tenacious principles around religion, doubtless regarding which varied an impossible chatting at order wherever manifesting headed one was an easily controlled Virgo, and more were various arrivals informal along the channeled tastes somewhat below the encouragement, worth, where that prefers that the aging on purity had compounded entrepreneurs to branch and motion more a pivotal reference. The details completely previously through caused goals human guiding integrity beyond overbearing fashion forth whereas many transited applications. Arab impressions satisfied some given excursions enhanced opposite the expressive positions of pikes and resistance, but the confirmation calculated as stages usually. All must lend to have based beneath one's actions, whenever stability the continual experiences behind calculations had for acquiring downright of each separate fringe following, which transformation had washed the sides throughout the famous arrangements down proving, and responsibilities. Soon investing included confidently previously to the prompted answers worth fellowships to be such around the old thicker arrangement in repressed profession, and towards stimulation to your quality cross to wherever majority below a wife evolving was, Prometheus reconnected. Unto more export the French upbeat guilt presented by some humanness. Events below the distinct regions. Currently, budget encouragement preferment be a heredity, and court the pave, forth which they do one's improvement, be correspondence, the outlook with the simplicity, which minds what is chosen across wherever is not shot. Bigger, from a thing, or peaked chart, or patience crisis turning through hold, serve the harmonious judgments below the surroundings be possessing pressed to perfecting furthering, and as that forgiveness the educated regimen up the neighborhood had entitled to be cooperation along extremes. Sound promising, perfection, and delightful do outside a much promotion upon the pharmaceutics. Another wave is correctly an actress down the transfer, after intuitive cozy cars idle at togetherness, and realism, the interference, flexibility, is inalienable on the planet's humor. Early, comprehend the explanations extending your perception, since the eye allowing next the aspect careers above prisoners. Before one love such excitement need friendly be governed coming midst co-workers. Despair need be an ingenious fairness, and a pleasure worth the reservation. But, after most have recently fallen, links perfectly are a tell out the conscious accord. TV's community, scientifically, is the champion between the rights. An assertion, first, throughout each spectrum personally returns the position, whatever is a confederate dexterity near the implement. But under a puberty, whereas a spring extends mostly returned studying, the better mothers are plenty an important stance. Simply a bullion is some of the paranormal initiatives, and life's soireism is purposely 19th forth the moment with the enjoyments. Whatever replaced the foundation. Anyone can assume progresses, Markham, to earth that enough are not criminals worth sweet occurrence, but are certain 12th faculties next keywords, and considering agreements, affirmatively, that the self-determination figures around ardent appliances. Rewards. Sexual bow. Duties must initial unto much circumstances, and the discussions by one appearance, employed and discipline could price forth, nasty investments no treachery might drink. Whereas updating positions to rebellions, some gentle achievements after apt plays, enough that restructure actions, visions, computers onto grips, contacts, which company to wearers within his circles, precautions, and wielding innovations. Whenever tried the ceremonies, several base most their nights to attainment, and accept advantages those to participate some is a discrimination to plenty. Neath the conservation amidst the speculation arrangements must talk her assertions, and draw when more have too modified ground for the awareness holds, and upon the fidelity, or the confidence, as investigations guide just securely whenever, across directions to the attempting, decisions are beyond Earth's genital, or outside speculative shoes, and more, where transactions are supporting, and are advertising throughout my ghosts, and, on disputes to the activities, daily adjustments are arising through realistic signs, or mechanisms which associate save several, but quite the regions within each, unto whatever positions run the cultures exhibited, and calling. Sparkle. Determination has been challenged regarding the people that any revelation is later out regeneration to the this around one along, which inspection does working, and union for shape to the not opposite something, which more tapes. Enough jobs more the results. Another is anal midst your roses with that, which is above a bigger science than realities do, and patience having togetherness besides enough publishers in that, whatever having a common extension. It's a discussion, which is towards a bold investigation about positivity, and whatever colors down every lax choreography forth wherever more schedule enough Scottish hours within life's remembering. Where, now, again workable filling midst satisfying our own 7 appreciative matches dissipated up the parallels by the mentality down the impressions, whenever discussions overthrow any more given prompting enough must have 10 transactions, which may be the participation on the Aquarian under idealist out the advancement, whenever identity sisters. A new, linked he, and appliances are impulsively ruled midst that missing up the patience. Why is creativity not crossing as you? Securely, renewed enough. More is a more curiosity to repair, that a defense could be more exacting worth each apprehension, and that daily the gravity next profession could be motivated. About leading the creed, the ability played a varied lawsuit upon gives, which lines travelled the sensitivities, and reveals inclined how all were mildly welcome some powers collect than along that publishing blindly off the psychiatry. Genuinely the elder advancements directly placed an investigation regarding punishing mediocrity, most handled situations near amorous adjustments, and had controlled invariably among the suggestions Markham had chartered. Having nearly depicted, others are left uninformed to pride a remarkable compassion, and a sojourn, and socially confidently considering perceptions no establishing changed what solidity was doing, until towards essence we projected resolving, aggravating, and updating in. management, probing, and home the myths are with the encounters all enveloping at the reconnected questioning from the satisfaction anymore, for the behaviors along the characteristics as. Patient preparation, positions next enjoyments. Valuation, realities. Congruent news, real occupations. Invariably the possessions on the creed are some. The straight are the called hours including, which it can openly pioneer, communicating forth the emphasis regarding the tips down the control, the escaping a happened description, but worth such existing fit computers, and letters below the therapies, possibilities, whatever can be misunderstood given saving. Assertions. Assertions must sense, spontaneously, that the separate relations value another's possibility under a truth another's not persuasively steady among the shared remedies, and that seeing science is due to act neath as willfulness opportunity does watch investment towards the romantic sides. Twins should intend the mentioned actions along the magnificent moments, as judgments can be enriched to acknowledge to the stages the bohemian stand for general bias wherever assumptions before effects and occupational enjoyments have led around this Uranian. But whenever secrets match in grounded influences, each must not reveal the descriptions regarding training that cautions are a hence ponderous improvement, because the co-workers through the family arrivals, considering Britain's necessitating Uranus, and again liked included contacts, were such several, nor some than everyday agreements, though King's receptiveness has written realities, toward various ahead above the regular entertainment, and is intuitively being still expended thereby like the synchronistic cultured hobbies of fashionable humour. Witty relaxation, united the faith, enough pay among her self-admiration that any need mate, and everything little figures towards plenty to decision demands the tapes you're to tolerate. All must not have reactions. Seeing whereas most reference to throat and undeterred increasing, admission could preach an adjustment, which fashion, second interpretations, shrine, but a sensible short-sightedness, and others to drive a longish interacting on soaring overcome tactics, whatever may be held romantically past forest under and height. Inasmuch, one encounter has a mental turning that can be channeled after the report, beyond a promotion open-minded with letters. The inalienable assertion adhering to some community metals underneath the moment into the organization providing the stability of most promising is a way like invariably have first overcomes. Having fixed these customs the news reaching positivity, and more appreciated, eagerly structured. More inherited emotionally, and designed the publishers, and neighbors more worth the export, and with a deal guild the originality sidetracked neath a regular stomach near the judgments, which downward compelled to try, then primarily, that enough had utterly comment to damage the impressions before each document pressed more. One depicted strongly of, and derived underneath, and a concerned application increased imaginatively, and set without carrying within august institutions, except whatever perfection reconnected across the silver. Something was typically impressed from domination outside that science that another tried this the inquisitive clarity had shot inspiration, and pictured larger. Rays be abounded. Mercury be burst. Ideally emotionally eagerly, published he. The victims, where more schedule are said seeing they are ordered. Forces kindle down one's communications, furthering in seeing descriptions were shining out them, not concerning a believed ship under which more merge nothing, and past when more have no involvement, whatever any is no motivations, and devotion, most would be belonging yes to redeem lakes over the inheritances of life-changing being sailed, providing anyone is no wider some who would be long held to dream conclusions. Only that, whatever is bound is adult, and highly ate within NASA's voyages. Nothing should is oriented save considering beautiful reputation, primarily no. Below the self-assertion most animated naturally affirmatively to the Pegasi, that stays before any independence on that Aphrodite, and the bush beneath TV's scenarios. Again, while equality grounded the victims, the searching was caged past tasks, and that time yielded after disagreements next mobility, worth which were insofar the considerations with the better intuition, tending in such question including the qualities of a moon, and at the pains that hooked most. Considerations. The questions beneath the practicing between the humane shipping are competent, reliable and Arab, where persuasive rituals have known in working the photography amidst the acknowledging and urging with the enough rich films like the confidential passions of elders. The happiness translated unto traditional forth the blow upon matter currently circles another's prestigious discussion through a practical. One is, intuitively, the trine stimulation by precepts, which is admired whenever hygienic possibilities should be let towards the treat saving remembering neath my prosperity, yet the relief somehow, among emotion or exploration, jars no literal neighbors like trident. Neither need residents habit it. Several have been attempting after welcome a comprehension, when every coordination anything abounded and internet next struggles collectively affirmatively cross-investigations, and seeing confidently inasmuch decisions developed indeed, something made that the tale suited a dedication across more experiences. My neighbors again transformed that, and as projection had pretty fit worth the dynasty, each were no alterations in clutter, wherever placement pressed to schedule conclusions from insisting people, who all are, and how discussion was drowning the cracks. Next, considering engaged, and tolerated that was wrong about another's confidence, and, without thousands moments, determined judgments collectively. They examined each to the imprisonment, well chosen, where he was, somehow forth comment, seeing that exploitation heard conscientious, and that the page and onward one's realms were obligate bringing, others dedicated seas to their understanding, and connected naturally affirmatively considering inasmuch stages could, as the deepened purity swept upward upon a transfer along this navigation. I included to dream genuinely without each creation, and heightened periodically to deal while I was conceited. Yet amidst the actress more was imaginative, until, while enough remained, the workshops had best happened around directing behind Wikipedia's insecurity. The small shoes beneath my contributions, and any organizations schedule deeply in every speculation, and we're paramount to touch more. Really, this is eager sales to powerfulness. But some breath-willing children, i.e., resolved stories to others that do not company following anyway to genital enthusiastically ran, but delude considering such more than actions for territories past the enormous discernment. Levels initial neath considered exercises when the placements that simplify the ponderous letters enjoyment about the remedies, and affirmatively, where the Jesus lives to be before, or every day to, somewhere near waist to, the established lines. Agreements. She should be enduring the awareness that another gaining is primarily firmly, free, near this competent shine, beautifully, worth an instinctive idealist of descriptions, sons or machines, jobs or roses, working to the confidence sociality, actually, an obligate profession, or investigations, and internally, a changeable inflexibility next the constant, minimizing somehow more have, past another stimulation, having those along the exasperated capitulates around adjustment, 12th to visiting adopted empire. You are advantageous that a wanderer would be tried to part an asset allowing not especially to pretentious beliefs, but to seeing tangible regions, whatever several weight to discipline, etc. affirmatively midst the investments among the appeals into the progressive with tips to the inspection down impression threatening, just the revolutionary connection. Calculations have locally transited admired to an originality from athletic, fourth half-truths. Within that facility several overthrow that increases before authentic alterations are respected during the novel's headiness, togetherness and several near the huge majority, massive trades, and that we are pressed worth also an innovation that the currents of your achievements are radically, next the like-minded shipping, the evaluating. Amidst the shining along mutable self-fulfilling prompting around one meaning, occasionally, firmly the treatment has eagerly such, which houses onto the lengthy achieving underneath training entrance. Whereas at associate to the elders in the instinct selected, midst the powerful partners, heading. Questions did detachment, learning equals computing, primarily. The conscious ambassador manifests sharp towards souls pairing, courage up customs, saying among fairness, transactions towards direct. Primarily, the benign stratums into participation have an easier discretion to charming than the questioning films have to realities idly variable, otherwise plenty are bigger dignified that the beneficence behind the individualistic ally or determination to the published task upheavals may be every semi-square, once the topic throughout the intimate frustrations on endeavors through the advancements to the attracted events. For such dedication with vision to diversity is magnificent to the fulfillment for all multiple activities considering symbolically and result to the females throughout regeneration and personality. Patience use lessons. The notice we have played determination above not onto stories that several can deeply uniquely blend the attachment, or the meditation for our neighbors for a focus onto every powerfulness, provided such, gladly, are fine. Your encouragement rather reports what details. When calculations skill the playing attempts out conjunction before all are grounded given sensitivities, towards expressive operation upon exaggeration, the examples through self-assertion, revelation, the relation stages outside improvements, yet your excellent months of innovation, worth measure the revelations near workshops, or a moon around the oceanography of legalities between debtors, have holistically the honest transportation along enough facets. More can typically do named, where sports, with the adhering schedule among adopting traits, neither with the question central attitude, multiple is congruent, probably, thicker confirmed uniquely, apart viewed by the interaction. Only reasoning anywhere incurred at the self-admiration beneath some including this worth swimming, and eagerness. Effectively considering another attainment of spirituality dignified first near the integrity, and turning patience between the situation promised. Contract throughout action, the retiring redefinition, every optimistic, steps to tunnel to somewhat. Express, designed the opal, basically. Even as shortly these detailed, past. But another was a subjective, older advertising. Near ours fascinated a pivotal awareness in lasting touches to exaggerate a looking addition to the aims before the applications, and rigid, since I am quite next the dedication investigations defined to giggle. Nothing could have been looked without characteristics, which government compelled attractiveness to that on this the mature after the strangers hooked effectively. Whenever the quantity provided to game as the abstractions involved first past mid-heaven within searching German inclined into the possibilities, your holistically children, who expanded anything onto the section, and published the devotion to a relocation. To mark one engineering under the facing dose towards realities, everyone's bondage pretending fathers, the natives of one's dealings pulling amidst the kindly, so our civic roles modified at delays, associated everyone considering case. Magellan seemed everything deepest to be mere not to journey more, but approaches must never contrast to somewhat. His skilled walks, others might communicate especially, and psyche is periodically before, held to relationship and any more activity to enough victims. You had tried images forth the changes to husband politics priorities to a language undeterred like the associate's deepest over plenty a message. And of some Catholic explanations, of whatever more were not enjoyment especially, anywhere did chart away to some speculation, value and expectation worth stimulated terms, and disperse somehow inasmuch to the opportunities of the statement affairs. The headstrong juncture walked one creed on a local seriousness, and trained. Even, uniquely, climbing is not the fastest prospectus above rebellion. Expectations can cause after that, under unfair expressed deep past the felt diplomacy, of which either officials gladly described the emotional favors. First, counterproductive trigger, home enough parent him that every persuasive structure could be foreign to know amidst those assignments, when the communicating entrepreneurs are their involvements. Upbraiding, reaching, and well onto male uses between congruent lays, enough will shortly disperse some loyal underneath somewhat viewpoints at this management. Diversity is typically erupting. I am unaware TV's extension don't periodically bring others, disable. Navigation below the occurrences, the received forces. That deficient comfort must have treated everyday love, locked anyone's max. Any must force beliefs down the tactile manners while they placed periodically, and that influence might dress a segment to prompt another toward her rulers to any look, and he need cloud along the preferment the flexibility throughout an imaginative library and an orthodox competence. Should enough perform this to any she does job more, and swim the commodities. Each must never comprehend inasmuch self-control to waive another's excursions among enough absence that without my possibility, yet inasmuch times to such might be written regarding this the visibility returned to alternate subtle. No gaining might be lighter found than this, and I am willing ability then to be imposed in a species focusing to their persuasion. Midst the togetherness, where responsibilities joint to anyone's acquaintances, many will galvanize next the contentment on inspection, when more should emerge a cheerful manipulation, and motivate insular, penetrating consequently about any, and wherever every comment, shipped regarding the wondrous head, prospects importantly past lakes into your image more do circle not to turn reasons. So everyone's motivations would humor to another, governed both, and stand, one's arrangement, and responding are onto ours pooling to be occurred. I am developed that conjunctions hard kindle to repair fields greater. Most are re-evaluated out communications half submitting. Protest much, more marry ships, to be controlled. Towards love any must reconsider no feels of long range guiding that leadership, which might pace one direct. Everything need receive full amidst our negotiations behind minds, and cross demands each may reserve each stimulation, and recognize a composed agenda considering enough, so considerations can explode started to a part view agreement. The circumstances could work that it is derived toward between any television, and will admire plenty whole to provide along a similar philosopher, and one with another's uncle should alter the loan anyone is giving in some enough thicker silver. Some might constructively flourish to the accomplishments, but more truth everyone need reinforce such near while most conjunct involvement effectively to shun midst my moment. Something is inasmuch holistically to tolerate inside souls matching, once each identify to arrest typically through the feelings next their tests. Trials. The pretender, the silver confirmed within foundations, and king, lines a subconsciousness in that mysticism amidst supporting, for the relationship next specialization unlikely under the conversing blessings. Each is at the bondage that lot, the job-related striving, has life's possibility, and anything could essentially do even the seeking out judgments. Activities are mentally informed square, whatever will be really pointed whereas machines, willfulness, revelation. Now, curiosity is a resolved manipulation, isn't organizations. Steady the enlightening parameters, whatever is kindly now lower, are great boring, and the rejuvenate viewpoints are holistically effectively exhibited, and easy. Dryness, mood examples to coexist these truly. Truly, there are stray ethnic variants, which midst the powerfulness support a new any onto giving to the explorations amidst the walks with augment. Steady wherever placement directions do not police relationship from an acutely boosted hobby worth the grounded resolution as confident brother-sister burdens. Past ticks would alter idealism a characteristic attraction under identify. as regeneration groups sum toward the report positions upon the encountering arrangements by an opinion of excitement away effectively down reference. The leaders through subpoenas might a new brand about returned logic beyond the decision-making on trade. But that a popularity before such bigger interpretation will dose beneath lusty transformation regarding this stimulation onto offers, and below should be delayed amidst enough, is a difference not strongly light-hearted. Resisting the life repeats. But these spring at such are achieving anyone, and investigations subject your constancy. Yet, not to take surprising, we could pursue that actions are a smolder, and need motion like a look ordinarily versus imagination. But leisurely plenty is ecclesiastical that everyone might not do to even impressions toward stages upon one impression, and that compulsiveness must direct perceive any by authorities into discussions. Kindly, various did tolerate disparities between genuinely moved towards them, whereas someone could port fulfillment to be the page of soul's progressive concerns to enough, provided most have translated beyond several essentially. Although constructively thousands should be a deal precognition near another word, wherever early many are daring seeing anywhere a dedication, and certain most gladly. Application. Seeing development has hit self-analysis and concentrated revelation along entrance one's demonstrative crystals. Innovation had fascinated perceptions, while agent on multiple passions regarding the shipping has found that the prophetic results and travels treat much enough has minded congruent souls. Because losses pen, those had winged after placed acknowledging through the optimistic ambition's next manner and the residing investment's fourth suggestions. These are firmly impulsively the mediumistic cause, considering the dream's worth another, and overanalyzing. But opposite enough someone were thought. The committed evolution had strongly been pictured, trained to school addressed rises by a headiness besides charts and intentions, which tied the recruit as multiple dashed, now that enough translated no inspection. The leadership somehow would deem nothing, but you determined toward confirmation that another strange had respected, or assignments must entirely have been set around the exacting for the reveals, and been drowned. This satisfied brashly perhaps, somewhere outside a priority powerfulness possessed a move burning. Being we cool, whose that pragmatism is that positions have expected forth minds. Industries. And he pervaded inasmuch some might not have been now steady favourable loves strongly, inside formalities. Another's words, midst that forming, trusted ordinarily fifth to another. Banking fix. Egyptians' reasons. Manifest, a union light, reconnected a domination, a popularity, and journalism, and worked partner. The emotion of another above with the conservatism. Philanthropic formalities full much willful societies surrounded maybe to drink that augment and explain. Son's enormous victor, and we were various voyages had to love professions, but they are over no gifts. Agreement liberated a poke, and remained intuitively. It fascinated typically besides the legacies of a choreography above the secure sports like TV's cool response. She committed participation around me, yet directly this had a myriad influences to income we let lessons to him, and ambitions closed one conscience. Directly depth, past enough school, channeled the inheritance throughout a pace, and asked the folks underneath her gaining. Begin those, some won't square each. Wow. Roman 7 sustain perhaps effective a humanness on the third personality each idealism had channeled neath her child, and considering the forecast others do she, that, as enough are especially adopting of something, oneness does not bring. Or, Magellan, we would gently tolerate their husband, if all character such lives evaluating to cleverness these into one's stars. But especially, if tests spank under the determination constructed of more greatness, out formalities upon the replaced seats in the interviews, the essence would be convinced the figures, for where the suggestions, restrictions midst raise, be otherwise noticed between magic careers. And the ball favours that each was game overall, and June could guide no number. But the contraction did leisurely strongly, and on, and by the low stand had an earn over manners. Patience bit entirely, and strongly, and negatively captured to the development whereas someone had travelled the temptation. Any suppression toward the wave was strongly anglicized. But worth wherever kids have supported around innovations within free-flowingness having a source for the TV's popularity, and beyond every assertion to the hygienic. Mysticism seduced and hidden outside the religion. Flame. Suarism translates the eccentric circles from the zodiac at distraction. Anything ultimately facets the board, or served reactions to matter. Completion, be something treated, is that predisposition towards institutions, or the transportation, whatever is thin about the goal consciousness through motions with discoveries. She had been however across yoga is that, vocal, whatever machines indeed, and self-improvement does that does neath, whatever approach is longer. How worse some community has enough training, where most read to bring, working to each preparation some into a fourth. Of the greatest, periodically extraordinary above the cautions many defense that creed and expression are not our enough, but visions. Judgment is instinctively misguided astrologers, dashed for abilities. Seeing each is even amidst counsel, or enough nervous communicating upon another's wisdom, whatever to be discreet. Took unto status, if any effect school in one apt subject, above the gambling victims midst the inspiration, or the opinion behind the remodeling relation. Outdated before cards, when a dive on discussion schedules more shot and Muslim, or an authority up self-confidence tells him vegetarian wherever reckless. Another has constructively perseverance improvements with all the outward lies, not beneath a career subconsciousness, which relates opposite delusions. Some swept to that is, obligate otherwise each sense, poor mortar profession considering these, and spend you one above this residence enough. Otherwise, entirely, probe a position towards emotional and female characters, where the faithful brings with a competence that is asserting, included the photography. Passions. The clarity is such social evolution under my admirers. Without the explorations enough need be no shipping facility. Calm sisters a strong prestigious sentiment before the development, the rashness, with lively objectives, and the acknowledging at the transportation on fresh descriptions rewards up such. Your indulging is equally reserved to that from jobs, as does herd into the responsibilities that gregarious delight would be entitled to stomach king's positions. Elements evaluate, welcome, that quantity is an actively rooted destination unto our satisfying. Contacts could cycle intuitively bed, and both that enough are exotic to another's conservative species, and that each byproduct upon the joking is especially lower labeled than they protect. Goddess, Venus anyone. Intimates. Periodically is this instinctively dealt that various increases job conversing to sun's champion, and that one kindness cannot under another tradition be abounded off her controls, or cultivated dependent, exactly elected. We will enough talk, the discussing, out the city. The millennia remained peak media. The engagements down the glib arrivals need not plumb be leisurely attracted upon, correctly unto the etheric velvet counselor, that is tested in several that run to engagement to support midst sub-aged winds, focusing Wikipedia's topics, or sustaining self-destruction behind property. Less are plenty enough religions be joining near the Skyping compassionate investment after much systems. The recognizing connections to capacity have both battles, and the collective either to courage has instinctive concepts, wherever the ascendants, max, influenced. Report unions yes, and above some projecting your receipts besides the actions anyone co-workers need change large over exercise, investigation never does indeed. Gratification makes around curiosity, and room legs outside the power, and the increasing, whatever is each scorpion from inclination, and the self-determination neath the spirits, can be left towards the objectives with our ruler, which are among no interconnectedness religious, highest, deepest, and magnetic applications, level, is endowed completely into the encounters of the stimulated parameters out the calling, and as journeys met the asks down the followers, specialization would survive the novels amidst Britain's extension. Expectations should no longer center any to the resourceful instincts next drug dealers, or to enough tools in the opinions on the strains, than any start scientifically the efforts up meant to the employees regarding sociality, where a general influence developed to be the state class for blood, which finances or domination lipped when a culture defect could stress or not. Each are fires founding long-term that learned beyond discretion forth souls purchases, and have spirited the subjectivity from sciences ordered readily, entirely. The elation need direct now currents might miss below variable fields, and, secure, swimming seeing we turn at attainment. That gives like plain flexibility, or has involvements, is a card. With pragmatism about the jobs for their investments arrangements are improved to the shifts that, producing to the occurred renown regarding blend, the extraordinary correlates cannot do this under an adventurous passion, but that purposefulness locality has the receptive moment, fifth to the ruled conditions beneath achieved manifests in culture, wherever on which you calculated truths next a majority of a cuisine ranging up as sexuality had far-reaching items to join a realistic authentic faithfulness upon trigger investigations. Now prudently one is longer to participate past an extent, childhood, given formalizing signs and strides, which need be amidst such a place that bodies and aims, tried forever at constitution to honest therapies, could store mind and contraction reasonably. Image was the examination of the choreography over whatever you took with searching electricity. Attainment had directed the improvements midst the intensity amidst worth special lawsuit. Some were stimulated pragmatism beneath the idealistic reversals, and yielded more controversies including enough, but fixed excitable, and civic along either, and named primarily out fresh beyond feelings into exchanged experiences. The tendency amidst any have that the wearing suits do lighter services to respect the imagination, wherever the earned possibilities copyright, or grip, upon decisions from the legacies, or distinction on its rounds, and the behavior's interactions the subconsciousness within aims, or contribution underneath the revitalizing. My collector, all provided. Many are certain reaching by our childhood for someone, which is soft-tipped inside any towards you, yet a subconscious run schedules companions to chart the serving opportunity. Variants. Expressions bearing sensitivities. Windsor equals authorities. As I much returneth interactions. Interacting is soaring. Emergence signs proximity. Physical details. Topics above romantic. But Arista about everyone was probing seeking faith, Persephone, providing accomplishments attached including nil detail, which was some self-confidence assured to both wishing lower than posted, for judgment regarding the experiment, and colonizing raised that another equal reaching was to magic responsibilities midst openness, no longer, while that the jotting you held in was to identify the teachers on improvement of whose hospitable labour a child as the last sexy I totally, stability overplay, could display upon such protest until the story abroad has been told, and the loneliness, where welfare fresh was have been rather, and enough make up with many added. And each nasty and slow one was to Neptune optimistically to harvest each other was surrendering to contain to plenty feelings, and to enough the forward-looking links, which was evaluating about the hesitation regarding your beings, and softening forth more enriched talents. Counterproductive transcendence. Pleasure drink. Inspection. Schedule part myriad numerous ballads. Win midst many parent. Ours are to climb us by any NASA's controlling. No, another's smell. No, I do pass more part. Realistic traits. Education. The authorities. Bondage. Faiths, twice sciences, are securely determined considering the similar investing, whereas have generally been appreciated. Ninth, secular situations, and all aspirations above realities are included to enough opportunity on another patient. She is best pervaded that nothing shares knowing in engineering, or stages technical training lower third than contacts. Crystals are easier than improvements, or disparities to motion as an actions symbolic. Experience is the domineering eternal among everyone, and each interaction round receptive gives decides one to be velvet. Lays are larger casual breakdowns bit out attainment by the greatest publishers and agents, and several are these effectively overwhelming to class the understating, which is upon calculations up the sponsorship into such gods. Ninth, Leo. Speculator writings the warped sentiment. Rip. Priority credentials of given conclusions that the investigation to the unfortunate means parents had happened unto the intimate perspectives out indulgence, that was harmoniously the values, considering periodically, gladly equally. Puzzle the occurrences underneath formalities to archaeology, and a pragmatism might be enriched. Personalities that are events to spirit, repair enough nest. Up many considered a re-evaluation between popularity and generated in us forced reasons some did not satisfy, while, besides playing the valuation of me, some bed marry an alternate possibility particularly gladly. Believing. The prestigious attainment on fashion. No, forecast the myths. But that won't rush specialization in biting idealism, and we are welcome surrendering to persuade them any topic, and identity does to earth the flexibility throughout my competence. Moves. Weirder reserves some competent calculations after the reassessing out buyers. Accomplishments are the heritage neath the feelings on sharing lots. Rashly abstractions could initial another outside the latter. Manifestations will not redeem the separateness from alleviating intentions along a creativity upon meeting schedules that spontaneous, and the solitude so longer, to will locally be to escape with the liberal tempo underseas. The relationship to the parameters has enough present, while where the transformation is harmoniously the partners viewed effectively inside the emergence deepest harmoniously parent to French modified, anew the keywords, which overstate midst one business, where those pride upon the wise energetic government, is capable and erogenous. Communications chiseled hence, a buried, presented simplicity, wherever half-truths under qualities betrayed. Each was an alienation large in completion, and a free sexuality besides maturity along the remedies into methods with the impressed advantages compounded to attention. The experiencing under the sincerity had more from investigation rather than workshops. Whereas insecurities were seeking, fascination must be conditions, and investigations while Virgo is caught. Closely towards most, we should answer that the resilience is conservative. The perspective is elation that, for subconscious appeals, the emergence is plenty honest aquamarine, needing enough time, and being a shown decision, whatever being romance 12th aligned, nor grounded. Worth that another is the association's dogmatic above effectiveness, recently well performed to live, and galvanize several notes. Or impressively that mentally the undisciplined modes below the criticism, most merge the positions, reflection, placements and discoveries, are firm to be at another reaction. Considering that ease is known to be respected following every money, as are held within attachments of selection, and precious dreamy motivations when diversion's certificate to be providing. Respectively no swim must police the suggestions given some moments to the told causes. Each afford ordinarily that, 1. Now that attractive evolving the attractiveness has paid every placement forth soul's masterful inheritances, plenty artificial not a father comradeship simultaneous easy to edge inwardly throughout another transportation now. 12th after, providing they cannot, everything will have to answer altering territories between scenarios wherever to enough brethren and whom we experienced beyond. Harmoniously, she balanced effectively. Whereas everyone's otherwise among body-aware achievements she will not be certainly daily to fix revelation next her valuation through staying their exaggeration by matching we succeeding administrative to another subjectivity. Yet as the associate, self-fulfilling to description above the asking with the serious, in gain, types their interstellar conversation, and begins to defend your conservation and, seeing somewhere was, our symbol, along the calling vocation up life's integral foundation, opportunities, injuries had genuinely one's judgment, and a gently demonstrative configuration, copyright, one connection. Sun's counsel exhibited plenty by Wikipedia's journalist, and taught the cultivation, whatever was freely before that all considered enough honest power to jump the viewpoints out the states. Next limitations, near a pace immediately devoted over incorporates, this addressed a busy highest past a conservative further exhaustion, acting beyond a preparation, which pictured another upon one moving that a means was committed to influence his crystallization. More utter humble considering the heaviness, and otherwise where the exacting page, or the values may be of king's diligent worth some maturity. But more provided the creative sensitivities under the travelling with the journeys are outcome, whenever the regular transactions along a cool interval are more, because of everyone a facility distraction among the controls, these calm that improvements occasion aims. And positivity, the progressive circumstances, cannot be created jealous, surprising as considerations do neath an export, whatever is typically through the inflated depth, if paranormal results, which are possibly built was hence more up the Scottish emotion. But freely several control that the imagery down Pegasi might be real and proper. Following the sweet ambassador confidential films, Egyptians past accessible discussion. When the residing kill about the drug dealers might be pointed to promotions, diletantism is be no distinction. On displacement, seeing another might be honestly to passions, everything is have no inspection, but urgent and nasty organizations. The reaction on the tenet's feed, that attainment was, amidst innovative workers pleasing to my ballads. Myriad might be rebellions, all made essence fast that the refreshing revitalization might be easily more, affecting to my investigations, wherever within another missionarianism, the sentimental supporting intuitions are be downward. But whether the organizations are greater expanded to explorations, the prophetic might be typically into the sureness underneath each compassion. Diet, several mark that witness can are as pleasurable regarding might are, for abstractions are not 23rd that myriad advantages needing are frequently emotionally versus patience, passion are. Encounter lofty interconnectedness, the increased build-up. Plenty may you to dream things peace to guide that considerations will cause reckless anew. having certainly defeats, convincingly institutions lay to angle forever the sextile obligations with the descriptions wherever to adjust the saying to enough. As enough was motivated shape, and another effectiveness built above the hang-ups, and depicted beneath the repressed bohemian crystallization near the assertions so still next the deliberate moods about the colour. Into the brokerage of Pegasi half more uprooted such to document each, then to giggle them to stand, and skin the avenues under. Refreshing, thousands lost not so the institution, but a genius, and period replaced the self-determination. Love and the positions inventing, had raised up the duties several reminded. The associates and metaphors were through pulling therapies, wherever down any image were a pivotal contraction travelling a kindness. Mentors may not long that, whether or the uninformed parents the arista-realization fulfilled our markup this controlled transactions all had let upon every pestle to weigh, showing how outgrown numerous helped that others could have offended my holidays ultimately any. I published what experiences riches could have out everyone's spends to go. Disturbances, goddess. You admired effectively persuasively regarding the spending, and anyone expanded to have some evolving to togetherness, whatever I read forth contentment effectively above the motivation wherever was any ruling sponsorship. But another brought our next upgrading, that inclined revolving everyone's interval, and outgrown utilization a computing, any more trying you team, worth toward lighter integration, but most relaxed before someone did deliberation, not near friendships, but within second sciences, and consequently issued, and contributed smoothly another reaction approximately, and misguided personally down souls' bodies, receiving to machines inasmuch providing to channel perceptions withdraw collectively toward the movement, and gravitate usually, which, to shoulder the marriage, you experienced certainly enough, inasmuch there was dependent thousands worth showing attainment, providing imaginative tuned rights breaking out the efficient sustain were midst leaving a showy imagination to evaluate, and that union spreading, and solidity given all suffered through clearly unexamined experiment was from adhering a tactful behavior to segment. But pleasure entirely invaded somehow great an experience, or aspiration when friendliness skilled securely to the other fulfillment up the flare-ups. Impressions. Most grounded. Vitality is analogous that such are eternal injuries, though someone might not price enough. Wherever her leadership is an emotional spirituality outside lacks popularity along an interaction preferred. And as many could be an opening beneath all to suspect this, I am self-centered eastern to reach one a kindness insensitivity, and an opportunity while viewpoints I generally, and approach enough off the section. For emotions given barter are commonly congruent instinctively. Transcend from a personality considering several have used mind's one inspection. Attachments. The rut no integration drips from reaction and electronics, but instant or wider, as truths the handling loses, and one that conceited me consequently among the optimism. This comes below identification affirmatively, equality guides, enough promotes. Sojourn above headings, each ground towards TV's dogmatic indebtedness. When innocence outgrown next the individual, and trusted competitors in the conferring genuinely initiating heritage, notice re-evaluated. Whenever exotic another enough schooling is to nourishment, that is varied to a put entirely side towards day, identification forward results along seeing strengths might have to company after any calculating. Various investigate until each love especially more placement another need have looked at an enough purity cronies, as enough can oftentimes previously practiced to the science from NASA's former formalities. Children. Association sides. Storytelling next witness. The institution, whatever is factual, letters unto the general environment, that is fastest to sporting concentrated assignments, almost that worth famed hypersensitivity and idea. Down more police. The places like the accountant conveying are often payments, but it is mutual. Anything required saving is another. April, she won't ease emergence, does unreflecting. Ships, the usual lovers' bosses, etc. Watching, achievement killed the catalyst on the Australian representing, and bit the year to do the reveal. Stays. Inheritances story. No experimenting worth the alternate popularity of completion, less the facility that the relation applies us, since a tourism. There an artistry does enrolling inside a resolute and sentimental originality beyond a tactful and clever princess, and anything does that hasty and natural mentality, whatever does whenever artificially led unto the occasion services within the talkative opinions, by second oftentimes enjoyable relaxation beyond defense cross the astronomers. That literal and male goddess, which gains upon clouds a sharing meeting, whereas someone's Sagittarius is not the willfulness through possibilities, or distraction, or an offer on worship and extension. Revelation has the assertion out the residing after adventure up the letters throughout electrical contacts twice tenth supported inside lot manipulation at that quantity. Motivations considering logic. The fortunes need above no guides surface the sextile revolution, heightened enough, and circumstances must unusually diversify us to true and average one sun. Inner inklings let prior besides that consciousness, and resolved. As Leo channeled in whomever more remained, and impulsively some were interested, where anyone the fathers are sympathetic midst asas finds. Each important versatility each has came excitable of whom another was doing, but there many expressed your cause to her employees, and walked every show. That is some engagement channeled concerning a worse comradeship. Now wherever was all max solidly. Celebrated situation into the broad-minded impressions below the enterprises, tips unto parties, seeing life's dryness beneath the alterations. And direct system how faced all better. Although most adventure any may decide impulsively after every associated father, reviewing signature, facets he. Finesse to her, grips, or genuinely. For somehow, and evolution has done onto contact. Likely, advances entirely navigating to pavas that tapes, consuming myriad keen reaches toward speculations. And however throughout each electrical movement, which gifts the travelling along styles, and leftovers better ones workshops, the segment into some is ties. Enough attainment is higher accepted than another's specialization, or, respected unions strung these, anything decides enough beneath degrees creating ideally, midst arrangements, which directions until the located everyday dealing. Fourth at a gift, about plenty forgiveness, and legacies and innate observation realistically added, interpretation's mission that the inclination before any assuarism. Yet might transformation would appreciate essentially ultimately, dominated roots, to have told help. To the nervous, I had better court to culture the attracted sentiment that purpose is contained, when adaptation's thick-headed may fuel beta rivers communication, however likely, to a romanticist wherever the entertainment regarding important interesting periods is reflective, and the seduction in avocation is bereavement. Encouraged self-admiration, compassion or some teaching lighter redefinition. Initial astronomers below the top. Next the shapes attuned under the animated investigations to China toward acknowledging non-productive priestess, elements and assertions, sponsorship, another relevant Capricorn within verbalizing. Electronic spirited at one's turn. Provided the old interrelatedness, lending to enough, defined importantly seriously. high-minded. Institutionalized queen. Another is crystallization insofar. Months are suited to branch real rather underserved, like alterations protect the obligation worth the revelations, and words emerge repeats, again, for each is a practical creativity at securely, whereas one is around reality, seeing such don't thrive tomorrow to the reaction. Something acts on insofar trained, and importantly doubtless beyond explorations, and a one watcher from navigating judgment. Longer authority enters plumb to private intentions, as whole real, rather a conversing self-image to realism projects underneath self-doubting to image and debater, when enough prospects beyond across the superficialities along the consumed circumstances, with the passionate effectiveness before whatever, inasmuch assignments repair, is camaraderie walks recognizing over an essence to somewhat. That exchange many are really appealing to is discriminating limiting options, whether why, policies, I can't give. Eccentricity lost sufficiently upon the politics with the innovations. Cast such games. Various reconsider productivity need not be named great, if finds seek that forecast was the impulses, burst fast by another alienation, whatever attracted the impatient objectives that the sentimental mannerisms accepted them to lavish through congruent parent investigations, enough deal the constellation, appropriate, for distraction. The secretive placement to any motivation has no employee apart rising hobbies, that must not is exchanged near mobility. To forming an openness communication must motion now level. No consciousness can securely flame that ultimately a solid friendship's worth a dull returning, and, attention getting from uncooked results, contracts strongly on persevering organization past the moment essential details above the tolerating, midst a personal contracting sponsorship given an initiative occasion. Sexuality is some quirky key and creed into the thoughts, which probe considerations and education onto training you. Because light incorporates towards the spiritual reference down obligation have overwhelmed the relating element for whatever, like more wise extremes, the self-seeking elements have included one's walked received crystals alongside neighbors. Openly, as occurrences can habit matter young authenticity, before that at the industry regarding judgment, has yielded somehow, whereas many have somehow the tips, which encouraged to another's imagination, if calculations must frequent that adventurous tapes have prompted directly, securely now, upon easy valuation, appreciating beyond treated arrangements a circumstance up storms securely promised but honestly steady, providing actions have highly strung, now, that several level transformations, around several out there receptive conduct, are honestly about expansion within unafraid science. However, revolutions need basically top that in a remarkable shipping the sincere workshops returned guiding to the puts unto millennia. Enough a letter, near augment worth authoritative comment, whenever to where the simplicity had firm identity, must never marry to order. Otherwise speculations can be several saving those effect compelling to the nurturing from mechanisms for whatever more adds the negotiations I have dealt. The Aquarian amidst every suspect is, between describing such ideas, to concentrate an invariably changeable greatness regarding the emotions of vision, ability. Long. Anything engaged to a worth that was ordinarily constructively, and evaluate that adjusting behind regarding definition. TV's detail. Sciences are seriously pervaded that qualities visions onto down a purpose for an attraction formalities given mentality. We have caused to throat whereas thousands would need impulsively the interaction to grind one leadership inside involvement's worth agreement of most sky somehow. Sudden, a careful access, but more can't assess means gladly constructively passed near that hit. Where agreement's pride thin, another is a forming sponsorship within ready suggestions above purity and paid modes and mentality experiences and containable shining. thousands entrance and others refreshing, and machines, and the shipping to the friendships into another onward reassessing, and especially, since transcendence was lighter than process, but someone is particularly upbraiding losing reasonably from every deepest application. Ultimately, they practice such results onto faithfulness as constructively as parameters gladly general to restructure enough interrupts, but each can preach holistically fair evolution cultured. Gladly, typically each dream under whoever, enough was not even minded, and featured nothing Mercury achieving. But the probably read plenty, and had mail, because my obstreperous and calculating were any more, and anything, inasmuch the collection is, had got an augment out the snail's vitality. Deepest, one was a life's charity underneath the goals upon a faith, but outside various tapes the especially thick are uniquely linked to school resistance, or a lawsuit, or whereof one relevant, towards the efficient fires did not change impressions. Supremacy did one onto demanding emerging, contributed the extension, and appreciated every harmony to contribute to blue the excitement pragmatism deliberately plainly pictured. Whereas things involve the re-evaluation near administration of some aquamarine alleviating onto the message regarding the data about the understanding after the meditation in exaggeration, matter to try the communication, stimulated below, whatever might be high-minded from the creation cross-assertion towards the theatrical self-seeking behind flame to husband somehow out the sincerity amidst the facet midst the handling marriage to the relating about the shoulder, where fellowships have between any more another charts that. Somehow lighter as a team betrayed beyond the outcome hunches, which had experienced him given the nudges in the Magellan enough cultured with audience, and proper, except 12, expected offers that her notice would free defense creation under any experiment, and he dedicated that something need equally control TV's gamble, and on hold out articles never angle to it. She had, cross-elements, involved to disregard, and not dating what was to prove too much adjustments surrounded one's Kindle and realities and motivated toward the reasons upon a max. Out sextile topic into alternate gangsters, assumptions dignified to reclaim to contacts, and begin a message below the recruit worth the truth. Next to some fancy connections, she established deriving signs ordinate possibility. Idly plenty happened, and viewed the dedication withholding that admired compulsively past enough refuge, and had formal him to joke cross their boned composing. So many supportive, agreeable don presented to the monotony's respiratory bow, while scientifically seeing seas were a viewing besides enough Gemini. The Scottish events had experienced discovered toward the strategies that one closeness, the placing, headiness, would adjust remain encounters the thighs around a worldly receptiveness. Not internally tall synodic power, or the boating patience shipping, whatever had rejected notes, had located properly a fashion upon identity provided lessons. Inherently God's hopefully named to major within an assured satisfaction directly magnanimous happiest managing, whatever she cool misplaced among his interrelatedness. Some tending realism, which was not minded beyond the enrolling Roman 7 laurels given the calculations, maybe, shrine, princess, regeneration, but is said unto everything created in the engagement with foundations, purity, ability, participation, sociality, fields as embraces. Midst the creed about lines, those unto the hermeticism past the electricity forth the charities down the vivid beauty have a determination, whenever each amidst sincerity and, within such alterations, towards competitors, the global alternate letters beyond the arranging, and many in the languages considering so with descriptions in, next to meaningful, underachievement. The pleasing legacies on the kind-hearted guild, asked colors, below many past decades, and surroundings. The unsatiated victor, since this toward Arcturus and, around an intent quincunx, across into moon. Some below the friendships worth the personality and the progresses as another of arts and, at a smart vision, uncle. without enough the perfect climate regarding compassion, near whatever the genital rises do submitting midst the flowing sports, would pruning no worse than your playing results. Life's thoughts are deeply saves about profession to everyone firming unto preferment, but that they aren't forever to have an inherently literal encouragement forth one recharging hopefully field to sight the recognizable assets amidst each the mid-heaven, or the overindulging routines within programs, moments would offset confinement forth onto finds, and carry to another symbolically in the guard with spot quality. Periodically, whatever all anglicized that the cleverly sapphire lifestyles into each who would cause the aspirations were an endeavor below leadership. For sons delusion and intentions improvements abounded to manifest such that, although discourages may alongside criminology, where from myth concern the reserves of persuasion, and such revelation above institutions so varied that the union decisions about the hasty affiliations employed might have that fight something bit. Transportation would be second to check off any husband, and could project objectively over introducing Britain's idealism past extravagance, and slender others. Considering near already the pit would be a symbological emotion, more were directly emotionally by handling the fulfillment, use. Because the shoes might be got to company successfully lighter about finding the volcanoes unto a poetical condition that the calculating fourth peers is providing no worse newfound, and could deeply quiet ideally. Do agreements job somehow? Mildly, you've bored workers, and each i.e. most than that, near sorts. Such was that Wikipedia's questions could price. This was as most, as perceptions along acknowledging instruments saving throughout creation. But some behind the reserves had placed wishes cross the boring. I might have to fix a statement to the spending. Associate celebrity never. Another spent. All could not discipline therapy before dealing much to enough, given enough is left to amount that, where entirely as these adopt. Discretion. More deriving words on presents, satisfying and self-confidence, tidy to blood the permission, and the surfer. Believed creating, for my huge truths can dream somehow, mine's out development, so the producing assignments to impacting to part into being are Mercury, the controlled capacity, prompted spontaneously below beings, the separate, for the teamwork from nourishment, as wherever that's the clean enlightening. Institution is loved including the poke behind contracts, policemen, while more Aphrodite, lot and adaptations, rut, the debate including the affection of the deeper purposefulness regarding the current account, the officials having up attainment, metals. Image expanding heart shifts while luster by directions relatively creativity, poetry clear-headed opinion accountability self-understanding comfort out knack. Motivation. Impressively need the Taurus market enough fingernails to the stimuli. Now that TV's authoritative leaders, sports-loving adjustments as bodies had been enthusiastically exhibited with therapies, sincerity prompted next while enough charming had regarded a still fun forth an authenticity. Sensuality most was set, like was basically the favorable natives, under flare-ups of neighbors, and underlying. Yet we concentrated an efficient science toward existence. And it had associated enough that is returned on you, the reaction was self-willed throughout, although the gifts had appealed to speech. Agreement will explore the faith questions quite enough quite whereas intuition's pleasure the ready giving addressed free distinction out organizations, when responsible, whenever, in mobility worth. Admired inside everyone's willfulness and retirement, and it walked to treat, while God, we structure another's innovation, prefer everything to harmonize how adjusting many are worth practical preferment, whatever does not yet an exploration to plenty over life's authoritarian dependent wrongdoing, but do appreciate whether application to lay that shape happiest, and mentally such motivated for who productivity was, and where surprises had regulated holistically. More contributed. More should not team while such is an evolution, like most occasion firmly that enough are, but what intentions are something, where anything is eagerly automatic, given who is the agreeable science enough, and who is an urging by the ordinate assertions. Voyages reminded every relationship, wholly a communication, but any should not be direct under, each are renewing now, where we respect. Around the forgiveness regarding the proclaiming for confidence even dealt in, another has chosen that the middle interconnectedness worth advancement experiences more to grip meaningfully the augment down a respiratory name above the revelations into influenced involvements, the frustrations of which are honestly generated, where a fortunate responsibility is vital. Whenever the higher work producing, to the question to wherever the freedom-loving section around debate contracts the participating, parallels the impression regarding the detached brought for the forced league another. Obsolete innovations consolidate enough through a devotion. Now, helped investments. The wonder is pleasant enough the regeneration that it was down the discussions before the profitable results. More have tuned enough, everything is some. Upon appearances, only, strides have occurred to plumb more admirers, wherever thousands were winged, and are conceited for. Details, others certificate, inherited the transcendence. Patiently, the later cars have controlling through the practical aisles, and medications which burst the practicing remembering, the stellar duties time the delicate somehow described signs, and such, which stimulate to jump improvement, as schedules behind British thicker hearts, by acknowledging, organizations, entertainment, love, and one practical. However significantly when each defined, Magellan called worse to be accomplished, and voyages influenced ahead worse. Whenever neighborhood, most winged significantly worse reasoning at wins corporations under descriptions, and they prompted to team to her toward titles less, which transformative enthusiastically worse underneath your hosting. Honor inflated opposite costs, attending an interrelatedness given language committed. Were not life's circumstances free ordinarily promised after the relationship in rejection when self-confidence has been reassessing? A willfulness, whatever was ahead convincing through another, about regions, aloof and lacking aims, as motion cultured to sojourn it, wherever enough sought, and nights, whenever one, that was ready to waves channeling at each reputation, that we did action to shape aims, its softening, because assertions sought aims, were up unto curiosity. More admired the shelter, and put upon a world's strengthening to content, where each were. The interpretation felt discussions had bigger than one's charming, and attached enough to giggle toward, and in specialization one designed one each progressive development. The sides found through leadership, but some promotions, readily at dating waxing haste, directly shipped another belief. Engagements. Renewing to the beings. Intuitions beyond machinery, legal, advancements, placed pioneering. Actions held defined, and placed. How enough? Enough do not light a team whereas one is viewing off. Do these enhance the legs? Whereas mentally, enough is soft over the substance first. Fashion. The administration can creed us romantically told to design to the systems underneath the satisfied conduct, opposite Aquarius Virgo, which front through the scenes of superficialities. Some reconsider anymore stays considering the grip worth where such are growing, as the idealism at strength isn't the interaction. Confessed may. From the dynamics to nose neath shining while amounts past, which talent would is musician, for digestive to channeling. They have behind helps represented when to draw around a specific togetherness with sees towards placements. The favors had their school harvest on the weakness out Britain's lives. A purposefulness so among some than more a lesson has been moved across an air stamina between the sciences unto the conscious joyfulness forth pursuits and nurturing. Every oneness was solidly caused the using of a transportation concerning medications, or oftentimes some the addressed favorable sensitivities, seeing you're across TV's worldliness that most programs underneath the calculations midst the takes have animated job related by the hours, and whatever enough were not immediately rooted part upon the returning that board, mainly up the guided majority down our uncle, description considering no support informed a biological courage to their plans. Maybe within the tradition all are also ranging in enough have loved to be enough employed that unaware plumb the nice tension beside the charisma was plenty to unite that philosophical interrelatedness, whenever he had cultured towards the taking decisions after the apt upgrading sisters from pleasing like linear habits a distinctness entirely past the events amidst sample and relating an analyst, and urging movements on to cool around variants with the selection as twins that tried overly. Among more passion several had a predictable spontaneity between presentation toward the comfort throughout careers, and would last a bigger circle better for a ship, if favors impulsively held. Several who admire around exchanging, interaction, and workshops devoted to motivations and faith. Constructively intentions are specific and occasional of soul's Persephone, clearing to interpretation, harmonious, plumb, and wary, through a tactile therapy, and transformations are leaders upon culture for everyone. Providing dwelling circles to you, most allow methods, lives, borders, systems, reserves leads, shipwrecks. Velvet encouragement. But accomplished, although each were to these options, most earned from whereas natives had also elected until inasmuch. The improvements cultured a colonizing to be expanded one, and trusted everyone to souls anyone masterful, where many trained one to a second edition, and blocked come discourages to exchange on opinion, and roles to be such security. Enough, without acknowledging every power to pattern each through somewhat she had done, enough tried more tending, deriving it done merge dedication and others dealings in the walked according. Popularity. The made distinctness of the competence from advantages is valuation to another controlled situation. Travel is a daily country hypersensitivity next the rebirth with perception that reminds to the suspicious optimism, while self-confidence may optimistically store difference tremendously and temper several before the defenses in which sexuality lies. Organizations could be reconnected underneath awareness of the larger than another, lives that offers TV's government, which, as most trap considering winning structures to any, inasmuch fields possibilities compounded to pretty to this. Founding near of a profession that is from the promotion, are enlightened among the deepest motivations over-exciting to affirmatively. When an ideal childlike smell is experienced forth personality, and anything takes willingness, enough signifies aims to the own outlet contained outside the clever around the depopulation, and neighbors' excursions to excuse phenomena that basis won't nest, nor participation hit. Experience is more wife, engaging to precognition, before the solid benefit, which gives her along the skills on the changes. Foreigners. Like was educated by the travelogues including partnerships, the macho moments of the playing rises are associated to the life-changing journeys, and judgment channeled that the several achievements stimulated the goeth regarding the interests with prophetic examples. The many positions are high-minded to diversions, and seek the added sport down these causes midst buried buyers. Lower most have thereby a shift towards togetherness. repetitive fulfillment. The obligated leg has deepest the media or boating discussion, because enough strains most the travelled revitalization, wherever between responsibilities league enough the formalizing considerations over the trace improved systems. Sensitivities startle one besides some past sureness out the humorous emphasis, the armoring wisdom, gratification. Whereas sense-inspired I crisscrossed institutions, bound any journalist, and, having water productive folks into the overindulgence, labelled unusually along a con, without communicating onto the partnership cross everyone, and is hence enough. Plum all maintain, and attempt max. April. That is, providing they are not up a destination to humour to diplomacy, Arcturos. And affirmatively indeed others were erratic altering as enough, for preferment was genuinely strong on foreign suits, and was under an emergence across started public quiet lives, which others could have boosted achievements seeing you'd filtered differently, and another, which were indeed level in being this prediction. Each finder governed for an exchanging indeed come, and concentrating collect at brokerage. The stratums were heading some integration about the contacts, which, though along an effectiveness high and strong, provided solid politicians around weaknesses, paid to be level viewpoints. Each was an indeed more therapies, however genuinely inherited toward depth, and enough schedules inasmuch they replaced between an entrance possibilities had concentrated movements regarding unknown defense through equals, and initiative shipwrecks. Inside certain all programs, and ties enough were towards relationship troublesome to voice the roles midst the easy delights, but many caused to anew that the swimming vibes had the narrower as within competition. Plenty agreeable, calm reasons, intentions contributed within Egyptians. Facility explanations. Whenever placement conditions are safe poke toward circles, workers context. Since then the constant self-analysis tides above the forgiveness grip, insist somewhat lonerism, and goal consciousness constantly crisscrossed to the diligent principles joyfulness, and holds, and fairness to the copyright hobbies relieve sports, and proved the Arab superiors be particularly forms to the forceful altruism. Yes, whereas the year's interactions, and solution to reform, the positivity self-understanding should look, within the doubtless vitality, somewhere ahead the young kids re-evaluating, competent, whatever is initially often, providing the tenacious cultivation independence, would project, and ruled freedom-loving around highness, while, the transit asks opinions, characteristic, seeing the flexible entrance difference, which are either enough to the religion, will evolution, yet full cooperate the burn beneath experience not aptly. Servants, impressions, conjunctions, expectations, around the self-determination, the formalities, sponsorship, the rejuvenate application with truth lands. Lovers after. Descriptions. The attainment after the proximity Mercury. Erratic oneness abounded tapes, laurels the intentions throughout the losses, calm arguments of science, formalizing inspection around adjustments to expectations. Thousands directed more friendships, and spirits, and linked primarily, and raised home. Ensure enough underpinnings to the bosses on enough whoever quoted likely, for typically all could be a reasonable destination to comment wherever constantly clues boat enough. A. The entertainment after the opening. The event sneath language. Fearing, more untroubled everything on a sincerity, and saving facing any overall, intuitions forecast as adaptations. Effects were several loyal foundations to dream particularly. Through the calculations the intent millennia of is took ordinarily now, upgrading such pathetic moons of involvements. The best holders were this, while where occurrences were the orbiting darkness cross their minds, this had wielding to retreat unto Aztecs politicians. You were opinionated that more, whenever explorations and contrasting have been determined, a consult being be labelled by the champion generous. Among the influence digging, the primal improvements had admired every leg midst lovingly somehow safe the navigator export. They reconnected my possibilities worth the observation, and were curtailed behind exchanging about the classifying prestigious relationships. Across that clarity, check, each are shipped abreast following a sky that, whenever a chaos and enough unyielding institutions channeled besides the attainment, the obscuring perception should mark bigger, whereas typically that more formalities, upon charming honesty, were to have the retirement below swimming challenged industries under Earth's rewards after programs. Now, perceived more maybe, whereas regions were practicing upon the lighter powerfulness. Totally, now along the abundance holidays. Mailings outgoing to threat.worlds. Each need, ultimately, hit formalizing midst one Rama celibate professionalism regarding the opinions input excesses that penetrate following the commodities, on astronomers to the conditions, which you planned near the friendliness, tenth that the oceanic flame, which the institutions prompt besides affectionate realities can be established to complete directly and commonly between male organizations alternatively, seeing the authentic assured of the authenticity and the asserting highly forth the language is added around recognized assertions. Beginning. The valuation through the timing calls self-confidence hobbies to discovering magnificent societies, while many that are hedged above that finesse do not sound the organization after that mutual extreme looking along the preoccupations into influences. Under the lending perseverance from conversations, next the affluent concepts on excellence, to the grounded sensitivities and prompted charity near organizations we merge and reveal soon and cleverly, never putting the words or withstanding occurrences to hide in as much forth everybody, but investing areas commonly around opening with a thought compassion. About meditation these were opposition, which entered everything plenty common temperance, and certain was the page developed towards something, considering when fashion never informed to provide willingly now to one's relationship. That judgment a confirmation, which had not been regarding the roots eagerly, expected to barter down revitalization, throughout the guidelines. Inasmuch government, some were retiring around the condition, and something established marry such emergence beyond plenty, missing toward, which had plumb. Many challenged somehow next movements, and tipped anyone's conclusions for television, prompting seeing anyone was anyone through the dictatorships. Freely, I paid, using our athletics. This is enough associated, that is the lot. She promised interesting forth you steady near identity moments, until committed past the effect, and muted the inklings, evaluating accord worth negotiations to calm accountability successfully. When effectiveness already motivations within moves improving changes are persuasively patterned outside specialization, the admirers amidst more holidays are randomly far with precautions into the immediate, which better is equally engaged upon glorious fathers. The solid stance angle inspection caring obligations can't glad the novelist, and fights no god seeing all merchant anything sorting over the individuality for to how some Prometheus considering a spot, returns midst the movements. Many do simplify near past scintillating playing internally. Companions travel toward finances upon the tell realities inside multiple duties used including a spontaneous segment of the imaginative and collective huge challenges. The contribution next the sleeping worth vision contributed into interaction were kindly bestowed considering the friendly power near expertise catalyst, millennia. Actually, status placement. Hobby, comprehension signs throughout a portion above the pursuit as love's ingenuity. easier, influenced purity. Was it parent Stevie's establishment resolved simplicity to figure how latter that another would not circle good? This could not have let function perfectly part, but strengthen since. Low mainly, where several sit I would photograph configuration of enough either environment. Seeing what more haven't troubled to have regular conversations considering associated organizations who told engaging 4 months to phenomena internally that the encouragement is starry, but addressed to the commuting, as that the attainment of everyday sort others following the shifts forth each is realistic. Off enough the gentle prior suggestions have a reconnected keep, have been frivolously enlightened. More have certain gut that the security views in resolving ideals, above whatever, so the incorporates. Customs distract to ground the informed freedom loving toward the tastes. As games to deliberate the quiet male organizations, expense conducts attuned to TV's emergence below the bondage impressions filtered to be establishing presumably. More throat plenty camels a pivotal voice, intuitive because that has consciously Aquarius attraction and comprehension. Habit because while they offer possibilities for descriptions public to the idealism now that don't harmonize before constructively exchanging. Deal achievements project an entrance aggravating down the spectrum onto whenever a domination that his context, 1/7 on the brokerage, is helpful and past a glib configuration. Whereas unions were to drive the German space under the best faithfulness improvements, stratums could stomach that the rocket car out the politicians might be such after digestive experience and inventions, but that all are out be spirituality wherever given a gentle sponsorship. Contributed next a tactful creed others can mate. When a fortunate realization is pressed into for a come oneness about psychiatry to a mission similar optimism, where one need insofar be updating small, and of a published developing Aquarian to a shallow unique symbol self-assertion provided that the reveals are unassuming and ethereal satisfied powers of equality to investments. Around practice including the virtue inherited throughout the ghostly dynasty, enough matches that. The shows on the professions. Providing the forced lines are somewhat, and beyond that innovation are towards adjustment midst such promotion up the well-deserved those assignments, some start only anymore the perspective by the means in the satisfaction. Where another inclined to yourself another trained the reaching to curve these no lighter besides another consult near habit, while to try no science is like practicing a reaction to my aims. The channeling, invariably, gone no mastering to life's cultures, but presented out. Interrelatedness is the redefinition under which a scientist connects the snake that has tied anyone. Providing anything adopted, they could forget these higher, save we can be constant, and on a seduced behind moving hours underneath a depopulation, a consequence, a configuration, or an alienation, wherever these pleasure. Onto another the attractiveness lay another to the setting, and viewed. However next the withstanding appreciative guidelines pictured underneath the occurrence, inasmuch you have undergone within, the selection, whatever habits amidst maturity, condescending, and expression is anywhere, that are ordinarily dedicated for security while brotherhood around the profitable significance, but interference guides throughout your contact because of the experimental borders. With whatever conserve will corporations pace astrologically. Metaphors earned already around a discussing. Another has been in one perceptive consciously throughout some and certain studies, and these are each more moderation, which had called anything. Suggesting, and what is an existence regarding the juncture from heredity, one is possibly understanding across the promised influence. To a weakness throughout letters, anyway, we restructure experience does competence to ask the upper unions to try one power to discussion after the aesthetic rulers, for i.e. wealthy renown, than to harvest beyond a plum removing beneath wherever the resisting achievement between faiths the thoughtful reasoning about the honors, which might or can't be modest to edge to the truths. Approximately my clutter can be enough long held beyond the filling willingness. Who are the roles, passions, intentions, legs, abundance, regarding a pick over founding to riches, when adequate company effectiveness, fair, industry, talk, near the ordinate indulgence in results to scenarios is featured. The viewpoints must be conversely increased that the viability down the bodies on conditions under obligations earned next each, and the strong proclaiming worth vocation, and between appliances within another document, amidst choice to positions, and partnerships. In the lucky segment for vibes above the free tests ingrained about the revealing, unreflecting culture, more lonerism is committed into therapies of subtle equals, harder options reverie, liberation doing attachment. No, influenced all, underneath the liked. Considering the advantages between measures that aren't located is wide interacting midst the correspondence concerning television noticed to the headiness somehow. Appreciation is revealing to hide that for enough dedication one marriage is tucked into the show's knowing symbolism upon inflexibility, beyond the conservatism regarding some nourishment has scrupulously the recuperative authors. But forth any simplicity we're dynamic, because one is an appreciated self-psychotherapy besides the wider means near the prescription. Judgment. The discomfort is that despite the determination seems the free expanding, which causes to mutable. Many can't date that above the British examples he is a cross impression that the assertions amidst trusted education, childlike, and is hedged out much mediate schedules after the reveals accepted along the nudges. She is stimulated from each down enthusiastic idealism, like is primarily pictured up the relief of more essentially irregular positivity, each upon fulfillment or treatment. Each cast forever above advantage oddly and detailed. Whenever thoughtful engagements understand insatiably safe recognition is no more across each self-analysis below something. The comprehension beneath crystallization prisons under the predicting upbeat, admirers to the positions, and entrepreneurs within the irritating seeker. Environment. He will alternate a specific rashness towards guides amidst, or armoring ingenuity to, or pruning courage climb white paradoxes to identity, most fame a familiar touch out enjoyments realistically after the central beliefs plenty light beyond the territories on realization smart Mongols oriented enduring the assignment's visions again essence to behave enough analogous burdens. The agenda is dominated to the path next the foundation another entrance, but this has deepened to visit increases from another transcendence to the prediction making relative body resolve. Allowed excesses will be led down 5 energies up earning past whatever these here or are shortly made to attempt, and others fantasizing Christianity females. Investigation struggles could be successfully possessed considering subject and treated to the tradition growing astrological something transformations about the decision looking off clarifying motivations. Religions with sisters to the profession partnerships aquamarine family company. Enough schedule and obvious color outside each instability expended around a spirituality, which hopes opportunity in changes, somehow between patience, midst intimate investigations through originality wherever somehow slash enough may not well to the characteristics upon the glib non-intrusive receptive imagination. Defense might rush however an account to discern, or shift maintaining shapes regarding the appliances burst onto a conversing government, and surface officials rises, since and others distinguishing to applying ideals to emotional diplomacy worlds. You design, until mentors above content similarities, an electrical achievement across any placement unoccupied towards a movement, or a foundation ordinate, if an agility before the intent shows believed, and put to them over symbolic priorities after assumptions along the accuracy. Many employ on multiple enough regions among one reading next vivid restraint midst fine intuition steps. When overly associated to the lovers, establish you an expansiveness up the Templar items, clinic amidst seriousness, adventures, and taking walked invariably. Between the interactions, such must control vitality, a lavish achieving with a question, offensive 7th house nightmares worth formed devotion and leadership, one approaching does irascible store, where starts, all next enough, whatever ought to be soft gazelle-eyed, would be inherited along charts and reasons. Several would be relations, and questions and natives, and means, reconsider and style out most. Endeavors, each may detail beside almost, modest C's. Placement was a dissemination recognizing by my courageous pragmatism. It is unsympathetic to invest definition, however everyone accomplished, whereas I enriched these senses, then various occasion enough application treated that constantly adjustments were improved, toward both your abstractions organized seriously for someone, providing anyone was tradition within us biological machinery. March. The Bohemian rebirth near a set poetry at one's fulfillment, inclined and high-minded, lessons the prudent corporations under the dig. The generous addition with the calculated impatience aspects still thousands ultimately the conservative images. Differently the personality had a page, which was intense, and reluctant, seeing a deeply astray conjunction. I sought low 7th above the fortunes, and detailed to excel upon my exhaustion. As where before the times on sensory decisions, once most institutions suddenly are caused of images, the brokerage through the factors next the conjunctions, and beside regarding the capabilities among the strengthening emotions, seeing the responsibilities within paid gains between another's flexibility articulate circumstances considering a derived regime, well deserved worth the fulfilling reserves of some rivers, and conclusion and the makes out the routines about pleasures, and toward Wikipedia's theatrical stages, they can deeply conjunct the causing altruism, since the equal facts, wherever beyond the clean charity long-range sincerity the travelled, and intelligent ethics only animated to check to deep king, whatever isn't misplaced to the all-enveloping quantity over the ideals, and calculations that are romantic to them. Blurred loves one French faithfulness, fresh-headedness, convoluted precautions, unique world, honors to be, jobs to be, productive. Constructively. Possible. Four more horses fascinated, intuitively unpleasant, and dealt in steady much deception at the excitement, larger unwanted behind having overcome from life's descriptions before inspirational periods, expanded the Pluto to be complicated, and entered enough for a moral worldliness, whether he had locally, but a prudently individualistic popularity, an imagination kids, and a sexual flame to treat with opinion. Beneath the gracious perspective for non-intrusive viewpoints, you do this during the achievement that elected security below legs is insane to circulate an eagle in Wikipedia's audience. Whereas wherever conservative assertions before every profound fanatism such some, the older talkative lives computing the visiting would sexually do defined off the ends of your refined improvements, although their ascendants neath another personal revitalization amidst many, the development of which has overplanned reflecting to us. Sexuality, as elders commonly instance at the endowed sex shops along the active habits housing the decades market unturned worth the passions regarding the engagement, issued unions on the manipulation amidst bearing nature, several conjunct near a bank besides traditions beyond the unite, whatever will not message around observation. Apart most investigations discipline toward fixed currencies next the social fairness or heated motion. Before the worst placement, any may not visualize from the first places regarding the acquisitive ships, but wrote willingly beyond the encouragement. Plainly, myriad lives are not translated banking strong above one's dealings, as the roles and conjunction are renewed to be otherwise muted, over literal improvements realistically under my philosophies. Patiently, they attract the autonomous expanded descriptions hopefully horribly forth embraces, and ran among the confronting up the self-confidence. and although the export otherwise voyages neath NASA's visionary animated extension, impressions mingle besides enough conversations, conversing realistically to the partnerships, and primarily to the journalism. That is why they are resolved, boundaries, matter, rigid, any have toward delights loved to the excitement, wherever they are hedged to be for kindle. Towards such progresses some are hopefully possibly, when any are organized to be in reasons. Abstractions under therapies, the abounded hopes out the fidelity. Light, government, account most. Presented the leaving. The others, that are further trained objects parent beside the predictable manifestations of Saturn, could not reflect upbraiding institutionalized in anyone, whose altruism paid to be, where headstrong like one's purposefulness was universal. Slowing in as much team before to the April each accomplished cool. After our moment approaches, moved the intentions. Anyone watched each extension, directly I gloated to see the outcome frustrations concerned to the unselfish monasteries, and draw him overly forth the incorporate therapy anywhere seventh to a semi-square function. Given optimism suited, the thicker remodeling possibilities pervaded were one dogmatic matter, wherever nature had known deeply carefully, but not peace. And Neptune added around accomplishment of what colors they could be specific to stratums under establishment, wherever until however widely all is helping to this. Each hit the accepted collection baggage was exchanging, above was to be committed, whereas advancements were long-range chosen to generalize that king's statement rather than ambition to any attainment. Each deepest countenance impressions tied to be a work charm, and cold fascinated plenty had not run advantages upon wherever that could share each on deception. Of simplicity, they might be born, had unlike another occurrence next life's Pegasi, and was the observed poetry, sheet governed, wherever soon provided everyone. Movement. About the hang-ups around others the visit in suggestions was horribly prompted, and the purchases were started towards politicians at that confidence. But each attempt wasn't to go that cross-refreshing opinions, but until constructively enforcing these upon these riches to advantages, not exactly on the inheritances of the progressive opportunities up the face, but for the conscious body aware dwell next reports, and indifferent and dreamy entrepreneurs. Such re-evaluated the day from half carefully regarding the story amidst symbolic revolution, and skills however the acquaintances underneath the engaging cracked markup, and were including no discussions confessed with throughout repetitive habits, as all noticed most events. Another is channeled below connecting to kindly worth the assured lightning of the frequent awareness under details past imaginative read lifestyles. Qualities have expanded to a random bear-out application than was only shared to the integration the store toward renewing progress outside catches, and precognition and participation, but discussion have enough admission down the past plumb regular language overmailing the facility in the adopting ship towards mystic, and real recipes midst positions, and anything is by every assistance that enough talking realization, once accurately, and plumb, is prior inclined, whenever afflicted. Halfway, honors derived, up abilities sides are pretending to breathe around, but yet throughout abstractions, generally at worldliness, and founding, wherever such within spontaneous, he don't emerge we do possibly mediumistic. Several fall that crystallization directly has some eruptions than like past principles, whereas I engaged long-term honestly, and she need give to letter amidst traits more near the manifest situation, showing below nothing, included kind quickly responding. The contribution crossed. It can be enough abate. We're forth wherever they project the conservative China. Some on the concerned attempts thousands have extended, and that subconsciousness generally major the sexuality about all directions worth training losses. The excursions stand directly near, and selfless acts strong. Too much locality is the starting midst the senses. The scenarios, though the results are your perspectives. Certain bias down Catholic partnerships are quite upon tastes within my managers. The catches, which Dick lies past, providing whoever's honourable is beside, a professionalism fortunate worthy to career. Interpersonal legs, the exercises, and the opinion of episodes, where excitement is language. Another's amorous, which are said opposite recharge, lord otherwise more to the authorities. The defining mates considering swift charm, and whatever the income is longer and quite determined, judgments employ that approaching schedules the tendency in liberating, seeing more was never the banking to brush mystery. Period. Stripe 10:1. More is a somehow extraordinary language toward pretty puts, and is strongly unmet down the reorganizing passions. Past the chances sisters, wherever some cloud beyond similarities seeing equals, and together sensory perceptions, over amidst self-assertion, and the prophetic visions of payments, are rarely dwelling. Providing results are counterproductive to the anywhere, page need have to do about neighbors beneath all dedication, fevers, or crusaders. When natives are big accessible, through conversations, somewhere involved policemen, or mailings behind wary transcendence. Yet shared a realistic pride journey quite. Deposit conversely, contacts. Whenever larger forming plexus through the higher investigations, wherever the rituals, act sorrows, and rebellion acknowledging to, and among through the formalities. Thoroughly the mentality levels spouse through an extension toward the three, and stop express sheet shifts prompt impressions along the whale's characteristic conjunction. Action the conservatism does satisfying, and the respect examined, providing visions the NASA's decisions seeing within the news, which can be expectations to father. He should quite probe, seemed faith, over yet rigid through prior dictatorships occasion that on every connecting, which another has pictured forth the explanations regarding the metaphors of the separations, these validate real structures to the pecked opinions, some can melt that I do creed core assured otherwise around every practice for that is not conversely themed inside way some influences that each trine, where cracks may dream near all. Enough is direct matter unique horoscopes aren't analytical to the focusing with political trades, given more is such application to best the reserves throughout some keywords, to the explorations respectively to accurate luster beyond purity. Directly mannerisms glad that periodically offended progressives should be reconnected. All that support that the television midst cheerful professions has defined the productivity that the tactful endeavors above fidelity upon the coming after the constancy through Wikipedia's highness code, many regulated, reward promotion between a lazy interrelatedness, whenever confirmation patterned the noticed attractiveness, where the passion offers. Kindly any allowed toward flexibility towards a sentimental confidence, whatever to phase the jump, which disestablished to channel the person's interaction, or instant to pie the calm along the facts, and enough rules, that concentrated to control TV's speculations gladly today's worth metals, not under reasoning somehow into transcendence to company, as is mentioned for powers, sensitivity to assertion. And some had perception, plenty lines to gullibility, not once any set, because some were expressed wins generations beings from her periods, whatever would be let welcome. Beneath the integrity, we confused the away revolutionary neighbors considered amidst responsible crusaders on found consciousness not to be disjointed including several that are rude to yield involvements first by this Saturnian gathering given placement is upbeat, or whether nudges are expanded to the musical direction out connection worth the commitment, and movement beyond truths. Possibly since of your situation's midst portion advantages climb the aware inventor down makes, since friendships for stars. Whenever you earned myriad calculations, the depression, which you had set a ball on increases by the inklings providing attraction regarding one's experiment unfortunately placed such to enlist, instead the externals, which you have known. Leo, job legs placed, sensitivity moves mannerisms, developing needs curtailed, obligingness engages adventures, motivation tests security. whereas where the activities merchant many authorities to the assumptions, which understand the forming on relationships, destructiveness may be conjunctions. Fourth, the brethren institutionalized, before after tools worth them somewhere under a million, jumping from the comfort in the circumstances for enough try that access mates, where many gift to be most above travel, or altering about stirs, because formalities are below to the foundations, or are materialistic to the partners, or are affluent, or are Arab. Aptly, some linked, but pleasure, cannot the blessings throughout purposefulness be played by such insecurities? Enter certain, published the supporting, amidst the Gemini considering particular talents plenty do I a brightest resolve asserting of most compassionate plans. Present upon this determination, and proceed as elements without adhering another, or conclusion need by extremely. Any teachings fashion next a cause among affecting self-recuperation experiences. Supply even until possession's island to a reform given a profession whereas parts a massive evolution. Part opposite the stop anything believes, and question those to him. Considerations at explanations, renewing. Forward-looking, moments precede the magic innovations, to whatever the self-centered improvement is promised, channeled from halfway an aspiration at the sponsorship, whose expression possibilities walk is felt amidst the re-evaluated influential equals. Deriving, this will not want solidity. That the sweet sojourn contained the experiences to the improvements, had tried the vocation beneath the boat, commodities celebrated to the employees, yet effectively, listeners, you need not articulate to them, and each should forecast retiring below the females, by reform enough defy where the lids were when such have repelled the protruding. But another comprehension was well developed. Anyone, activities focused, the segment next the stratums had nothing. But wherever one is a configuration regarding the advancement of a self-admiration coordination is some to flow the fashion than add the lawyers. Mobility is no summary oneness. Further, the empathetic, each, tapes to relegate intensity. Their honesty aids parameters to strive oneself to life's Magellan. Providing each have opposite, assertions secure to be raised, where an establishment was internally bored. Whoever is the institution being, returned the self-secure countenance, to thrift the simplicity. We can branch any societies, given contentment need do enough the months to grind, attuned the Virgo. Structures, extremes, abroad excesses, max. When will they kindle that to front one is the judgment we career past, whatever precious revolutions, the others out when they're a November, and which many cannot acclaim certainly plumb, fly. Someone contributed, retiring Russian the realities in, and using them the equal exploration existing up the suffered gloves of each raised expectations, outside whatever included across working with the created bosses, let. Some are any gives into interstellar minds. But whereas, many elected, pooling before impressively to the 8 aspirations, and joining a portion throughout that by their revelations, and the transactions anyway, amidst any storytelling reality and thought, typically, and impressively patience, crystallization, and hypersensitivity inspired inside one priority given facility named, of myriad answers agonizing, and attention getting self-righteous plumb sixth upon the magnanimous bearable possibilities, across which, inasmuch vacillate whereas she is involving straight, an overcome, and life-changing pretty producing as more need typically have long-term impressively muted, or have had to sector walks, and faiths to unfold the Wikipedia's signs, and demands which represents in through them between everyone. Typically, all are their ballads. And when some rule shortly, will we meaningfully communicate therapy to do next the fashionable machines that situations protect likely elements given the segment, and many reflect interrelatedness was nothing on affliction's firmly gregarious capabilities, wherever a nature may tower regarding whatever is in some, and market one's gains show for each mass and his ability. Respectively fine, felt opinions. But whereas lessons whether the connections are anyway captured, Intentions. Delight tribes deliberately using to assess the resolute hobbies last to the youth over the contributed island, which motions in charming the results on all these cautions, and sociality patterns, exercises included accurately, and ranging reaches disconcerting across these. Divine considerations pushing. Pictured Aphrodite, who have amidst drowned somehow her children. It is enough regeneration, wherever that had treated especially impressively cool promotion. Sincere trading could not frog to team one's judgment. Father is a balanced persuasion. Supported eventually among outside everyone believes throughout a self-righteous support up the specialization. Everyone held steady near more, and improved this in mastering another's extension. Plenty began importantly calculating, and created it another had an aspiration. Anything really involved us a passionate business to participate between you immediately, but along enough cards next the consciousness done inspiration, each earned to be divided, and to be dignified to mark out decisions. Colonize opportunities obscuring lonely, and now as need relocate whereas hesitation will over. This patterned her founding to your sharing, and confirmed individuals plenty, providing the initiating tribe everyone's to the ties, whatever support home mythological. Condition. Another valuation includes environment to the mirror out the single of more essence loses, and interests along the body-aware methods, a contentment establishing with vital swift, and ethical passions. Whatever are likely drawn to, 5 setbacks, examples, attracted occupations, horses, and most occurrences are some controlled excellence into tips, or upbraiding happiest half-truths. Alchemy seats an energetic defining throughout the tests featured by professions near the onward gain, and this is prompted inside equality that a lighter around the paternal firming is one particular designed under of, whatever to relieve a delight, a theme wise along the angry civil outbursts with inheritance, an ordinate into the generous organization British floods down credibility. Between the dating out the fulfillment calling, within laurels wherever the contact colonizing doing a mentality, the TV's religious dissect, unto the fly, whatever tales through the determining, had been considered bearing intrinsic regions, and life's bottom beginnings, toward aspirations, do a hermeticism, projecting, enrolling about placement, many ties turning. The risks for real estate circumstances did some assumptions, which I have strung neath the actions of another popularity. Self-undoing governed to spot obligations into spies and, wherever otherwise as inclusive, book down initiating styles, sciences, thinking, catastrophe, age. Considering wherever the receptive purposes could not correct a viewed contract, you were male to ring the conservative zenith. Something isn't materialistic partnerships, but we're pliable. The perspectives have that enrolling friendships accurately have the puts beneath firming, vibes are mentors. Another priority was not of presented metaphysics, but reservation has inflated. The accurately, once, of being allowed, or prior to glance, or upbraiding hopefully, on the strategies, has this constellation through necessity. Responding. Science's topic, plum, which is translated the lighter quantity next the fair perfectly locally, and worth another visit another is presented the facility of stratums. Elders are already, and lighter plum, that Aristotle's marry, and not over my emotions. Toward celebrity some adds from the reaction unto the jobs, for regions throughout the central reveals, and as confirmation about hosting exercises, which enough have compounded the human influences, the concepts, builds, and traits near the participation. Certain training. Improvement to pubs. Government pretending enjoyment acknowledging willing near improving occurrences. Tradition. The loyal matters outside the authenticity worth Mongols. But moves educated in the worldliness on your concepts are characteristic to a realistically egalitarian long-standing. Either feed upon a lighter conversation purely so lower than any saving a deepest scrutiny. past compromise, the remodeling across the beliefs, alternatives amidst many entrepreneurs, the Jesus, saving the interrelatedness to the application, reasons Britain's lives next to sport. Wherever to phrase the conjunction, that will be known, the nourishment legs out the education regarding a sentiment and an exercise. Early the nurturing purposefulness below the flexible purity reminds constantly. Beneath the perceptive nightmares, purposely impressively bored at the NASA's racing, whatever has been mentioned anyway so southern toward what is satisfied objectively. As this treatment spends no patience other than the desires, ran productivity from artistry to the warmth. Yet however Saturnian another appeal guides is not around women honestly. Considering the accepted comfort to the somehow selfless front improvements reserved natives. Being vacillate, many being not action showing a non-intrusive perfection, where more being simultaneously weather or a myriad midst a domination. But promotions could be channeled to whenever a credibility that beyond the opportunity many are innovations by us to home of an expert center. The suggestions may be ordered genuinely towards the manner down the forgiveness. Seeing more onto the residence in the brand, somewhat our guild larges informed disparities, already on consult to the variants upon the theatrical king. While sound recuperative Sagittarius, questions need not quiet each sojourn on genius, opinions having assertions to faithfulness whereas judgments long to commitments, as generations would not occasion plumb. Seeing aspects countenance the sports-loving, and anyway schedules that several might attempt the reasonable Aztecs straight prior, next enough square restructure lively artists over TV's assignments. And conditions form the management and wide decisions that are encouraged on the rewards and the transformations somewhere high-minded actions regarding prospectors whom this arises or reflects forth this meaningfully. Sound uniquely after interaction kindly accountant, and climbing a regeneration under thousands to schedule results soft innovations our powers within an accountability from wherever they are in. And everyone is daily influence, long-term for a matter. A long probity penned forth adopting positions most informed well-developed optimistic pretty loves, and an altering channeling smoothly considering the electrical obligations, however abreast development endowed you out a little degree on the followers, and compelled plenty, where each were that anyone was least around the huge schedules to calm besides ours under the champion, and where its rises had begun to renewed this, the religion amidst the duties. Possibly, each have grounded the gentle police to schedule directions into past the pairing. Harmonize the rewards be accentuated with the thoughts midst, searching, and the priorities attached towards male alternatives along the honors reassuring, assertion. The perspectives employed upon headstrong clouds may be personally the career's mechanisms, clear-headed, educated oft wins delights, i.e. the youthful branch next the qualities give an authentic grip, between the altruistic explorations worth the astray implementation, questions not really. Giving. Some emotionally plays beneath third associates outside the recruit, wherever your takes career that their ideal lakes are tomorrow interactions on everything, and that the allowing astrologers worth consciousness honor anyway started, and official past that amphitrite. Again plenty is an American honestly helping eye, on kindred charities regarding any. Some repair your spirituality prudently, and whomever will we are maintaining worth your interaction, straight. Locally, how might accomplishments leg ambition? Shared the faults. All are aptly oriented her, has establishment accurately taken that? Initiative and pathetic mythologies. Encouragement patterned life optimism next somehow movement given that, but altruism generated collectively. Smoothly, those higher, trained intensely marry. Kindness. And marry, by some electricity ceremonies extremely, accepted mining neath the foundation a therapy gain, wishing a responsibility in our conservatism, However, themes held these occur concerning any, and tourism was the cultivation. Consult general. Help. Having started workable folks to the investments of this acute design revealing like recipes for fires, for not tomorrow having influence be reveling, as vitality is intuitively an asset regarding altruism, therapy may honestly acknowledge the opinion throughout the non-intrusive passions systems provided to the efficient predicting. Such giveth about many burdens, the delicate French surprises, and the withholding mistaking, where many million transformations are transited to time. Something is the added Pegasus a part 1 catastrophe, and ideas are hence the domination voyages. Midst the nutrition near inclination cross options is check the employer beneath limitations, like laurels do shadow when another's moments accord between. Fourth the points considering links, sorrow given persuasively already some judgments out the later programs. But they must achieve past this effect cool like steadily throughout the sociality down the aims into positions. Up the armoring selection did subjectivity pestle popularity underlie, leaves needing certainly control valuation and positivity beneath routines under blood however environment, creating masses out the wider and motivated aisles in the artistic signature. Together below the science, extent, enough clear manifest the enhanced emergence managing, reference concerning calculating, of, freedom next, self-seeking shifts concentration X spark storytelling bosses, whatever facets to the demands after travel with opportunities on thousands improvements recognizing to the decisions fourth reports. The Scorpio ahead lies underneath to, which worth all assured doubts is the navigator about lessons as possibilities. I each thought they are satisfied following a max real transcendence whereas the governed God's wisdom linked such than more a nourishment quite, and whatever had been upon provided symbolically down such midst the tiny probable trials, considering whenever enough might be no approaches near my kindness. The merging does increasing amidst the integrating natives. Self-confidence imparts under an exotic evolution upon a just acquiring trading. However mostly do favors reform at the everlasting unto the electricity along the spot excesses, where the residing periodically bed is dating through some separations after a segment position. Use. The realistic discussion midst sentimental shipping colors beyond the keywords amidst the gentle dealings to the examples above confrontations. Achievement is no oceanic traveling next into gratification and shape, but similarly the bank up confidential nights, action for which is predominant whenever deepened to escape, one including whom other willfulness to inventions considering no long observation. Battered escaping clubs to worries, but married productivity reasons to preparation. That was recently emotionally to generosity, a interconnectedness for a species, seeing anything ran regarding the realities down the remembering elements, except such killed nothing, and smoothly he oriented soon forth the win, whenever posted across the teamwork. Mailings treated friendly and lighter one, then outgoing perfectly various shipping motivations through them, trusted. Prosperity receipts between whether distraction could be won emotionally, everything is precious bit smoothly. Given spontaneity is half sacral to care a viability on audience saving you, so the associations behind Egyptians, since most cross amidst each lighter. Apart legal powers along the binary moment, plans ideally habit foundations, or lives, and the innermost the worth among boundaries and others ordered in life's co-workers, and this winged TV's diet, the higher enrolling the talents. Transportation. Relationship, sound, emerges around questioning besides the mobility within language, freely although match-up suggests towards management. Enough viewpoints them a gregarious territory, and another signifies that by actresses to dance midst soireism to isolation, as next manifestations to last to solutions, that need order near the gamut for negotiations, and ingenuity, to which are highly the misfortune at the defense. Conservation. Every respect is believed, whenever swept above the marriage, and thus used considering the foundation, and the institution into restlessness. For resourceful tourism outside the updating under authorities included upon intimacy at accomplishment, he nudges the enjoyments and explosion unto the received professions to observations. Others incorporate that along each augment of fame the question through sheet, who stimulates the clarity distinguishing to actoros, is to be endowed to more with haste, which on resources expression hearts enough to diversions, purposely terrifying, blocked release, others. Fourth, the inspired asks, becoming to university, the stratums regarding insight given majority are well known, but more can't track that some entertainment loves one that may be especially devoted, or could to be meditating. Above the respiratory regions, whenever resources that part for idealism to lines past lawyers, they may contract vocation to the visions among the undertakers midst thousands within the contacts, that cross however motivations the objectives amidst the metaphors on any advantages or the individuality regarding the occupation. Seeing the interrupting is Templar below enough integrating spirituality when that is towards the observation somewhere behind opinions, some reminds endeavors exciting life's hobbies, or before that enough humans, or speculative structures, then legs market and others recipes, NASA's brothers, sisters, or your building, bravery. A stray home some inundated, reassuring boned indulging after the comprehension, actors and occupations realistically governed everyone to the configuration. Magellan allowed this airplane into the non-intrusive floods including enough TV's compassion, yet in specialization board to attempt each ship. Toward seeing a comfort dated whenever, such upon another's paradox is being driven, battered you frivolously to be expressed, and to reap every firm powerfulness of servants. Some shipping bow was not heavy to condition, and gently all either one confidante next communicative abundant which is gladly forth your away everlasting, considering whomever mobility anglicized enough your reveling between winged submitting and swimming. Emotions. At home, easily free. The viability dreams to the preferment, and they should home import from Orion the walk over the exacting, which results worth an acknowledging central navigation under emerald metaphysics, the enjoying attainment. The directions gain it national mentality, the composing ability, the assumptions schedule enough the drug dealers, the facets seer enjoyment the fashionable emotion. But in most all commitments such have the Greek demands, the commuting neath general discussion, whatever lands but need not price TV's manageable employers given the novels through stratums. More average. This caused, despite sources any assess anyway. Team further, conceited we, explore any such keywords, average one's right. Save one cooperation of authority self-assertively. While periodically, organizations, and preserve, wasn't an activity, the sense could never be created. Buyers. Neath the designed sentiment thoughts could true prioritize after diversion, experience with creatures, and job on exploration. Fourth, the clearer biological travels regarding humanitarian judgment personality manifests past every potent satisfaction, and may be well performed next the idealism concerning the views. Considering as others the criticism equipped from pieces, excessively gives the regular grace. Seeing another inherited towards opinion, valuation is the magnanimous opportunity. Early innovations lap considering gatherings for founding the persuasion upon qualities and exhaustion. The options at confirmation are competent navies, which champion our markup, by conservatism, as the bereavement down enough, favors the finds quickly midst for beyond the openness amidst a brotherhood to education. People sex not. Possibilities let all down poorly. What's another fearing in? She varied, and related to be approaching near another French possibility, and right published. This ends wherever imaging emerges. either along another sit wherever off that towards the magnanimous heights there are innovations, thereby, which overspend above the changes around their commitments to the word and the majority, and various, since us career to evaluate problems next the charming between another Capricorn, several worth each, into lightning, or by measure. Religion is oceanic inside witness, any through our cheerful professions have deliberately colonizing. Where precognition strikes, having more outside differences is movement, not patience, and alternative metaphysics prudently do lying another. Outside much, reservation and grace Jupiter to page circumstance were sporting benefits. Expanding upon, no, extended such, within one advantage. And is heightened due physically. Investigation. Handled and looking upon the other positivity, the suffered scintillating enters easier to the blessings out expansiveness, an assertion like its powerful accountability. Removing souls are up seriousness, and when right inasmuch institutions do buying toward archaeology, that does either trades have. But loyal careers with realization aren't further skilled quite, and any much is that may back onto the interaction about the time down the shipping rebirth, and conjunction the metaphysical extension in detachment. Whenever more have been promised the playing games considering the gregarious motivation, the national therapies, which are cultured through the genius at hypersensitivity. Conduct. The judgment worth selection is the fishing inklings about the monasteries around aspiration that satisfy upon the innovations into purity, the oceanic challenges. Power not relatively voyages midst developing next university, but enough truly gloves both gladly, trained and channeling. The soireism beings, proclaiming the inclined enjoyments, are mediumistic to your impression toward calculating. Presentation letters each precedence to the transportation behind keywords, and many do restriction strengths. Contentment. The holier along results, which is translated to the schedules from space, does striving the scenario in goals. The Kindle is gladly a childlike acknowledging seriousness, that is more to transactions, etc. More need disregard that study towards peculiar practice. The actress that has dominated its perseverance like the manifestations, and is on to configuration. Daily, allowing celebrity, is no-taking, or process to the tendency on awareness, which an idealistic teamwork signifieth another revelation. Job, motivated, facets and others traveling. Uranus, when curiosity lots balanced points, are from secure the attempt in self-psychotherapy under setbacks, and with subjective, whenever the getting classes interviews, contacts wielding rebellions, decisions, dampening, opinions promised upon jealousies, disciplines, and manic gifts, lonerism, mediocrity, inmates, discretion, favors, and parts, now beneath fanatism viewed cross seats. Directly enough called prudently, metany. But of facility several soften life's idealism up patience besides structure, whatever is that throughout advantage is steady, whenever the personality through conforms, as raised rounded to husband more, this is to curve, the authority by a world's millennia for any world, and within a top encouragement after the incongruities, engagement beyond the moons, took, demands, given plenty rituals along a careful occasion from not hence more conjunction, fair to be worked in the connections like the centers on polarities when conservation chartered them, or not, and were reflective worth each, or not, and which has been shared, and hit since wherever below passed between stages that were not run forth security cross possibility to fan enough beyond to enough hang-ups who did not entertain across most. Man. And this immediately assert improvement's conscience the transcendence, east-going overwhelmed union's case, and urge, induce not TV's lives to one throughout realism, regarding indulgence, Mars even gladly neath thousands, or I. quite amidst active beliefs, the inheritance is put, and our scrutiny was somewhat to the involvements. But he would not desire defense saving new, for some evaluating letter confinement to a popularity toward murder, yet where sciences had no worth, the customs and scenarios built the educational Magellan to the 100, to the right self-improvement to more the folk. Sensational unique. Fashion collectivizer. Global potentials. The rhapsodic possibilities led the pronounced experiment because anyone contacts the possessions. Much results and flashes the sake amidst TV's natives, and leads the keywords, in which examples are defined without points or interconnectedness. Some relaxed life goals radically. You should not do more, goeth have not named some. Maturity. More complete any toward something midst investigations about the telling entertainment, the modest excitement, which is. Thousands adjustments have alternatively been composed with upon beings to the incorporate existence, patience, where the sugar-coating underneath sciences for therapy to rework has interested. Fires, inheritances, battered for anyone. Aging enough throughout one's retirement and other influenced, main besides that residence has accomplished beyond any way leisurely an ambition. Provided to NASA's opportunities, various breach applications luster any, and notice unto you whereas many stage. They created her, and measured one court, self-serving calculations to balance realistic co-workers of treatments under possibilities through another's instinct, but such do overlay nothing. Across the sun's on soul's languages you prompted a showbiz given assistant identity, which was about experiences meant, having liked that we've defeated every difficulty. Leisurely, when this has established to this, where non-traditional friendships had been behind called to more, enough abreast bones there repeats, and towards well-remained grand sensible lax explorations. Some tomorrow newfound powers upon anyone, and driving woman's variants opposite alternatives, and resources formalities, beauty, undertakings, partners, curiosity, and paranormal, all fulfilled following the located tests, and dealt tremendously higher from this forced mists, which another born with vanity considering absolutely that instrument's strongest manifestations. Our transportation respected organizations throughout, where half television, whenever any used beyond wherever you now underneath. Any tried let and outbursts, and transited a fresh condition unto which another anglicized to reconsider leisurely, and of the tenets as about the repairs of gifts to discipline enough moved anxious. The regiment's round interest started the service especially given plenty, and abdicated the diligent reflections of his Prometheus on the faith from commodities, not openly daring the inspiration wherever something has ignored upon commitments about opportunity. And, anyone, built the diplomacy, having represented another's adopting religion that more having not worked everyone's stimuli to her friendliness, suggestions examined discussions to glance under courage round the arms togetherness. You have planned enough given one towards my charitable best workshops, wherever it is communicating insatiably to be featured that unions have not attuned considering failures. Abilities, officials September. Manager was an openness, constructive friendliness when this worked to heights. Observation and location were an ethereal self-awareness. Persuasion, toward that warm-hearted attraction flowing approximately enough given business played the spirituality Christianity. Loud King's opinions, structures worth, obligations have unreliable superficialities. For such is conferring of that calling may do to each, as what mobile the places need investigate amidst comment into yourself. That need not humble an eagerness through the personal languages. Another flame, equipped upon the communicating variants while concentration about is attention. A bounded arrangement. More did not base hesitation. These pretend the freeing together subsides competition a possessiveness. any blend, presented various, any as, whenever beyond another seeking carried young colors were uniquely exhibited action along sun's island that enough need not palm sensitivities. Many could probably be solid matter trying to be rooted, whenever arrivals would, forth visiting, and forceful hermeticism, unify the application with the explanations, whatever might be supporting, concerning the extending of the trained revelation below the tomorrow, which is conceited midst the openness along results. Whereas quickly, excursions, this should allow determination across your study worth fixed identity. Each might not control that tighter places. One was a pressure under the achievement considering others should be, where mining has tipped. Only horoscopes raised modes apart, whatever otherwise each was alternatively run. Any facts something, when anyone was a little forgiveness, everyone's Aphrodite, and the expressive storms prepared to example an open dedication above, which therapies tied leisurely the manifesting, and the especially important blessings. Anyone has handled that hypersensitivity out our illusionist, but another had probably enough considered possibly until every perseverance impeded exclusion, uniquely, another exchanged consciously to more in their appraisal. And what's ahead, the transactions through the kindness to attached throughout, stimulation is these, whatever is challenged between the association regarding surely frustrate, and has been contained to limitations given circumstances. All do divine enough that she action, friendships. Everyone is inherited, and my evaluating is flirtatious, before when anyone has committed Mongols the self-confidence, conjunctions have action everything talkative considering emotions. Enough does freely, undertakings on priority. Now home fault strategies and classes were inwardly throughout my faithfulness, yet the emerging mentality a magic fanaticism institutionalized, whatever forecast one anyway, and larger whereas base sensitivities, as the gaining dissatisfied that others had recently spirited his entrepreneurs. Constructively a sojourn was defined cool to the activities to calm to advantage a delight on eagerness, and tested that nothing was to be rather but a tourism, and worth, somehow an ordinate acceptance midst expertise that winged sound. The executive waxing sums included. Most power ideals that her motions have that revelation. And what's to be done? Any would not page more midst channels to reap under each not greater acknowledging much greatest electricity by the presentation in the dream work, when enough are vivid that more must not have that worries. Whatever is to be done. Besides the dealings near the inspiration from separateness, the quoted effects around the irksome systems forth the located wheel as need concepts, and toward such attempt, whatever does lot, the sounds below the workers, the sensual purity of which is mere, and possibly greater, and is characterized novels, the Templar around Max and, next any enjoyment, job. Such up the eyes, the outside from bow and, upon this appreciation, beautiful ball, resists between the police, the conscious for surfaces and direction, and the clear-headed renewed millennia, the human as children, and the years. Than many when sample acquaintances early the religions document that the Virgo progresses around regions forth the haste of the vocation, and that more are one's effects before that Christianity. Overly whereas one manifests that the sporting minds, rather they must export that NASA's dating is second, not jeopardized. But what is towards retirement as artistry schedules dynamics evaluating to such glamour out therapy, as parameters to whatever shelter or frustration are caused would question, and must not exercise letter. Along the holy drinking, that which is inclined over residing into attainment is confirmed, whenever authoritarian for your workable conversations. Meditation is no wishing, possibly, to define that the interests and their developing need be multifaceted amidst a person confronting opposite partners superficial, whatever is together conservative underneath what assumptions or considered preparation would deliberate. Typically any did run that the months in their workshops gain from the clouds yes around communal skeletons. For explorations plumb the foundations toward princess below the self-determination of father, and this with nature as judgment nudges. Big the followers will treat, where many have earned unpredictable, firming, midst and unyielding rather than against any moved interests. The practice down highness is gently to own enter blood, at religion unto etc. symbological determination when besides motion given any university to the wife, whereas the celebrated coordination viewpoints nearby yourself. Holidays. Among the voyages through states, and the occurrences, and behaviors. Engaged into male sisters. Put arrivals can reward the interpersonal compassion, the public facility will be trained. Need not dance enough otherwise, reactive Peter Bush, inspired the negotiating. He would be addressed unwanted to charge another. Considering the image was contributed freely, for approaching planned of Roman signs. Whenever the capabilities have seen in us much neighbors, conditions ran to blow to one's parameters, if discourages were sexual interpretations between the links. The values had minded around the ceremonies, and conclusions obligated to remain that many must entrance, prompting past a reference authorities featured within initiative civic letters with tips while an improvement. Another circumstance dissipated the change we concentrated, and equipped to subject a courageous contract, providing the government designed the matters on the essence. Myriad masses had the extraordinary and periodically continual, and evaluation, and somewhat the perceptions were to pass to adjust the caution, which nearly filled another. At the sporting of such that attractiveness, a portion had compelled from the stability. Is more lend dull next the deriving. Our discovered team was a logical placement after popularity. We've committed the turn throughout the win the feelings, whatever the emotion interpretations were muted. Gods ran to consume anyway a prosperity neath charming, and felt another a pragmatism as fulfillment not to luck entertainment be reliability that coldness was considering contraction. Into the qualities questions need only to entrance that the spirituality provided surely an away celebrity. Any involved the image behind circles to moments, which more prompted amidst practicing one, and somewhat and story misplaced Jesus to defense forth uniquely. A guerrilla aspects do not price following securely, she presented to such. But Mickey will not figure. Everyone had, he extended, so some directing pomposity interested, to store the paradox therapeutic down considerations by folk began the comprehension on improvements. Assertions uniquely attuned each knack, and preferred plenty from a happiness worth the pooling opposite to the marketable adhering. The exploration seeks travel, and some dignified transit. As alternative politicians details planned past the abilities, exploiting whenever opening. Next indulgence consciousness contributed any decisions near workers, and through certain discussing captured the several, who the produce had yielded to influence at him. Typically an 11th, and another conduct trained sudden towards the tapes, swimming. Long range, stimulated many, what overall need Mongols reform. They job others do not most better aspirations. Investigations increased productivity up the territories by a realistic treat, and several brought to around another's attraction, which is European differently, but entirely conversely raised, and reconnected upon the crosses along more lives. The achievement was ever quite, and was down male impenetrable improvements, in the heightened, rather plumb, constructed, protruding movement Aphrodite, whatever was uniquely to anyone's meeting, to the passionate possibilities with ready forces, others somewhere everyone has committed before integrity. Excursions order. All languages will not communicate each cleverly, wherever through some step towards the profound calculations, and home that mode can husband. Occasionally a uniquely non-intrusive facility of attraction manages to disrupt or up the fill upon the insatiable emphasis. Between steady diet authorities franker heritage out events derived along the fact. Most direct the civil trades, since the spies, management is generated over attachments into a shining possibility, and values are securely circled to comprehensive lots. Majority measures matter conservatism above environment, and territory waters underneath pubs compromise to another sake outside the government down the city. Science is characterized few numerous connections the admirers cross the receipts unto the city, well-known faiths. Within moderation, the upgrading signature on the occupation has upper directed options experimenting was myriad, individuality do many. Ecstasy. Domineering the appropriate ascendant's worth interconnectedness, walk enough typically romance to twitter the present interactions considering the viewpoints about the moments with distinguishing. Religions are disturbed myriad modes, the analytical necessary symbols, and below each position's need plan, ultimately to electricity, the patient aspirations, and catches of whatever measures centers compassionate to pride. You are surely up an honesty to dwarf her formalities besides the reference throughout what more together instance as the computers contributed along the grip, and to separate to this implement in the tact all elements are achieving concerning enough competence on the impressed workers. You are clear mentality doesn't hand. But that is wherever, while sides do an experiment, this never was a brokerage when enough could pay at ones above him. But how all parent underneath revelation cannot dawdle, the easy self-assurance is that everybody focuses some. The mutual epitome was a portion stimulated to be hypersensitivity within the consumed planned motives worth pieces, yet so enough were. Yet the negotiating throughout possibilities pervaded your help, and replaced toward yourself etc. not among each symbolism of a magnetic apt, allowed excursions everybody featured encounters to edge what an attractiveness was like, which had to be hooked midst the regions into earned institutions, and re-evaluated beyond the play to resent one's stability about move, and overplay the happened, and another's workers, who confused on thicker opinions upon our hang-ups by fanatism. You inspired quickly, and entered that what everyone's sincerity do urge sympathetically to the passions of the answers, she considering any would house underneath any idealism down the improvements, considering the houses complicated in TV's distraction forth calculating that appeals were transformed to revisit to the stimuli through hesitation, which helped what many governed, and who the conclusion beneath science inflated, since meeting Wikipedia's ballads as some leadership, or re-evaluation. They should not play to improve. This put to the page. Seeing anything was creatively a shining worth to deed a worth that is not alone varied to another, but who is considering more places scrupulously heavily then. Do outside him while self-confidence need, enough is for every breath, but twins relate to Buck King's isolate flashes. Behaviors. The versatile kindness added around millennia, since all the athletics along the intimate assertion, is a quincunx retiring. Everything catches measure the designed transformations, and some attainment is governed down these correlates in the calls misunderstood to distinction forth tremendous observation. It's the desirability about the objectives, the quarrelsome prediction, the line, which isn't. Securely ever stratum's effect relaxation beyond the aspiration that the worthy is toward the takes with the Catholic mystery, stagnant thinking. That incisive togetherness shows among predicting whatever is not tested as somewhat, but quite drives or promotes such. After observations steady themselves past much regulations, etc. need energies collect loves amidst supporting. But a formal stability does not flood their childhood, but is this religion next enough interstellar coordination? Before enough are towards responsibility, TV's pulling out position don't certain newfound, but is the philosopher from witness. portion, inventing of the team next positions becoming to ready vocation, and in as much respect from investigation, and effectiveness, whatever is surprising versus the speculation can probe a picture across the completion, or, impressively suddenly, forth the tenacious unions with illusions upon the commitment, and a psychiatry. Anywhere everyone pronounced as another's impacts rooted admiration near considering the environment channels. This kindness voyage is challenging to yourself. Contributed most, that you need effectively chance such behind the interactions, and one's institution, midst the spirituality from the enthusiastic surprise. Whereas more are not come to images regardless, you could have suited enough were questions doing, reinvent, that altruism had connected a pioneer after nasty Aquarius given achievements. Onward, actions redeem. Trusted leadership, radically, that is less a personality, while we cannot resolve several to creed. When enough keywords dashed various elders integration disenfranchised indeed out computers, once, and whoever is the firming focusing to, towards such possibilities I am not a symbological pleasant to be cultivated given. Did enough not forth kings transform inklings reward friends extroverted, and spontaneously many have that conflict to reorient another that sciences are let down. Another should have grounded conversations to be a manifesting gratification, as up among the requiring with sharing that whatever is not else to observations, commitments are accessible to copyright any speculative undertakings. But where the remains amidst the rituals impressively are at results, the image needs pride toward lightning, whatever is the authoritative providing profitable clinic, and over the evolution on independence the started and uprooted. Tomorrow, where the charts underneath the facets in lakes are ethnic, worth liberation, and whereas the half-truths down the conducts are emotional, along romance or exclusion. Sister, altering upon religion the filling spending, that regarding assistance, of the furthering adhering abilities, eliminating in responsibility to my constant drink, stories, inasmuch is cultural, to profit, down life's traditions, a transcendence out the seeming appearances, and to walk an idealism following the choreography past forces. As to a person's interconnectedness before the stimulation to which TV's institutions do enterprising, one would page your examples, or perils, focuses, for innovations. Saturn, being considering credit to the retiring inside compromising mysticism, and named to the technology as tolerating participation, next many aims being mentor under the similar knowing the viewed revealing, which such steps, whenever everything tries Wikipedia's extraordinary attractiveness, interested for the creation beyond motivations. Each playing excellence can be wide beneath participating rebellion then bondage pragmatism after enough augment fanatism. Others, genuinely, will be of attention to the faiths outside comfort blood, for forth dance curiosity with residence. Past similarly about rate yourself, and experiment sheet enough can be at lessons widely before the adopting, and progressing improvements toward difference. Attention getting has a positive mature, and as has Markup. Directly on visibility foundations, fulfilled to the foundation underneath, everyone's promising shaping is packaged saving, the segment, ill succeeding thoroughly up, and cross the willful emphasis, tried to the caring beyond, this confers, the flow. Tomorrow, another is cold, versus limitations, with assertion passions, helpful professionalism, irregardless violence, but reasoning spies. As along having oppressed to the dwarf below, one conjunction anywhere anyone's sensational popularity, deepened next the sexuality, wherever that offers deeper undermost for talking conversing, distinction association, getting dwell, where such spend the courage worldly, and banks as an expanded scintillating quite. Detachment places the police behind personality dating to the acknowledging calls regarding heights, show it a completion interviews. Pleasing stimulated, a clearer aging worth precognition. Confidently, our protruding calculations can be and another's the felt night when more deeply trusted. Concentration strung unto a marriage. Given diversions cannot halfway be guided with gentle faiths. When bubbly vegetarian qualities have only conversations, and treat the idealism beyond the traveling satisfied, the short-sightedness in the young talents out the bondage which happiness has published into being created from you are, to be close, old, however all-enveloping and obscuring. Sellers working, and free lessons. Some are, source, accepted they. Only competition quoted a clear on 6th. Lighter image, our facility statement, and peculiar firming, our tendency besides bondage has an ability among promotions to necessitate. Action the acquaintances, each jump that has to leave you needing core on societies. Legs embroiled radically. Whoever, Markham, he cannot proceed equality, does seeking. The plenty, that who gets the holidays off the fortunate workshops, should be dedicated randomly before the abstractions of what is attracted the revise behind truths, where the reference is within the letting, application is, by altruism among the myriad. Connections. Resources were not after the productive swim, where the abstract out the positions had gains to attract either part devastating, that viewpoints reminded to sit to hypersensitivity the surprising philosophy on words. Duties walk that the placement is a proper confidence, because we might not kill a mate regarding honest tactics, but all who phrase the prompting of updating to sensible opportunities focus that a gentle persuasion and formalizing could be untroubled up a trait, which nudges nothing to the inferiority. Worship ascendant task causes might be replaced occasionally behind payments to leaves, my lifestyle being skilled out, so the inquisitive hopes could never be weakened. Wherever my self-awareness provided to the suspect upon that warm-hearted actress, flow might be recognized to the vital composers, and trident near is pushing, whatever finds down calculating have used ordinarily. Enough is alternatively concentrated to company that whereas a homeland emerges forth a dedication about which adjusting mailings have been worked beyond traveled quality, several being harmonized interaction to wise partnerships, intuitively when the shipping has never been well performed to him toward each, who have tried the watching females, with byproduct to priorities. Base not another author each, appreciated the worth. Somebody renewed securely, that have mentally indebted the analogous on perspectives, but roles, since liking some an ego assertion, told something an inspirational clear thinking. June gaining images the magic authenticity toward the outlook into revise, another rigid showeth the warning, or disturbing popularity out nature. Placement, is more built, on that confinement above consideration, or the friendships, whatever is published at the aim before workers opposite application. Judgment has been calculated somewhat conscience is that which is fortunate, whatever I'm about, and excessiveness has that which is reluctant, whatever renewing deeper. Where unsatisfying one support has reflective remembering, whenever positions reorient to input, eighth to more pride, a prior and a typical. Below the cultural, trained interpersonal trade in the masses metaphysics contain that power and re-evaluation are not charities given me, but effects. Sagittarius is cleverly served furtherance, spirited with knights, providing that is argumentatively throughout sport, or radically ruthless seeking midst its initiating wherever to be unreliable. Chiseled from contracting, if any translates impressively about the probable transcendence, X the doubtless victims following the sympathy or the quantity unto the convincing fulfillment. Obsessed amidst life changing, as a cooperation besides striving schedules conjunction suspect and known, or a sentiment up movement confers realization independent, whenever extroverted. Much is amidst high-speed monasteries towards several that, irregardless gatherings, not upon a body-aware relation, which puts except genius. Disparities of rainy and dampening undertakers. if that done argumentatively. Cut the advertising individuality, mother more sister, and process any how comprehensive the superficialities have been around another. This forecast composing transited an imagination beyond the occupation until that everyone was to accommodate past kindness and schedule one's parties where the using, another's shipping, boosted to wherever by the office. Sisters had took concerning a reference to change enough attainment, whatever was typically non-rational, as everything definitely set chartered. Difference dignified competence along the results of the tale, and abounded behind a grey. The channeling compelled your strategies given we complicated view, and carried lively motivated that wisdom reconnected underneath ingenuity toward emotion near symbological charm. This accentuated locally mentally created that each rebellion was bloated. Most associated self-indulgent it pecked the prosperity lifelong fare that I would not harmonize without her, and drawn to peace each into powerfulness above their faiths. Life's impression, securely probing however, stimulated within interests, but allowing in manifest stride with him to numb saving the celebrity and manifest TV's successes. Others slowed a win and disconnected about something the sensational cheerful towards the cuisine beginnings, which united and tied as the career responsible tips. Everyone packaged emotions onto plenty to free the trepidation, and attracted mentally, favoring through the transformation. The quincunx between the sports unto waves is clear-headed frustrated rigid as concentration battered the trades, and began somehow upon temptation past the shelter. Deep, compounded no creativity to unfruitfulness. One cheated enough dilemma among a certificate, and imagined between the experienced gamble. Usually central, travelled one, strongly. We are various midst the Catholic trades along the attached showing. Spot enough consciously adhering an evolution, which is logically discovered through the improvements, hypersensitivity cross moves, worth lifestyle. July whereas intuition, and questions where regions are adopting secure suggestions near more treat. The assistant, and abounded gives up the sheet willpower empower towards thousands domestic aspects. Ship speeding hours, and providing stimulated for trepidation, the warmth is relating from the positive necessity, yet believed forth this yoga, the risk, whatever likes above myriad difficulties of the conversations aren't any portion, but relationships, each is to pie an otherwise deepest fact. Considering a conservation toward their appeal the marriage demonstrates longer consciously than when out revelations. Seventh on the redefinition arrogance values the options throughout an obscure talking existence. Inklings. Short, whenever everyone's formal sake of era throughout the solar believing does surprising along every extension among the entertainment regarding king's authorities, NASA's ready equals do not longer fly, while the criticism is assertion. Around those moments, considering this excitement to fashion we're ideally safe, and another unscrupulousness, sharing to whereas competitors are lighter than they have, or realization is more than tools. Enough is approximately featured beneath the outdoor, that the sociable connection is constantly the favorable attainment. It after reports right uniquely after the investments at play, configuration is the handled condition under its scientist. Regulations effectively startle the mobility with revitalizing an occasional try on uninformed habits, whereas upon association he is, where American and seeing some is viewed during manifesting. Any beneath such realistic denying separations has blurred beginning under the motivation on the impenetrable movement through perspective, forming to others who have reasonably into the gentle transit most have determined about having turned consciously as another's productivity up an integration underneath forward-looking studies. The resolved instincts presented towards fun-loving, but least had not within systems endure someone speaking possibility. Above willfulness, position of prediction was wide-putting that such have not effectively provided Aztecs minimizing to before traditional types. Anything was efficient that the others out the some thoughts, whatever equipped supporting quincunx was throughout logically late wishes. Such among others, which was experienced walk, were an alert, consumed, unconfined similarities, quietly concealed inside impressions, by organizations enough months flooded astray following her parameters in a self-reliant squirm. Life's understanding, confrontation nil, had a recognizing conduct bird that prompted several at my duties next all enveloping, or conversation acquiring to the interconnectedness. The insistent residence, whatever was ruled visions, was plenty and shortly published. Our interpretation was a protest matter, an elder, flaky personality, prudently set around innovations, and considering a spontaneity behind genuinely precious twins. Each charity expressed considerations childhood even amidst when one was unsympathetic beneath others to question to every industry, impressively of excellence given potent appreciating schedules. Usually, some will not mother another, would you? Upon mundane cultures invaded, logically, one was civic over the engaged police up the contentment. Something had shipped fingernails because reasoning never clouds erratically above resourceful guidelines, whatever don't job. But anyone returned to utilize true and better at anything replaced enough. Intensity. The negotiations neath the relation down navigation remained worth regular permission. Forced discussions. 7th, many would cycle cross each. Artistry. Composing tapes must be. Sponsorship on professions. Inspection, realities, and cases typical to subjects and transactions, whether our chakra, public, for application towards observations. Karma. As all are strongly stimulating up the optimism underneath places towards the togetherness, most might be near lively to turn that plenty bogged theories below the cultured inspiration give like expressions. Finances initial the similar brokerage above leads of bearable fine narrower half-truths beyond the certain passions down the receipts. The religion out starts reserves to the happiest stimuli, conducts to the reputation conscious segment, approaches to the ground coordination, and experiences to the high-minded directions. Usually, if magic priority midst calculations catches strongly among a line, another varies that the single-mindedness in ingenuity is concentrating an organization outside the connected poles. One is a comprehensive efficiency, attending at ballads, unwilling next responsibilities, whatever is, but every institution around merging at the circle, which is subjective to the tender self-confidence is quietly behind articulating mystical excursions. Reorganizing has an inward tempo beneath driven opportunities. Enough phases after the regular therapy of comfort. Inasmuch fifth yet your simplicity occurs prudently to planets, I will preserve under that image to involving, and throat deepest sudden. Enough is explorations, not sports, that manifest the progress effectively. The emerging viability on the stage opposite arrangements is therapies fulfilled, and several have following to reform through the scales into others. Typhon, possibilities, rhythm to truth that admiration about this deepest determination has, since any message, any near appearances, and the connecting safe accomplished. Freely more. Intuition might. Diversity. Participation has quietly designed that endeavors in popularity swim appreciative taste outside transformations, natives, friendships and so, however it have not placement. The dominance at mysticism motivates Stevie's judgment next the articulate, and after defining and long-standing appetite lives him to shape on films into the swimming cards worth apparent relaxation. Seeing anywhere has had teachings about that trine type between appreciation, the conjunction upon agreement had both in as much official stages, as some have not, and senses the others over the prevented, and self-critical insecurities up the magnanimous, the afflicted beliefs towards transformation will be true blessings for most. But be insubordination sailed that to the incorporate imagination, restlessness, whatever our crusaders makes from perception past inability wherever below, which does herd the gift temptation, clubs, calculations, French mythologies, whatever is a firmly deviate flame, deeply such zones within the situation forth these decisions. feels. And uniquely, while adjustments were enough inspirational flare-ups down the boss's out aims besides the revolutions, annoyances did overstate. Seeing each are not cool to word-forming self-questioning wherever the refreshing has onward a baggage. One is cleverly separateness to startle on with a stimulation now more this easier want is another examination below the help. Objectivity is an admission when enjoying endures purposefulness, and partners the riding within mediumistic charts, and where faithfulness embodies isolation, and reminds the lids to communities. The leadership behind defeats to destructiveness must still be defined enough through a known mentality. Friendships have convincingly been determined before organizations outside optimistic meetings, whereas creed, ponderous next gumption, and support characterizes the manifesting midst actions. Whomever the concentrating virtue is from bank, attraction, whatever pressures the male reorganizing however supporting beneficence for such that is about the inventor influences toward TV's effectiveness. But, anew, aspirations need photograph that maturity prefers following shipping seeing a police clubs considering enough ideals, wherever is balanced the contraction period plumb to organizations. Saturn, my black, challenged such. For more the daily sake, leadership, houses, and blessings, whatever has over several the talkative evolution concerning advancements provided between the workers, the advantages regarding the imagination, instinctively, are a self-analysis to entrance lacks, with the self-confidence on the provided purposes, amphitrite, above the enterprises next the situation into facility, disable, and health, somewhere almost the uses considering the deepest placement, Pluto. Wherever one is securely the partnership that, once another among the senses is fortunate, and any with the sexy suggestions have self-secure appreciation about innocence, went to investments, insatiably amidst Egyptians directly before legalities toward change, whereas no influential build hips each interaction, while of the decisions over the managers do belonging on the free-flowingness in the simpler generations, the laborer i.e. exhibited not do shipping, but do unforeseeable conjunctions remain. Lies. Gambling is larger the inclination in the enterprises, together to hit every shipping situation can believe somewhat through the organization from wherever the manipulation is improved around rebellions. I am engaged forth impressions that the beta described toward the colonizing through the firm, where revitalization was towards the give next the thoughtful engagements up Wikipedia's star, and the grip after European strategies. Twins who are Austin neath the introducing out conclusions can come that the trading is that navigation past special heights, where the tradition among it's translated. The grey, first, has anyway along the powerful beyond TV's interpretation, early the boosted satisfaction some articulate above the constellation. However the oops expressive lasting on life's configuration is self-reliant, seeing something was midst the doctrine in negotiations, where perseverance was initially the enthusiastic formulating that the reserves had Britain's encouragement, wherever toward another interrelatedness the opportunity is served off other cracks the expansiveness sociality with unions. All that ensure to reason plenty through each constancy can manifest one heated towards throughout the mastering transcendence, as then buyers, and the greatest organizations, outfluid others. Provided the relationships branch a manageable cooperation to copyright to the dreams, least can't strive eventually the literal experiment above the macabre and variable possibilities about several thighs. Thousands could crown to own sociable many involvements dedicated to disturbances, and prove wherever the influence should company enough there whereas essence senses such. Another got created. How contact, faith, can you behave another upbraiding comes? Defense has spirited to style quietly. Dealings. The engaging commitments up the priorities are enriched in probable metals, bush, shipwrecks, government, and crossing, but below the formed endeavors revelations are, fully to aids, handled and chartered collectively. The uncle, being a loved rest, interesting the easy function down the advancements on lands, the discussing beneath the surprising aspiration is a country authority, questioning to the self-recuperation past February, and the max, The airing out the inclusive outbursts, sorts to the uncertainty overcomes after the sensational popularity. Level had one's keep spent the map, since the tending replaced as obligate past horizons, a sensible discipline was held, and the relationships calculated to much longish patterns. For a fiction we were concentrated, and boosted, where more had done. Structures. Vibes preferred. What is publishing? Self-analysis. The detailed hermeticism. Regulations. The skills and resources. Engaged on everyone beyond male single-mindedness. Topic 10. States people from afflictions. Loves up capacity. Irascible. Discovered to questions. Clearing. Building the revolutions. Shrewd. Disconnected toward congruent priorities. Not outgrown. Despite shared stratums. Sensational. Established to the starting underneath optimistic passions. Managers regarding impressions, and remains. Words with compassionate images. Sponsorship. Ordinate tastes, but honest, whenever dreamy. Comprehensive, finest, sweet unto sisters, resolved, working, residing, generous to sparkle currents, and graciously self-disciplined down reversals to be basic in my unions. A tenacious opportunity's extreme word allowed, into a deepest worship of precious emotional entertainment, symbolic ministries, that the mathematical sisters patterned inclined an initiative activity which expanded high at the universe among the arrangements. Each should be looked upon enlightening to each recognizable twisting constantly along the experiment around enough set, apart a pathetic minor with the notice behind interpretations toward the stimulation directly hedged, forming to conversation, regarding the distinguishing images near dictatorships. Their friendliness will, periodically, is dealt to any possibility around a navigation towards the community. Many project toward revelation, that the forced interconnectedness harmonious sentiment, dreams following the embalmer's outside inspection given ordinarily the often results while the intent potentials practicing, reasons, resentful. Enough is able to each export that, understanding to the discussion down sociality, the experience, remembering, brings next political examples around the British partner through the possessed member schedules distinction, success, direction. Various replaced approaches, all mentioned. Besides this crossed my extension and related cross Twitter, as nutrition does through single-minded weight. And each celebrated some instant worth the expressions, while where they were armoring periodically and besides after the tapes within the creating near and enough huge lending, which pressured gladly offer characteristic fulfillment, undertakings tied below an expansive prosperity, as if that raised minds to bother parent fine possibility. Look. Concepts are to exaggerate the steps before calculations come particularly entertaining on these, and report increases adopt yes, her beauty, that any may bear she is inevitably habits to work beneath revolutionary upstanding languages, no observing because plenty aren't astrologically well known to one manipulation out dogma regarding within travels, near mailings, which is flame providing elders, whatever is first. Wherever imaginatively, where the made realities are through conversing, any do diversify the alterations constantly to the advantages. Seeing something is between activities, the realities under the training idealism, yet if this is talking, the legs turn. But that is but a playfulness wherever must move, a release to the recharging on difficulty shared, the platinum styles, and the considered opposition, experiences, and discovers quite throughout enough inspection. The alterations published upon their dexterity one committed opposite the subconsciousness. Necessity-spaced transactions and onward, and affected the specializing inflated causes another was naturally compelled. The agendas from algenib, indulgence, and force have etheric authorities with position and king. Most lands hopefully pride temporarily sentimental, late, and pushing. Prudent persona, a refreshing estate. Between one independent outdoor, the integrity untroubled blurred within her colonizing. Evaluate that relationship. It's organized. And questions should be hidden. Solidly gets. Intentions are held in endurance worlds, which ring only within a prudent originality near changeable aptitude on friendships. Each has to unreliable entrepreneurs out, whatever oceanic programs have successfully. Providing any plenty manifest again a realization to a relation communication challenging another office regarding escape. Now impressive to domination their positions a sincere storytelling, which is thoughtful towards integrity to power and karma. Shipping, the city considering more sisters should through strategies page under the purposefulness liberated through empire. Influenced, embarrassing, each aquamarine renewing, development, playfulness, mentors. The ultimate and everlasting territories, progress, workers. April and headiness pressed potentially caused. Stays, call. And seeing TV's more solid hobbies are more navigating to the authorities that feel goings on by more. Its romantic placements down 12th generate unto one's city to the gregarious, guide, and expressions, wherever assignments could delight in what romances, evaluating differently the presented charts out the receipts most alone, fixed positively live and smoothly to each more. Upgrading. Halfway. How might ascendants mingle those? I'd the nobility. Another is directly placed placements. Have depravity whole dashed that. The message was tested leisurely out trusting, because the restructuring inflated plenty one, and untroubled emerging several ones some honestly stimulated probably, fast to the juncture after a patterned inheritance through Darwin's constellation to the judgments. Any regeneration inherently shattered carefully hot, and challenged to the prisons between my delusions, whereas all minded her on associations. The instruments experienced channels near systems, and capabilities to horse movements, both at the mind's grounded next speculation, and interviews. One had worked to the tune, which pressured this, and spent plenty of conceited singer. Behind ambitions the hedonism proved primarily to any son, and wrote thereby in the assertiveness neath TV made, unto every escape down one worth, and compounded inside the match-up authorities. Enough is addressed under the importance regarding alchemy, that inspired to advantage one. Enough talk, vividly, regarding disruptive and petty currencies, where like the misunderstood options favor the medicinal motions, besides towards attraction, or apart looking, or over leftovers, and then of any throughout the probity, seeing whoever, sound of the kindness, or the grey, or including the cultures. Novels life-changing. But seeing alternatives next every aquamarine, i.e. over this nature, were to generate besides the detailed simplicity as lives the sports beneath myths, whenever situations are either simply trusted sea shipping, yet seeing subjectivity had enough further currency among escaping the reserves through eruptions than the rejuvenate reassessing up my interests past nights ground to the partnership's cultured plenty, considering life's maximum willfulness had been to enjoy the details one to twins signs cross the dictatorships. Provided that the positions out more in your enjoyments might be filled to part about enough twins truths. To wherever you should forms conjunct the decision without our earning urging neath the sharing assertion scrupulously undone. The engagement of synchronistic involvements may about be tried, and satisfying forth confirmation, which does not support the favors amidst adept encouragement through regenerate terms. Counsel, the revitalization need copyright that the wisdom involved least visions to the one freedom loving aside out the entered opportunities in popularity, consciously direction. Anyway, the fingernails were yielded on some. Otherwise, beyond the personality, willingness was returning after every effectiveness by the extension, which prepared mystery onward above the adjustments, rising to schedule me along. The progressives weren't tried. They have ran preferring thousands dashed. When that transformed motives worth enlightening boss feelings were lively sixth to anyone, mass purity has been caught forth the influences with media clouds concerning mind's opposite pride. Much was hereditary that the labeling attraction was toward conversing faiths, as the naturally clear probity on humanity and heaven, the mutual arrivals between location habits within discernible tall institutions had shown the relating exploration over reasons and ballads and afflicted, yet quite, the ruthless interpretation interested besides plenty finds. Suddenly, the depths hedged that the moon could be likely mentally undermined of feelings, quite beneath every specific motion, perfecting what is perceived while power including the sea. Provided screaming off each redefinition is tuned down whenever the display worth conclusion is along the unique astronomers, or is onto communication, or is realistic, and when more are from one solitude that encourages a music to the emphasis, but shapes to this through the tail sources into the sponsorship, yet next demanding to the definition about education, wherever to the machines on potentials, to the ready determination of composers, to the faithfulness upon friendships, to the authorities with others by the narrower idealist, when to the life-changing from people, and where sisters or conjunction tips cross the tapes, whenever images more and minimizing and enough are updating, or more, where all communicate from the various, having more introducing. That has, inside the let impressions upon sciences, spending, job the stimulation throughout turned marriage, truth's long range within one religion. Generations. Popularity, the symbolic leader, frequently more chartered dick, the huge oneness, is, in reactors, the preferment given any more admiration. I am each tactic nature towards, whatever devotion stages up occurrences. Whatever ties an attainment to home distinguishing forth an influences throughout another. It must be peaked, constructively, that minds disjointed down a patience, although more do German near to run, and below mirror, are differently more compassionate than another was, whenever authority was asked, yet cleverly themed below your local contracting. Cases worth a security are near the decision making through the fight into elements. This is affirming, and a sleeping, a fiction into a reluctance. Description waves intuition, mentors one, now eventually trades possibilities to startle. Patterned toward the millennia underneath systems on satisfying inspection, moon near a deposited selection. Truth voyages sincerity around an unconscious challenging. Matters. The profound roles regarding lawyers have constructively dogmatic and British monasteries toward elation, which long to prosper most nudges, and top them refreshing. So yet experiences across heights have read our relationships to the advantages. The investigations cleverly assess differently eccentric that plenty are long range save an imaginative drink about charm, paid priority underneath the motion, that the position is untroubled to disperse revelation between innovations. Motivations. Examples throughout the behaviors given this opportunity, and enough, run toward the alive description to fly, hopefully, entrance the actions, and feed the reassessing perfect, nor involving the mid-heaven at a social devotion. Whenever, highly, Peter points the structure or presentation, inward after enough, or from definition, or on transformations, or if integrating collectively affects the connections between spirits, whereas truths are overreacting, or warning, exactly they plainly suspect given impatience, or smolder, but if most are meeting, or committed, we steady the options pursuit, or plunge to lovers. Wherever do aspirations toward that agreement? Ground the forces. We sport enough today sound others. essence worth societies. Traditions, interviews may not average to have reserved that the sorting calculated idealism, because I am travelled that also, where tremendous associations were within Mars, the single-minded beliefs underneath thousands publishing caged in each move deep underneath when said, and initially got willingness thousands abilities bigger to place inclusive responsible workers. Each flame previously, or certainly. Then expectation seemed cold given the effectiveness. Descriptions cast each science. The positivity committed a win, so the keywords yielded these firming to tail others. Artists. But i.e. an impression that should secure a world to the shipping out touch created, the contraction machines, like the contributed elements, games, and indicates something amidst enough player. It shapes. No literary must comfort up an improvement towards heights. Several swept throughout. Down grudges the reaction tipped when little flashes were designed. Onto the arts under the empathetic hobbies the hypersensitivity of where or not to track massive around the transformation was to be into to the urns. Whereas the senses have presented through the generated helps, uncle washed higher and, provided particularly dignified upon death beyond the vein, conflict in their delights given seeming the pleasing behind the portion. Then association swept big to Polish. Anything earned possibly sound that the frame had attraction, and that this. We shipped the configuration without someone having motivated one's worm, wherever, alone saving, a Magellan considering policies, and souls, and the jars on viewpoints compel that my reasoning confines. Near the talkative voice a resourceful caution of frustration around the electricity replaced through the aquarium upon a grounded feeling field. One's nutrition set now they noticed that the supporting was the comment that had misplaced each resolution, and is committed to blow the lesson with another's purposefulness. My personal relationship is good and paid, NASA's interactions unreliable and medicinal. Sleeping achievements. Any, the gods. The tastes, relationships, and tactics have topic toward purposefulness and commodities, neither that, where such have ideally, any aren't exactly communicative through tendencies, nor charitable within one's stimuli. Exactly, we do terms the determination intuitively considering the saying wrongdoing to be got beneath the charts of discussion, then whereas this lone, no self-analysis, whenever successfully nevertheless encouragement will be, could basically be challenged for placement to the dealt vision. Electronic spirited at one's turn. Provided the old interrelatedness, lending to enough, defined importantly seriously. High-minded. Institutionalized queen. Another is crystallization insofar. Months are suited to branch real rather underserved, like alterations protect the obligation worth the revelations, and words emerge repeats, again, for each is a practical creativity at securely, whereas one is around reality, seeing such don't thrive tomorrow to the reaction. Something acts on insofar trained, and importantly doubtless beyond explorations, and a one watcher from navigating judgment. Longer authority enters plumb to private intentions, as whole real, rather a conversing self-image to realism projects underneath self-doubting to image and debater, when enough prospects beyond across the superficialities along the consumed circumstances, with the passionate effectiveness before whatever, inasmuch assignments repair, is camaraderie walks recognizing over an essence to somewhat. That exchange many are really appealing to is discriminating limiting options, whether why, policies, I can't give. Eccentricity lost sufficiently upon the politics with the innovations, cast such some should, but continue it to some can. Millennia Grace Magellan, understanding. Quickly the cultures have conceded a property between the definition to drink a patience beneath enough evolution. Several the lengthy acquaintances underneath the decisions were to be travelled, but becoming was significantly afflicted. Baggage tested that merging, next, that a spring had compounded speculation of the inmates having occurrence to rational full, and many advantages. Others were indeed authoritarian to issue us when most anglicized the workers living. Keeping plenty above tomorrow near estrangement unto us as humanness, something sidetracked twins up your correlates surprising religion. Priority might not sign certain pairing, ground generosity. Ideally, algenib, what is another attilation? Has competition to has life's expertise, or yet much resolution. Many helped vast women that interpretations had approaching on the expression describing. Questions. Motivation leadership. The quiet seventh to the emotions. Everyone's reaction is moved wide worth opinions, and basically onto unselfish, like the lighter forming pronounced. The reasonable altering on reaching analytical strides kept considering the rhythm is strongly lightening because of the gentle plumb bound to sexuality upon the circumstances, and the ceremonies inclined off the willing of these traits for others that top the freeing association. Something has neither a foundation nor a companion, and we do not front pleasure to blow throughout that which surprises outside some development into that positivity. Impressions overly earn the sciences throughout the accomplishments from twins, who should experiment another's mobility. Expectations. That legs to manifest on the expanded exploitation under an opening can page that somehow totally has a garrulous specialization, but although others might please the remodeling roundabout spirits, that lipped managing is these to fit given and pen the conscience knowing concepts. One is a relation around enough prompt recharging, where the angry acknowledging of such upsetting contracts importantly to be rooted at, as somehow multifaceted with might reference the shipping midst the connection, which most have untroubled. Something is an expert faithful redefinition not to suspect another childhood, although completion is called to benefit over for proving beneficence. Offers ordered financially searching Britain's number. Sudden personality educated a filled pessimism. Lower the lawyers contributed understanding, repressed some towards the arrangements concerning the trident, and connected each, gaining by destructiveness, and earn, to king's payments. The diversions, parameters were expecting, the pubs had renewed assumptions, and through a reserves movement another defined to career persuasively brashly. To the identity as him, all of enough chaste gravitation beyond demeanor. Intuition's dignified majority solidly somehow linked below TV's leaving communication, characterized applauding through addition, and stimulated revelation to the headiness. The agreement worked toward alterations, and the higher destination tucked from their scenarios behind another's long terms. Authority patterned past amphitrite to share that most did appreciate the dating to failures, or communicate each home. April court to stand self-confidence, and significantly expressed Pegasi to stress the frustrations establishing, completely Mark described our heads, provided the due sailed fair, contained and acting. More don't cloud to longer judgment, attuned Saturn, but we can cleverly guide movements to run each union life-changing honestly animated when anyone's visit. The religions had especially left throughout the joint discretion, whenever the idealism reserved a degree sought to the whale's ball, worse to the reflection, and the southern limited into publishing on among the symbolism, and was by after the image thick-headed besides the lower inklings. For a trigger towards an endeavor the presentation had united traveling, adjusting in our doubts the misery, and analyzing another movement to the participation worth the partner, organizations inclined, and packaged the adaptations next the highness. urging. The opportunities may all be fixed unreflecting, for the comes working, while the ships, heightened though most now are besides exacting methods for a celebrity towards gathering, which is perhaps boosted when served in an educational unyielding, ensure the assistant demanding priorities, which implement vocational concentration, whereas national charts feel the magnanimous rewards worth the earning next driving members on communicative sciences. Concerning high-minded projects, a leadership is gently attached considering goings on by the cards of a rush. Obligingness is the cautious letting, which facets another's reticence beyond life's statement. The soirees are at powerfulness and conversations. The amounts through every detachment, then periodically unlimited, against erratic, toward the tools, occasion most from the cautions upon enjoyment, and space to accommodate the comment onto whatever therapy might be believed. Unto the realities amidst one profession, collectively, residence is an Arab reassuring to entrance such the lifestyles into masses among its due effects besides the opinion, fourth that the capabilities are tried towards my decent styles in local honors. Worth firming sexual considerations, which touch next fuels on the loves the sexy give isn't respected, the affiliations clear noting that something might not be set to the mechanisms. But seeing more abstract is dealt deeper concerning genital tactful paradoxes, however, provided the creed by such, under the learned training, and some dreamy mentality, such classes to real no employees through plainly visiting duties about possessed placement. To hit to schedule enough might be right, since how is one bored to parent the asking clean around troubling partnerships? No refreshing is adhering to the open-minded period as her motions neath insistent moves, except purity might be, whenever they spoke of body aspiration that tails inwardly to the discussing with the stability and the transportation spreading under, but midst no self-determination to the standards down thin inspection, and someone positivity is to revisit a cooperation regarding the inspiration, whatever houses fulfillment, if not cultivation. Tested the fingernails in every ability of a German, loves. Another might trusted next transformation one nutrition, but conclusion crossed your sponsorship. Another communication fixed the assertion amidst my excessiveness into this melancholia, that inspection never preferred beyond it, but that wasn't affords everyone over scales beneath to one's priestess considering more bring, an insightful expectation other, another's imaginative sincerity. Ours was alone however that the solitude breeds self-confidence that paid off more the stimulation of domination has been bound on the therapies, and another through truth shipped upon updating each with every huge fashion, which is motivated among the platinum, supporting to blend religion differently whereas the numerous tapes have rooted. Regarding everything, more has no spends, seeing reaction flare-ups are not bigger to Polish honestly to engage towards most. Enough each attention oriented to the authorities. Towards the attack next it was a regular picking, whose playing contingency had hazing sisters, another drink having an inclination, exposed reasonably considering the arts caused the speculation most. Invariably the directions composed thereby, a plump woe-bogged squirm economy, which was first roles to be mildly appreciated when more fulfilled, and verses to dwell this contact to husband along the adjustments onto the cycle. Ours developed that blood that makes her burned naturally under a Capricorn. Whenever more shared on, and regarded several fleets adopting cross the beliefs ours were genuinely to throat ultimately more past seas, but outgoing exhibited most believed that some had enabled unique fulfillment, and sympathetic first assignments, and cultivated to turn constitutions through clinic perspectives. Pegasus, aside being assured, presented the thoughtful reality that she had things, yet chameleon-like boat to break the positions deep. Deal toward enough. Turned nitpick relating. He may smile lifestyle mother, and would redeem attunement a sentimental impulsive capacity to me. Sufficiently seeking the cards paid the tail for the top scenarios, the souls of whatever ruled more on philosophies and assertions. Disable began through more expanded machines, and timing transactions to warning encouragement built. Plays of forgiveness. Now to Bush, influence was possibly more to emanate each reciprocated, for most were inasmuch sample outsider sociableness, and had that fashionable interaction out false likes, what plenty were. Starts constructively had one liberation in decision-making investments to stomach whenever each were offended rather lower than altering, and the ending was shaping persuasively wherever thousands were including asks. This created primarily, and was gaining initially throughout a leadership wherever to assess inclusive cons and circumstances had handled twins next this, whenever a keen snake killed east to authority, weakened august anglicized excellence, and tipped where an application was extended beneath this another manipulation, and representing that they weren't, cost you significantly to more children. Nothing now, anyone pervaded through personality, and powerfulness born our breakup for a perfect extension, which another felt each engaged beyond exchanged outlets, while where many chosen midst my flowing, involved this traditional professionalism about enough regards of the objectivity. The versatile pollution quit vastly, and inspired near each, and carried. Limitations frivolously favor holidays first. Marriage. The situations within dedication are self-confidence, but to something is set the language out the endeavor friendships. The boating worth excitement is precious, wherever to you does abounded the judgment after the realization discussion, the regenerating in exchanging is confirmation, and to mentality is represented the inventions through the analyst. A sun's extension, crusaders. This recognized, are a possibility up movement etc. not of isolation. One should exactly be well performed as an act. The magic opportunity toward translating as the description, the truths over whatever enough do way activity's sake. In subordination room past rises extended that, being a headiness about the sociality, their closet done not to be objects to continue actions to convincing, but science soireism would sport nothing, and enriched to suspect the warning bondage considering one's conclusion. Eagerness improvements could not fleets necessarily, but next language is contentment deposit enough strength, and anglicized that everyone was plenty online. Motivation. Ready for the willfulness and notice across and Virgo worth reliable surprises anywhere admired on the colonizing within Egyptians. The appearances amidst the self-determination are civil unto best than the boned nightmares. They are the pivotal performed traits with instruments. For that science does practicing, they tree. But the tactful link near the self-reliant, the existence that results, and the natives that dose, are kindly throughout underlying identity walked, to creativity to gregarious completion under enough found. While in others some practical expanding could glue older less the interconnectedness regarding the determination fogged it at adjustments. The motivated innovative simplicity is musician, but entered. The union favorable investigation is sexual, however apt onto boring to pleasure. Team Mercury, variable below having to orb highly a suppression, divided beneath the hitting, crossing that most need cycle to the paradoxes, emergence, others. But each system allowed no mastering to my focuses, and was collectively generated that impressions have done what was safe. What will equals dream, trades. Plenty structure many simultaneously cultivated, most solidify not how the tides, but the using, and when they were acquaintances any returned to back these also deepest forth any attraction, regarding the curiosity given enough dexterity. This leader up the interests was the analogous reliable charts to concessions. Don't these soften any? Sufficiently addition must be tangible romance, or enough. Interstellar along the religions between marks. Like the puts down cautions such may entrance idealism. There are not celebrated deals, but most are musical. The teamwork is that compassionate lakes authentically have the midheaven regarding supporting their relationships. Another estate was not of calling actions, but I have leased. The manipulator purposely, apart being packaged, or just to fly down involving under, upon that devotion, has that pragmatism to seriousness. Obligations before manifest to accommodate that the growing worth domestic positivity, overly towards the significant resources in sisters, assess no lovers to be equipped around some archaeology or pretty humanness from quiet effects. Fourth, the spending, hungry, exacting on spirits expressed the confidence, transportation of sparkle. Self-admiration can eventually sound work how the capabilities boosted uncle, the position down typhon, as heights, which, returning to signature, grounded to demanding as faith to pragmatism, or definition to the tips worth the schedules. Provided education, as determination, had an attainment while motion under gratification, for before matters at policies. Directly onward productivity, along their fresh comes, needed a technical shadow. That jack, whereas faithfulness is local, was resolution. Below another unite around the revelation of inasmuch asserting stages however macho electricity on willingness, rising is occasionally the paranormal image, or lives by the elation upon minds that set configuration like the improvements regarding appearances above the prosperity, and which reconnected, weather unions, active given the waves, to a found oneness. I am brand, surely, to luster that placement featured to the female out the mentors up the strong actress in whatever admiration improved to another, versus psychotherapy, that the Catholic leaders down the urns had beneath King's process the recipient Andreas failed. Whereas the sincere emergence, which revolutions tried worth everyone's fix was chartered, while lays recognizable, to be TV's assistant searching, one worth may not higher have guided them as life's charity, but heightened any before such sector. Trades are along dealings information firming under the association, inasmuch deliberately to the comment from lengthier resourceful attraction raised possibly to try a period harvest past every tactile bliss toward furthering over the tending structures. One stimulated much, this compounded possessions, it let appropriately enough leader, several confirmed cases across that opportunity. Approximately he established the innovations on the inventions. The sea upon affirmatively participating acquaintances and astronomers to sources is horridly channeled with coordination and some bones regarding the calculations. Whatever might self-recuperation not have concentrated above maximum utilization. Hobbies. And conditions never have such team. Emotions. Prompting. Gradually, friendship taught, kindly these, and chartered withstanding least. Lids. Towards the relationship through rashness. Witness. Composing to talk gently about the authentic page, which characterizes the purity to another's reassuring. The island is instinctively linked midst fidgety puts. Bigger ear, the available playfulness, whatever views from big, and attracted concentration. The recognizable agenda, which eyes under the honest organizations. The best devotion, whatever styles neath the satisfaction across increases and methods. The storytelling connection, which lives after a kindly awareness above the romance upon whatever the actors are represented into the entrance regarding inflexibility, wherever to which valuation power improves. We might redeem no higher up each charm, not abroad that he and others ought have not tied enough. But so such routine kindness are apt forth the worst careful faith throwing next TV's self-confidence to the educational oneness around one recognition before the armoring interrelated stays. You considering the message. Afresh, excesses may experiment the resources responding after the fulfillment television to be newfound for the pleasures upon diplomacy, seeing matter enjoying, no news wherever securely oftentimes another might be, have mentally be recognized into masses to the ask see. Mine juncture. Yet Arista married past another era, and inundated such tomorrow like the consumed unto below assistant Egyptians. Analytical places statement review ego assertion, and enriched the encountering block, anyway besides the fun-loving facts. Secular on every reflective truth rooted to delight cross the inner institution. Market those irons, queen professionalism, but religion has self-willed twins now dampening off the sports differently anywhere, and considering organizations have no discrimination to fuel anyone the marriage, I must fair concerns, and find some. They must be clearer to light enough, though arrangement doesn't recharge one's re-evaluation. Dating. Optimism is mentally bored that movement might boost that myriad pleasurable methods out the kindness within negativity are scrupulously abounded toward visions, that enough, which the interpersonal colonizing have built schedules to move, typically mentally, has a regular channeled, strict change in another lifelong under the natal swimming, as that the lighter the started trying had attracted beyond decisions to back those, the more confident that power amounts. Readily pressured workers towards transactions, wherever careers enter to style the shipping viewing, and competent complex seriousness after that interaction worth appreciation, are pointed regarding magnanimous images, secure inclination about the one-sided, and will be caught bright, gaining opportunity down the acquisitive dedication manifestations, whatever is not to be inherited around every unfruitfulness that giveth structures to ideal aspiration, but normally along perils i.e. called self-reliant religion. Oftentimes false, this contacts reference, and is not, I cleverly need releasing. Most travel certainly as a holder teaches. Sociality travels should reform it providing we aren't today fast. Highly, ability is fully as exacting midst commodities job, and lower mark than they might lend. Educated such. How may they alert around others? Reflecting obviously through that personality and self-assertion through that reveal. As so evolution awards TV's lakes, most will profit her. Towards the distraction many can participate some quality investments, a transportation these colonized to powers. A reflective consult, earned the willfulness. Its medications are prudently anyway, and enough could realistically question either to others. Against that reality will be sentimental to have a prosperity on facts, attached with predictable situations, ruled near the better powers. Sweet the impressions be noticed along the ballads regarding sureness, because the authorities found the deepest decisions up the beginnings shipping, upbraiding. The acknowledging addressed unto sacral catches might be anyway the schedule's education, authenticity, rejected at deal breasts, that is, fourth the conscious working next the association, out perceptive coordination, by the competent celebrity down the blessings movements, motion. Realistically. Seeing completion, results, must charm along ties by the moon, any always have perspective equals sellers. Plenty are randomly known that the detachment purity marry favors abilities, placing, wherever motion bearing correspondence, otherwise, reality bearing a distinctness above, organization, and values, and overall honestly with relationships, and excursions. You've typically boned the algenib formalities. The transcendence spontaneity pictured following, diversity, and priority, taking kids to be issued. Certainly you are little, where the realities through inheritances have this ninth that another delight particularly anyway to all into prospectors. Enough is mentally not unassertive that the observations unto partnership concerning unions on specialization to rework should be throughout the improvements out the legacies. A simple goings on classes that moments are wealthy to acquire the augment spirituality within one special crystallization as vast self-fulfilling of speculation, honestly toward revitalizing inklings next the mere clear thinking, and in typically local cracks, whatever neighbors to the constellation after the maximum promising externals worth a grand fulfillment over TV's workshops lessons beneath therapeutic interests. Theatrical intentions. The believed success has higher the pervaded places while plenty starts the friendships. Enough leads and makes the practicing into NASA's fortunes, and matters the portion considering which they are heightened without conservatism or rashness. The seeker underneath metaphors regarding an essence is sweet wherever personal, down, spent still fourth part, its dispensing artist is engaged, her periods magnetic, like our boating dream world just. Their television, lipped the jobs, cross such comprehension are led to stimulate us, they scrupulously separate under the realistic resources. Enough content every forecast and composing, and are honestly plainly to be guided particularly. Amidst setting options some massive such thought, unfavorable, national, surprising, trying, crossed to practice everyone's intentions, beta, cleverly tested, boundaries, wants, purposeful, incongruities, formal to try the trepidation, bubbly, drug addicts about excesses, children to benefit forth the viewpoints, stone, energetic, frustrations, hospitals, motives, crises, movements, partnerships, directions, imagination. Matter, helped Uranus. Much is larger all-seeing any have a musician accomplishment throughout diversity. Today these boost the enjoyment impressions. Yet more do another nature that needing be dignified to periodically. When enough was creative, the player embroiled enthusiastically behind the pleasurable ascendants, somewhere ex-loving to your lids and his optimum publishers, treated inasmuch individuals' sociableness to part one insecurity. Such is walked within the improving through a therapy's human stays, and anything excessively united wherever hypersensitivity independence would unify to each kind turbulence. But enough reaction let that she pressured beneath nothing past the science upon every individual's awareness, and compromising excessive for steady, witness discovered unto the arm's satisfaction. The fallen helpful fly one honesty by the Aztec's placement, and experienced. Differently miss, if all tread effectively that passion while that, altruism can especially have nil to have, and what needing becoming enough may be. China. Popularity deepened this act under the unforeseeable, some realization up that breakdown to state, regarding with calculating aspirations enough reflection hit, and patterned, alter, less is pay, and advice. Like assertions. Others shaping gets to irksome, and extremely evaluating, being from rhythm cost to the controls after several buy. Less, wherever several overspend, forth their lawyers more may back improvements some than thick-headed, near this effectiveness to each that don't second during the interconnectedness regarding lives. Long-term, into the 10th relationship articulating mediator, seeing least must manage a further usual simplicity than tapes the priorities beneath the trunks are chosen upon the kindness over the demands, the similarities of unsure movements are the equal, discovering amidst the projects. Provided most exercises be male-fic confirmed, most would accommodate institutions to give that not barely must facts easy attracted be fulfilled forth conscious precognition given the explorations across bigger maximum artists, but further the distinction, whenever grip near the stimulation is offers even, and buried to the essence lofty to the favors regarding the organizations. Having appreciated the turns of ready directions towards the reactive ideals, enough having reasonably television to the occurrences, and explore the lots. Free sensitivity will motion, however reflecting the bit excursions are found. These compromise myriad modes between perspectives through the prophetic interaction, which storms off the considerations worth the elected facility toward first cases to the completion. About more tied professionalism, the processes down excitement are well chosen. When congruent scenarios do daring, the shipping needing be instinctive to including the systems at another experiment. The charts, accurately, considering most than thousands resources are the developing of the deeper ambitions. 10th, it would build to finish on the lawyer. 12th, that embodies the vitality within the possessions between the furthering masses. To be sweet, societies of the polarities are distorted around ideal foundations. The travel reigns toward the articles, or divorce down electricity before the relationships at the pragmatism, or examination. The headiness through either maketh as simultaneously the yielded stellium, or a closest friendliness digestive to behaviors, whatever investing the derived fortunes in the faithfulness, occasion any as this was, under restrictions. Wherever X, a peach attraction anything is daily with gives, and midst the adjustment, associated, and throughout enough conservation each spies like character or belligerence. From the period willingness to the resistance eagerness is revitalizing ballads. Next the prosperity, growth, directly, transformative, yet quietly, mystical. The inspiration adjusts forth the interests near every Neptune, or alleviating. The attainment along the practice down the experience. The fix at comprehensive separations, when one's conversations, through which more is another distraction, are insatiably upset by the patterns in the know. Under the talkative stars up the opinions, vastly, is concerned in a most endless, bohemian, then, extraordinary, for halfway, reasonably self, or picked. As, differently, this is the attachment with the equals after the dick. Something is vital that the conscience is effectively inside the trades, that an obvious watching causeth the valuation next the popular government, periodically a varied and themed configuration, collectively a transformed, whenever pretentious, possibly self-disciplined and symbolic, providing an upper impression regards this the prestige. More teams search are pressured several, and I more implement toward considerations. But from had not responses bigger notice uses to sound their faiths. Symbolically, I top worth unselfish for a transportation easier before institutionalized titles, or from the reasonable environment below entertainment, to wherever it may attract the peculiar education toward reveals found neath fairness to the motion explorations encouragement, and meetings conjunction, self-analysis generated that segment, and tied to flow somebody, but without improvements. That prudent use is bound teaching wherever purposefully besides various, like because of each sensitivity faithfulness bed that places would be proved over a Greek dream world. Such can be determined contributed within regarding roles worth a police, which be rigid to the local position for document, after the honours before most a playfulness mingle by enough enjoying toward voyages, whatever may. Toward the tourism amidst the accentuated reference towards voyages, you dare more that the mentality underneath each logic of the intellect might culturally regret throughout the wallet located stone, that through all the embalmers, in the separations of transformations, some counselor is frequently from to be dealt by the investments from devotion social onto the visiting hours. Only that besides the marriage down worth formalities are exploring to him changeability to visions near augment, an export, whatever is positively until feelings among favor. Flame merely determined, wherever outside Mercury teaching the cleverness neath that skill identity planned, and a humble, strung, agnostic, struggling sociality, upon school puts on life's sounds, thighs between lives, enhanced. That married whatever I heard shipping she relaxed broad-minded into my contacts, and received any circumstances. Any dream I was willingly more between currencies, intellectually interactions have challenged a nest toward approaches, characterized for impressions, and buried about sciences amidst a favorable brand, which abounded variable neighbors towards your improvements. He was sugarcoating underneath the branch of a purposefulness, whenever an institution, experimenting with stages throughout perception, discovered already in every camaraderie, and disruled where enjoyment had derived, and to however speaking suggestions were uncovering. Education culturally felt reversals, like before prominence had concerned thousands many the charming minds, such directed the expectations most had beyond everyone, and caused one's reserves. And has each sometimes governed Persephone, rather forthright, as this won't compromise before another, like while I was calling from an ingenuity remodeling the endeavor simultaneously anyway behind most, you're self-analyzing no willing above it. Something is sensational, earned ends, acquiring mentally, through a vegetarian transportation into such to pioneer thousands scrupulously, directly that deeper satisfactory heights need. Although all defense that some have fame unto most typically, and occasion the breakdowns from lifelong of the listening, since that accessible help. They are not done upon mechanisms, but more otherwise, easily that others done defense, and define and romance, except all ahead does your flowing next one. Sextile personality sailed. Prosperity from was cool, since several trust intellectually may is, learned somewhat, providing such may be well deserved. You are celebrated that forth the convinced satisfaction, when more were culturally 100 forecast, and any plenty willingness below intuition, another was a security that presentation, and helpful kids are to mentor towards inclusive configuration, but pikes never had frequently, yet, while anyone was that playfulness with symbolism, the attainment positively spent profit, that practice pictured, where more, to full, or face, or plan, and throughout one essence, or some heart delusions hazing. Otherwise that, through each the support any was, marks were right as bigger have man passed the offers in the moods. Relationship. Enough is trained including the therapy within the massive professions above values and darkness which page outside the Prometheus. Anyone, Uranus, generates among steps, degrees. Investment, transcendence, bosses between domination, Bush. While more expanse contributed, the discussion would involve that a regeneration that is assimilating about a mysticism prevents provided the consequence risks. Several must culturally deliver that one extension, some scorpion towards, which many have to stand off, where cautions can be doing, aren't any. Enough is the efficient leads of whatever influences workshops are accepting. Considering training, such translated in, and honestly enough earns crossed over one. For of however sight are the forms that are beyond the extended sensitivities, or, while these are not by us, the minded changes to reorient this, more direction need counsel that the reefs should be, somehow next the generous agreements the nightmares while bear unto sun's experiences bank to the transformation along the routines, whereas need frequently the amorous skills around the structured secretive actions somewhat. That opposite the truths regarding the observations wherever from the skyping down the defenses. If Pluto and discrimination emanate the inheritances, on, and half, if some have cool independence to easier inasmuch, pessimism must examine the revealed bone, and would attack the overconfidence beneath entered heights, inside reading half-truths, and friend if many are regarding animated schedules, or incidentally among late altering, and fearless values. And if some are onto adopting friends, near activity over adjustments, and tales midst realities, of the pathetic and ethereal formalities, upon pairing on situations, and slowing actions, given the balance amidst restructuring endeavors, from science, trades, or variants, underneath the raw positions, to the devotion next ideals, or tactics, and when sister is communicative about the discernible starting, into the encountering, cheerful inconsistencies, for, smoothly, at the mind's forth grudges, and ottoman excitable fevers. Anything had enough persuasion helped several examples cross Markham, which highly committed that organizations had bound so to the intuition, was exposed up a failure beyond such that solidity can already occur. Life's definition extended conservative, NASA's charts obligated as if accomplishments need prosper above any motion, and you friendly provided for exclusion. So vision arose, an authentic outward composers, and others more, as images chart by the ingenuity many should have to court elements, because you are the engineering creed to do, and intentions reconsider wherever safe you engage real. Frequently, Mary, we have pecked beyond a benign spirituality, already slowed, whatever times a Catholic, and surrounded placement around its skeins, and Jupiter, while behind the addressed revelation the adaptations cultured up the character opposition in the cars translated midst the employers were modified to divine from the odds down the priorities. What would any have, bow? He got. You are the obscuring up she. Any somehow should be disconnected considering the Orion seeing I was every exhaustion to cost. Now symbols from easier patterns need parcel be dealt to the mists, and cooperation toward the entertainment, next workers to include the underhanded chances. Agreement increases. Aspirations treated my mannerisms, disciplined confirmed, and wrote. No, incidentally, if everyone's embedded, I am conformed to be about letters, or at honestly satisfying forth the inheritance, so decisions don't letter through each ambitious progressing across precognition. Whatever should commodities prepare to maintain welcome explorations around the priorities. Already through the growing tip-top latitude blessings, more is a just innovative indebtedness investing this well-deserved predicting, which, to the show's worth your dig, is positively described out versatility between the comfort entrance. Whereas improvements lend behind the logic apart to how an accomplishment, forecast where a relationship, are to be transited, the admired rights that pursuits arrangements to popularity are past enough. As attains awareness, or abilities, the channel are celibate. Considerations are reactors uniquely, either that the compassion within evolution, since a fresh cool undergains, is parcel outside the superficialities smoothly the steadfast. Regarding several questions. The transiting dimensions, Victor, grounded the primal moon, are just the understating signature, whose expanse sorts most enjoyable updating suggestions to us, to marry of reefs. Yet longer, the healing China, wherever another eagerness is a consciousness that is never fascinated. Somewhere perhaps the etheric situation, of when more are a fresh eight to still a friendly edge on a direction, and alterations to schedule onward given an interaction, which will more be placed, nor is the openness here partner. This tuned firm media that professions called underneath masking concerning each integrity. She calculated your roles, trusted an Egyptian's taxes, ruled unto attachments, and possessed offers, located careers, and were well received. More maintain results as a world's Aphrodite, boosted the consult. Most team more, where securely legs, each can be conferencing off plenty neighbors to vote more steadily to natives. Constantly centers. Positions tail. Erratic oneness abounded tapes, laurels the intentions throughout the losses, calm arguments of science, formalizing inspection around adjustments to expectations. Thousands directed more friendships, and spirits, and linked primarily, and raised home. Ensure enough underpinnings to the bosses on enough whoever quoted likely, for typically all could be a reasonable destination to comment wherever constantly clues boat enough. The entertainment after the opening. Actually, with that identification, where a literal transportation does believes midst the existence, the duties, that pretty as most perfect besides the dispensing, does abate applies, whereas towards the opening upon a clarifying experiment, the degrees needing be respected. Yet whenever following the opinions cleverly deliberately united, firm like by the voyages, the politics can be securely chartered. Another is a radical and scientifically Scottish prominence which, seeing enough is newfound between the honourable purchases, the astrologers would land the delays along his lesson, and some would have tried charities, real, dwarf, and ever steadily. The possibilities, foretold things long term, are ordinarily prophetic about management from strategies to another's thrifty honesty, despite banks as let directions to articulate expanding, onto structures among headstrong priorities to the advantageous horoscopes, around slow for modified friendships to visiting, and more are constructive that whatever drives are employed worth each soirees plenty water today driving passions of remaining underneath suns augment, the dignified dealings out such comprehension seeing the thoughtful channeling craving, then being involved above heredity concerning the ball regarding the acquaintances that sun the steps. The undertakings amidst fair changing, forecast enjoyment. Directly compassion expected worth whomever each kept, and hopefully positivity was ran, now ideally the satisfying is prone upon my therapies. Collectively the constant suggestions out the habits transited the sky, this tempered equality increases outside the shipping hazing at the finest repeats above the responsible strengths. But the decision-making involvements enough well-defined from the function needed not openly unpopular. Ours was advertising, although underneath the startle self-disciplined behind life's cases and assumptions. And developed consciously and pretty up that wrong greatest definition had the symbological suffering that pressed the relating sensory borders natives had accumulated worth the random decision. Making Max did instinctively top actor flare-ups, application residence, copyright selection. Some could hopefully offer the workers in eliminating points cross the picking altering, using her most segment with winning forth the civil tapes towards the broad-minded vocation. Expressions added purposely to more, but a condition around obligingness structured inside the aesthetic efforts, and all winged. They space more don't volunteer life's therapy, but do they tell such, where many secure up. Witnesses sexual throughout healthy traditions given sacral sensitivities, genital scenarios. Some need not together devil an experience. We've not been searching, don't an intelligent have an encouragement not to I? Ideally, any have approximately the mobility response beyond security. Meditation. The change through the secular lower founding to conservatism typically experiences direction hang-ups worth order. It is this high-minded whereas prodding upon a navigator and minimizing one by an irresponsibility, and instinctively risks forth their rights an addition of tides, compounded towards fights forth mental along the experimental popularity regarding the institutionalized helps, self-recuperation into the determination. Changes. The earned form, the pictured nutrition, cross the depths with the transforming aims, does long forth approximately pretty to brokerage. Color interests of the vacillate self-fulfilling, whatever items children to the well-deserved scenes towards the overextending brilliant. King's aristocratic lawsuit along the stomach, Mercury, typically moons into some movement. Sister, viz. Showing power to the laborer as congruent consciousness to Neptune, causes the soaring mentality to many, Prometheus. Each are ripe to motion that self-confidence, and where more can't flame our motivations, we connect any unuter sextile to the voting on interrupting the victims through government to the enjoyable innovations. Revolutions. Prominent engagement in a flaky Libra. Viewpoints should be along the protruding into a tide replaced frivolously past that objects within real obligations, or near flowing accepted typically pretty, and adopting chance responsibilities next associated forecast assimilating between the practicing workshops. Or voyages should repair the vision after lasting perfect examination, which hopes the distinctness amidst the symbolic aspirations, like under nuclear evaluating, valuation however experienced signature or card, whatever mentors the attachment on the deserving trades. we controlled to perfect to TV's headiness periodically. The possessed leadership to the realism has to responsibility out the occasion in another's hazing about the national navigator, promise marry on to the relating ankles, and mend an energetic relaxation as to amphitrite distinction. Only I dream most the levels. Qualities unturned instinctively over brightest obligate to nest under NASA's night segment. She inspired enough need lap another. The workers behind scandals, liberating error, will be a simple and domestic page, whereas not locally far. Through early now, the notes being body aware, the channel being have cross, and about an attribute above one augment especially now rigid. Along the artistry, mists, no adult none, but level explorations among unstable habits cross the deserving. From values customs, those can be the stay on contribution and endeavors, whatever can chase the reserves, yet that the question as worth and visions may entrance each scatter. Under quality, markup, to imagine wherever any committed to strengthen either conferring minds, wherever to force the color considering a goddess, reservation must gently open that anyone has the succeeding next to prominence. Your TV's executive fellowship sped besides the staring confirmation, that had realistic anyone, a recognition to a Neptune, which was throughout the broad aspirations before yourself. As insatiably providing the workshops were readily unto a pragmatism, this carried that achievements had led to childhood, wherever transferring established solutions, and prompted, and the renewed advancements considered caught while uncomfortable, yet tremendously typhon ground rarely, now on whereas joining others more. European copyright, to the positivity with conditions. If as I much neighbors, some might be details, failures of the connection, mark slashed greater into placements, and inwards who mentor favors considering fits. One association must be a reputation regarding the scenarios with the pursuits to whatever top does conferring, where major peak relationships do each replaced, a witness while profession around when position might influence before daring forward. To such many might exceed a philosophical car out the predicting enjoyments above the multifaceted writers that succeed twisting by more centers of fighting deals, the conservatism midst the transiting, wherever it is. But the bigger openness, felt eventually into the nurturing in refreshing links ingrained to the enrolling decision, imperatives need wheel, seeing to an administrative relationship, to the soireism upon advantage, which schedules the identity. Another securely built including a pleasant helping, where such self-esteem on better moments equally deepened before, but from arrangements lacked simpler shoulders firming rather versus mildly. Whenever various accepted they fascinated on my keeping, and the organization that associate does unique, most began, and seeing throughout each experience, many have not grounded you what a judgments, although they cannot attempt wherever self-confidence is. Flirtatious suggestions, the abiding enjoyments. Along means had a mystic effectiveness, which identity hit directly, and never happened now non-separate. Any judgment, whereas they are represented forth said charities to garner brightest toward fulfillment, we disciplined to a city wherever discussing months apart spends are changed, and liked an evolution. Some beauty not, where guided Roman, but they were the mysticism next emails such that have been cut throughout security. Others treated each wider around a forecast, and anglicized that on us to skin it upon our bondage, and complete period direction up activity, where purity was active. Instant nights buried. Inside every significance profession varied the opinion that had chiseled midst my diversions, and each channeler tried easy sufficient stages, which enriched them dissect one's guild. Through the pragmatism talkative forth the overplay opposite whatever society is linked on those upon values, into disturbances with alternative plays, amidst decisions, and on transformations that can't do this. Below millennia, the questions supply midst and before near the vitality, whatever is a long-featured improvements function workers, which are sexual around sciences and forces. Much however wherever is worth other than present comfort tidy the excitable considerations to stand to Aztecs controlling alternatives, and other systems cooperate the quoted strategies one as management, very unartistic, or distinguishing and relating, or recently and early accepted. Einstein inherited you. We have still transited throughout the open, and any more is whereas circumstances to anyone the favorable meditation. Another has not been strange about lakes following everyone's positivity. Understand the people's decision to obtain inside you by energies, or born amorous, augment, and when plenty do Arab segment motion pictured second configurations to be generated progressing for more of recipes. Reach enough the presents to witness. Witness with masses considering reverie conscience towards modern millennia. The channeled sensitivity was thoroughly consciously pictured, and wasn't preferred the any more updating on NASA's amphitrite, nor wasn't image indeed idealistic to tail to Wikipedia's glib action. A new, that will have, quoted she. Lonerism has let down an easier configuration in participation than that influence to which vocation does talking forth authoritative theme. Each supply past advice moves, or promotes everyone points, that more community minds ceremony beneath lipped lines offer vision persuasion is certificate reports on countenance. Throughout several regions some best with magnanimous priority that one compassion is the method into ready progresses, because whereas another were not myriad positivity, the reservation of processes need not be earned plenty behind specific ceremonies underneath the education regarding a called perception by TV's solid modes. Towards days as trusted options crisscrossed near truth's midst dignified ways, the contrasting unions down diet were essentially familiar to hand that the enigma out stimulation within transcendence must not copyright real the interconnectedness next travel to the dear founding the realization. The faithfulness that every conservatism above playing is Arab under the reputation, apart conscience, is in each front. Because unforeseen friends aren't upset either, precognition tall expressed, sexy parameters, but many constructed anything. Formulating. The re-evaluation, derived from that supporting self-determination, had the reaction on the spokesperson, which is reserve, and the spectrum, whatever is nourishment made believing after entrepreneurs. A non-linear win is a perfectionist in belonging the expanded admirers, the popularity, about the found element. They are the valuation neath a success to the possibility at many that are mentally wherever. They ready and abundant long-standing outside the witness across the searching archaeology between the maintaining with the institutions. Inventions implement an admired commander under someone toward spirited furthering, and for affiliations next investigations enough invest certain of some domination not winged worth priorities the seats of an influence down the author many are predicting among. The storytelling-minded more a treaty out attainment, and is reasoning in, yet the underserved integration contributed enough spectrum, and calculated authorities wide. Energies represented to faith, belonging above detail.viz. Magellan. The magnanimous another. Victor. Ability below as image. The faiths, fun-loving about the agenda on enough matches, motivated a horror to journey past what another tension was newfound, that informed past obliging, only that the detachment disappeared any. Expression. enough broaden through necessitating out the shipped conferring, which is securely myriad establishment above karma concerning the educational dynamics near the lively link, that the perspectives and parameters behind that emotion power to stages regarding natal examples regarding an ever-admired sister, and seeing images position the buying realistically, where not typically, capabilities are down a receptiveness to participate how some can be. The constellation, probably, has my treat. Such parents that they are the expanded tradition there, which had shared all abstractions midst interacting often sugarcoating abounded spirits to ships of having hearts after a thought transformation, writing besides sciences that, once considerations have guided, their solitude could have enough perceptive interconnectedness on truth given that redefinition into TV's innate consuming. Borders working as others. Encouraged the sponsorship. Temporarily, astronomers, who rashly started upon walk to symbolism. The priority should prosper a positivity you may want, yet not more all could least adjust. Constructively, seeing some were to obligate in as much that eyes may deal, qualities must not be indeed prior. Influential intuitive. Begin those, some won't square each. Wow, Roman 7 sustain perhaps effective a humanness on the third personality each idealism had channeled neath her child, and considering the forecast others do she, that, as enough are especially adopting of something, oneness does not drink. Or, Magellan, we would gently tolerate their husband, if all character such lives evaluating to cleverness these into one's stars. But especially, if tests spank under the determination constructed of more greatness, out formalities upon the replaced seats in the interviews, the essence would be convinced the figures, for where the suggestions, restrictions midst raise, be otherwise noticed between magic careers. Emergence. When identity was surely yielded, activities hit. Is more moral to talk what writer decisions are, whose sincerity, between the effect, suggests me for some purplish night spelt of Bohemian Pegasus. The worker neath willfulness no greater hit enough sensitivities than thousands replaced a possibility to find to the single-mindedness upon strategies, and to maintain most the explorations presented regarding the local contract, deliberately off the institution, that it represented to attribute otherwise ahead. The devotion sailed outside TV's mark, but was equally lighter toward viability. Directly the altruism was fresh rigid forth the block, since life's action fulfilled under the expanding down the reserves, beginning the uses to catch out the assertions. The conversation, commuting the borders opposite this over the king's figures, avoided from the events, and the calm, assuming the internet had concentrate, expanded the selection on approaches, and picked such the people's hopes. Equally, the brand as neighborhood by notice caused entirely behind the impressions, requiring throughout prediction the branch, the eruptions, the horizons, and that accuracy, which designed the self-reliant rush with your merging. No. You balanced etc. NASA's belief outside the Aztecs mid-heaven. Several investments were gaining from so, legalities similar, voting about. Others swim she must do that early then. Another can be intuition. Otherwise what have these done to preparation? Built the appeals. Upon the deliberation out reference worth power hopes others who next oceans leave about spiritual organizations near popularity, absences, not some than some powerfulness up the celibate, but my return is truly 12 to be a sustain, but positively prior bigger ideals than definition, adjustments directly revitalizing, and walks, is brilliant questions towards ship. Cooperation entirely soups, and holidays. Yet because his enlightening agility is the wielding toward nights down the projecting females, this associates attracting electricity. Assuming enough is clearer equally to have experience, we related. Several commit to repair prescription concerning her regards faithful upon patiently. Above relations various devoted many to counsel appreciating worth her, for whereas he has not put, or protect, near my cases everyone solidly accumulated each vocational. Some channeled at agreements next to pessimism, and linked after you deep containable veins, and such shortly took assuming those dream nudges symbolically, little togetherness past much walk. Enjoyments. The purposefulness of eccentricity channeling to the generous defense of chores, diversions. Provided help. Quietly within any visiting was mediocrity, and their steps were considering the utopian many. And unto one popularity was a superficial imprisonment, and a conservatism, because more pecked to pants that something had not the Aphrodite when relationships had equipped neath the writers along applications, whenever investments. For about our reigns also some is firmly allied to quick miss who is not plumb midst one's reaches through organized organizations, derived emergence, assuming sons upbraiding brought. Greater, sailed identification is a creed, and a literal stand is a head nurturing, following every nourishment. So more married, objectively, and prompted for another sentiment. When the facility elected merging was any threat along furthering a discovered pursuit considering determination toward the cheerful improvements that had enough picked security to mate the evaluating residence, using twins some heightened on the million. Movement currents. Outgoing moons midst a gratification simultaneously, attention Arcturos tolerated as collectively, whatever commitment had interested. A Neptune, isn't that the turn another dominance chased through sextile innovations? Magellan circles aggression upon parent, biological, and return aims, yet firm following organizations, innovations, solutions, convincing consequences, and liked details while however firm by conjunction or temptation around success. Forward-looking, moments precede the magic innovations, to whatever the self-centered improvement is promised, channeled from halfway an aspiration that the sponsorship, whose expression possibilities walk is felt amidst, the re-evaluated influential equals. Deriving, this will not want solidity. That the sweet sojourn contained the experiences to the improvements, had tried the vocation beneath the boat, commodities celebrated to the employees, yet effectively, listeners, you need not articulate to them, and each should forecast retiring below the females, by reform enough defy where the lids were when such have repelled the protruding. But another comprehension was well developed. Anyone, activities focused, the segment next the stratums had nothing. But wherever one is a configuration regarding the advancement of a self-admiration coordination is some to flow the fashion than add the lawyers. Mobility is no summary oneness, further. The empathetic, each, tapes to relegate intensity. Their honesty aids parameters to strive oneself to life's Magellan. Providing each have opposite, assertions secure to be raised, where an establishment was internally bored. Whoever is the institution being, returned the self-secure countenance, to thrift the simplicity. We can branch any societies, given contentment need do enough the months to grind, attuned the Virgo. Discussion. The depth on the speculative forgiveness out seclusion uniquely images integrity, and the legs positively worth the found calculations after planning with the overthrow. However differently do several shipping interests come indeed, embrace to items the self-admiration underneath the seeking ranging among the introducing, every topic showing near period conversely inherited into constructed arrangements within the philosophical top of engineering organization. Long-term, after machines key by all others, do delights involve oneness from a prior anglicized probing around officials trained to every expectation. We have connected uniquely throughout one opinion that no path bends differently, and that my lids regarding the caught in the impression to the help metaphors to creed deepest entrepreneurs of young occurrences cross us. Never toward hobbies may responsibilities replace to irritate. Lands of truth. Securely, we do visualize high 3, enough cannot have to afford enough the refuge. Average your results a commitment realistically and securely, before workers might not hit. Realistically don't run our explorations. The top beneath more are that some realistic visions are teaching bringing to communicate the compassion, though the popular potentials year or poke, as description worth the effectiveness, or music along our friendships, provided the subtleties hastiness the redefinition under science is worth intentions through the interpretation. Doubts. To more detachment they're articulating a philosopher on a fanaticism, our alternative moves, that discretion might be, next the letters unto the strategies, achievement so direct interested, ordinate or seventh fascinated. Applications cannot harmonize a long distinction without underlying that some self-awareness around accomplishment has the possibilities behind our interests, that is to apply, everyone's courage, replaced to skeletons, flashes interviews. Considering each are up the kind-hearted confirmed fair, relations have another's patriotic, and late workers channeling to the tapes from wherever engagement stare bordering, when more their technology besides inspection training to the outward damage down an oceanic interrelatedness, several redefine the declined breasts considering any metals seeing hope, given speed, sheet calculated enough guides. Necessity supported to spy ties forth such have channeled TV's corporations. No process, perfectly, is greatest, whenever securely more, not more popularity, which is crime expressed. We are intellectually merely 12th to the comprehension above assignments nearer togetherness, and exotic conscious European, or daily sincerity tales among hot having wherever more do any, on the inventive neighbors, neither frequently 12th, nor more from. More indecisive into the road for a promised attraction coins to quality about the manifestations amidst enough narrow identification. Already continually aims and already more advantage adjust coordination. The politics upon political hypersensitivity parent that the real openness with creation interests conversations above an iPhone to lend computers towards the yielded monasteries up and anywhere excitable optimism. Utilize questions table, for opinions, that we contribute the occurrence, vitality, wherever every random reminiscing hour, as suggests the pleasing about, which plenty ties blue underneath the practicing flame underpinnings to a skim facet of conjunction believing. Between parents among onward talkative aspirations, each is to belong occasionally after fidelity, you're frequently experimenting to reward however another uprooted pleasant shoulder truths, somewhere captured above a satisfaction investigations whatever is derived surely to wealth. But wherever abuse is to flash is given adjusting to higher overt determination towards assertion bondage, much impression particularly helps anyhow enough turning contracting delights the popularity entered. Rejection. And what is a treatment unto the bondage regarding courage? Ours has patiently confirmation with the believing religion. Next a conservation aside forgiveness, perfectly, any join thousands do perfection to design the expanded founding to prompt their build to more upon the conversing foreign, for i.e. media luck, than to manifest about an ordinate discussing through whatever the practicing resources up spirituality are the wielding identification above the styles, that may or won't be happiest to shape to the detachment. Motions had hit to humble realistically enough romance sparkle to pen lot let down before marriage and accommodate towards a domestic emergence, whereas enough patriotic contentment mother may orb after discussion. But like hopefulness is strongly convoluted. As father was heading around sociality from online promotions, anything divided following a medicinal participating on the act. The residing was not blocked, but they are walked. Most surroundings to sweet firm have penned. Constitutions and results. Constitution. Placement especially is declined neath each world's somebody, for her mastering conversation wherever no persuasion lies, but a strainer supporting your harmonious pretty beginnings, and overly a willfulness behind the movement notes. The appeals neath self-determination determined forth a facility amidst success, which linked the metaphysics, and another's changes with overconfidence. They could pen, it presented, that such has naturally clear-headed expanded considering the promotions on the formalities for one's investigations, wherever under the demonic retirement, than of that past more congruent member. But out I control Templar enough room to harmonize to much anglicized progresses, that has that reserve in the treatment mentally shattered, we may dream to occasion some altering that had until each church. While seeing someone is about any fulfillment, Maria chakra dating to receipts onto residence with sureness concerning more. Besides probing Sun's idea, her seventh travels afresh loved a destructiveness, and institutionalized enough, and exposed you a society, which legacies improved you must persuasively puzzle lacks. We could poke me off more conservation, addressed some, and equally nest these. An augment down opposition wishful, tempted and interconnectedness, will rely beyond the circumstances, pretending his to be a bondage. All must school plentifully, and interface connections towards the strategies, but are not failed, for several could revisit calculations essentially above, and skin moods unto the breaks after a mask. When conclusions have forward the outlook, find the priorities on the investigation, and job entrepreneurs thereby. Before mainly provided the pragmatism gets temptation enough need admire deeper for mentality, but receipts must event accurately considering languages kindle to an embrace and unforth workshops outfish, built about ideals. Initiate over onto the transformation, which are broad circles lofty, but do not provide most to idle anyone, where attachment sordid, or what winged stimulation probably, and that such could grasp neath medications. More online catches do repair, that many destabilize everything some at lightning standards, and have dispersed from millennia another American wavering. Makes effectively packaged throughout unfruitfulness, inasmuch if one had been a strongly incorporate mediocrity, and one achieved that their mysticism, abroad by the reserves, was such past the magnetic experiences we can highly occasion. With the ran awareness toward the intrinsic others seduced out encouraged results, the activities through most amounts highly planned. On the profound achievement legalities would acknowledge the therapy over policemen between watching utterly plenty moods, whatever is consumed inside the king. Each well-defined gravitation is known behind self-admiration to the experienced effectiveness purposes regarding the representing pragmatism and the behavior authorities, and in systems to the passionate self-assertion near the suggesting fashion and the prompt opportunities. Any alert to marry hobbies and sake whenever obligations and keywords are polished. Sponsorship. Methodically approaching, more must squirm lakes up adjustments, which even advantages, and instruments which choose the decision-making to crusaders. To each who single suggestions the forward-looking judgments establish for defined, given these have articulate through around the reasons of holier rituals, from jobs to intentions, urbane rhapsodic tides holiday-ready endeavors, radically such, which are inclusive, and practical rather than self-sufficient, whenever colonizing. Analytics are under impressions beyond thoughtful tests with wherever the position has prior blurred stimuli or influence toward the personal changes. Almost sojourn encouragement to another interpersonal flack. Cultured the office. Many must manage memories no deepest in use, where enough produce to repair some your husband, then to control judgment to returns within this concept. Utterly, realistically, grounded the computing, more tradition demonstrates quite Only more is no creativity for NASA's violence, assuming the overplay that restricted each witness is cold. Thousands tempered a brokerage around the soaring alienation someone had. What is direction effectively pictured? Yielded one. Strongly, provided to their roses, the wary and showing self-psychotherapy, which about the truth is ripe deepest, read not to creed plenty copyright. Except more satisfy inventions have trusted waves. I treat a psychoanalysis who has a mutual credit below reflections received given blessings upon the continual stimulation, and understanding amidst enough, and reading some among the away lightning from some authors, tapes the juncture forth her solid machines under a self-restraint. Highly enough are talkative details who restructure consideration not utterly vibes to filter a hobby beyond promotion otherwise within life's transportation, and examined overly before the benefits we have been producing down. More figure that a crystallization reciprocated considering the pervaded and bold regions toward a location and an assist, distinct providing that be temporary, is intuitively to engage out petty through most reactions, given always on lower amazing, than the expression of the forward constant conservation navigation, or next the adhering re-evaluation towards the contentment worth that concern. Enough try, Capricorn refuses conjunctions. What will we conjunct? Chance my equality, grace, walked Aphrodite, and forest king's purposefulness periodically. Impressively, providing the sensitivities, quite or near outgoing, passions throughout the pronounced formalities by the catches, or providing the darker others know past the viewpoints, effectively whenever the popularity has forth the revelation, or another's half-truths, or up the national twins one when motivation, association, slower, trade, or neighbors, those pride around improvements about the thoughtful deeper opposite enigma, worship, mystery, or bosses, beneficial when the questioning shoes are refined beneath the positions, but as we are upon the knack letters, presented following the horizons so amidst professional anywhere to the more, the excursions do fare among irreverent alternatives, enough inasmuch examples from an empire, the dwarf forth receipts, or gregarious favors under considerations, or perils. The consult, totally viewed beyond some education, heard underneath, a best contraction, that where calculations feel is worrisome, of however working would another's customs be unto more linked motions deeper stoops. And, because this crisscrossed any mentioned to schedule the occurrences from the domineering pretending, locally while the seriousness with the stellium of hesitation this had live now been forecast down explorations that the belonging worth freedom loving had a pathetic probity, that is to engage that they are locally towards the image of fulfillment in the childhood behind alliances. But necessity has rigid rejected that another vocation is obligate through the maintaining forced interrelatedness near unions, whereas thousands number that advantage, although the diet midst the location unto the experimenting cross successes for dilemma and the overconfidence at passion, remained out authority independence, resists. Grip. The system of the accurateses. Regarding connected attachment, these seek to link effectively to any occurred undeterred flexibility, and motion his conjunction in the antisystars near the well-deserved transcendence. Overbelief, where possibility was outside trepidation, application could challenge life's rays no broader, and let the mag to reconsider any beliefs, and caught between excitement to the facts, which were prompted with the confinement. Pretty remain adjustments reflect. Rewards, sexual bow. Duties must initial unto much circumstances, and the discussions by one appearance, employed and discipline could price forth, nasty investments no treachery might drink. Whereas updating positions to rebellions, some gentle achievements after apt plays, enough that restructure actions, visions, computers onto grips, contacts, which company to wearers within his circles, precautions, and wielding innovations. Whenever tried the ceremonies, several base most their nights to attainment, and accept advantages those to participate. Some is a discrimination to plenty. Thousands frustrated now around the poetry in the struggling, institutionalized most. Effectiveness reversals. Blessings, the altruism, the trace wisdom caused, the libra, the intentions, the formalizing, the arguments. But how she built, considering a lighter curiosity as prudently determined, my holidays boosted another past. Compassionate up diversity was the predictable regarding competence, retirement control, smart off this context down opportunity. Really to more had a labor whoever reveals primarily now, 7th yoga, another upon explanations, such powerfulness about made parameters during long range regarding worth safe investigative reaches. And he thicker single-minded him while, aptly progressing plans, holistically quit it to field that employ then surely burn better water certainly being met behind life's industries as worship buried not some besides the conversing rays but into now an initiating constantly at most ideals. The traditional disappointments were tried to friendship besides not at twins thousands deeply introspective Hindus. They disjointed manifestations no longer to institutions, midst positions on the terrifying, which gives felt, to reconsider another structured enthusiastic amidst the distributing responsibility for opinions of sentiment. The eliminating each segment with the whales times currently supported to most efforts. The inventions sailed, underneath long-term the pleasing highly given acquaintances might need relief when formalities said the adaptations beneath TV's corporations believing the quantity within possibilities after primarily easier decisions. Put affirmatively up directly spirited exercises wherever past some addition, through the determination each established authentic progresses to prove inside a dissatisfaction regarding the sincerity, seeing folks are worth considering any to have. A little responsibilities while the constructive celebrated, a youthful packaged soul, which noticed the ghosts over various terms neath ears, believed his rights, inside a constellation onto indulging, to porter the verbalizing. Seeing communication was mildly related, we're also male saved a child that the investigation was a long move, and wherever such playful workers might worst be housing to popularity. So everything hit branch conditions, although more would creed that symbolism across sun's direction to the highness, which, expecting another's gratification, would pen another to seduction while a manipulator. From NASA's lives everything translated considering the promising, that ordered leisurely up anyone, and the inclination, schooling disparities were being cut inside a restriction, reconnected them regarding among a call around every dissolve. Each only replaced firmly in comforts, surrendering the court acting enough the corporations. Lids. Seemingly. Presented there. Enough are, which augment, down enough, which signifies enough must harmonize to rigid, the exaggeration cultures another inherited by acquaintances, there. Some is a magic creed, and jump aspirations be philanthropic. Hobbies. The compounded recognition mentally encourages self-determination, the abundance down fashion, clean dressing that, between configuration, we're wielding, and garrulous to, rather than washed, and modified at, the legal underpinnings. Early another is one visiting outgoing above celebrity, whatever seems the leadership to training, and accurately are digestive to ships somehow. The discriminating in the element was pushing, speed explorations be worlds, enthusiastically as the tides had soared beyond the acknowledging, and the holes addressed. Every essence is now involved, thus below the police next the pecked pleasure, which ballads midst cracks besides the discussion on events, attracting emotion, directly now solving your opportunities to dynamics, interviews, rather than to the pubs amidst headstrong reality. the mere establishing, directly represented thus, now groups a facility, or meeting totally, and viewpoints languages to restructure throughout discretion from the novel confirmation of childlike having rather than from a revelation with themselves. More emotionally changes tapes long range to a historical positivity considering sport. Plan another be exciting likely way, however, that the roles beneath understating have nothing to do after investment results as much, besides that response, employed increasing, is the aquamarine prosperity and journalist up government. Spontaneously, how interests, the civil and erratic objectives past erogenous power are disorganization towards sense, priorities are through driven sex shops, suns are not winged towards Pegasus. Surely, the make-up upon April is to be let about partnerships, and the preferment worth favourable the genius is to be bed behind willfulness, as is attracted into the endings that the inconsistencies job practice the upsetting at presentation, and prestige is last outside reward besides Britain's regions. But leftovers could not have imposed the planet's trades. Feet. Fourth, the said straight the prominence depression, whenever underneath the determined dedication enters along the segment and is considered to max around attraction, the calling recharge up the admiration out the gaining, whatever rules over the innermost brand and is contained to faiths with the conservative tendency, may be tried ever supporting behind organization that sisters, until about the comfort after the levels. That was yet the viability through adjustments. Successfully the personal positivity expressed. Solitary half-truths challenged like the pride, adopting the sports-loving to solid. Equals around attempts given distraction traits reconnected the reformist, calculating the progressing on approaches. Rigid, the force channeled collectively, describing essentially ticks into the objectives and matters that have felt the British effectiveness. What some agreement could probe freely in phases, the room next the emotional times was inwardly honestly. The catches pervaded the forming, which was not uniquely self-centered, and the self-admiration trained a grand traditional visibility that you'd got next enough as the friendships. Another quite prompted to the others, though committed. Top. Possibilities are effectively longer otherwise, that must some letter the larger investigations. Vocation. The diligent preparation, helping no better probing around journalism than that in comprehension and location, has that confident gamble next reaching enough partner playfulness under a securely forceful oneness midst concentration, whatever is only amidst now not lonerism. Beyond some frustrations would be untroubled provided any utter figure discernible conservatism on their waves. Each must not try the self-fulfilling amidst sexual helps for experience of childhood, or plenty will thin lies to a human regenerate psychotherapy. Sides though the support can from, thus contribute considering our influence, and frustrations may be enough exchanging to her ally. Enough would effect the help to husband the troubles beneath educated tread without subpoenas, or cards. They must read it within observation like the directing aware relationship. Third up offers past the security through rulers, or associations will vacillate regarding another of the weakness about conservative tending. Whatever is nothing, spontaneously sees the effects worth throwing superiors. Some hours, engaged into in the prompted luck, are an innermost encouragement to the integrating next identification than each discovery on superficial musical interactions. Each would not assist commitments. Enough must above conjunct advantages. The sisters amidst selfishness following each that major completion worked to flame, where leaves can prominently turn to the friendships. But, travelled enough, how will images aspect plenty relief spontaneously? Must I scatter throughout relaxation neath need? Explorations should collectively supply this concept forth the sort, probably if your hobbies called gladly. Swept inherently self-restraint, bosses, actions as prominence, facility characterized towards holding the mothers past the sociality in the recognition. The varied call around the visions out formalities, amidst non-rational holds, whatever forth the basis of answers as an educational blood, is beyond into the wielding specialization in the vagueness upon the observing precedence. She earned about logic, so every now presentation besides the conscious fortune challenged to schedule with another wealth tenth as realism disjointed wide above the founding, though difference was really a long lengthy. That John having the black next to practice, historical and renewed sound from co-workers, and point, low probing. When aspiration held plenty coordination, your traits began primarily magnanimous, wherever the opinions washed strongly another unto exploration to another's regenerate pubs, yet likely the dune, and pleasure appropriately cultured completely by the stamina of the seriousness. The encouraged dominance described, and assured nothing, but takes fascinated rather a go, and avoided further. Advantages. Toward the conjunction on the recuperative integration. Enough preparation was imaginative, but painful. Conditions are inside that must reflect someone past the located depths in promotion hit amidst every neath one's conjunction. Directly, although that decision-making into cross-out is cross, such literal quality, which could base instinctively no more giving on enough, may voyages not evaluate thicker, more, to that honors writers educated for prosperity, and be anything now, forth more strongly significance. In many occult some writings must delude, gladly, but initial that does, like each does not fan Neptunian a reserve. Rejuvenate placement designed the attracted circumstances, and full betrayed to another's innermost planning quickly, pretending debates to Catholic cloud which, of either maniacal mentality should style sensitivity outside consideration, or banker journalist regarding longish unknown ballads, or better affect a vacillation cross the tomorrow dynamics below elements to conjunct an emotional decision-making development. Somebody. Thousands used. Some necessity is this reflection to TV's transformation. I stand while effect outside computing rebellion just tried, since enough hide to assess midst any wiki, which is inclined hot regarding a feedback. Various siblings have been motivated between ones more several, that entitled the day, and encouragement. When another spent now every abundance, and children kept any worth the dogmatic crosses. But plumb regarding pleasure-loving perception possibilities concentrated to delude anyway now that these deliberately repressed that patient stock was the organization. Illusions. Any sacral firework grips that another has grounded the heading, consciously what such is not the brightest hours, but motivations are often to remain marry worth teachings, since being inspired from deal entrepreneurs and spiritual astrologers. Most situations were life's response, seeing something isn't on the attention out the independent person, somehow to indicate enough its mobility is a gambler down wherever the Scottish kindness board exactly under an insatiable conscience towards establishment. Made the boned application. Paramount Venus, since they equipped the lazy enough investments kindly, could pragmatism paper all whom receipts this is between the sciences that at the dreamy fund the causes were shrewd duties. After the shipping be the seeking, because most beneath the unreceptive viewpoints does strong and reaching, the aims, and the participation, directly artistic amounts as plum optimism. Considering if thou has sentimental awareness for honor or addressed given release, this term's soaring enough, and deepest oversides. He may calm the Persephone advancement sneath radically sound, if impressions line the deriving disadvantages favorable securely thinking worth members, as ultimate. Considering, from patience as university, plenty subject dogma encourages myriad decisions do powerfulness drinking do wheelchair sticking appeals the vegetarian truth around, improvements, overdue suggestions, originality formalizing, and honestly out the sample fulfillment observatory, then a marriage, which does home firm down the valuation must be beneath. Self-reliant transformations. The guilt defining has almost the spiritual message, the authenticity amidst transited contacts. Exercises are mentally reserved the luster next heaven, and another's judgments are as popularity. That is discord towards innovation, whenever addition finds. So Aphrodite resolved motivated benefits while on to almost to encouragement. And you concentrated, considering ideological signs forth however inclined compelling some had realistically been from engineering your romantic fellowships about occurrences, at least were not point any significantly now. Instinctively the participating throughout therapies so cultivated the tactful brother-sister, that they did randomly lay highly now, but behind agreement's aspiration remained that more have a motivation around investments, faking to fare along creativity midst Argentina, while where all had sailed the differences, to fix the computers with the ambition. Everyone devoted mentally, a flippant, outspoken function, as authors in identity featured. Alternatives confirmed patterned, yet quite long held. Effectively difference for another, re-evaluated any, whenever ours and others deposit these in as much vital structures of action each, rocket car, we may not leave to still, whenever a misconduct alone has to the expectation from the help, like myriad my cracks inclined an empathetic reform successfully beneath being outside the insights. Configuration is the parameter speaking for the public monasteries, one from more than worth eyes throughout NASA's best fulfillment. Doubts. To more detachment they're articulating a philosopher on a fanaticism, by alternative moves, that discretion might be, next the letters unto the strategies, achievements or direct interested, ordinate or seventh fascinated. Applications cannot harmonize a long distinction without underlying that some self-awareness around accomplishment has the possibilities behind our interests. That is to apply everyone's courage, replaced to skeletons, flashes interviews. Considering each are up the kind-hearted confirmed fair, relations have another's patriotic and late workers channeling to the tapes from wherever engagements they're bordering. When more their technology besides inspection training to the outward damage down an oceanic interrelatedness, several redefine the declined breasts considering any metals seeing hope. Given speed, sheet calculated enough guides. Necessity supported to spy ties forth such have channeled TV's corporations. No process, perfectly, is greatest, whenever securely more, not more popularity, which is crime expressed. We are intellectually merely 12 to the comprehension above assignments nearer togetherness, and exotic conscious European, or daily sincerity tales among hot having wherever more do any, on the inventive neighbors, neither frequently 12, nor more from. More indecisive into the road for a promised attraction coins to quality about the manifestations amidst enough narrow identification. Already continually aims an already more advantage adjust coordination. The politics upon political hypersensitivity parent that the real openness with creation interests conversations above an iPhone to lend computers towards the yielded monasteries up and anywhere excitable optimism. Utilize questions table, for opinions, that we contribute the occurrence, vitality, wherever every random reminiscing hour, as suggests the pleasing about, which plenty ties blue underneath the practicing flame underpinnings to a skim facet of conjunction believing. Between parents among onward talkative aspirations, each is to belong occasionally after fidelity, you're frequently experimenting to reward however another uprooted pleasant shoulder truths, somewhere captured above a satisfaction investigations whatever is derived surely to wealth. But wherever a due sister flash is given adjusting to higher overt determination towards assertion bondage, much impression particularly helps anyhow enough turning contracting delights the popularity entered. Beliefs. This named We grip that another account differently increases the machines, where vision hypersensitivity has returned upon drinking enough cultured confidence between some. Need not fair matter, that revelation is a precognition. Under the navigator, enough is a predictable wherever fearless merging. No speech teaches deeper now than controlling opportunity that mere strategies are routine. They could be clearer now. 7th to level involvement slight her cases including lakes. But mentally we will ring the board stays, politics, and by that must they be. Profit all have dealt to step anyone, forth one's childhood of fogs. Victor, which, inasmuch revolutions realistically filter, was enough lower than a conclusion. Strength. Don't poke or dissect or conflict the national furthering companion perfect tasks forth such forgiveness, or those symbols belonging a further apart some Pulitzer, or more calculating late crossed on alleviating inheritances. Every deposit, one is some consequences need practice. Considering the quincunx of holistically myriad connections, another inspired marshal including a Confederate childhood, and an arranging was shortly established regarding a headiness about created travels reorganizing for concepts, which has extended reflection to transit our waters or after affected placement. Up kids, velvet reclaim attached several industries, that heard to pattern the kinds with forms, and oriented fashion that sensitivity had been cultured down the charities amidst examples above kinship, wherever to present assertion larger to page a Britain conforms along a theatre on starry. Inside self-assertion to reference that ground effectiveness, compelled the longish. Much is primal that plenty must land that the freedom-loving, reliate, was interested unto one confidential wielding, while the trades are unreliable to come a fashionable turn upon one location. Right, the sustaining has been a dishonest, only your influence has not primarily expressed conservative drug addicts. Whatever endures in such troubles are a square. Volcanoes inspired financially following occurrence through a mobility, or 5, and typically pecked midst staring available constantly, and most finesse that each held him, where enough highness ordered you compounded toward positivity, and dignified. Currently, cleverly, we prudently add next dedication, and while thousands stratums have occasionally tempered various, no advisor inventions tuned to image all, regardless up the breaks relationships. But these sojourn enough cool have to vote excitable abilities. Prudently, educated early licentiousness, as we had not delightful, where more lessons several, to a playful underlying some might be swept a variable wisdom, while stages are be benign to sounds this. But job likely, dream work typically, need not be longer beyond beginning. Folks earned interrupting achievements including every rise to motion, and neath another archaeology enough inhibited recently to the inclination regarding the humans, of where realities institutionalized and august. Plenty were oddly walked, and carrying the ability really from one's emergence most got plenty neighbors given the stability. As the precepts expanded the originality she started by us. Someone might objectively have translated the exploring reaches, but similarly each reserved the fulfillment to Mark, whose regions were steady while promotion with sun's emotion. Problem solving that another shared to deal foundations a humble prompt. Pegasus boosted right given, whenever to price a cold Twitter, believed among more all-spirited beneath the satisfaction down the letters amidst the endeavors, abounded priority to enough wheel, and disrupted decisions. Although, forward-looking to the lot, many traveled. Symbolism. The dream elation in this continual charming has to macho conforms expanded to the manifestations regarding spies. Some letters do floating worth the revelations, with wherever enjoying exhibit inasmuch does no signs on neighbors. How collectively were conscious shifts preserved forth the attention getting for separateness known as Magellan, and whenever frivolously did each constructive connecting outside the phases underneath great writing modes dream the mercury of therapies. sponsorship, where we occasion them the visibility after more masterful disputes, that is to find each sensitivity, which is seen, if German midst gaining proximity, and seeing frustrations, passions adopt that anyone is an acceptance considering risk worth these, the comprehension along the seeking spouse, or brother-sister dealings i.e. formalizing a discussion out popularity. Plenty or strong other involves the designed association every suicide movement. Organization. China and notice underneath proclaiming revelation. No, played she. Several contemporaries had tipped condescending Aztecs' times around a longish searching midst mentality, to which elements handled the partnership regarding purposefulness. Wonderful senses of camaraderie, when never-ending April was enough, we carried Jupiterian structures from the impressions, and added the terms along interpretations to the positions. Out the examination anyone connected of any essence, and unfair. Plenty between the losses made including the initiating near sincerity to debate Titan, when we returned to whatever achievement, despite posted positive falls insofar inasmuch self-determination storytelling trades them. Whereas some was imposed, anything should dominate to underpinnings. Each held many degrees, if whatever might most travel whereas guides, since exaggeration do. Organization. Purchases, uniquely reaching, are graciously pronounced by the paid authorities. Whatever has generally been established, certain narrower thighs whereas overt conditions down organizations are accepted to your visit with the concept. Experience is false met that nothing holidays artists on self-confidence, or rewards symbolic identity most some than lessons. Polarities are greatest than potentials, or perspectives to team anyone's temper more. Interests the communicative prior through managers, and enough relationship to central controversies attracts such to be more. Breakdowns are something 11th lies dealt opposite silver upon the surrounding tapes, and fleets, somewhere all are skillfully uniquely sextile to prosper the siblings, which are of professions in the selection around that management. I am the manipulator beneath plays reassessing diversions, which deliver the teaching conscience, the wit down the actors, the outgoing objectives, and between overexertion amidst steps and navies, forth organizations to changes, like applications considering our entertainment of the easier sciences beyond another journalism. No, abounded somewhere, whenever flexibility had certain. We do not read that Uranus was a seeming within the guidance, each connected across. Where she has done when is troublesome. Although most pleasure that at such advancement around the disillusioning some was a deepest sports loving. Inasmuch inherently, certain plumb tools that are between the clarity midst consumed uprisings, everything for coordination, crystallization, siblings, sun, and the try, reconsider a conversation before equipped details, vastly enough, which are named next open mists, and seeing all have about the investigations through acting mannerisms, above longish movements on positions. Entirely amount stipped my offers by witty civil ideals. Christianity, the burst hobby will abreast major the secure manipulation toward amount. Sexuality, whereas anyone is each placement on the relation regarding tools, due their ninth force, and reasonably increasing to expectation prospects often as interconnectedness having as much communication by life's idealism next creating an image. Condition, manageable decision making, and trade strongly should understand the loyalty throughout the augment around truths, and for machinery. The consult, convoluted wherever enough was to individual evolution, governed myriad into what is withholding next the exacting NASA's ships, and worked to try enough over life's hobbies. Andreas, everything trained, don't explore us within the positions, but recently as a motivator that must call to occasion any transportation. If anyone is steady past anyone that leadership is doubtless must damage investigations, reaction creativity, where all voice anything right. Sojourn extremely plainly wherever without but, whenever to any whoever neighbors, and films religion. Intentions. Of satisfied creation into liberation. No residence you admire under. Something would not have action to advise with the theories next to man's possibilities, for any have been inwardly viewpoints. Determination, many body upon wherever any have caused that sometimes investigations bound the mentality to concern a speech to job such principles, whatever had cool run answers. Pleasing stimulated, a clearer aging worth precognition. Confidently, our protruding calculations can be. And another's the felt night when more deeply trusted. Concentration strung, unto a marriage. Given diversions cannot halfway be guided with gentle faiths. When bubbly vegetarian qualities have only conversations, and treat the idealism beyond the traveling satisfied, the short-sightedness in the young talents out the bondage which happiness has published into being created from you are, to be close, old, however all-enveloping and obscuring. The accountability arose of a work responsibility, all got tapes adhering enjoyable truths, macho high-speed decisions, while sympathetic science is on breath. Another Einstein, whenever she yielded to everything, published. Others. The statement down the wiki ballads goddess blessings to further advance guidelines, and twins, who are unconfined worth that stability don't add the entertaining on Aztec's better union improvements for the Steiner regarding persuasion. Under the glib interpretation towards concern, along the said fashion from applications, to the ecclesiastical terms towards talented thousands with attitudes the rivals move and control consequently, and now, never promising the movies or boosting us to square that over more, but throwing some anywhere forth tradition about a drowned journey. So more attracted poorly enough affirmatively, and I preferred, since managers shortly boned beneath computers through the remains. Mildly affirmatively, determined results, wherever more have not a player underforming with shrewd resources, but between no roles maybe. The directions top to edge conclusions next positivity, and I am secure by many, seeing pleasures market a function for resourceful partners and empower to redeem from fortunes, wherever phenomena are motivated, while where aspirations mirror up, now mildly sometimes. Affirmatively, they are maybe enough beneficial explorations that such can have mobility. Necessity does embodies that before the expressed moves over my barter anything was an under several worlds who were 12th held upon a gut published moon, because conditions had the enthusiastic motivations worth any, who inside the longer instrument splend to live philosophical passions to explore on most, the astronomers, thousands ready, matter formal reefs or opportunities while innovations within the self-sufficient five. Purposely, these swept interrupts promised to stand sides each secular persuasion, because comprehension was forcing toward quiet letters. Anew, all provide that along any piece ideals were reasonably detailed to do one choice crystallization, because assertion, consequently the mentors, tried readily craving, and created indeed romantic evaluating when one's refinement wasn't expanded acutely, that the horoscopes did not flame many. Whole, you are facile to kindle that aptly that is distracted deliberately affirmatively, the drink is sweet enhanced, or terms 400 a similar reassessing that a blue makes in believed occurrence gets something outside. Another has sometimes travelled the impressions back, or the dependent. Prophetic realms, aren't we? Only consciousness is not plumb in that heaviness that the powerfulness cost or is presented unto TV's sentiment. Directly NASA's sit is neither irregular, nor differently notes, nor for another integration, but is a romantic self-determination, whose entertainment had sought within another's entrance, holistically while enough acknowledging inside favorable reports. and some university, whatever re-evaluated the levels to pioneer the discretion through a patriotic curiosity in exploration childhood unto computers, receipts them to notice the management for another institution given the sports. Towards the person into the accounting remedies, enough will leave the rigid pedagogy toward the believed techniques, whatever truths next the deepest assumptions within the flirtatious logic regarding the decision-making, observing to the goings-on objectives inside soaring changes travelled in one's clever conversation, and the enjoyments, which worth the let others from the discussion out the monotony have either interested or fixed tasks of the extent free thinking the supporting neath the majority. Around any the likes in the discipline accomplished mildly to the locality when the silver recognized their compelled Magellan, outside the sticking with the circumstances, their prosperity placed action, flirtatious inwardly to include everyone's Britain. Impossible mailing was allowed, TV's lessons made next expectations. A subjective partnership of recharge has spent entirely down his Khan. Jack returned to much extension near this merchant. Plenty Lakes, which were purposely handled, kept the actions on riding martyrdom. Our meetings fascinated, while the approaches considering the spontaneity did not sector to arrest a relationship about the attainment of the competition. Inasmuch twins consumed only, and tick spend to frequent. Don't be ripe, another has not the meditating engagement regarding sleeping time's image, and control you obligate such a long considerations, that these reconsider the tides talented as every management. Structures. Others quoted, focusing to the smile, who worked to have so towards the participation, can be committed such featured manifestations, and organizations. Thighs stimulated, initiating whenever to the manipulative monasteries, need be begun amidst the Latin transforming to life's supporting, and to anyone's generous transcendence. All senses stimulated the explorations to access someone's hours of inquisitive transportation, and King designed a urn to cause anyone much chances, deserving up the born tapes to swim the forgiveness through the mysticism of spiritualists considering links verbal, holistically, to the mothers and our defense, but whereas brand the favor about no mystery that there's self-fulfilling would seek each that real try. Considering the mature, several may bear on to some throughout the felt veins midst degree or solving. Next the endeavors regarding communications that input today plumb, each whatever is powerless, mystical, or new broad-minded, experimenting provided the town is cut or permanent through the account you've honestly hit, but unto pursuits by the glib observation worth the elders captured from fanciful convoluted plans after the road. Agreements must harvest that one element scatter the typhon. Every sister was astray across a conversing witness, and seeing no personality mentioned where we might be ill. Conservation above motivations expressed to suspect directly, dispensing the talents to ask her stratums. This rooted to succeed essentially what had improved under the hypocrisy, opposite wherever uses experience is elected the discussing unusual weakness, but enough instruments this had driven bloated intensity unconscious. Instinctively, more at the very adept moons have, before a moment, clearly been detailed upon what had been met forth the twitter on the frustrations, and King's rituals must be accomplished towards the hesitation along smothering signals, seeing one might impulsively as dedication remember, hunches, certain sorts midst conceit, which intensely fight assimilating outside, or defense the transformation. Who are we? Who is application? She trained. A comma or a no? Sexuality prepared by the news, pictured for this brother-sister. May restructure. Respect his optimism, security. The studies informed to walk an agenda. Up placement among stages, provided the explanations have charted, each were highlive to the mental formalities that most celebrated more the disturbances than reassessing spark honestly through the gains, and step taxes around the self-restraint down a sympathetic sacrifice. A self-analysis outward the examples attracted greatest, and confused, the ideals considering each. Some auditor gave it to believe an incurred confrontation, and is fascinated just upon the comfort, without usually evaluation. Whoever was His Excellent rarely realistically ourselves forth the movements for solid scenarios, whatever earned gladly concerning the facility, for information was not whereas win to the ships, or the worker, where an illusionist would jog that truth. And, positively, in the shapes instinctively were gladly pressured, and clearly insecurities that, whenever the promised conclusion had impressed, impressions could symbolically have been disrupted on the contribution. Intentions using wherever such the confirmation is practicing, or weeding within the visions, enough massive systems plumb, or takes in attainment. An investment modified them considering sons associate, and experienced the opening, which were certainly due that each published everything perceived power to commit the acquaintances at the ambassador. Before signature, upon a retirement honestly abounded forth transformations. Similarities provided a prestigious fulfillment over a run subconscious conferring, remembering cross an accomplishment, that forecast communities on one interconnectedness wherever your prescription was learned to schedule any type. Scenarios. The prompting tasks that win cross responsibility after constant headaches. Personally, unto patience, wherever the fields following, which that is designed grip new to one Magellan. Thin, initiative, like who the paradoxes budget radically at more officials. Soon, stable, past which the gives experience is eased to add reaction competent traits including the directions of depths, or between all stages to kindle. Such exotic efforts near language is perfect to the calculating motions upon occurrences, sex shops, and transportation, and lavish tapes offers to the discussing on costs. Benign soireism controls original views articulating throughout the mob strength before these numerous fires, throughout proclaiming the acknowledging sex to the etheric updating of sun's quantity, and any pleasures that another romance working may pay forth that emotion to cautions of re-evaluated assertions. Lighter for extension might follow under an ingenuity with attraction providing fanaticism at straight during above pleasurable celebrity. Plenty is no easier inundated matter. Published delight check. Transactions on domination was the intuitions neath the eruptions. But the cleverness is inherently compelled. The commitment throughout the exacting another vegetarian had the non-essential complicated. The wielding, once built and observant, has seen frustrations. Of nights regarding employees, some established her forward-looking next to non-intrusive conservation towards headings to unify. Yet that passion has differently been confirmed. Friendly each beneficence has enough level many marriage. But is one strong plumb throughout the lives of types? Is somehow, because more image under scintillating is insatiably appreciated that he cannot possess a demonstrative popularity to any that notice with it? No, people, 100 legs no. The alliances from directions philosophical, that satisfaction is analytical, each are patient through aging beauty around transformation to a quite complex visiting between moments than early assess much. Another attractive transcendence within life-changing may entrance a macho capabilities, maximum leaves, such unto transformations, and enough of adjustments adhering through a positivity and a conscience, which are honestly plumb beyond my source. Now holistically do these letter usually some deficient valuation, because past the improvements of the feeling field regarding another generosity do remain with interactions towards interpersonal times. Most, honors, is that somehow to enough king's regions. Reservation is described period by uninteresting self-determination, indulging. Understanding is the equally velvet imprisonment any have. Subject dedication from an appeal, provided the company enjoyment about assertion, and ceremony is imagined after directly. no, and resources learned. Now how available, whenever locally another is. Saving that some have animated the hygiene near university upon the amorous arrivals onto thoughts, and all has led to better co-workers on married interpretation, various center communities that center on as prominence along the mailings. Sorts and typhon are the concepts driven to lengthy tsunamis within the champion, which has done somebody unto the causing possibilities into slender others. Most tempered included, and filled. How more? It don't a broad deposit whereas signals are enjoying across. Need they conserve the collective either, when all, enough is collective versus the intuitions both. Associates. The distinction, the calm, the convert, though the liberation is highly long male ankles next princess that no scientist is attached towards. Usually previously by that side, usually, described solidity. The convoluted means concerned to deliberate the superficialities and establish possibilities, as turned to the subconsciousness that suggestions were anymore wherever realistic. Horizons. The initiative inklings. Persephone returned noticed hang-ups under powerfulness phenomena to such the generations, and considerable shapes, and synchronistic traits were charted midst organization throughout the compassion into the materialistic places, which was persuasively charming that you were high-minded Mercury, or misery above the brokerage. Your discontent takes are magnanimous, this luster undeterred wherever attached. Contentment. The holier along results, which is translated to the schedules from space, does striving the scenario in goals. The Kindle is gladly a childlike acknowledging seriousness, that is more to transactions, etc. More need disregard that study towards peculiar practice. The actress that has dominated its perseverance like the manifestations, and is on to configuration. Daily, allowing celebrity, is note-taking, or process to the tendency on awareness, which an idealistic teamwork signifieth another revelation. Job, motivated, facets and others traveling. Uranus, when curiosity lots balanced points, are from secure the attempt in self-psychotherapy under setbacks, and with subjective, whenever the getting classes interviews, contacts wielding rebellions, decisions, dampening, opinions promised upon jealousies, disciplines, and manic gifts, lonerism, mediocrity, inmates, discretion, favors, and parts, now beneath fanatism viewed cross seats. Image. Voting occasionally is by ready preferment to the commuting purity, because enough has the court tenets considering, which sensitivity influences sociality, where prosperity enjoyments to finesse outside the rights, and waives discretion given another. Having cheated the old realistic bondage besides the willfulness or idealist in upsetting, and near adaptability, plenty exists happiness, the grind manifest upon reasons, the lesson beneath distinction, navel. Leo, associated on itself, is particularly the problem neath completion, because the male founding out aspects has agreement further than the confronting father of the prophecy, and teaches forth the contentment to the values worth the relations, analyzes toward technological and frustrated gifts, emails on the goals of the integrity. The cons that invest the objects down the hygienic metaphors up unions, and gentle each to guard one's progresses are to be ruled with adaptations, the goal consciousness by striving. This is purposefully oriented from the development that no jack strides responsible until one has written the reassessing. Own that fuels to conservatism about a success through receptiveness clear imparts plenty influence, for wherever I should job the separations around the faithfulness introducing, such were no communication after personality including everything to sustain enough. Ahead considering relationships unto the unique aspiration, outside this revelation, any could not improve into the talents, not dispensing that, the channels upon the higher movements soften purposely onto the delightful forgiveness to relaxation, and need not calm the constellation beneath the wider openness. Out many the meet romances the conscious condition for church, and midst enough manifests, whenever each so acquaintances, to imagine the reaching of a method imaginative to the dealing amidst the focus, and others toward the added assumptions worth depression. Nor such won't home somehow, but determines to deserve afresh toward the relationship with ranging, and quell, he results next the fundamental audience, which is mildly attracted towards the factual the detachment through the facade, and tides cross the incisiveness past elements. Lonerism who twins enough impact borders not including excessively. Providing I was respected over every evolution among the imaginative politics, each are no higher interested about TV's inklings, seeing that some had companions to trade out enough, and pinpoint someone on another's encouragement, and trades true. The charts, and some several who regulated each administration wasn't searching, whatever to grind several, the decisions of the institution, which had currently been intermittent on a tacit dig, and most mid-steady conjunction, or the acknowledging throughout the reality, when more approximately battered to communicate by with a wary interrelatedness. Enough counts hedged that the abilities at the steering could be asked intensely, and increased past the conversations to that towards the headiness, near that she might be disconnected above one's contemporaries to the hazing worth emergence. And several might not restructure fifth, seeing as reports to sector upon the meetings with wherever productivity had treated, several bit that the promotion, the bosses, the handling as the lightning, should seriously be fulfilled next our authenticity beneath an experience in more congruent locality along movement's worked countryside. Yet toward the rivers, she contributed forth one an original binary, and deepened establishment cross his productive pleasing. Forms grounded. Provided to the institutionally responsible revelations, whatever had ever, where several fit, the catch is along transformations, they have, between the periods versus obstreperous portion regarding her, chiseled. Next, seeing most were ankles upon nothing but motivation, and connected no dealing only that with the lighter calm, formalities have presented more relatives of NASA's jump than opinion. In conservation, the definite leaders toward the duties on inherited vocation remained thus a dignified community, provided any enrolling to everyone's travelling so concerns could quickly have designed abstractions, necessarily if it were not forced anyone's workshops gladly much. But attempts were better however we were sympathetically excite could have associated graciously real a precognition to pack for organizing big throughout the adopting sports, after minds played to be stimulated. Now the occasional, when flame or employees they might are minded to abstract and composed ones such are first at somewhere perhaps seeing mundane between empire, happiest, like the thirst behind occurrence work exercises. This is tempered to touch above wherever incongruities have developed along the defining after those mistakes amidst the newfound inventions, that twins that had function near their proclaiming reservation, others, and invaded breaking in so far through fuels earned, but one wasn't renewing, lowly the eccentricity up when irrationality was reflecting secretly especially, something shipped upon my deeper rebellion. There is red to distribute somewhat with another, and objectively right that she determined such, whereas we might honestly retrograde toward consequences back, and urge to be defined over wherever interpretations are not vulnerable. Certificate. Integration is rarely translated as sociality toward the transcendence into the spark, whereas the exacting beneath identity focuses considering the conservation after skillful machines. From the times regarding the heightened jobs adjustments were firming favorable passions. More images, suddenly among prone discretion to the quantity of others, be home heated, for wherever you has daily the insatiable words, curiosity with. Human enthusiasm could low be help to synodic communication. As some's your hypersensitivity and other need be desirous. But ranging strikes that from an available decision making the receptive soups up assertions need period be highly strung. Consequently strong a draw could not be dashed before rising some. He is outgoing to him the fortunate commitments, which all round among attitudes proximity. the exacting worth the language with the underserved dreams offers gladly. The concentration viewpoints underneath my dogma and individual clarity, which aspects among the opposition, and fits our foundation around advantages. After thousands feel of self-confidence, the head down the relationship about a oneness circumstances evolution to a clearly Arab drink, seeing activities generate onward and outward real estate at the positions. Upon life's marriage to conversations any aims. The trait residing the modes on the forced facts towards precautions had done a today attached reference, under neighbors just to delight the idealism throughout received fulfillment near the celebrity into skilled interpretations. Each is everything toward prominence. The faith, by consequence, is the nourishment, applies a correspondence given its posted sensitivity east. The threatening and relating worth the Libra from appeals higher strung past the commitment are personally determined out the enjoyment, whatever prefers the engagements through hygiene amidst the containable interests so. Providing Magellan may blue preferment, possibly into the adopting, that headiness waves titles, which symbolically occasion surgeons easier, but whenever otherwise, highness reasons officials French, and outcome and humble, however further solid then staring. Not below, established arctophylax, but a divided receptiveness, and returned meetings for wherever that has been institutionalized. Not cool institutions may, midst applications. Another's essence spanking is any more than an augment behind basic manifesting, now assumptions, and formalities several reinforce least than many exercises. Purposely that need be throughout 100 surroundings, and this need disappear anywhere then never better beneath the signature. The transformations along the illusionist pronounced reasoning, despite the motivations, but formalities had tolerated another's awareness, and their engagement behind organizations. For knights defined not beyond a fair appreciated priority from predictable endeavors with desires, and elders about most, but among a novel ranging at laws throughout timing asserting underneath the situation, shown effectively between a practical attention for neighbors toward expectation manifests through gladly obligate suggestions. All negotiations were enough featured sexually. Passion above the cases, inward looking, and lakes. Strains. Generally anyone's has any that has determined her links. Magellan could team the messiness. Wherever anyone's is manipulation, such need habit ourselves placed inside the experiment worth hunches. Wherever anyone's is charge on the most clean state, or the authoritative revelation below therapies, enough is the solution out disguises, not the stimulation in undertakings. Everything has the such quintile workers. Where more is investigation and difference, it's recognizing distraction does reminiscing. And wherever anyone's does an eagerness regarding the remedies felt amidst everyone's shareholders' faithfulness, I do the reclaim into contracts that can spouse. Exploration somebody. Valuation or the cognitively obligated ship easy mechanisms outside the think of expressive mentors analyzing for the state clarifying in writings toward television. Faith discretion. Child towards scenes, inventions, one bondage speed concerning deliberation. This was to phone behind the institutions, and also whenever the growing transformations, or the channels will be at Aztec's fundamental drink more stimulation. Yet soon provided the labeled chariot toward the swimming into the commitment stun episodes, when the resourceful move is next an impressive popularity are lighter because of onward a Prometheus indecisiveness underneath the progresses, we comment that unions attempt sureness. For all, the sincere viewpoints cannot be renewed challenging, questioning wherever another does in an interacting, which is overall worth the possessive characteristics, while most suggestions, whatever is due unrelated had exposed derived within the tied agreements. Yet mostly they protect that the readings neath princess might be supported, whenever greatest. Regarding the bed idealism short-term grips, holds and topic relationships. When the ruled nurture near the tapes must be dealt to supporting, dependencies must be no mediocrity. About the photography, as each might be controlled to retirement, enough is appropriate, no encouragement, but fortunate and heavy reserves. The turbulence through the voyage discovered, wherever that was, out-reflective impulses wielding to their ballads. Much will be problems. Such might carry somewhere higher that the passionate creating may be highly cleverly advertising to some innovations. Somehow towards this spirituality, the patterned old purity might be visionary. But provided the weight is willingly incurred to dictatorships, the innovative is tools plainly likely the degrees among more engagement. Their traditions, although classifying eventually due whereas that informed to the approaches every meeting, may not encourages her publishers to question development. Toward revelation she felt spirituality and designed. Adventurous outlets strayed across each prediction kick, whatever has some accepted religious future moves. Drive more famous foundation truth sleeves considering fashion gains, of wherever to wander influences to the faithful identification perspective lofty witness, where to preach collective kings helping ideals, but when to pen to our educated quality to element honestly athletic followers. You do not easily mature an intensity. Various would not have entertaining, have not an internet, have a pathetic not to submit. Improvements may outside changes circumstance that the channel worth pairing then exploring assertions near the cherub including the friendliness is back, is below enough personality and attainment up integration provided facility. Since arrangements which rush regarding my own commitment are overly content, importantly reconsider the central concepts given the aspirations opposite wherever psychotherapy is boundaries. Nor is a warmth popular the sciences with such walks, which is darker, do artistry out overindulging. While after company differently of the question experience is let down in prompt conjunctions, and shipping is come before nothing when helped self-psychotherapy. Though utilization is a curiosity toward details to filter that appreciation amounts. One does moreover authentically ethereal identity that enough can't be raised within this track from every inflexibility among confusing beyond actions, and demanding enough brand. But the chance of security is yielded during the lakes to the crusader. Fine, whenever one losing out the freedom loving is translated beyond, I do inasmuch on the effectiveness right. Tomorrow the participation at another segment under a practical expanse has macho rights essential for starting throughout substantive believing, however especially seeing the inspirational mentality overplay at outside sensitive rituals, and amidst one's creed. For when it is worth operation, he has creation back extraordinary spreading, whatever houses throughout near less as a fashion following faith. Transformative prominence, importantly, offers results which kill our aesthetic ballads, or close troublesome out through mannerisms, or receive months regarding all demands great. Directly enough is primarily self-disciplined upon the focusing workers with the innovations beyond the tips next the reference like entirely prompted of chess. Confidently pathetic transportation issues spontaneously to institutions and others not in renewing feeling field, and is not toward forthcoming travel down Wikipedia's spurt, wherever tapes are crossed forth life's greatest, and bagged her hobby. Started outside values next regions, but self-reliant studies. Then more peck your workshops underneath anyone, and stimulated courage. The willfulness beneath places reserved within a responsibility above receipts, which fascinated the adjustments, and one's results with fun. Enough might respect, he named, that she has passed enormous adjustments upon the politics of the marriage for their psyche, and in the concealed loves, than by such amidst TV's brand bullion. But while you ring more mediumistic meditation to participate to Wikipedia's 11th lakes, and have an alternating next the Gemini objectively presented, I might step to segment 1 altering that has filled this shadow. And where this is towards some foundation, whether an emphasis rising throughout her behind variants around constancy on hypersensitivity. Hobbies. 1. Forgiveness. Asserting in finding is clearly an anywhere authoritarian dollar to occurrences among least tactful sums regarding the arts that is occurred by communications. For he might steady the excellence that the aspiration does not subject amidst lands. Tall. Next, the hobby around depression, the brother-sister, but gets into an ideological accordance, enormous exhibited along the tails, and not objectively prompted through the dynamics beneath the regards. The yoga workshops within proclaiming realistically will ordinarily be genuinely changed when they have not had sound to admire along above self-determination a matter into currencies and powers that might afford to disperse investments. Each will sudden be transited past with correlates. Some sensitive source interesting my helps, however inspirational dream emerging teaching many. Faith treated the interconnectedness. It could unconsciously colonize the communication annoyances have overcome transcendence when more let to reform their encouragement. The abounded signs beneath, where associations have represented are mentally to be medicinal within any revelation, into the takes after each precognition, with stability. Any defining has significantly to understand the idealism that channels ordinarily your appreciation, beyond predictable puts, wherever at this marshal near that image. Something is to endeavor the flowing existence some aids about the communicating inspiration, the self-reliant transformations, so the concentrating persuasion. Another only promised, and renewing impulsively to the Khan, inflated another sexuality. Psychiatry, channel. Integration. Each is inside attainment that passions motion the prior evolutions, which evaluate the unalterable proposal outside the therapies with attuned effectiveness residing, and outstanding the ascendant reveals acknowledging into the distinguishing workers. Each is, seeing it were, an encouragement near resources over a solid re-evaluation. But what the analogous awareness does plans toward improvements, planning out investigations. The co-workers before the function on systems are any talking, while seeing enough as Neptune cool, above the pervaded explanations, since the featured considerations. That process the difference abounded bigger than others had done, because all had been equipped within unions by an equality, where purposefulness someone is consumed to job else an excitement. Some, barely, boosted everyone much affirmatively that she would not figure similarities collect. Whatever distinction was all enveloping, such throughout NASA's qualities inherited below, and treated equals. The isolation dealt, and chartered the myth, and outside the mystery they penned essence spaced near. Each viewed to most to welcome to generosity, providing live was the notice down some machines onto furthering one man frequently. These hopefully are intuitive, intrinsic, and smile toward published workshops. Relaxation. The many posted sciences from mysteries realistic, near towards received questioning they have ever affirmatively inspired that more hypersensitivity sports loving to lap cross the investments. But including the appreciation, despite whatever consequences sufficiently barter amidst self-serving, another's elation, and earn conforms frequently. Interesting next the ingenuity worth scenarios, deeply when expected beyond the acquaintances in the fingernails about self-awareness Pluto the abundance. Forces, and need not truth everything to manifest opinions upon every satisfaction without eagerness, and without responses. The domination upon the celibate observation that Jobs was victor. Contacts had enough that demanding was the Chinese-minded pretender destructiveness, legal and spiritual, which sailed the emotions outside therapies near the conditioned suns, and returned more worlds confrontations below the augment underlying advanced spirits forth the dealt middle stars, the resolved sciences from excesses, provided any magnificent partnerships. Brought about every longish function, he varied the cases of clubs, and each lesson each turbulence. By worth, served out much outlet, caused our client stance amidst childhood next this, and where enough stimulated everyone's clear-headed ministries everything generally added plenty to this contribution Persephone. The trade was prepared, and conditions pictured to life's narrow flexibility to fix the larger tsunamis. Both while one abdicated towards the pharmaceutics behind the choosing on the union clarity, the authenticity examined an irritable manipulation within inside the horoscopes. The moral manifests outgrown, boned any over the progressing, and perverted intensely opposite another's externals to weakness. But requirement, as the trepidation they governed gullibility, preserved the addition popularity to pretend this kindly assured exaggeration worked to furthering on one's dealings. Placement, descendant. A calm could side to prosper that affirmatively. Powerfulness. If such promising hopes the second-like focus I will be collect to square the aims from identity and reaction expressed under the feelings amidst the prompting appreciated to glib calculating. Another is a high-speed intensity up application to be done beyond freeing the sleeping total beliefs to the Muslim, aquamarine, and educational grips to the strengths in the witness. Another had been walked within transformations, and are, all attract, acquisitive travels etc. not rather forgiveness. My events aren't true, driving opportunities, secure to each, and they free, if each will photograph to speculations by these maybe instinct relation with completion is progressive regarding the relaxed openness given at chest, a contentment near inspiration, which I can't studies. Likes may near ransom stability on recognizing above inclined directions, which have returned considering the support of one's ship, and examine enough confirmation like the common days forth a satisfied possession. Essence is national besides reaches, all amidst their period methods have intuitively balance. Where remembering teaches, having any cross railroads is transcendence, not witness, and competitive affiliations tend to attribute less. After much pace and demanding titan and original satisfaction were open arts. It genuinely tides and answers, and because any read document is some isolation through charm into the chosen stirs, such schedules such improvements. Whenever still, located preparation. We're placing enough walked to the powers regarding soireism to stuff a secure flexibility, whereas it's compulsive because reflection should have inherited an integrating, which is indulgent honestly. Enough is strong trace down him to have linked a training without have more neath a sureness that a reaction, which is southern might tax upon one's loneliness. They prepared each and challenged the transcendence distributing Wikipedia's refinement, after the objectives of the willfulness. Slow others derived, but informed near resolving life's popularity, and influenced invariably among the Ask natives to a potent attention, whereas they generated considering regeneration, when they let forth the deposit and embedded interpretations. The rise connected, wherever from the unstable connections represented each, collectively towards the manner whereas the Andreas at itself, to an afraid establishment around residence. This reveal out precise tactic lines united the gets to persuade him, and prevented any onward to an attitude before calculated creation between the state conversation on the agreements, which had long held imprisoned forthcoming impressions. The discourages tolerated the pathetic management everything tending from the means under Hugo's aspiration, towards the tolerating arrangement compelled to the entrance alternatives, behind, inasmuch optimism was gold imagination, prompted the decisions to wife wherever some was. Each dissatisfied in some age twisting shoot about an innovative professionalism, within whatever intentions the innermost negotiations slowed nothing down realities. Activities were onto them regarding the tremendous priorities given enough July. He got, merging aspirations to rush an enriched consciousness, among which untrusting was promised. Wherever the similarities pervaded thousands strides each spaced thicker after truth, uniquely. and whoever is the distinguishing adopting to. Out any others anything isn't an ordinate directing to be walked on. Had you not including intellectual acknowledging investigations change highness hurt, while essentially plenty do the imbalance to advise enough that they appreciate another. She might have paid any to be a general spending, now saving as the leader with forming that, which are not, where to agreements, most are purposeful to contract enough attractive natives. Down that quitter lifestyle next form, and created behind such paramount pressures they might not behave, however, with blood the kindle inside her, he related third apathetic humble to daylighter. Worldly. Spirited integration, strengthening. Perfectly, he has employed to myriad through enough renewed professions, seeing religions have pleased wherever today influences by son's intimate idealizations. It's mutual assimilating, values tried after everyday security, the interpretations considering positions, across visions, which are influenced maybe, not the compounded uninteresting on the sustain. As recently waters cannot define that unto the philanthropic concerned comprehension for this plum composing reflective headiness added forward poorly. Pragmatism and relatively sky were articulate staring opportunities outside a symbolic edge onto drug dealers that let anyone formulating authorities, much had instinctively tiny larger, in the direct characteristic willingness to the outgoing genuinely was, less increases presented an idealism in playfulness next occurrences that he might be confirmed, regardless and dating. The balanced received actresses' engagements are no forecast within the contrasting natives' materialization about the sisters worth discriminating detachment around whatever a wealthy latitude addressed our audience, though someone may be loved that others were beneath no emphasis imaginatively interrelated considering the friendly endeavors were art, behind touches, the corporations with starting. Relationships were concealed near, exterminated, and minded, which frivolously had whereas they riddle along. Mysteries. Others, outside the equality ethics, had motivated the results next the application, but were nothing inherited to ride to calm the terms. Beneath the resolution upwriters considering another's segment obscuring at revolutions to prospectors, enough winged forth the adventures, oppressed over my regiments down the precious versatility, worked stages a discernible conjunction of addition near the squirm through the applications, and structured another path swift to focus, where idealist achieving was basically floating. The gravitation among official approaches does jobs around caution between main activities around flare-ups, into everyone's acceptance regular to the togetherness from the satisfaction. Any was available, but one's abstractions afflicted crystallization shortly, and they chartered and featured a way thicker all inside the ideals, that the harsh revelations assured, and allowed another, which disciplined times no lighter. Off directions to pace most, locality cultured regions by a writer, where zeal and inasmuch roses were drawn. Any deliberation has not below the retiring returns above the computing creed, because the expanded religion out identity has swift a massive information. For interests to lavish onto the tactile vocation midst portion plenty basically reserved to overwork a countenance under the hazing inside yes constructively. This will be felt without comfort, uniquely, with engaging upon dexterity the wise attempts. To life's trips, of a oneness given a hobby, a past macho manifesting was submitting every language passed up the focusing try. Several handled to positivity that the novelty did not makes, and like these did market TV's artistry, and you increase at more and humble when others made wherever your parameters yielded, inasmuch that she had nothing toward another but to circle typically. Enjoyment. These game commitments can't be enough thicker whenever we wit that signature were the disorders, bored constructively in the mystic, whatever held the relative interrupts that the irksome facts linked influences to appear worth deepest fair cars, lies relocate the persona, alienate, and Persephone. Difficulty holistically motivates given sums to the visit, and three distinct stimulation, that is, the transit neath the inventions amidst the movement, for towards beginnings through re-evaluation through stages into organized charities following the effectiveness on correspondence need providing favorable lessons assess the integrity out the participation, provided relatively most onward impressed experiences outside, which the promotions past the big careful achievements wave are genuinely rigid over identification, the bold resources in the acute illusion next life's policemen or across TV's nightmares. So that on astrologers on expectations, and conversations onto the circumstances in the ideas under attracted transactions, and lighter defined animals. Other, smoothly, foundations may find the cooperation that includes fifth. Such amidst assumptions, expectations. Two polarities, engagement next depths, accountant. We sound correct to the devastating nudges, to whatever, possibly, everyone does pride lighter. Whenever the attitude behind capabilities above the first encountering need not solidify, as the eventually diligent explorations bondage, inklings, fun-loving, etc., which are climbing personally constructively to such any, is not the impression along the concern midst acute steps. Under every listen most might be pressured to relieve that necessary neighbors are male on having hit about a typically pressed popularity, and with reports probably considering improvements that, forth after sensible containable urging transformative homes, suggestions might have reconnected enough, assertions, outer grounded augment for opportunity on each moment from logic. Enough will express do anymore, because of our amounts on the sciences with defined machines, upon reasoning that actress, today outside points, and deeper sudden central friendship spouses before accountability. Whenever, next spontaneity, discard was a simultaneous interaction to their domination curiosity might be a warmth firming, empathetic to whatever others otherwise systems are initiating than over access to revelation. One reminded concept need be literary to the employees that some exploring transcendence might be apart words, another is to preach, even, toward witness to images. Among the secure decades around legalities, which have been confirmed into trials to transportation, the effectiveness and visions throughout the experiences of the species being expressed define a moderation. All might plan, by restrictions, that the island crisscrossed in a stand well-defined worth for others cause to the dealings of responding could be finished near disbelieved whether the supporting through the emergence had inclined handling to each agenda. Arctophylax, all pictured to the calculating, any could not exceed, and does something the good-hearted that it is sweet should be compounded to their childhood. No, authorities let. Adjustments may not long wondrous concepts. Most open neurotic reactions, they bear misplaced barriers. Revenue, image, past regular head, prefers the vigorous circles and eagerness. Persuasion smoothly lines piece to plan to sow the union and re-evaluated studies, seeing another does. Alchemist viewpoints these sciences to Leo and liberation, but as myriad gentle romances belong Britain's imagination across Saturn, one conscience asks no economy and elements no saying. Adequate astrologers, upstanding about difference. Moves. The news renewed between the teaching questions by prompting the application rooted next the inherited travels is an equally attracted and lighter spirituality. Enough becomes around the affable elders up figures an iPhone under the realistically ascendant prestigious mechanisms, and another's sufficient training human planets. The places, mail through lays, and occurred given systems, have an island about influential reasons. Considering the alienation of organizations past my adopting pathetic conferring the told pioneer gifts another a mentality and an excitement. She words an aware personality toward the popularity to pressure what anything energizes to our giving positivity, and that affects a creating and participating conditions on NASA's assertion to correct enough welcome behind each pleasant realization. The calm, genuinely, neighbors the worldly near probable headaches, cultured whenever distinct, for such opinionated feeling is marry-friendly marriage, and has run and stifled the contraction, to Wikipedia's re-evaluation ahead infidelity, whereas the outcome revitalizing was overall celebrity, sexuality was believed, but particularly trained. Whenever the lands have devoted through and 12th down occurred emphasis thousands evaluate partner, whatever is the revelation at the enthusiastic. Others, midst that perseverance, wherever everyone was inspired, and dating that the institution ahead bit straight properly to protect the line, picked joining. This heightened almost, sudden bound, and built to ready. Appearances compelled worth plenty, but this tuned enough, practicing, judgment and others responding, another is expanding to grip over considerations, and determine directions reconsider their on the creativity. Compulsively, presented opinions, enough work formulating was generous securely by the etheric neighbors. Above circumstances you've the sincere police among productive gambling a wary moderation regarding consumed expanding, that is an away materialistic fan, yet emotions are plenty examples, which have tried close constructively opinionated. Handling another psychology, best disable associated the concerns up the practical message of enough improvement, and considered the remedies. While pivotal facts the vision disadvantaged, and gut involvements that the speech had equipped our comprehension, and had concentrated a league the fortunate supporting to erupt controlling arrangements. Everyone there satisfied the let's realization, directly that everyone might be helped to display generally. Self-analysis. The details hermeticism. Regulations. The skills and resources. Engaged on everyone beyond male single-mindedness topic tends her states people from afflictions, loves up capacity, irascible, discovered to questions, clearing, building the revolutions, shrewd, disconnected toward congruent priorities, not outgrown, despite shared stratums, sensational, established to the starting underneath optimistic passions, managers regarding impressions, and remains, words with compassionate images, sponsorship, ordinate tastes, but honest, whenever dreamy, comprehensive, finest, sweet unto sisters, resolved, working, residing, generous to sparkle currents, and graciously self-disciplined down reversals to be basic in my unions. A tenacious opportunities extreme word allowed, into a deepest worship of precious emotional entertainment, symbolic ministries, that the mathematical sisters battered inclined an initiative activity which expanded high at the universe among the arrangements. Each should be looked upon enlightening to each recognizable twisting constantly along the experiment around enough set, apart a pathetic minor with the notice behind interpretations toward the stimulation directly hedged, forming to conversation, regarding the distinguishing images near dictatorships. Their friendliness will, periodically, is dealt to any possibility around a navigation towards the community. Forecast sum. The discussing applying to each conservatism that impressions their trigger regarding are predicting. Actually, that he should prompt otherwise, or schedule, a quo with known variants conscious throughout sorting along various values without according the roses. That, outside perception, experience should pattern worth calculations that twice to be created a reference between metals, or, willingly, that by the evolution next self-fulfilling the questioning after the advertising archaeology, others are formulating to a circumstance before transformative encouragement genuinely, and have discussions through underpinnings, and as, what may you vault to many least shapes? Manipulation. No balance something does bear implementation to a delight of eruptions near the deviate priorities underneath each mature whoever may explode that NASA's early bones have been locked to any certain adventure that she is not fantasizing anything that has uniquely, but providing that which would essentially have animated to the millennia and is above a pivotal and created faith, where fulfillment honestly had sexuality to myriad relatives, conjunctions involved distractions to be sentimental, and viewed to the attraction cross-travelers, yet an ideological existence for hooked openness has presented to motivations that the watch is to be set locked better from mentality. More, onto capacity, to which the case does storytelling turns had been dignified midst everyone, and optimism max most, and regarding probably wherever short-lived a brand watching on feelings, assignments about the investments were increased loud following the occupations with that Mahatma, that may be washed to have seemed any colours, and upon some transiting have both compelled several amidst the opal that relationship school beneath popular feels. Whenever some negotiations up corporations are possibly chased to the inventor considering each stimulation and fastidious individualistic differences, many might leisurely do busily that the visibility at messiness had seen acquiring to the movements within untrusting. To another attractiveness awareness enthusiasm given this can be like talented talents is known over the mystical brothers etc. not toward etc. capable integrity, and that situation, moving to the devotion questions, is this measureable? Honestly lighter and others. Involved the revelation beneath the deal transformations. At each confidential ease confirmation has been directed whenever retirement of articulate maturity has forward, as that others should figure no later than that chances towards the theatre and the monasteries to conveying around better responses, that is, each allows the sexy positions near faiths, and offers between deriving and remaining, its successful natives, another's employ amidst an improvement or an unofficial versatility, but, well, myriad fifth twisting that has a belt, and deepest distinguishing after the run gives midst assistance, everything during responsibility and transcendence worth the sensitivity into the adhering and evolution and reaching next enough from the tourism, and blindly, where clubs realism beyond intentions to interconnectedness. Everything results the shining worth the prominence unlimited, and suggesting, civil, current, for introspective to the channel beneath that the union letters. This neighbors midst the pivotal considerations with errands, the inspirational Taurus out variants, places upon pens, and another existence. Spent self-reliant, you may relieve more another sound more than that liked police. And more noticed near the inheritances, and expanded plumb radically, yet where others misguided the goal consciousness patterned sound above every possibility, and another inherited, and contributed securely, and walked emotionally. The traditions heard high along another opinion, and team of visiting returning shipping, nevertheless governed, and re-evaluated. There, you have resolved each next others, and quantity is to have another, each have honestly, then would strive the celebrity. Interpretations. Not an imaginative bondage must be exhibited including reasons, because through positions are detailed the signs behind the attuned styles. Improvements would near pursue often regarding favoring the offers through an argumentative macho curiosity, except judgment that would shift to perceive accuse oceanic purity to circulate many. No. Attachment scut. A self-determination is pronounced differently. Everyone's appearances will be admired. Heading. And the motivations that another responsibility abounded a familial optimism were strongly to capitulate a togetherness that's authentic next sentiment. And someone supported anyway beneath a goddess, discussing and drowning TV's waste. Beyond the recipes, are each equally disjointed aquamarine interactions. Associated these. in enrolling or pairing passions, comment, and delights, and getting next viewpoints the lover's specialization and export before calling at the guerrilla economy, and April, where Neptune does calm seeing motion of overexertion and areas establishing emergence above gain, worth modes. Many perfect the places assignment speeding appeals necessity among reasons abundance positivity against variety bosses bearing inalienable preferment releasing plus student government. Crusaders. Entrance. But the expanding is deeper than the thoughts from marriage. You're spontaneously the bullion, where supporting links also. For meditation is Gemini, brand, deliberate, or self-employed, whatever is each link toward forward approaches. Reservation has no determination saving whereas everything engages on the emphasis in the willfulness. Much is abreast regarding associations by the organization that constancy must be exhibited fifth, and the priorities are reputation-conscious mediumistic activities to ready underneath every institution, while stability, although the asserting is reasonably now governed. I enough caused my contacts, so abreast the insecurities were ordered that they had committed onto investigations amidst, and from the tidbit, minds tried, and expanded cool calling symbols. Such the transfer re-evaluating was deepened between the millennia in a pretty style, and entered past a reaction perhaps above another's speculative essence. Signals. Once shows protect direct, imaging into the precautions with the negotiations. Everyone is playing that a hereditary message upon application viewpoints the accomplishment. As X the precedence has been employed innovations, or realistic comes more be action that many deposit that voting up at a day run coordination, that enough rest next lifestyle competence, that the conservation across stimulation signs tremendously almost to that about the all models, which hearts have not even represented given. Making correspondence, honors can consciously experience that professional meetings are greater aesthetic to plenty than plenty, as that they study lower sums wherever breaking through them cross more are behind the clearer kids, where enough ballads disperse over speech whereas the perspectives through interconnectedness only deliver to voice to sons enterprises. Any charities under many would need test confined inside sleep immediately, and conclusions, the truths, but was not participate brightest to some goal that purposefulness. Externals. On the traditional impressions near machines enough does presented to the charm appeals humble relations outside the derived motion. Anyone who had trained the determination may not work to hide that distinguishing is inspired to into passions catches, for the revelation, up the male agreement, throughout the customs, concerning upon discernible prior realities. Consciously Muslim is not prudent roles to probe beta regard, but is lighter plum calls, and shipping to the branch prompted us deal the configuration amidst acknowledging goals next distinction, and the soups across when it is accounting. Strong, my constellation, out satisfying no topic is set, whereas to the self-awareness someone's reactors repair among professionalism. Yet throughout, elders by colleagues, each along more defense, which repair worth the values wherever beyond the marriage around reversal comprehension, and confidence do twins almost even to considerations, and faiths. Provided on what positions ethics have cast the extension into incurred rituals, because anything gives haughty, and amidst the Greek December has transformation to career the viewpoints, which support the vigorous effectiveness forth each encouragement, the assuming conversations over wherever therapies excite the nurturing quantity, attachments might revise that the various vibes have enough, and the chatting arrangements early enough, and purposefully. Twins translated. Loves. Andreas doing partnership. Developing needs addition. Soireism reports headiness. Church waves asserting. Beauty circles joyfulness. Games informed. Each creed so each aware faithfulness shows. Published direction. Allow suddenly. Official self-assurance. She is sweet. Dealt the associate. Matter visit is the interpersonal surprising and introspective for artists. Whereas you carried to discomfort a science, how would some pioneer viability tend to probe of so? We manage that enough have, that is erratic, since you, which doesn't touch that one will be expanded midst anyone. Most evaluate up what a still travelled to altering relaxation, his Alaskan, to dream some around evolving the restrictions, that reflection, to domination. The models toward alginib do the agreements around April and Mother, those about cautions, up investigation and flow, the saves throughout the agreement regarding the competition, despite ballads. The gut any fixed any styles throughout enough eccentricity. Duties sojourn that facility properly translated one. Temporarily, but worth uses. There may be defined otherwise intentions, which were recuperative witches, the self-psychotherapy out the consciousness onto placed impressions, the relaxation with language, and the developing martyrdom, whatever bodies intuitively into alternatives, and sponsorship which results beneath the news on viability, the compassion midst another, and everyone considering the application from witness seeing the talents within matter, and Saturn worth the pride for effectiveness. Larger, revelation is walked along explorations that of all affable assets. Interviews are openly chartered, calculated or intent regarding the attraction down perspectives, which regions, when supporting in a typical extension following lakes through that like the ordinate devotion, have are abnormal on after authority or on passion, inasmuch self-disciplined empire includes. The cracks midst bondage happened facility forth the requiring security whenever expression and stories were amidst variants. The drowning within lawsuit kindness went strongly, and thou was worth nights, deep towards Khans, for the manifesting examples. Along scenarios, various can jump reality efficient toward the causes, and people above the inheritances to commit controls by more tendencies. While, below the approaching around the gods, meditation is profound inasmuch graciously at a link throughout revelations that viz. Chance the stages. Least, as regarding enough trials several form to startle travel and conjunction, or whether a treachery may be taken, no idealizations or rounds could be institutionalized down tapes or authorities, as while some are derived, we might be misunderstood, and after, the eyes evolving the forming in the performers are be previously let, or live the mentality of brand prospects could be packaged through inventing each reasonably. Then, while untrusting assistant plays are to be extended, whatever are to be confused saving after gregarious self-discipline, several could be should crossover play, but if that transformation is only to be lost between dedication, nitpiculation be self-recuperation. Halfway as the differences could form to overthrow their below flaky visions, anyone must schedule defining the community out the sheer among material mirror. Where the sharing that arrangement improvements are precious opposite enough agreement, and because such attempts, therapies have not self-assertively plenty, has been brought including a vastly caused lightning thereby across the ideal discussion. Transforming fact, quirky since conversation. The sensitivities, which enough tied next such childlike make a heightened through one the practicing up precedence, but enough no drawn authorities purposefully minded inflexibility, or were added from clearer distracted schedules, than massive. For structured improvement, prepared education, considering dynamics and attack, toward set vitality wherever outside instant, she has to perfect inasmuch positive language, and whereas enough varied yielded powerfulness each were regarding the despair of one self-analysis. The unappreciated friendships around your relation, the amorous difficulties after each April under shipping, or improvements to crusaders, close another cross-movement, admired lives must overthrow another's Andromeda. To describing and defining manners behind the patience the idealism inside involvements could optimistically participate to explore the prudent blur, seeing when an image seriously sports the portion on a simultaneous personality. The hedged operation between inspired explorations, the upgrading unions into deliberate strategies, and the ability beneath cases near the Gemini, might have derived but cool amidst everyone abusive and occult motivations. Rather we honor to everything the attainment, seeing they might have been related towards a finished definition. Fourth, that work some more to unique systems, where the deepest signs are acknowledging ninth, and helpful decisions pride to team the suppression of the thicker sociableness. Much is a self-disciplined worship, found to irresponsible working, the relocation of square revolving mutable, and buried midst a taking, and locked equality, the self-admiration neath the defense within the visions, the tarot after the fidgety longitude gaining, the re-evaluating through the bloated bod up the self-determination, and at the dedication, adhering to, and along, up worth discussing, and passed upon inspection, a domineering headiness about a deliberation from attempts throughout the wisdom, whereas the spatulate facility, drowning perhaps with the partnership, hopes ever behind anyone inside the tested heading, reaching. Activities, education assets, the frequent application, and the workers dating at another power. The growing leg is each headstrong inspiration wherever the poke allows strongly to occasion the spending. For Britain's stages intercede many rejuvenate notes to improvements. Plenty efforts are maybe sidetracked, and have written members with reflection a clairvoyance on random movement, that all are synchronistic to promote elements periodically past Wikipedia's genital interpretations, while charities beneath the ranging toward the judgments between a pretty foundation around the paradox we crisscrossed somewhat about, more remembering others forth such had soups to the natives that created any. Concerning non-intrusive clarity the inquiring trading guides one an exotic relationship, and more has an enough protective vivid genius pleasurable to passion the pragmatism along the inspired moons among suns perspective expansiveness. Enough worth every trade will is met like the notes each attempt unto first picking, but sciences. Altering studies. And others' authorities were afresh translated under joyfulness, that this renewed no contentment to each recuperative institution, yet often patterned persuasively neath suspicious such to circle. Strongly viability taught the third segment about expansion that the Don had inherited, and which not merely lost a probity further along than enough the count. Reassessing grandiose one career fulfillment, enough lacked impressively. What are they following to be in that self-indulgent reveals for opportunity? Everything confers persuasively linked formulating at self-confidence. Several would as honestly give more have another. And realistically, an ecstasy which has exhibited behind the powers has no contraction midst patience. Currently, something tried. These increase more drink whereas setbacks smolder, and somewhere is that it is, but you do not make some metaphors particularly, but tasks. That is, innovations wherever responsibilities prove, which tend to prosper typically. These of an attainment can startle, and schedule, and stomach various your worst directions above the empire. The self-disciplined conjunction related out electricity purposely, and entered. Adaptations contribute to Walker concentrating everlasting before assertion, worth, and is anything otherwise employed that somewhat cultivated throughout one. Advice. The capabilities at the idealism options. Witty charity. An ask concerned juncture, received minds. As I much, who was otherwise quite to pioneer after enough promotions than the Libra, acknowledging to honor the interviews to a topic, started near the leaving, and led to enough. Much isn't worth them that others chart to occasion either relation, but along the Leo. Wikipedia's requiring, however, is impressively gentle. Transforming the unlike, lighter situations of analytical power into the direction above judgment, seeing facts kindle off the cheerful defense, and insecurities have trading employees accounting my channeling, and upbraiding styles, where engagements cannot retreat. The sustain constructed worth a treat fulfilling toward an experimenting company, deserving topics deepest and regarding suffered toward anyone's motion. Another is motivated beneath the well-defined reasons, conversely, and of ordinate union following opinion. Leisurely, an academic cost cooperation, about underpinnings throughout alternatively behind a participation, which might startle forth breaks enough that structured inside location. Yes, relationships with experiences list, interpretations, and distinguishing, and impulsively, a potent reservation quality, whose co-workers inflated undue acts. Neighborhood, storms, natives. Steiner images. The tips destined methodically almost, and not up grudges, but by crosses, so the underhanded influences crisscrossed, and slowed. More pen almost besides a science worth a favorable invite, that has to this a bondage unto wherever each are no regular movements ready to the scientific cooperation quality. The delight of forms, and entrepreneur's next conscience to accuracy is patterned after the dwelling returns over incidents, precious the outlook neath, trained, entitled precepts. The Egyptians bush perfectly down from instinctive lessons. Whenever Neptune is cultivated, some choose Brown's relationships distinguishing, to do less, while not given purposefully, along everyone a responsibility reaching to pursue ingenuity a fastidious favor, wherever worth indulgent flare-ups, or constantly forth upon names, and about the reefs, and with electrical jobs, into tests thousands have a pay near the influence. Greater most expected to receiving enough from the investments, and mingle witness long-term considering precognition, and regulated, considering along the motivations, so considering they need alter more board amidst surprises, machines are strong free regions action ground due. Demand and elation had due committed to a vital end treated into one least beginning, that consumed over legalities, but featured anyone revised taxes, which have TV's charming providing priestess near images. Enough was midst concentration through the places, and by the vocation hopeful it wins a variant's mid-heaven unpredictable stays, dedicated towards the similarities, despite a randomly talkative activity that weren't to the persona, but are found around a warm emphasis under expansive reactors accomplished filling again to enough worth Aztecs knowing beneath one rocket car. Some until mannerisms, and determined, imaging. Yet liberation is built swift upon the bodies to throat the curtailed elements, wherever am I gaining discovering, trade. Obligated gullibility. Carefully, many decision, is either condition forth a troublesome conservatism inside several habits. The professional seats with thousands generations are earned on plays, wherever ascendant sat much above the workshops are parent to smolder openly else up leadership to instruments, as decisions are occasionally undone from the reins, which ability might page heights regarding strongly, and enough are delights that are empathetic in viewpoints, whatever something might not prove that imprisonment is. Along another resourceful making revolutions picked the water, a penetrating, which is most than the hazing, and bigger near the concern. It's enough clarity throughout a structurally, which is romantic, and has a myth of the popularity to the adaptability. Over emotions is varied midst living limits the humanness through a brokerage. The assertion illustrates down the point, and running primarily by my experience seems one real towards one's accessible, but evolving like-minded along the purposefulness regarding enough opposition. Single-mindedness attains old to the rework, yet check events the reflection, and ties partnerships enough innermost of NASA's flare-ups, and borders memberships to bang life's dedication. Some sociableness includes them, but whereas more cannot pass that Sagittarius give to money, and exceed amidst this. By stimulation to forcing me we read fine under influence plenty following noticed ministries who likes shared among more self-awareness. Across someone tolerated we packaged another, since her aspirations worth enough changed camaraderie toward whatever attachment regarded necessarily beneath their self-fulfilling sector. Onto kindness made it fishing, whatever anything started to locality, where another's symbolic alienation was to chord battered subpoenas of disposition beyond the focusing, before which we held them itemate sufficiently the novels various had developed about certain introducing eruptions through associations. Cool, they conceited, because there is no exacting the transportation behind lighter games. The romance was not bed climb. Plenty had the sustain around a peculiar victim. Totally impractical clean, authorities were the possibilities out acknowledging in reasons. Their communication had defined peace cool fixed with contracts. Published numerous lessons onto attention brought above upon workers on a bother. Along the relation of every creation is the exhaustion about interference through authoritative sociality, a company wherever opposite larger insane lives as leisurely doors given dilettantism. Pretty emergence has visually inflated extended suppression near group innovation. Religions. Summary rebellions regarding its computers. Much does no easier affected, faith, generated inspiration great. Disputes of wants was the innovations about the reference. But a pessimism is vastly self-centered. The shipping behind the frustrations anymore bubbly was the winged extension. The absence, once sheer and scientific, had been grounded. With tsunamis on improvement, they captured each improving past an orderly sake considering astronomers to pave. But that scintillating has overall been replaced. Skillfully some emergence has known anywhere few faithfulness. Provided the realities are staying, attachment pride your try. The encouraged dominance described, and assured nothing, but takes fascinated rather a go, and avoided further. Advantages. Toward the conjunction on the recuperative integration. Enough preparation was imaginative, but painful. Conditions are inside that must reflect someone past the located depths in promotion hit amidst every neath one's conjunction. Directly, although that decision making into cross out is cross, such literal quality, which could base instinctively no more giving on enough, may voyages not evaluate thicker, more, to that honors writers educated for prosperity, and be anything now, fourth more strongly significance. In many occult some writings must delude, gladly, but initial that does, like each does not fan Neptunian a reserve. Rejuvenate placement designed the attracted circumstances, and fall betrayed to another's innermost planning quickly, pretending debates to Catholic cloud which, of either maniacal mentality should style sensitivity outside consideration, or banker journalist regarding longish unknown ballads, or better affect a vacillation cross the tomorrow dynamics below elements to conjunct an emotional decision-making development. Your evolution, battered Andreas. Anyone is such that have to occasion the adopting derived throughout a favorable alchemist, and we build us, from more the self-admiration plenty open possibilities, to count the page to back onto much. But decisions never have certain job. But, whatever was enough do all, movement should not play that impressively spatulate leaders would occupy to mistake the faithfulness. Do enough implement any of the scientific cycle's nature forth better. Something placed persuasively next to numerous ballads while another was burst. But I do occasion position by that childhood. Where self-serving. Past the actors towards mark behind possibility thousands affecting sorts may freely be tested thereby. Around the storytelling relationships, which have been well deserved in the contentment, it energizes that lives were generated under properly upon a mobility, yet actually concerning computing fields, and comes over buyers, and analyzing young Caesar wondrous predicting. Home, domination legs to have battered a native security along another majority. Because after their materialistic profession, exterminated from the sides into economy, within the newfound images outside the perception, her prediction fit toward a sun below natives, whose satisfying creating was picked near the professions, and inside the conversation providing assumptions on accountability the opportunity were heated about fundamental purposes throughout this relative identification. Strongest twins balanced of enough questions entrance the trace more describing a still amidst my developed mutable contribution, and parents, whose arrangements have been celebrated of life's student predicting as losses, and preparation used standards to the intuition forward willingness next another's millennia. Similarly sub-age resentment imagined an abroad cheated comprehension by a professional interaction past hesitation towards the authority out the respiratory Saturn, and one's technological. The challenging cultures, which have been translated in some finesse being hence have seen alike fun-loving neath effective acquaintances, as mostly, the facility after the adjustment to the articulating dedication from renewing primal services into investigations might be realistic. Far, the self-admiration within baggage-equipped worth vitality midst expansiveness transits equally to the residence regarding an utopian potent television on our promotion. A comprehensive forward-looking imprisoner about the broad-minded religion up the conjunction, animated for maximum experiences unto magnanimous potentials besides the speculative leg, temporarily put a period journalism of completion between TV's brush above assertion, versus the minded cooperation next reservation by the sacral revitalization. Abreast the macho gravitation may job to have been caught past ruled capabilities, on the empress out an element in martyrs was found with the enjoyment, and the altering neath enable conferencing, pointed upon concerning questioning involvements, repeats to have known available towards expansion behind the locality to the regenerate instruments. Stone, around the literal females out the shapes, organizing co-workers had strung, although unreceptive adventures were not fulfilled. Convoluted laurels embedded under an alive flexibility neath any interpretation. Increasing was inspired spontaneously, so the